take from $1 billion, $900 million a day for 5 days. If we had one day they decided not to bomb in the last week, if they would have said, you know what, one day we're going to put a pause and love black folks, we're going to give $900 million, instead of fueling this shit over there, $900 million one day, just in the last week, and we're going to send that to the United Negro College Fund, any goddamn thing, to the NAACP, we would have all got some money off of that shit somehow. One day, man. But we going to hit there, this in Canada, and now we going to get all sucked in over there, bro? Come on.
Yeah, so sweet to that point, good brother. How about this, real quick? Real quick.
Versus foreign policy.
If we did 1 day a week.
Yeah, hear me out.
Pass borrower.
Can someone clarify the opportunity Russia was talking about? What was the actual opportunity on that?
Mute your mics. Like, Jesus, that's crazy. Whoever, listen, if you're not speaking, mute. Listen, it's a 2-minute. Y'all need to go outside. Y'all going long, and it's causing people to just start screaming because they want to talk. So y'all need to make sure the mic is moving around.
Yes, man.
So what was this? I want
to respond to Sweets real quick, brother, and I'm gonna get out your way, done with it. Yeah, done with it. I'll get out your way, bro. Just allow me to do this with Sweets. I hear what you're saying, bro. But imagine $500 to create a fucking LLC to get a military contract right now. How much money do you think black Americans could make doing that and running it through black banks? Fuck what they are spending. How can we get some of that windfall, whether it be for food services, NGO services, recovery services, repair services, all of these things that are on the table actively spent money right the fuck now. Imagine if black Americans had businesses to capture those fucking contracts, sir.
We've been imagining
run that money through black banks right now.
We've been dreaming and imagining that for a long time, and I'm talking about what was spent yesterday, bro, and 2 days ago.
Yeah,
I imagine
let them spend more. Let them spend more.
Yeah.
Think about this. Now, hear me out. This is why I said this is where emotion got to stop, because hear me out. If they're spending, how can you get in the way of the spending mechanism and bring it back in?
That's not.
Do you understand what I'm saying, bro?
Nobody's arguing that there's at least I like arguing that there's very little that we can do to stop. We know as African Americans, okay, you don't have to blow smoke up our, you know what, or gaslight us as if we don't understand the power, the dynamics of power. We know we're not in a position to really control what this government is doing. Hell, most American people are not in a position to control what this government is doing. I think what the problem comes in is the delusional talk that I'm hearing from certain people. Okay, it's like this idea. I get it. America is a country where we can make money. I make money all the time, my man. Okay, but here's the thing. Stop with the delusional talking about people. You know, it's like, oh well, you know, this is good for us black people. They're going to war. So all of this and that and contracts and blah blah blah. I'm like, nigga, like stop the bullshit. Okay, you dudes is too much trying to America. Like get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. Okay, like please stop that shit. I just have one question quickly now. For that sister that's in here, and I'm not attacking her. I don't attack women. I don't attack anybody for that matter. But just the sister, you got a hot mic, Cypher. The sister, Arshin, okay? I have a question for you, respectfully, sister. Yeah, I'm not attacking you. I was listening to you because I like to listen to people. You were saying that, well, you know, Israel and America, they're going to bring peace to the region and all these. Are you there, Arshin? They're going to bring. Thank you. They're going to bring peace to the region and all this stuff. I heard you when you said that. I would just to be curious I'm curious to know, what do you think about when Israel had its protracted war with so-called Hamas, and it killed over 60,000 people, and over 20,000 of those people were children, this is based on the fact that those people basically live in an open air prison. Okay, so peace at what cost? Because that's what they did to us in America. As long as they didn't hear about it, they didn't care that we would get lynched. Just keep as long as we don't hear about it. If we don't hear about it, it don't exist, even though it's actually happening. So, what are your thoughts on that? The fact that they killed 20,000 children is what the numbers are coming out saying right now. Does that sound like peace to you, sis? I'm just being honest.
I'm gonna back you on John.
Thank you for the question and for showing that you were actually listening to me. That was my intention to tell you guys that Hezbollah and some other these terrorist organizations has been created by the Iranian regime. Actually, yes, you are hearing a lot of news from the war between Gaza and Israel and the people how many people was killed in Gaza. But you don't hear the other side of the story. You don't hear how many Israeli has been killed, how many kids in Israel was being killed, how many people in Iran was being killed. Do you know that? It's been 47 years. Our people being murdered, captured, everything in Iran. Just because we're saying that, we don't want a war. We don't want to spend our money to support Hezbollah. But they're saying that we don't care what you're saying. We wanna have this organization because they are not human to us, because they are Jewish, and this is you are living in America, right? So you know that it's like no matter what your religion is, you're human. I don't care. Let me make one thing clear between my speaking. Yes, my profile says that I am Armenian because I'm Persian Armenian. Like, even though you guys don't know what does mean Persian Armenian, but you know what? Iran has Israelis, like Jews. Iran has Armenian. Iran has Kurds, Lord, everything we have. We are all human. We are living before this regime. We were all as a united nation together. But this war is dividing people. This war is just bringing hate, just killing innocent people. Believe me, if this war right now in Iran gets successful by Israel and USA, they get rid of Iranian regime, Hezbollah not going to be exist. There is not going to be any innocent people killed in Gaza anymore because there's not going to be any more war. That's why we're asking that for that.
Man, you filibuster. Hold up, real quick. You filibuster. Hold up, real quick. I'm not filibustering anything. I gotta have at least one thing.
Went down, Jesus.
Can I go real fast here? I heard some stuff about Israel.
Go ahead, let's get them news speakers in there. Go ahead, Shango.
Yeah, I heard something about Palestinians selling their land. No, Israel was annexed off of Palestine after World War. British crown annexed the British did because they first tried to go to South Africa. So they gave them that land, took land from the Palestine, and Hezbollah, unfortunately, some way out stuff and put other people's lives and funny how you blow up, you a hero. So but soon to fight back, I become a terrorist while you killing my people for no reason. When I fight back, I'm a terrorist. For her to say that, and she from there, she probably went along with that same ideology that the Shah of Iran had with that totalitarian. Because she got to know who these people coming up. Because I know Iran's there. I told her what a little bit moderate now. They got a little moderate from coming to U.S., UK, and all these different places
do whatever they want and still claim Islam. You and I ran where you just can't run your mouth talking about I'm a Muslim and not be up under that law. But anyway, I'm going to say this real quick in my closing. Stop saying that Israel was this divine place. No, those people were given 47. Stadiums never wanted their asses over there. As far as we talking about them, as far as this boy Trump, this move in the world when he went over there like he did, it's gonna cause some repercussions. Over here, you don't realize how many people that are loyal to the Ayatollah are living in America right now. This man causing problems for you that you don't even see, both or military. Got that the most machinery is outdated. You spending $10 million to blow out a $50,000 drum. You come on, y'all. We need that part. I will agree with Doug. But man, they wasting a lot of money to fight this war, man. They are not military worldwide. But anyway, I'm probably saying Mike while I talk.
Yeah, Mike cutting out. Poll and check it side to side real quick. Because all I'm saying is this. The reality of it is we hear the sob story and we hear it. But we see how the people get when they get the American air in their nostrils and their white bony nostrils and their nose. You follow me? They are white. When they get here, they treat us like niggas because they are white in this caste society, right? And so going to war for them is the same as going to war for the Ukrainians. You understand? I don't eat no Ukraine food, and I don't know nothing about no motherfucking Iraqi food either. You know, so I can't even support you on a meal. The reality of it is, you support us, we niggas to you. And that's our tax dollars. Now that our tax dollars,
you don't have to make. I don't look at you like a black man.
Excuse me, homie. Just stand down for a second, please. Let me put this total in. And the reality of it is that you don't give a fuck about black people. And they tax us, work us to the bone. And then they tell us that they don't got our Social Security money. They're coming up short when it's time for our grandparents and our older parents to retire, right? So we don't have insurance. Not only do we not have insurance, we aren't able to get our proper health care. Right, but they spent enough money in the last few days to pay for health care for dozens of Americans. I mean, when I say dozens, I mean dozens of states of Americans, right? And so they don't give a fuck about us. And so for me to feel the sob story, well, this, you know what's really a sob story? Is this land that you're talking that's America is my people's land. You know what's really a sob story is that they lied about taking the land from us, then did a brainwash on us, where my people didn't even know where we came from when we came from here all the goddamn time. The biggest fuck in history has happened to us, and you cry because they made you be a Muslim. I can't cry about that. I really don't give a damn about it. If you got the moxie, fight for your country, the same way we've had to fight these racist motherfuckers the whole time. Our women is fucked up mentally. Our kids is fucked up mentally. We got scars from being here in America under their white supremacy. I don't have no sympathy for the bullshit. And I don't have no sympathy when it comes to coming out of my motherfucking pocket when we can't get housing. We was just dealing with Somali motherfuckers who for $18 billion, but they can't figure out how to give us a goddamn check. Right?
Now you complaining.
Every time I'm landing right here. Hey, I'm gonna land right here, nigga. I'm gonna put the pole right here and shake it side to side. The Mexicans, we deal with them walking up here with the sombrero on. They got 10, 15 motherfucking states that they run and rule over with all their motherfucking migration. The last thing I'm caring about is our irony and her motherfucking tears or any of them motherfuckers in their tears, because really, when they get a breath of this here freedom, they don't give a fuck about a nigga, and I'll land on it.
Brother, you're playing the victim mentality.
He voted for the guy. Buyer's remorse.
You're playing into the victim mentality.
Y'all the victims right now, so we don't need to make the mentality shit where y'all over there begging for help. So let's cut that part out of the combo.
Can I speak for 2 seconds?
Before you speak, as
I want to back up.
1,000
One
words.
second. I don't mind to talk with anybody. As long as you are talking with respect. I never use any bad words, and I don't let you disrespect me or anybody from my community.
Do you tell that to anybody from Israel? Because they attacking your community right now. They feel like you can say that to them.
We really appreciate the Israelis and Africans who are attacking.
We all appreciate them for it.
Really, we are really appreciating that because
You think those schoolgirls appreciate it?
yes, because we asked for that. We are
Schoolgirls.
When you ask them to kill them 160-something schoolgirls, ask them to kill them 160-something schoolgirls. Y'all asked Israel to kill them schoolgirls?
That's the thing. You don't know that. You don't know that what really is happening.
So Iran. Okay. So Iran killed their own schoolgirls.
Yes,
Wow. She said, hold on. Listen to her. She said Iran killed those schoolgirls. This is propaganda at an all-time high.
And they said it on
Even the United States and Israel is not saying that. So even they're not saying it.
to doing it. What are you
So
talking
let's
about?
watch the video in the chat.
What do you mean?
You gotta watch CNN. We all look at the video in the chat. We talking about propaganda. So, like that video about man.
Your social communication is I am very deeply, very sorry for you.
Bro, people are approaching. How does it not a good source?
Just believe what he's saying in the story.
If you see the video in the chat, let me just say this. When it comes to the situation at hand, I don't see how black people, I thought we was going to mind our whole business these damn 4 years, no matter what was going on with the national, global politics.
We are.
I thought black folks had get my damn goddamn business. I'm drinking and smoking and laughing at all this bullshit, how motherfuckers be bent out of shit. And the funniest thing about this, these niggas will never even take their ass to the Middle East. Most niggas couldn't even go to the Middle East, man. They don't even allow no drinking.
When you go on,
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. No one's going to hate
Nobody wants to
Shit, I know what you're saying. I know you're gonna disagree, but I'm trying to get y'all pissed off the actual thing for a second. Now, you know and I know that nigga, all this shit that's going on, the United States moves regardless if people like it or don't like it. Am I wrong? No matter who's in office.
Yes.
when we going to Tehran? Hey, when we going to Tehran?
Correct?
No, you are wrong.
Because the funniest thing about it is we like spoiled children. Where we, to be honest, most niggas haven't even traveled to nowhere part of these areas where you can't say and talk shit. Mind you, we can talk shit about Donald Trump all the time. We call this motherfucker pedophile, call this motherfucker rapist, raper. You can't talk to that shit to the Ayatollah, nigga. You'll have your head in the scalpel. Somebody that's mentally ill crash out over the Ayatollah. Well, he got your fucking head and slaughter your ass in 24 seconds. Like I said,
What's the point you're trying to make? What's the point you're trying to make? What's the point you're trying to make?
Let me talk, man.
The fucking lecturing us on the
Let me talk. And see, that's how I know that you niggas don't believe in no freedom of speech. If we had you niggas as the leaders, we couldn't give you no nuclear weapons. We couldn't give you no damn ability to have you arrested power.
That's right.
We couldn't give you niggas no arrested power because you would lock a nigga up just for having a disagreement.
That's what I'm talking about.
And that's the funniest thing about this whole shit, man. I disagree with y'all all the time. But I disagree with y'all all the time. But I've never sent y'all selves where you deserve death. And other countries, you'll be dead. Other countries, you'll be dead.
Put your cape on,
Other
Superman.
countries, you'll definitely be dead.
If you
Other countries, you'll definitely be dead.
In the United States, took it out leaders that agree with them.
No.
What do you think about this whole shit?
how can you tell us not to worry about it when money out there funding this shit?
Well, dirty.
Because let me
tell you this, man. Did you know that your paycheck is also likely for 50%? Did you know that?
Right?
Did you know that? No, niggas don't read.
Black plus
He wait a minute.
Yeah, run that back one more time.
Stem cell research. And everybody that said release the file, they don't read the files to even read. That's why the fuck the damn Dr. Stephen Victor from New York City was leveraging the black women and black women's kids to get the stem cell research. Now everything's a conspiracy theory. Now I'm just saying anything. But that should that it'll be nothing that you want to be released.
I love these Negroes. I love these Negroes.
Getting kids in the medical industry, you cannot lie and act like the white supremacist system of the healthcare sector uses black people as the biggest.
Nobody ain't saying that. Hold on. No, nobody ain't saying that. Wait, I love these Negroes who talk the speech stuff, man. Now it makes sense. You talking to something and different. Wait.
My nigga that smoke weed and smoke black.
Let's go back. Let me tell you this.
Y'all must be ready to go to bed. Okay. It's one mic.
Yeah, it's supposed to be one mic on me. Them niggas cut me off. They disagree.
Go back to the black percentage.
Have everybody say white supremacy and don't realize that he's the biggest guinea pig in the healthcare sector. Hello? Am I tripping? Hello, fellas. Anybody in the healthcare sector can actually have a talk about how black people's specific is being used for stem cell research?
Because of Iran, huh? Go ahead, Sean. Connect with that.
No. It's a situation where we keep letting these motherfuckers slip to it as us, all the healthcare sector. We go to these damn doctors, let them motherfuckers do anything and everything to us, and refuse to build your own fucking shit. I ain't even blaming the white man at this point. If you allow yourself to do the damn deal for the white man every single goddamn time, yeah, I would dispute a lot of the bullshit that you do. Because you keep on letting motherfuckers do it. They can always get a new nigga. They can always get a new nigga.
That's my nigga right there. Go ahead, Sean.
I thought majority of people leave their placenta at the birth. I might be wrong now, but I don't think everybody.
You said release the files, right? Have you read the files?
Yeah, well, you know, they also use. Hold on, when you talking stem cell research, you talking stem cell research.
I ain't gonna say it again. Let the man finish so the mic can move around on the stage.
Okay, who's next up, Eric?
I'm not done yet. I know we got some more. Come on, sir.
The funny thing about this, I was conspiracy theories when we know that them nigga asked the biggest damn guinea pig for the healthcare sector. We got the best dudes. Remember how melanin cost $3,000? Remember all that talk? Remember all that talk about saying billionaire needs a burden, black ass first black Now we forgetting that. Now we trust the system again. I see. But like I said, man, when it comes to this whole thing, it's funny how we talk about this morality shit. And nigga, everything in our life is based on American commodity. Black people refuse to go anywhere else. Anytime when somebody say go to Africa, I ain't go to Africa, nigga. So you might as well make America work. You might as well make America work. Everybody with brothers and go take those black ass back to Africa. White man say go back to Africa. Africans say Africans say everybody in the planet is talking shit to black ass. That's the funniest thing about this whole scenario. This guy act like he hates the system while getting the system. Act like we hate the system while getting the system. Act like we hate the system while eating the system and wanting more from the system. When food stamps was cut, y'all niggas was the first ones that eat them yams.
Nah, bro, there wasn't no black people with no lines at the food banks. Come on, bro.
Thank you so much.
Think you came from.
And that's why I'm saying, man, we act like we got issue with the
Right, man.
I'm done.
God, thank you.
Still to the research. You can't leave out. Hold on.
I love how this guy talking about free speech and you was in front of the Ayatollah and you cut your head off. This guy can then forget that America was literally assassinating all of our leaders just for speaking out and fighting for basic human rights. They killed Malcolm, they killed Martin. Hold on, you talk for a long ass time. Shut your fat mouth for a minute, my man. God damn, shut your fat mouth. You rambled and spewed a bunch of fucking.
When you leaving, nigga? When you leaving America, then?
Bro, you spewed a bunch of fucking verbal diarrhea for about 30 minutes damn near. Okay, you got your verbal diarrhea out. This guy is talking about if you guys were in front of the
Hey, go ahead and make yours. Don't keep on mute.
I am. If you stop cutting me off,
Stay on mute.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, and I'm not gonna be as long as him. So I only wanted to address the first point that he made because I was listening to all of it. I just want to address the first point. You know, this idea that, well, you guys forget you're in America and you're free speech, and if you're in front of the Shaw, you couldn't say that in front of the Shaw. Well, what the hell did they do to Medgar Evers? What did they do to Fred Hampton? What did they do to Brother Malcolm? What did they do to Brother King? And the list goes on and on. Hell, Asada Shakur had to break up out of jail and flee to Cuba to escape these motherfuckers. And you want to talk about some goddamn freedom of speech? Bro, your ass is delusional, my man. You are a delusional new age Negro. Wake up, my man. Sir, please, sir, I know these hard facts are in your soul right now, what's left of it, okay? I know it's the soul, but I'm just trying to, sir, please.
Damn, Don, you gonna finish? You please.
Wait a minute, you let him ramble and spill diarrhea for 30 minutes and I just went for a minute and a half. Hey, okay, I'm gonna shut up because you know what? He's gonna spill diarrhea because, okay. Listen, the only point I'm making is that Eric, the only point I'm saying is I felt that was laughable. I'm sorry. That was fucking laughable, my man. And you often say shit that's just like, what the hell is this talking about?
Laugh on you and make your point.
Okay, I wasn't even talking to you. Have some respect. I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking to the man. Okay?
Acting like a
Shut your mouth and know your roles are broken. Put a bomb on that nigga, man. I'm arrogant. I'm saying Eric mind is saying, fuck you, bitch ass nigga. That's what Eric is saying.
So you gotta go. Sit down.
Erica, can I say this real quick to you, Erica? Do you think that the man is really men that sound like that? Does that really feel like security for you? Like, yeah, I need a man like that. Yeah, let me get with them with it. I feel so secure.
Oh, daddy, who is that?
Like I said, man, we don't know what to do with the black community. We got some sassy dudes in the black man community. Black men get challenged.
The whole
Let me
time.
just say, I don't care if my brother is dumb, but Kevin, we need some masculinity in
The
this.
statement was stupid.
At least
It was a stupid statement, my man.
The statement
It was
was
a dumbass statement.
I respect Kurt. He a masculine brother, but you ain't masculine at all, dumb with it. You ain't masculine at all.
Whatever.
Hey, Sean, done with it when tampon when it's hot outside.
Thank you.
I'm not about to do
Y'all got
anything.
y'all rulers.
I'm not about to do anything.
I'm not about to
You
do
said that the
anything.
statement was dumb. I called the statement dumb. That's it.
Trying to do this one at a time so we can be productive. Y'all got y'all rulers. All right, and we're gonna have to do this one at a time so we can be productive and give a true judgment. Y'all ready?
Dumb. That's it.
Who got the first rule? All right.
You ever
Just they start attacking personally. I call the statement dumb. They call it personal attack. That's what they do.
I stand up for a Chicago nigga, a real nigga. John is a real nigga. Motherfucker smoke PCP for 15 motherfuckers. That boy a real prick.
say something about done. It's going to the go. Let's get back on topic. Gentlemen, please conduct yourselves.
Okay, baby.
All right, now come on, man.
So,
What's up, baby? I'm fine, baby. You're fine, baby. I treat you like a
This nigga drunk. Goddamn, boy, not as drunk, big girl.
Come on,
Hey, man, listen. Hey, listen, Erica, I just want y'all to understand. It's Friday, Saturday, and it's about to be Sunday tomorrow, right? And remember, these niggas be poor, they don't be hanging out, they don't take no girls out to date for dinner. Like, you, listen, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is,
Hey, Pedro.
the same niggas, like, y'all don't date women or nothing, like, y'all don't take that girl that y'all got boarded up in the house, y'all don't take her to go get some cheddar baked biscuits for real, lobster or something. Hey, they got the lamb chop. Hey, the lamb chops back at Longhorns, man. Take her to go get some parmesan something. Buy the girl some flowers. Damn.
She don't go get nothing to eat.
Bring her some flowers.
Hey, Pedro, I was out there in Jacksonville. I was in the Ville.
You ain't calm. Stop playing, man.
Hey, you know what? You know what's more hood than Jacksonville?
What that?
No, that's not. We not gonna do
Memphis. We call Memphis.
I want to say something, man.
Y'all some hating ass Negroes. Shut up. I'm gonna put all of y'all to stage, bro. I keep on trying to tell you. Don't worry about that, nigga. You ain't even got no place to stay. You stay in a little market. And then we're gonna go back to the topic. Stop playing now.
They've been home.
I'm trying to tell you. Stop playing on. Put y'all on stage. I'm serious.
Okay, so let me get to the conversation, man. Listen, yes, we should support Donald Trump because what else do you niggas got? Remember, Joe Biden told you niggas, what else do you niggas got? Vote for me or you ain't black. All my boy Donald Trump is doing is showing y'all, man, we down for business. This crackhead, this crackhead came through with all the promises now. The only promise I'm waiting on him to come through with is him being a president for a third term. This crackhead did everything else. Like, you done been checking he made a list and checking it twice. Listen, I want y'all to vote for me. No, I think he's a third term.
Way too
Yeah.
term.
Nah, listen,
He's
it don't matter.
right now.
My dog got a time machine, man. Donald Trump, he was time traveling. His son, Barry Trump, he got a book about him. Listen, all I'm telling y'all is the clues. Barry Trump. Listen, they gonna ride and fly. Book called The Adventures of Barry Trump. Listen, okay, man. Donald Trump supposed to be our last president. If he pulled that off, y'all might not say nothing about my nigga. I'm gonna say something. I don't know, listen. Hey, I'm gonna lay my shit. I'm gonna say something blasphemous. I'm gonna say something blasphemous. I'm gonna say something real blasphemous. If Donald Trump pulled that shit off, guess what? I'm gonna trade his white card for some black card. Yeah, man, my nigga that. Donald Trump,
He already a nigga.
If he, I'm in this motherfucking bigger truck. Nigga, I was looking to the city. Oh, shit. Yeah, bitch, I'm driving.
Somebody's life in jeopardy right now.
Yeah, hey, no, I'm by myself.
Listen, are you walking home? You might be in the back of an Uber or something.
I'm driving. I'm a player, eh?
Well, in that case, I ain't gonna let you distract yourself. Now stay on mute. You gonna go goodbye? Well, the turbulence is no. Okay. All right.
All right, so
Let me get back on there.
you about to be
I'm gonna go out the shop. Go ahead,
come this shit. I just want motherfuckers to understand that this whole scenario is being done because they want to get leverage over China. China does the shit diplomatic where China goes to shake hands. That's why that kind of get down is more appealing at first to African nations where the nations got copper and uranium. When it comes to this approach of America where this is more like strong army, strong army, this is egoism. Yeah, because we got the biggest guns, we spend the most on defense, test our guns. China and Russia gave Iran everything that they fucking have, radar sensors, air defense, and motherfucking Navy still got some where 40 fucking ships is gone. These niggas only got 107. You are, I would just say this. American bullying, yes. But how can you else get there unless you take and siphon away Venezuelan oil, Iranian oil, and get the iron ore that's both in Venezuela, the silver in Venezuela, and also a lot of rare earth minerals all across through South America. When it comes to this situation, I would just say this. China has it where their version of slavery is the debt and traffic. Where they'll give you $2 billion, yes, they'll give your black ass $2 billion. Nobody in the world will give your black ass $2 billion for damn China development bank in Beijing. But nigga, you have so much cash, a tall water tower to try and pay that bitch back. This fucking economy is broke. This nigga that got $1 billion and wind up getting $6 billion and wind up not feeling shit. Like I said, when it comes to this scenario, America does business very funny style. I know. But damn it, what else? Who else do we know as a devil? So would black community go to Russia and say, hey man, I'm fucking with y'all? Or go to China? Matter of fact, go to North Korea. Those are only motherfuckers that got a problem with the West, homogeny, is those countries. You see what's going on right? Niggas done blown up. But a lot of y'all get sounding and acting like you have this. And even Iranians that be in the chat saying, nigga, please, dear God, believe my nigga. You don't know what the fuck going on in Tehran. Neither the left wing or the right wing of the party know what the fuck is going on in the Middle East. But Brother Cypher, please go ahead, sir. I think, man, we're going to let another money opportunity miss.
Honda Sonata. Yeah. Hey, man. Real show. A whole lot of work. Yeah. Let me get up in there. Real quick, because he waking it up. And this is what I had to say earlier, Sean, and it was with Don. He's an example, and another brother that was in the good. When I told these niggas, I said, man, we gotta remove our emotions, find out how we can strategically align ourselves to take a swing at the windfall, basically, because there's all contracts being funded right now for the war effort or whatever their shit is, right? How can we get in the way of that? And Sweeties was one of them. He's like, we spend $900 million a day. I said, yeah, hopefully they spend more, and we can spend $900 to make an LLC to go get you a goddamn contract. Sean, God is my witness, I ain't lying. Here goes the kickback from these niggas. They said, oh man, you gotta get here go with the LLC talk. Oh, you gotta get qualified to get a contract. Oh, just excuses. Then done with it, trying to throw shade on me. Repeated what I said, and then when it came to the specifics of what I said, hold on, when I resurrect you, good brother, you just go ahead. But when he got into the specifics of what I said, he said the blah 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 part. Not that I said what I was saying was actually fundamentally making fucking sense. He wanted to gloss over it to say that what I was saying, even though it was the solution, was nothing. It's too much of a hard fucking task for remedial scary niggas that sit on this damn app and talk all goddamn day and do nothing. But when it comes to less than $1,000, nigga, you can get qualified to go out there and get funding. And to your point, Sean, you're fucking right. We're trying to raise some motherfucking capital right now for this critical earth mineral arbitrage. And guess what? In response to the Bank of China that we have access to, their percentage rate versus DFC and Eximo Bank over here in America, there's a 4% gap on interest on $20 motherfucking million.
Yeah, they give you cheap lines,
right? So they will give you. China is giving us a higher interest rate than the Americans. The American was talking about 2% and 4% on $2 billion. And China, Yeah, Bank of China is hitting niggas in the head for 6 and 8%, and you have to go through a little bit more compliance.
Else in the world will fund it cipher.
Exactly. So here's that point that I made earlier. I don't know if you was in the room when I said this, but I told niggas, I said they was giving away these loans. We was talking about the refinery and Melissa brought the refinery in Nigeria and all that stuff. I said, guess who they got some money from? Then she said, who? I said, China. And she thought I was lying, but lo and behold, China gave $400 million in equipment finance, and they started the first funds. But China has been reducing their lending in Africa because those African nations have been taking that money and throwing it away. And then what China's been doing, the same what they were doing in Latin America, was giving predatory loans with dumbass long terms, highest interest rates. So you'll always have to keep refinancing, restructuring, or you're going to give up those resources. And while you're paying that shit back, they're accessing the very thing that they built, logistics, supply chains, infrastructure, all that shit for themselves at a much cheaper fucking rate. So what they're failing to see, because they're misled by their emotions, is that fuck all the solutions and the ways to fix it. I don't like it. Because I don't like it, I don't feel comfortable with it. Iranians shouldn't be either. Even though you have a woman in the motherfucking room that's from Iran that said she's glad that they're bombing her. They asked for that help. And she specifically said, I am glad that they're bombing us. That we're getting rid of the Houthis and all those other motherfuckers. And you have these leftist nigga males telling this woman how she should motherfucking feel about her own current standing and situation, even though these same Iranian motherfuckers come to America claiming that they're white, buy up our goddamn blocks and neighborhoods, and then sell shit back to us at a fucking dumbass high fucking price and keep your change every now and then when you too dumb to fucking count it. And then selling poison in our neighborhood.
Wait, can I respond to you, brother? Because you did.
She said Iranian and something else. But go ahead, down with it. And then before hold on, one disclaimer. I got a disclaimer done, y'all. Before you go in, done with it, I just got one disclaimer for you. You know, brother, we might fundamentally disagree. We might fundamentally disagree. Yes, I'm using you as an example, but don't take this too personal, okay? This is a business between me and you. We might disagree on this, but I respect you as long as you respect me.
I haven't disrespected you not once. It's just a conversation. Okay, listen, bro. I hear what you're saying. I heard everything you said. Your little piece there. I get it. You know, listen. The whole what you're dealing with there. Okay. Maybe how you're dealing with all of that. It's a bit above my pay grade. I don't pretend to be an expert in everything. I know what I know. I add to what I know. As far as the things that interest me and the things that I feel will help me advance better in life. Here is the thing, though. What I want you to understand, okay? I think it's a bit, and I know this term has been overused a lot, but I think it's apropos. Gaslighting. I think you're kind of like gaslighting, and I'll tell you why I said it. It's going to be an Oxford soon as an overused term, I'm telling you. But I think it's good here. Because basically what you're saying is, if a person has a principled stance, okay, and they choose not to involve themselves, however they see, however they feel able not to, right? Like however that works out, right? Where they're not involving themselves. Somehow or another, that's leading with emotion. No, that's just a person with a principled stance, good brother. Like listen, okay, fine. You see value in war, and you see value in the current war. Okay, well here, I'll say in the current situation, because the one minute they're saying it's war, next minute they're saying it's not war. So I'll say the current situation that's going on. You see value in it. You see it as opportunity to make money. Okay, that's fine, good brother. I don't begrudge you though. Okay, I don't begrudge you. Let's just be real. Okay, the thing though is because a person has a principled stance, that doesn't mean that lead with emotion, good brother. I think we need to stop this. Come on now, Cypher, and we need to stop this now. Just because the person draws the line in the sand and says, "Hey, as best I can, even though I live in America, I don't want to have anything to do with that." And seeing that I'm on the outside of it, and I just seem to have an opinion on it, an analysis, a critique. Doesn't mean I'm leading with emotion. That just means I'm looking at the situation and I'm weighing it from my vantage point. I could be wrong. Things I say can be wrong. People can come along and correct me and say, "Done with it, you're wrong with that, good brother. Here's the source to show that you're wrong with that." And if it's correct, right, exact, I take my brother's pull up, my sister's pull up. Simple as that. But to say that I'm leading with emotion just because I take a principled stance and say, "Okay, I want to invest any of my money that I have involved in that." That's not leading with emotion. That's just me taking a principled stance. What's wrong with that? Can you tell me what's wrong with that?
Okay, brother.
No, he can't.
I don't think about it more lighthearted, bro. I don't really want to go back and forth with one.
Hey, look, I got a question for y'all niggas.
He doing alone, man.
Hey, do white people eat more fried chicken than we do?
Asians do.
What day of the week?
Oh, nigga, they cook more fried chicken.
Yes. In this day and time, I'm willing to say yes. Them damn white folks love fried chicken, bro. They love it. I'm willing to say yes.
They can't cook it, though. No.
Colonel Sanders, that soft.
They can't cook fried chicken, though.
Special
I
recipe.
would just argue with somebody telling them, like, yeah, white folk might buy fried chicken, but they can't cook that shit. Man, I think this is funny. I think it's funny. How we got the fried chicken, man? I just got to the phone. Because I came here and asked that question. Y'all niggas been arguing about this same shit for 4 hours. I think it's funny, man. You know, I can't wait until when we have, like, the black elections where we can finally vote in niggas in office. Like, vote me. We can actually vote niggas in office, and we can finally debate from boule nigga to hood nigga. I told you what you gonna be, nigga. You Secretary of Treasury. You don't even have a choice. We need niggas to start
Be the Secretary of the Transportation of the Train.
We need to get y'all out of here. Sweet. Have y'all rent out a big space and have it where y'all can go like the city to city and thoroughly organize some shit out. And motherfuckers will fuck with y'all. You gonna have totem pole get some money because people gonna put some money on totem pole books. People went on that nigga back. Yeah. People gonna fuck with Sweet. People gonna fuck with Sweet ideology. People gonna, I don't know if people gonna fuck with that with it, but people gonna fuck with Red. People gonna fuck with Sweet because Sweet, like, he boule adjacent, so other boules Red for the people. So, you know, when it comes to that shit,
they like Sweet's wisdom. It ain't nothing to do with that boule.
And your ass is Nipsey Hussle granddad, Sweet. Like, little feather.
That's right.
Little feather message. People like Erica. People like Flawless. I'm telling you. People like Fifth Dimension. I'm telling y'all. Cypher. Motherfuckers gonna be rocking with y'all. Because why? Y'all niggas is crazy. Ain't nobody fucking with Cypher. I was just talking shit. Cypher is smart nigga, man. I ain't
gonna be the Ministry of Economics. You know he gonna be.
You know what day it is. Like, nigga, and K Gibb, you don't even respond to my messages, nigga.
You young gifted in black.
Cypher smart on that. I just couldn't know.
Cypher gonna have a Zoom
Wednesday. Sometimes.
Ministry of Secretary
Can't tell ya. 85 South, the niggas are not funny. 85 South is not funny as much. DC, right, I'm gonna say DC on fly funny. You can take his job. He funny. Nigga, you can take his job. He come from where I come from. He funny.
Hey, Tony Paul gonna be the Minister of Deportation. He gonna be deporting.
I guess relatability. But like I said, man, when it comes to this shit, they either need y'all in microphones, and y'all just sit around, y'all just talk about random shit, just play the news. Just play the news, and everybody all react to the news, and everybody sit down, they can all watch the news and all react to some shit, and then when it say some junky ass shit, and everybody start arguing with them what it's saying, and then everybody start laughing in the background. Motherfucker put some, get somebody out there.
I'm gonna get more bad.
As long as I'm over the archive,
I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be
Y'all read out all the intellectual stuff. So now y'all just gonna be talking.
It's my fault,
You
Eric.
ain't got nothing smart to say.
It's my fault, Eric. I asked these niggas about fried chicken.
So
Y'all niggas talking about fried chicken. I'm trying to put some money in y'all pocket, nigga. I'm telling you, this shit gonna work. Cause people gonna fuck with Erica. Well, all the dudes, when she stand up, all the dudes gonna be like, damn, I don't mind being a single, I don't mind single mothers.
Hey, the Congress of Black Negroes. I like that, man.
I'm telling you, man, like, Sweet people will rock with you.
Yeah, I like that, Sweet. The Congress of Black Negroes.
Black Negroes is down with it. Congress.
Sweet is not stupid.
Yeah, the first Continental Black Negro Congress is gonna be held in 2027.
Yeah, we D4L, man. We down for life. Like I said, man, at this aspect, niggas need to start voting on shit. Niggas vote for politicians, don't be known. Like Raj Baraka, Red, you could have won the damn New Jersey race. This nigga not This nigga got $70,000.
We need a delegation in every zip code. That's what we got. We need a delegation in every zip code.
This nigga in Newark, New Jersey, Ross Baraka, got 300,000 populace. But this nigga only won the race with 11,000 votes.
I could be in. I know 11,000 people.
Nigga, only thing you gotta do is just do social media programs. Just get the YNs to vote for you, nigga. You don't get to vote for YNs.
Nigga, I done sold drugs to shit twice as many people as that.
That disqualified him.
I got 11,000 motherfuckers I blocked.
I like it because we need more. How can I say? We need more dark horses. We need some niggas that's unpredictable to be in office.
Yeah. Better call up Randall. Call him.
Why do I say predictable? Because
See, look, we need to have niggas that's gonna settle disputes inside the Congress room. Like when them white niggas talk crazy or get out of line or say some other shit. Hey, bro, lock that door. I'm about to beat this nigga ass in here. We gonna come to an agreement.
Hell yeah.
Lock that door, bro. Ain't nobody leaving. We gonna come to a vote before we leave this motherfucker.
like I'm telling you, man, why do I say this? It's because a lot of these niggas don't know shit about politics nor economics. A lot of y'all is smart. Y'all know about money. Y'all run businesses, y'all own property. Y'all actually have a general understanding how money works. A lot of these motherfuckers don't know how money works. I don't know how y'all niggas be putting some of these niggas in office. The Birmingham mayor is shit. I'm sorry, the Birmingham mayor's nephew got shot because he trying to rob somebody's house over in Bessemer, and motherfucker gave him that lump.
Probably stupid ass.
Motherfucker gave him that lump.
And one thing I ain't never did, bro. I ain't never rob a nigga, bro. Cause I just couldn't see that just be taken away from another nigga. Like, he just
come out and just robbed the bank today and stuff.
nigga just living at a bank. Hell yeah, but with a good plan, I'll run up in that motherfucker. That's the government money.
But the thing is, you don't
Ain't the bank
realize
everybody money?
so
The bank is where everybody put their money, and the bank just use your money to
It's
get it up.
insured, nigga. That shit is insured. That ain't our money.
There ain't no money in there. That shit is great. 10% is there.
But do you see how anybody can get elected local office in some of these nigga towns? I ain't gonna lie to you. Robbins, Illinois, they got the youngest mayor. This nigga 19.
Seen another nigga like 22.
Nigga 22.
I seen another nigga like 22. He a senator.
19. Mind you, if you can play the corruption game as a mayor the correct way, because Maxine Waters has stolen a lot of money, but that bitch makes sure that everything can track. She never take no money where people can track public funds to her hand.
I'm not even gonna lie, y'all.
How do you feel about, because you talk about corruption, and I don't disagree that you got corruption on both sides.
I'm gonna be corrupt.
And I agree that Maxine Waters have always been called out, even by Democrats, for taking money. I'm
But
just
she
curious.
never got no punishment.
And that's true. I agree with you. She still got to be punished.
Hey, let me ask y'all something.
Hold on. But my question is, how do you feel about the most? No, I'm going to ask you a question. How do you feel about the most recent one, Kristi Noem? I was watching that hearing, and this brought him basically
We
did.
talking about black people right now.
She did no. What she did classic cronyism. She basically funneled 146 million of our tax dollars into a fake company that went up 8 days. They used a fake clause to get around government bidding.
Always know how to ruin a
Bidding.
That's why
Like the fake bidding for the company, and then the money got filtered down.
Please stop screaming at each other.
That's still a scream.
Wait, how do you feel about her stealing the money? How do you feel her? I'm not done. How you feel about her stealing that money? Because when I seen Representative Nugas and he was questioning her, he said we couldn't find the company no goddamn well. Like that media company, they couldn't find it anywhere. We got 146 million.
We talking about black people right
Now,
now.
black politician, he bring it into like.
All right, can I answer it?
Black people, goddamn, this people was talking about $100 million she stole.
Answer the question.
All y'all niggas take me out. Like I said, I'm not with that shit at all. And I guess now.
I thought Don was speaking to God.
I have to ask them. I don't want.
Nigga, Don asked the question.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the question. I think I laid it out enough of it. I can lay out the full thing. I think I laid out enough of it.
Let me
Okay,
answer.
thank you. Go ahead.
she known she did was very corrupt. When it comes to that situation, I'm not in agreement of none of that. Because if I had a problem of $10 billion of light bulb head ass Somalis last month that everybody was downplaying and defending all last month, if I wasn't for them stealing $10 billion, I'm not for her stealing $20 billion. I'm not, and to be honest, that shit is like dropping a bucket compared to shit that I'm seeing here in California where I live at. Nigga, they found $600 billion red missing. $600 billion. That means the rail system, that high speed rail shit, $30 billion then gone. And Buffalo ain't got no fucking piece of pipe or a lid on nothing. You got $25 billion of homeless fund for 8 years was given to 2 gay white men. Like I said, I'm not for corruption on either side. If your shit is open air and sloppy like that, yeah, this bitch need to be gone. This bitch need to be gone. Nah, hell nah. You ain't even doing it correct. Because all the people from Richard Daley was the most corrupt. He the one that shipped y'all damn fucking shit to Saudi Arabia anyway. The damn party was going to Saudi Arabia, You don't even get the benefit from that damn shit. Who the damn co-signed that? But it shows you that Richard Daley was doing some bullshit, but he made sure Chicago looked presentable. He always made sure that downtown walk south
look presentable, brother.
It's nice.
Made downtown look presentable. Get that right.
Downtown. That's what I'm saying. Downtown. Damn. Nigga, I've been in Chicago plenty of times. God damn. And own property in Chicago. So I know what I'm talking about. God damn. But you don't own no property. You still in Big Mama house.
Oh,
shut up.
China, we got the right part. We have Negro town right next to China.
Sherm head. That should be fucking Sherm head.
Y'all was calling me out my
You can call your mama, and you can call your mama back.
Look here.
Wow. I
Call your
bring my
mama
mother
back.
into it.
Call
Wow.
your mama back.
God.
Damn junkie.
Hey, y'all finna go to bed, bro. What's wrong with y'all? What is wrong with you?
My bad.
Seriously,
My
y'all
bad.
can't find our way back to productive conversation.
Because
Now,
you
we've
gotta
been
keep
doing good all damn day now. I ain't gonna even lie. And when certain individuals enter into the scene, we can't seem to have productive intellectual conversation for some reason.
Hey, John. My apologies. Like when it comes to this situation, I apologize to you, Erica. I ain't apologizing for no damn. Let me not say it.
Hey, somebody call Pedro, man. Make sure he got home safely.
Why bring my mom up though? Like what my mom got to do with this?
Like I said, my apologies, Erica. My apologies.
Somebody to make sure Pedro didn't ride into no swamp down there in Florida.
My apologies. And I'll move on. But yeah, when it comes to that shit, Red, and back to the productive conversation.
Yeah, Black.
You still here?
Black politics. Come on, man.
Red, you still here?
Yeah.
You probably doing something. Like I said, you can go and take like a lot of them damn areas like South Fulton. You could get a mayor of South Fulton because South Fulton had corruption problems from that damn African temple that was stealing money. South Fulton, Georgia, and they got some nice homes in South Fulton, Georgia. Land lots and got lower taxes compared to outside of the city of Atlanta. You could take that nigga position. You could take a lot of these damn niggas' areas position. Cause it seems like you have way more bravado than any of these niggas. Respectfully, like the HBCU, Delta Q Dog niggas, them niggas need to go. They need to go. They need to go. All them damn boule ass niggas where motherfuckers say Q Dog, while his goddamn ritual was motherfucker had to stick a beaver up his ass. Motherfucker say, damn, what? Motherfucker had to drink goat piss or some wild ass shit like that. So you can just take South Fulton. South Fulton need the help. Brother Red. Like I said, and you got some street bravado where you could get some security, get some goons. Got a bulletproof vehicle like nigga, you 50 Cent, nigga, like you already in the White House. And you good. I'll put money behind some of y'all niggas, man. Like Red, Cypher, K Gibb. Who else I'll put money in their campaign? Erica. Why would I do that for Erica? Because the next mayor after this four-eyed nigga that's running their damn city is gonna be a black woman versus another black woman. I'd rather Erica be that black woman. Just like how Detroit fucked up and put in a loudmouth woman as the mayor, and she gonna fuck up the money. Like we need more faces, man. We need more people that is like a dark horse candidate where people didn't see you coming at all. But how did you win? Because you won the social media game. You can win as if the local shit off the social media game. Like the thing that I was laughing at the Jasmine Crockett shit was she was running nationwide ads and she just running for a Senate situation in Texas. That was the funniest thing. I'm like, why isn't I getting ads here in Cali? I'm not even in this damn district. I'm supposed to be getting ads from Michael Garcia, RX Paris, the same Republicans that be winning these damn counties in Southern California. But a lot of y'all can just win the social media game locally, get to 15,000 votes, get elected as mayor, start organizing some shit, reorganize some budgets, and actually at least get something done. Yeah, that's the only thing you need to do is reorganize the budgets. Most of these nonprofits get all the city money. If you realize most of the money that you see where they say $10 million for housing, well, that went to a nonprofit. $50 million for new commercial development downtown, $50 million grant. All the contracts are there in your face. The problem is the damn gatekeepers are not telling you how to bid on shit. The gatekeeper ain't telling you how to be able to do the situation to actually organize and get some kind of funding. But I really laugh at how most people just don't know that your CDFI was supposed to be the main person to tell you where the money is at. Like, Red could probably get a grant right now for some damn loans for his land, especially when it comes to anything that he owns in his custody. But yeah, K-Gib, what's going on, Ballhead? I saw you come off my K-Gib. Trying to get in contact with you for at least 2 months when it comes to these grants and shit. And I got Tennessee grants already loaded up and Georgia. And where the fuck y'all at? Y'all niggas is all quiet and shit. Cypher, Eric, where the hell y'all at? Man, it's only 11 o'clock where I'm at, man. Y'all tired?
No, I was over here distracted for a second. I was hearing y'all in the background. I did hear some stuff you said, bro.
See, Erica gonna say, get off mic. Why is you on mic? Why is you on mic?
Hey, I think what's the thing the thing that gets me a little bit mad, Sean, is that the reason why I personally don't like being out front with niggas when it comes to nigga leadership, we sacrifice our own. We literally got our boot on our own motherfucking head, tying ourselves to the ground, talking about the white man this, the white man that, this, Trump that, Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. I can't. But there's niggas out here really touching money, bro. There's niggas out here really riding away. And I think really what it is an insecurity complex, but I also think it's a fear of greatness because there's a responsibility with being in a position of leadership, being in a position of greatness to where people are following your intentions, your words. You see what I'm saying? I think there's a significant group of black men specifically that I'll speak to, forget everything else, black men alone, that are literally just fearful. And I'm not saying this to all of us by far, but there's a significant amount to where when these niggas cry, we hear noise. And I just be like, man, shut the fuck up. But those be the same niggas that will try and sabotage us. Those will be the same niggas that don't have resources, solutions, access to power, proximity to it, or even the real knowledge set about it to do anything.
So you know how to solve that problem cycle?
I'm doing it.
You work harder than the so-called Negro. That's it.
Yeah, but they'll trip you up, big dog.
They can't trip you out or trip you on nothing if you working 10 times harder than they is. How the hell a Negro, they can barely read, trip you up, and you working 15 times harder than them.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out when I say that. So when I say that, it is that exactly. These are the internal fireworks that decapitate us. It's not that we want. I mean, we're going to be successful without them niggas. Them lame ass niggas will die where they're at. They're not worthy of going to most places that other motherfuckers go. There's a reason why there's going to be poor motherfuckers. You're going to be poor in heaven. There's some niggas that will be poor in heaven and on earth. Yeah, exactly. Based off of their.
It's ain't no motion. It's just stagnant on this app.
Nah, there's motion. There's niggas moving.
It's like you just beat a dead horse right now.
Nah, there's niggas moving.
You ain't talking to nobody.
If you ain't making money on that damn rap,
I know you ain't talking to nobody in a room on the stage. They beat.
nigga.
No, you hear what I'm saying? I'm saying in general because it was echoed. It was echoed on the stage though. It was echoed on the stage. It was literally echoed on the stage, and that was the example I was using earlier because this is they represent a significant group of us black men that make it hard for black women to want to fucking follow. This is bigger than just Nino Brown and Carter. I'm saying,
again, we let that shit weigh us down. That's settling.
And I'm not saying that. No, hear me out, bro. I'm not saying that it's gonna stop us.
The worst part. So basically, you get on the best part, work harder than them, and forget about that shit. Stop making it.
100%. Here's my thing. There's no pushback on what you're saying. I agree. My point in saying that is something we have to pay attention to because it is an internal threat. How can you immobilize a real movement in the time frame with the power, with the force that we naturally have, with that weak ass element prevalent amongst us? And I'm not saying that we can't do nothing about it. I'm just saying the reason why I personally don't like being out front. One of the reasons why I personally work through proxies, even if it's a white boy, is because those same niggas are worse than the white man himself out of fear. Out of fear being greater. Out of fear of you being greater than them.
Let them be on that side of the road, and we'll be on this side of the road. It's the
I'm with you with them. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Nigga and the white man.
Man, I don't disagree with any of y'all, man.
Black
We
people
arguing about something we all agree
on
on.
the same side.
Exactly.
They took a war.
I'm not tugging the war. I'm letting go. No, I'm letting go and I'm dropping crumbs. I'm not tugging with these niggas.
I'm pulling their ass into the fire. I'm not letting go. Because if we let go,
You get burnt up. You gonna get burnt up with it. Backing up, nigga.
Hey, we had this conversation about 15 years ago in the circle of God.
Not everybody
If we go destroy all the Negroes, the white man is just come and just finish us off economically and physically. So we have to deal and fight the beast first.
Hey, brother, we gotta reverse the damage that's already been done.
Yeah, but the damage
We gotta reverse the damage that's already been done.
But it's in Cypher's
I
thought.
don't think the black community can go low.
It's in Cypher's thought. Cypher said these Negroes is you get rid of the Negro slave master mentality. You get rid of the slave master, get him out the way. The niggas will do whatever you say.
We said it.
Nah, that's not it. Some of these niggas will not let you kill the motherfucking master.
Where they gonna go to?
Some of these niggas will defend master, bro.
Where they gonna go to when you put him out of business economically? We got a better product, a better food, a better business for you.
They gonna find another master. They gonna find another
get in there,
master.
mister?
Go ahead, sweet.
You gonna battle out to that
Finish talking. I want to tell you over there.
Tell you it's gonna come that way. They gonna have no choice. They gonna have to sit on their own bucket.
All right, cool.
White folks gonna just have enough jobs for themselves. We gonna just have enough jobs for ourselves. Mexicans gonna just have enough jobs for Mexicans, and Asians just gonna have enough jobs for Asians. That's how it's gonna fall.
No, Mexicans gonna only hire Mexicans, and niggas gonna get pushed out.
All right, let me say this right quick. Hey, reality is, there's some real players on this app, on this stage, that's really about it. There's talking on here, but there's some real ones that if you really connected with certain people off of this thing, they about some really getting stuff. Now they handling business right now. Whether it be Sean, whether it be Cypher, there's a lot of cats, Mr. Guaranteed, that know some real stuff about some real stuff that if they really connected, so it's one thing to have conversation in Clubhouse and it gets to be whatever it is. But people got enough sense to know they're not really going to just
put everything, a certain way. Conversation is over here. That's one reality. But the reality also is you couldn't be on this stage at all, or couldn't be if you didn't know some shit on how to survive. If you didn't know some real stuff about some real stuff, and really be able to make some things happen in real life, you wouldn't even be able to come up in here on a regular. That's the facts. There's some people that if there was some real connection, Sean, some real connection, Cypher, added to what people already got going on, some things could move for real. That's just the reality. But
most definitely. See, I can clap for that. See, yeah.
Break that up. Well, and to that point though, that's why I said, and that's what I was telling Sean. It's like I don't personally like being out front because of that same issue. Now, literally on this app, many times I've seen it happen with Sean. I've seen it happen with me. I've seen it happen with Sweet. Where we just said some shit and motherfuckers fundamentally disagreed, and you know what they did? They attacked niggas' character, family, personal value. There's a nigga in the chat tomorrow. Here we go with that LLC shit again. Like, literally, think about if somebody was smart enough to pause. What the fuck can you say about having an LLC and getting a government contract? Christine Nome is a great example. Do you know how long the LLC was open before they got the 148 million? 8 days. 8 fucking days old.
And that's
no prior experience.
Contract, and they know where the contract administrator
was coming. Come on now.
And that's why I'm saying the DOD budget right here. Let's really talk about it.
John, right there, nigga.
I'm gonna say this: when Michelle gave me a list when it came to what was the DOD government contract and shit, I looked at this situation as this is legal. 1, 2, it's a situation where it's not insider trading. What Christy Nome did, I don't fuck with. Because if I had a problem with the damn Somalis stealing 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion, no. Because it was a lot easier. When it comes to Christy Nome, that situation.
Yeah, and that's why Trump got rid of her. You seen that? He ain't take up for nothing. He's like,
No, motherfucker moved on. Motherfucker moved on, and the machine keeps running. But black people need to understand in May, when the new Federal Reserve, and this is gonna be Christmas, when the new Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh comes in that bitch, and he cuts interest rates, he puts more repos in the market, give the banks more liquidity. The stock in the crypto market that everybody was yearning about finally comes on board. Why is that? More liquidity in the system, more cocaine in the system, and motherfucker can finally re-rate their businesses and make sure that their business has more valuations. With high interest rates, your value literally crumbles because the cost of capital is more expensive, your debt service is more higher, and your chance for bankruptcy and insolvency is even greater with higher interest rates.
And it's
the stock market is the first lever, crypto is the second lever, gold for all the people that are saying, well, that just devalues the damn money. Okay, then buy gold, have your gold call options on GLD and GDXJ, the junior gold miners, and GORU, actual gold miners, and actually start put in work. If you feel that this bitch gonna crumble, then why is you not investing in gold and silver? Why is you not investing in uranium? When you see that the data centers need to be plugged up, why is you not investing in copper? Because every planet in the world needs it for battery storage and warehousing. That's why I'm looking at it as like, bro, if we really say the system gonna crumble, at least put some money up on it and say, man, I'm gonna put as much money on this shit. Gold is the only thing I'm paying attention on. Everybody else that ain't in gold, ain't in commodities, y'all stupid. Okay, cool, I can fuck with that. Even though that you are still blinders on, at least you're focused on something that's actually high yield.
Point taken, Sean.
Shut the fuck up.
It's 2020.
Check it out,
Sean. It's 2030.
Man, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm
It's rich and poor. Everybody done invested.
Man, shut the fuck up, bro.
At that point.
How much money you invested?
I'm just saying, it's 2035.
You probably ain't put no money up, huh?
It's 2035. It's rich and poor. It's rich and poor.
You still broke.
Everybody does
you
this.
You done bought some G's, huh? I guess you broke.
Understand? You
went to
do a
Kitover.
lot of future. You do a lot of future talk.
Nah,
I'm saying you are like 20, 30.
Nah,
you
bro.
like
You
10
done stopped
years
for this
out.
bullshit.
Yeah, but you sound 10 years out, bro. You sound 10 years out, honestly. You're not 2026.
Like 3 months out. You feel like you're not out with.
I mean, be
No,
honest.
hold on, bro. You need to listen to what he's saying. This shit is messy, bro.
Just be
You're
real.
not seeing what he's saying, man. This is like only fucking months, 2 months away, cuz.
2030.
Nigga, goal is gonna be 6,000 by the end
And
of
where
this
you
year.
gonna carry all that shit in your pocket, my nigga?
Nigga, you can make money off of
Bro, yeah, man, that's why y'all let that man play on it.
You talking
Nah.
crazy. You gonna put it in a suitcase?
right
You
now,
got 50 tons of.
you got niggas that got all these diamond BBS shit. You
Crazy.
tell me the brother can't get no damn
Like I said, in 10 years, that's what you talking about. You talking like in 10 years, brother. You talking about 10 years from now.
I trade
You're not
options.
talking about.
Watch what in the next 3 months I make more money than you ever did in your
It's
previous.
not about making more money. Of course,
Yes, it is about making more money, nigga. You gotta take care of your family, right?
Well, check this
You
out,
gotta
bro.
take care of your family, right?
Check this out.
Hell yeah, it's about the money, fool.
It ain't about no
What else
race,
it
man.
ain't? If it ain't about the
It
money,
ain't about no race, man. It's about
what
you
the
do it to the end.
else you got,
So,
Huh?
if you want to endure to the end, go ahead. I'm trying to endure to the end. It ain't no racing. I ain't racing. You ain't no competition.
Nah, nigga, this is a global competition. Your
This ain't no
competition
fucking
is nigga
competition
working right now.
about being
Better
creative.
than you.
Ain't nobody fucking winning, competing in shit. Both
Man,
sides.
all this shit is the result of the work.
When
Like
you look at
most
it,
of
when you look at that Iran war, when you look at that Iran war, both sides.
Man,
When you
shut
look
the
at
fuck
Iran-
up. Shut
when
your
you look
drunk
at
ass
that
up.
Iran war, both
See, that's
sides.
the problem. You ain't going for power, brother. Are you going for power?
Power.
Yes. Do
What
every
is
day
power?
that you wake up. Now, let me ask you a question.
What is
Do
power?
every day that you wake up, you
No,
always
let's
strive to
not
be
talk
more
about
powerful
power.
than
What is
competition.
power?
Huh?
What is power?
Information.
That's it.
Information. Because the information gets you the money. Information gets you the connection. Information to be able to protect the connection. Well, nigga, you can't be a no dumb nigga and win.
And you got a whole bunch of fucking.
Man, if you're a dumb nigga that
Propaganda.
get terrible information, you can't even advance.
First of all, power is force and power. Second of all, information. If you ain't got
Information
the right
gets you the ability
information,
to
you
get
gonna
the
stay
force.
stagnated. And you gonna stay stagnated on the information you get. You just getting a bunch of noise. That's what you get.
And I'm getting results. I'm getting paid. I'm
You
getting
have
paid for my
individual-
information. I don't know what the fuck you do with your information. Because every time I hear you talk, you keep up.
You can't think for the whole. You can't think for the whole. Because if you could, you couldn't belittle me right now. Because your degrees of information ain't giving to you.
Nigga, I don't have no
It's
degree.
giving to
That's
you
the
to elevate.
I even have to go to college
Yeah,
to
but
do
you
this
got
shit.
degrees of information.
I
It's
even
giving
have
to you to
I don't
elevate.
have to go to
It
college.
ain't giving to you. It ain't giving to you to belittle on stage. It's giving you to elevate.
Man,
So use it wisely.
and I hate having conversations with you
Yeah,
because there's
yeah,
people be
yeah.
learning from me and nobody can really learn because your ADHD
Yeah,
ass can't be able to shut the fuck
Your
up.
ass. I could critique you and spin you around like a piece of thread.
Like I
That's
said,
why.
bro, black men, I'm gonna tell you this. If we don't go for power, somebody else will. Your women is going for power, nigga. And that's crazy. Where black men, what the fuck is straight? No. Let me say this, bro.
Information.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
I said power is force and power.
And power
So which one
needs
you think is
information to
gonna
force the power, fool. Dummy, how the fuck you gonna move with no information, nigga? How the fuck you gonna make your smartest move without no information, nigga? You go full force and you hit your head in the damn light pole, dummy. You was
How you
supposed to
gonna
take the
move
elevator
without
and took
no
the
force
fucking
and no
stairs,
power, though?
dummy.
How you gonna move without no force? You just got information.
Nigga, I can pay for the force, nigga. I can have 7 armed security and literally shoot any nigga, Mexican white supremacist that come into my fort. Simple as that.
That's logic for an individual, but you don't have no real reason to have all that though.
I can hire goons to be able to snuff your ass right now. All for $10. Ain't that a beautiful thing? Ain't that a beautiful thing where your stupid ass get clapped?
It's about to snuff your ass.
Nigga. Motherfucker.
Talk all that shit on this app, but you can't hire him to do it to no white man. You can't get no white
I
man.
do that to white supremacists too. If he try to rob my house, he get a shot.
That right there.
He get a
Focus on
shot.
how to do that.
He getting
Focus
shot
on
too.
how to really,
And the beautiful part about it is there's gonna be another white man that's gonna shoot the white man.
Hey, we done did a lot of that gangbanging practice and shit. We did
Snuff your ass. Nigga, everything gang out.
But Sean, we got
Nigga, the world, Craig. The world is
we
gang
got
bang.
enough practicing on each other.
The world is gang bang.
Focus on how to do the white man.
The
like
world.
that.
The
We
world.
did Crips and Bloods.
The world.
Vice Lords.
Nigga, I'm from the West Coast. I'm from the West Coast. Only thing I understand is if you bomb first, you better try to beat the situation. Nigga, don't hesitate. Just go ahead. You need information to figure out where the drop is, nigga. Why they usually say where the drop is? Who got the drop, Red? What the lick read? What the lick read, Red? What the lick read? What the lick
Can't
read?
use that kind of language though.
What the lick
We're gonna
read?
be using right in exact language.
Like Florida niggas say, what the lick read? Nigga, what's the information like, nigga? Who got it? I need it. I'll pay for information. You pay for motherfuckers to be there.
Make sure you got that bread on that white man here.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut your drunk ass up.
No, I ain't
Shut
nobody
your drunk ass up. Nigga, I'm gonna be arguing you until like 6 in the morning, nigga. The homie from Chicago argued you from sundown to sun up, nigga. Over some stupid ass shit.
You know I'm gonna crack that whip on you, bro. Late night.
The homie Jay came in this damn bitch and said, nigga, we was arguing for 6 hours, nigga.
I'll crack that whip on you, fam.
Man, you a short, fat bald nigga. Shut up. Nigga, I'll chop your knees down. You fucking got a
Now
real short
I
head,
got
nigga.
you on stage.
You a fat, short, bald head, nigga. You about 5'8".
You talk a
Stop
lot.
it.
You talk a
You
lot,
5'8".
but you don't never say nothing about that clarity. What's up with
Nigga.
that?
Man, the clarity, nigga, that's gonna get passed.
Yeah.
Nigga, that's gonna get passed at you, nigga. You better know about the clarity act, nigga. That's the crypto play, fool.
Niggas just be bringing up shit just to talk about shit.
What you think about it though?
He told a nigga, I bet you know nothing about the clarity act.
I bet you don't know about the crypto, though.
Hold on, Red.
Man, I hate it.
I'm trying to
Anyone want to get on some nigga shit, they want to talk financial shit after the nigga shit.
Over.
Why I gotta talk nigga shit with you? Then we can talk financial shit, nigga. It's like every time I meet up with you, you gotta swallow first. It's like we gotta line it up one time.
Let Red deal with the nigga shit. I'm black. I ain't no nigga. Let Red talk with the nigga shit. I'm black. I'm not no nigga.
It's a nigga.
No.
I'm a nigga, nigga.
I'm black. We got 3 BDs on stage.
Nah, it's a nigga.
No.
You's a real nigga. You still a nigga, but you a real nigga, but you still a nigga.
Hey, but Mr. Ellen, as a black man, do you have any agency or any humanitarian protections? As being a black person, do you have any agency or nationality?
What the hell? Who was that?
That's Cypher, nigga. You asked your question, fool.
Man, you gotta say that in another language.
I told you stupid, nigga. I told you I'm stupid.
Okay.
This nigga don't even know what agency is. You don't even know what that is.
Simon trying to drop some stick out there and be heavy and shit.
So look, if you say that you are black, I'm black, okay. Does being a black American give you any legitimacy, nationality, or covering as a person of identity or origin?
Yes, I would say.
How so?
Yeah.
In what way?
Because you broke away from the stipulation dealing with the identity of the white man. If you identify with black versus you being
Well, to my knowledge, black is not a ethnic group. It's not a class of people. It is literally a color. And black Americans come in many different shapes, sizes, and especially colors. So to be a black American has or gives you no agency, no recognition as a nation. I don't think that you can find any foreign council, be it CELAC, APAC, or the UA, the AU, or anything in the world that we would be on any of their boards as a representation of the people.
I agree. That's why I still use certain stuff in the government with my government name on it.
And Brother Cypher,
Brother Cypher, and that's why I say it to motherfuckers all the time. Is you going for power? A black man that got an LLC and a C corporation, he going more for power than this nigga that rally up a group. If you have set up a corporate entity, now you moving out of corporate jet.
Check this out, Sean. We've been here over 400 years. I don't believe that shit.
Nah, brother. See, and that's where you get your ass whooped. See, that's where you lose.
LLC power.
That's where you
400
lose.
years and you still ain't
And
got
what
it.
did they got to do?
They said, I like the way you died, boy.
Cypher.
Something you doing
Cypher,
wrong.
this
You
is the
been doing
problem.
this shit too
This is
long,
the problem.
brother.
Lack of
400
financial
years,
literacy.
you got the bourgeois that's
Yeah, bro.
No,
You
Cypher.
got the Masons behind you.
Bro, shut up.
Still ain't bring this power you talking about, bro. Nothing you ain't doing wrong. You must be missing some unity or something.
Cypher.
I mean, just be honest, bro.
Cypher, and that's why I said the brother and the sister. And this is why women's kicking a lot of niggas' ass. Because niggas, this be the same nigga that he need his bitch for credit to be able to get the house and the car. And he could have got the shit 3 months ago, but he done bought an Xbox.
Now you want to jump back on the individual shit.
Where most of this shit can be done off of a level of other individuals coming together that
Bro,
got
get on
companies
this
and
fucking
entities
island
and
you
move
on, bro.
in a pack.
Sean, you stay on the fucking island. Don't you know you stay on the island with a golf course, staying in $1 million?
Nigga, I live good, nigga. I eat good, nigga. What's wrong with that?
Just know that you on a fucking island.
I eat
You
good,
by
nigga.
yourself. You by
Nigga,
yourself.
I be visiting that bitch. I definitely slide by. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, like we gotta get out.
Y'all doing good.
We gotta get.
Ain't nobody hates you.
And that's why I'm a fucking bitch. That's why I'm a fucking bitch all day.
Them people
I'm a
in the
fucking
projects
bitch
where
all
you
day.
grew up in,
She
Sean.
ain't acting like a man. She
That's
need
what
to
the
be a real
problem
man.
is.
You need to be a real man.
Hey, but
Matter
check
of
this
fact,
out.
listen,
I got
if you ever try to be a real man, come shine right. Your man ain't a real man. See, that's why, mama, you gotta pay his damn bills. Mr. M broke. So his bitch gotta take care of the damn car. That's why he trying to that beat up ass nigga. He dropped that beat up ass Crown Vic and shit, and he ain't got no credit.
Bro, I got 15 cars.
Like I said, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. And you ain't real man.
I'm talking, all right. Listen, y'all be really comfortable with your conversation. But you getting so comfortable, you using words that you shouldn't be using. You going to the goo.
Who that?
So here's the thing. I think what Sean is saying though is like, bro, we gotta get out of this framework of being powerless, not being able to maneuver and immobilize.
I don't believe you, son. I don't believe that shit. You know why?
Let me finish.
I believe that you shut your slow ass up, bro.
Man, I don't believe Cypher because he can't go to the
Go on mute. That's all right. Go. That's all right. Y'all ain't going over the top, so.
It's crazy. Just think about it like this. Black is not a nationality. It's not a national or cultural ethnic identity, and it has no power. So the way we even see ourselves is a problem. We have to collectively understand who we are, go after agency, power structure, collectivize resources, all kinds of shit. Like, if we really want to do something, we always talk about what we should do, can do, would do when it comes to actions or, sussing out comprehensive measures to take. There's a lot of pushback on practical strategies. It could be talking about black banking, about these black banks, this, that, and the third. It could say, hey man, start an LLC, get you some government contracts. Oh, you gotta help it in the LLC. Oh, here we go with the LLC again, or blah blah blah. Here goes Cypher, blah blah blah. But Cypher, Sean, Sweet, and the other motherfuckers be saying this shit. Now, it might not align with you, it might not agree with you, or mom, everybody be saying shit, and you could take bits and pieces from everything that they saying to make you more efficient at doing your thing, right? But we're too busy looking at externally outside of ourselves for somebody else to save us, or a white man to give us reparations, or a white man to give us a goddamn. Nobody's gonna. You can't think for one fucking moment that the very person that you complain about that's oppressing you is supposed to or will give you something because you appeal to this nigga's conscience. You you have to understand the level of consciousness that he, or whatever, the lack of conscious that this motherfucker had to have in the beginning to even perpetuate himself in antiquity the way that he has. So looking for that person to make good on a promise or do right by you is idiotic. You have to go in, regardless of who's in fucking office, and figure out a way to prosper yourself and your community. So if we are supposed to be about this, black momentum, uplifting ourselves, and, I love the dialogue over here at 40 Acres. And, you know what I'm saying? I love the vibes. I love the energy. You know what I'm saying? Even when we fight and argue sometimes we come on the end of this shit with a great solution or have dialogues, learn some shit we didn't know before. But how do we use it, though? That's the bigger issue. I think when it comes to the action part, we lose a lot of momentum as black men specifically because we're looking for our woman to follow us, right? So as black men, there's too many doubting ass, fearful, I can't victimize Negroes that are screaming at the very people who are putting their life, ass, and assets on the lines to help they motherfucking goofy ass. So that's why I said earlier I didn't really like being out front with certain things, but then at the same time, I don't really kind of care doing what I got to do for, me and mine's the overflow goes to niggas that are close in proximity, but it's people like that turn those people off because they understand what happened with Malcolm, Martin, and everything else. Yeah, we celebrate them now 60 years later and all that other shit, but even when they was leaving, even when they died, not leaving but living, and even when they died, there was niggas still shitting on them. There was niggas still shitting on them. On chocolate Jesus.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Under LaShawn.
In order for you gotta have a blueprint. You can't build a house without a blueprint. Point blank. You mentioned about being black, and you gave knowledge that we're not black. That black is a color. I'm not attacking you, but good brother, black is not a color. Black is a state of being. Point blank, is a state of being. Bottom line, in regards to the blueprint, you must be able to undo what has been actually put on us in regards to where we stand at in our intelligence for today. Because you can't have individuals on different pages without the same purpose and cause. If you don't have the same purpose and cause, it's not going to work. Point blank. And plus, you have to understand that as human beings that come through a woman, and we all came by way of a woman, if you was to leave that baby with no attention at all, it would just die because it can't take care of itself. We are the type of beings that needs to be fed, whether it's food, right, vegetables, whatever the case may be, or knowledge and information. But if we're not going to at least examine the information that is given and where it comes from, we're still going to lose at the end of the day. Another thing is that no man is an island unto themselves. The Caucasian society, their regime, has convinced us that we can all operate as individuals. But that's not where our origin came from. We always need each other. Point blank. And if we don't get to a point to whereas when I look at you, I see myself. When you look at me, you see me inside of you.
we don't get to the point of the concept of learning how to care and learning how to live for and by one another, then it's not going to happen either. I land.
Well, brother, I hate to correct you. I understand what you mean by the way you view black, but black is literally a color. It has no nationality. It has no cultural, ethnic tie. And Black Americans specifically come in many shapes, sizes, and hues. And there's no national agency that recognizes black as a people group from America. I understand your feeling of blackness. I understand the way people think about blackness, but we have yet to define it.
You have to examine the information that is given.
There is no information given to blackness, and if people.
You have to examine the information that is actually given.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Elaborate. What do you mean by that?
Thank you. You must understand the origin of the information that one has and where it comes from. Example, i.e., Christopher Columbus discovered America. You have to examine that. Did you really discover America? There was people here before you. Or maybe you meant that discovering America, you talk about you discover America for the people who you represent. And that's where we have to examine information. We have to examine the whole frontal of religion.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Because there was a time where we wasn't even down to the.
I stand back to allow you to do that.
I'll land right here. Even down. I'll land right here. Even down to the word more. The origin and etymology of that word and where it comes from. I'll land.
All right, so none of that made any fundamental sense to what I was talking about. The truth of the matter is that outside of all of that, you cannot show me where black is represented as a people group on any fucking stage in the world.
I never said that I uphold the word black. I said you have to understand that black.
Right. That is what I'm talking about. They're not. No, that's your definition. You have an ideology that no one accepts. No one in a powerful authority accepts your submission of that. No one's going to take the time to even listen to you, to even research that. In a powerful authority. In a power of authority. In a power of authority. Listen what I'm saying before you get upset. No, let me finish. I'm not done yet. You're not going to interrupt me. I'm not allowing you to interrupt me.
No problem.
So the point, that's cool. And I'm here for that. For a limited time only though. But yeah. So here's the thing. Yeah. All right, bro. Okay, cool. So here's the point. Blackness, nobody in a position of power and authority that will recognize anything that you or I say will take the time to acknowledge what you are saying. I'm not even saying that portions, or if not most of what you're saying is true or not. Your position has to be different. We have to acknowledge accurately who we are, articulate that, and put action behind it. What that looks like is while you establish and patent yourself as such a prototype of people, whatever that looks like, be it Negro, be it Black American, be it descendant of child, whatever you call yourself, you have to establish that as a historical point of reference in antiquity and give this to the world stage to accept, but follow through, with strategic lobbying, financial impact, geoeconomic and political influence. Then you can either have that state a being that you're talking about that will be articulated and acknowledged by the so-called powers that be. There's not a single section of blackness that's represented on any world stage that holds an opinion that everybody listens to outside of the loud motherfucking static of the rest of the globe and their obsession with what they call black culture. Their obsession with us makes them dependent on our moral support and authority, which still has no fucking power. It's not organized, it's not unified, but it's holistically fractured and divisive by nature. But for appeal, they leverage us and our conditions. So if that is an actuation of power, which influence is, then why don't we consolidate that under an actual banner that's recognized and is immobilized with finance, movement, and consistent action? And I'm not talking about go outside and march for any goddamn thing. I think that's the weakest thing you could do. That's the most unsavvy thing you could do. But you should march your dollars. You should march your support. You should march your opinion. You should also know when to keep it to yourself. Does that make sense?
No, it don't make sense.
What do you mean? Hold on, I had to come off mute. You said, do it make sense? My question to you, because I don't think what you're saying makes much sense. What do you mean when you say banner?
When I talk about banner, I'm talking about a recognized people group.
When you're talking about recognized people group, right? Is that in the?
Well, you're already a recognized people group. What's going on here?
No, we're not.
That's not true, bro. What's going on here?
Black Americans, Black Americans are not a recognized.
That's not true, bro. I got put in the chat.
Look. I'm not talking about. Listen, I'm not talking about African.
The UN.
I'm not talking. No. There is no.
The UN recognized Black Americans. What's going on here?
The UN recognized Black Americans. So show me a UN council with the Black Americans. So you think we're council that has Black Americans?
Cypher. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Black Americans, FBA, Boule, however you want to name us, because I know y'all niggas in here, y'all get upset, right? Native American, right? You think this people group that's on stage and then the goo is not a recognized people group amongst the globe? Or are you saying that?
I am saying that the word black, as it pertains to Black Americans, is not a recognized.
Okay, I think you're trying to be like Richard Allen. I think the problem is you're trying to reinvent.
Earlier, if you were following the conversation, you would have heard me say that.
Following the conversation. You just said we're not recognized. I disagree. I travel the globe, and I disagree with what Cypher said. But go ahead. He ain't got no facts. His ID say black. It don't say nothing else. Hell.
Hey,
y'all trying to reinvent the wheel, man. That's the crazy part. Trying to outsmart.
That's why in
the law, he want to get contracts under the same concept of being under Negro, under being black, or being what, a nigga? It's under being black, brother, with your government contracts. So mix me with the recognition of whoever you trying to claim we slow out here. No, ain't nobody slow. You slow.
Okay. I don't see anything on my driver's license that says I'm a Black American.
Wait. That's bad because the Latino, it don't say Latino on the Latino driver license.
Yeah.
That's why I stated that you have to have a blueprint before you build the house, because you have to undo the miseducation that was passed around.
Right. So I don't know. You wasn't here. I don't think you were here yesterday.
No, that's why I know that you didn't hear me.
You didn't hear me. You didn't hear me yesterday. No, I know that you wasn't in the room yesterday when I actually gave the 5-minute and 10-second blueprint that I sent to Michelle. I think I sent one to Erica. But I do. I literally specifically have a 17-page articulable report.
How did you?
Well, hold on, bro. I'll be finished. Why is it that I can't finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence?
I'm saying,
So,
how come
why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence?
Because I'm trying.
Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I have finish my sentence, brother? I know you have better self-control. Just 10 seconds. Unless you know what the fuck I'm about to say, please don't do that. I'll be careful not to do that with you. Okay? Literally, I laid this out yesterday. You might not have been here for that. But there, like we said earlier, there are people in real life that you don't even know you're talking to that's doing the very thing that you're talking about. It's just that some of us don't like being out front because so many niggas got opinions and will trip your motherfucking ass up because they ain't great and will never be great. Because they think that of themselves. They hate to see another nigga do their idea better than they could. And that's why we can't really get anywhere. It's not because the white man's that fucking strong, articulable, and intelligent to where he could do this to us without our assistance and complicity. We play the major fucking role. Half of this is our fucking fault.
Can I comment down?
You ain't
Can
got
I
no
comment
solution
down?
for that.
You can get rid of the white nigga. Hold up, family. Either you can get rid of the white nigga or you get rid of the black nigga. We had this conversation with the Circle of God 15, 20 years ago. You talking the same spinning circle conversation that we had in the mosque a long time ago.
Hey, mister, they had these convos 200 years ago, actually. They had these conversations 200 years ago.
Screaming over the mind, though. Jesus.
Hold up, fam. So what that said is, if you ain't got no solution, either you wake them up or you don't wake them up. You build or you destroy. You're the world's problem and the world's solution at the same time.
Yeah, but were you in the group? Was you here yesterday, bro? Have you been listening to these conversations? There's niggas been saying solutions for a long damn time. I literally have a solution. That's why I was telling you that I articulated that to Shu when I said, oh, you wasn't in the room yesterday when I laid this out. It's 17 fucking pages long. Michelle looked you up. But did you get the audio that you requested, Erica? I don't know if you responded back to the email or to the joint, but I was like, hey, I can send it to you on Telegram. I'm not even putting my name on this shit. If you like to hear it, I'll send it to you too, brother. But what I'm saying is, there are niggas like, hold on, bro, I'm letting it right here. Literally, there are people like Sean, myself, even Sweets, low key, even though he don't talk about it often. There's niggas, Eugenia, clearly, you know what I'm saying? Michelle, Erica. There's a lot of motherfuckers in here that do shit on their level and at a bigger level that they don't even talk about. But I highlighted something earlier that said people like us don't like to be out front because there's so many different. Look at all the pushback I'm getting from niggas when I talk about black banking. When I talk about, hey man, all this war shit y'all niggas crying about, y'all can't do nothing about it. Let's go get some goddamn government contracts. Get an LLC. Oh, here this nigga go with that LLC. Oh, there this nigga with financial risk.
I got
this nigga we putting it in a black bank.
What the fuck? I got a solution for that. And once upon a time, FOI had government contracts on the East Coast, taking over all the ghettos doing security. Government find out the Nation of Islam got these contracts, shut it all down. Ain't nobody trying to do the repeats of the 80s with your pumped up ass idea about, oh, you can get your government contract. Don't you know we're going to cipher that money into the farmland? And once the government find out it's coming from their pocket, they shutting this shit down. So we already done been where you talking about. We already done been about government contract and how the government see, it's under Farrakhan, or we cut the funding. So stop with all that big, raw talk. It's not going to happen, family, at the mass.
No, it's not going to happen for you. No, it's not going to happen for you.
Hey, mister, I got one better, mister.
I'm talking about as a collective.
Yeah, but mister, I got one more.
I'm talking about as a collective.
No, it's for you. It's just not for you.
I'm saying
as a collective, they'll get it, but you ain't.
Mister, I got one better, Mister. Check this out, Mister. Right?
Hold up. I'm not
If
talking
I
about
mute
individual
you,
shit
stay
like
on
Sniper
mute.
is doing.
Mister, go on mute for a minute.
No.
Like y'all, I don't know what y'all be doing. Go ahead,
Thanks, Erica. No, I was ready to back you up, Mister. What I wanted to say was, I know sometimes we think we reinventing the wheel with government contracts, right? I think I ain't gonna say the last, because it's been people even after him, but one of the most successful men that were getting government contracts and private contracts from different governments around the world was Maynard Jackson, right down there in Atlanta. Right? And the one thing Maynard Jackson did, and I'm sure Cypher, your plan ain't nowhere near Maynard Jackson's. Right? He built the whole damn black middle class and a lot of black wealth in Atlanta. Right? And he used government funds. What did he do? He used government contracts to build an airport, right? From that airport, he created over hundreds of millionaires in Atlanta, right? And a lot of that black wealth is still there in Atlanta today, right? So I know, Cypher, your plan ain't nowhere near as bright as Maynard Jackson's plan was, right? And I think I have a problem when we have some black people that get on these stages and think they got the master plan for the black race. When a lot of this stuff, to your point, Mister, has already been done before. It's not no new stuff when people come on these stages like they're going to do this and do that. This shit been done before and mastered before. But go ahead.
Point is, I ain't talking to no more individuals.
Man, we be shitting on each other, paying for
as a collective. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think for the whole, not for individuals.
And the funniest thing about it is,
I mean, I can go get the LLC. Just like everybody get the LLC. Just like everybody else can get the LLC. Everybody gonna do that. As an individual, you gonna grind and get money. But as a collective, as a group, no, that shit ain't gonna work like that.
and to be honest, Atlanta's just black managed. It ain't really black owned. It's black managed. Because once the Fortune 500 companies start coming right after the damn airport was built and the Olympics.
Yeah, but can we agree it's a lot of black ownership in Atlanta and there's a lot of black wealth in Atlanta? Can we agree on that, Sean? If that's the case,
the 11,000 black millionaires that's in Atlanta.
Yeah, but I know you can.
Oh, and how much of them niggas got their money?
Listen. I know we praise.
11,000 black millionaires that are worth more than $1 million. I'll give you that.
Okay, cool, right? That's the point I'm trying to say.
So, and I appreciate the people that are in Atlanta and the wealth that they build. But did they go on and build a black hospital? Did they build a black school? And what is the curriculum that they are teaching?
But that's not fair. I'm saying why it's not fair. That's not fair because do the Chinese got a hospital in Los Angeles? Do the Chinese? You know, we can always move these goalposts. The Chinese don't have a Chinese hospital. I'm saying it, Sean. The Chinese don't have a Chinese hospital in San Francisco, right? You know, we can move the goalposts all the time.
In China,
we talking about in America. We're not in China. We're in America.
We're talking about
We're in America.
My point is, hold up. My point is that here in America, right, we don't own the regime. I'm talking about our own regime. At least the Chinese.
We're talking about in America.
I'm a land on it. Even though a Chinese guy or family can come over here and build a store in a black neighborhood and suck the money, he still has his country that he can go to. Where is your country?
My country is here. I'm born here. I don't know no other country, bro. I don't know. Yeah, that's my country right here.
So I'm talking about.
Yeah, my country's here, bro. I ain't trying to go to Africa or nothing like that.
Okay, wait a minute. Under whose regime?
Listen, I'm under my regime. I'm in Philadelphia. I pay my taxes. I'm under a black mayor. I got my little enclave here in Philadelphia. I ain't under no regime. Nigga, I'm under my own regime.
Brother, I used to live in Philly.
Yeah, I'm in Philly right now. I got a black mayor, sister, good, clean sister, Cheryl Parker.
Yeah, but it's still under European.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. I don't know. I can walk out my house. I wouldn't even see a European right now.
the city laws has been the same, whether it's been a black man or a white man.
Hey, but we run this shit now, Shoe. We run it now, bro.
You're not running it.
Okay, all right. That's I pay my taxes. I got my say.
Yeah, pay the taxes. Who their taxes go to?
Hey, listen. Hey,
the black regime.
Hey, listen. It gets my roads, it gets my potholes filled up. Come on, bro. Y'all gotta stop this like we stateless. Black Americans are not. Shoot.
The organization or the company that's filling up your holes in the street. You know what I'm saying? They are owned by Caucasians. That contract is owned by Caucasians. Point blank.
Hey,
they may have some black.
Hey,
okay,
Shoot.
You're not getting to what
I'm
saying.
Shoot. You know the crew that came out and filled my potholes? They was all young black brothers in their 30s.
Yeah,
right? Okay, right? Providing for their family, right? One thing I want to say to Shoot, and I get it. Listen, I used to be on that black power stuff too, this and that. But listen, our home is here, brother. And you ain't no African brother. Come on,
I have my roots in Africa.
Listen, brother, you ain't never.
My DNA is from Africa.
Brother, you never even been to Africa, brother.
Yes, I have been to Africa.
Come on, brother.
Nigga,
I have
as fuck.
Man, y'all ain't shit, man. I'm going to bed.
Several times. I've been to Africa several times, my brother.
I'm from Philadelphia, brother.
Man, we is the greatest trolls ever.
We can't deal with these niggas, man.
Man, I'm about to go to bed, man.
Oh, shit.
Brother.
You said my brother? My brother?
Nigga, wow, man. Why? Who did this thing? Why? Are you like this?
Man, y'all niggas is a trip.
A whole trip.
I like talking to some of y'all, but a lot of y'all ain't good for the mental health.
Hell fuck no.
A lot of y'all ain't good for mental health. You're going 24/7 with this shit. Boy, you would have thought that niggas like him was just like on it. Cause nigga, like I said, man, I think my LLC and C corporation route is way better. Black man, you gotta start moving as a company. Stop doing the shit with your personal shit. And like Omar said, you can be pro-black militant, you can be a corporate nigga individualist, but nigga, if you ain't running nothing with any entities and setups, I don't know what you're really doing. Because everybody else is moving like a corporation. You got companies moving, how they be moving. Motherfuckers getting lots of credit, motherfuckers getting the grant funding, whatever it has to take. But my brother, you need to stop with that bush.
We ain't from Africa, brother.
See, Philly niggas is funny, man. Philly niggas and New York niggas is like.
This nigga wild, man.
Philly got the best
I can't
entertainers.
remember something shit that Omar be saying sometimes. We fundamentally disagree with some other things. This nigga is undoubtedly.
Omar is funny, man.
That nigga wild.
Omar is funny as hell. Like I said, man, I appreciate sometimes y'all be popping in the room. I really do, man. Because I know I'm not the only one that's tripping. They feel like I'm the only nigga tripping. I'm like, I know niggas know that. Y'all black ass ain't from no damn ass. When I went to the continent, nigga, I said, nigga, we is fairly different, nigga. Ain't no nigga gonna eat no damn monkey brain. And know that this some goddamn monkey brain. You gotta slip some shit in, like the nigga don't know what it is. Then you say, nigga got you, bitch. But nah, ain't no nigga gonna openly eat this shit. Nah, man. Like I said, man, I have no problem with niggas in the content. But I think when motherfuckers trying to make us all African and shit, knowing that, nigga, you know damn well these people was just trying to get a buck out of you, nigga. They'll tell you anything.
Hey, Sean, you know what they say? They say, oh, yeah, Omar, you're not a son of the soil. You know what I mean? And I know what they mean by that. I get it. You know, I'm not African. I'm African descent, but I'm not an African. I get it. You know, my mom and dad was born in Philly. You know, my grandfather was born in Philadelphia. So I get it. I know I'm not African. Shit.
Nobody on stage.
Charlie, check your back, Charlie.
Ain't nobody on stage African.
Mister, we know.
The Caucasian name Africa Ichi or whatever. So we're not African American.
You may not be. But let me ask you a question. How many bloodlines are you going back?
Check your bank account, child.
Check it out. How many bloodlines are you going back?
Check it out, fam.
Man, my family been here 10 generations, Sue. What's going on, Sue? What's going on?
10, and that's all you have is 10?
That's all. That's more than some nation states. Hey, listen, that's older than some nations, motherfucker. Shit. Shit.
Yeah, that is older than some nations.
It's older than some nations. Shit.
I'm asking about your blood.
Yeah. And Italy ain't even that old, my nigga. Come on, what's talking about
You
here?
only go back 10?
Only 10? Shit.
10 generation. How long does this nigga think a generation is? You think a generation is a year?
Yeah, you think it's 6 months.
I had a house right on Wellfield Street in Germantown. So you can't tell me nothing about Philly and how Philly is run.
I mean, I can't go
You're more Philly than the other Philly nigga.
Yeah, I get it on the drink.
You can't tell me nothing. I used to live in Philly.
So y'all confused about how long we've been on the planet or what continent we've been living?
Yeah. How long your bloodline been on
I
the
said,
planet?
that's a whole nother story.
Because
I'm trying to stay in America, but y'all want to go somewhere.
in order for you to get to the now, you have to know.
But listen, my DNA goes back millions of years, brother.
Okay, well then that's where you go. That's where you find your purpose.
I'm the original man, brother.
That's where you find your purpose and cause at.
Would you say 500 million years? Because mine go further than that.
2 million.
That's it?
2 million.
I'm going all the way back to
Make it 3 million. Make it 3 million.
72 trillion years because we the alpha and omega. So even to qualify for that, you got to know you've been here for
This thing is 72 million years.
Yeah, I mean, God's still on the planet, right? He said he's going to be at the end. So somebody got the bloodline, right, family? I see how I knew y'all.
Nigga, if you was there, then who is running this bitch 72
But I didn't think he was not dumb enough to think that God would not preserve one of us with his bloodline.
Nigga, if that's the case, then who is running this bitch 72 million years? Since you older than God and shit.
That's a good
Since you and God is real tight.
And whoever got the most powerful thoughts.
Nigga, what drugs you on?
Whoever got the most powerful thoughts. That's my opinion. You said who's running it? You got the most powerful thoughts?
Man.
Is it us? Is it another corporation?
Man.
Like you take LLC?
Yeah, nigga.
Wrapped up in your LLC? LLC? Sean, some niggas drugs is attention, bro.
Them drugs are strong.
That's that low vibration, the worst part. Y'all go there to try to trap people.
Like, shut up,
In
bro.
between lust, envy, and jealousy, and self-hate, the lower world, between the neighbor. Bring that shit back up to the best part.
Right.
Drugs, what the hell? Drugs ain't got shit to do
You
with
and
it.
Shoe, boy. Y'all, Shoe sound like the OG that be outside the
You know
liquor
what I'm
store.
saying? If it's that serious.
Huh?
You know, if it's that serious.
Okay, nigga, pull up
Make
there.
motion. Make motion.
Okay, nigga, pull up there.
You staying right here in this same box where I'm at. Clubhouse.
Nah, nigga, what? Hell nah. You said be up in real life, nigga, what?
This nigga sound like a nigga that live in a box for real. You ain't shit. Cause I ain't shit.
Yeah, man, he on some old dirty bastard.
I'm like Eddie Kane Jr.'s daddy and shit.
Old dirty
See,
bastard.
I think outside the box. Cypher. No.
Like, my nigga,
I
what?
mean, you live in the box. You say you live in the box. You crazy. My nigga sound like Eddie Kane Jr.'s daddy, nigga. You ain't shit.
Nights like this,
I ain't shit.
Man, I'm God. And if you keep slipping, I'll beat your God.
You a little god, nigga. To a dog. To a puppy.
I'm not saying I'm going to tell you, God, he gonna get you. Now what?
You what?
I'm more beef with the other
Hey, you ain't gonna find nobody else on stage gonna come in and say they God.
Omar, man. Omar.
Nah, there's a lot of people that say
Everybody else gonna follow stuff from music.
Omar to smack the other old Philly nigga out there.
Everybody else
Talking about I'm from Germantown. That nigga said, well, nigga, I live in Philly right now.
Nigga, we close to everybody. I'm gonna drop him a dime right here on the phone.
This nigga M, bro. You and the homie Jay argued for like 6 hours, bro. It was like from midnight to 6 a.m., bro. I still remember that shit.
Man, that bro was not talking about nothing, bro. He ain't got no real black power. You talking about
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem, nigga. We glad that you don't got no power.
Well, give me all your brain power right now.
We glad you ain't got no power, nigga.
Put it on the PDF file so I can download all your brain power. Yeah. Send it over here. Couple of days in the hard drive. I get it. Put this shit on my motherfucking computer and make my shit go viral.
That nigga said, put it in the file. Man.
This time, I got the Sean latest upload for 1995. Yeah. I'm telling you.
Selling bootleg DVDs, we know.
I believe me, bro. You just gotta put that shit on wax.
Selling bootleg DVDs, we know, my nigga.
But come on though, I'm waiting for you to go ahead and put out the course, because I know that's what you usually really try to simplify on a day-to-day basis. So once you get that shit ready, boom, you're on the way.
Nigga, I wish I could just smack you with a computer, nigga. Just smack the shit out of you with a computer, dude.
I am a computer. What you talking about? Supercomputer. What came first, the planet or the brain?
Man, we got a lot of foreigners in this chat. Omar, you see this shit?
Yeah, they out here. The mind came first, Mr. M. The mind. Oh yeah, you got it right. The mind came first. That's why I said thoughts. It's gonna be the most powerfulest thing on the planet. Because you had to have thoughts that thought himself into existence. The first creator, he came on it. He didn't have nothing but a couple of atoms, molecules. It took 99 atoms to make a human being. So, he had to think himself into existence. He ain't come down to birth canal. He ain't have navel. You got a belly button. The first God didn't have a belly button. Did you know that? Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Y'all believe in evolution, or we just appeared? Like, what y'all believe?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to believe in. I'll give
evolution a shot.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe in all this eugenics talk. So, Brother Omar, since you got all the answers, I know you go. What you gonna say? No, I don't have the answers. You got all the answers, Sway.
No. I was watching this thing, man. I was like,
I knew you was bring us the documentary.
Sean. Yeah, depending what side of the bed I wake up, man. I'm like, okay, maybe we did come from reptiles. That shit crazy. Nah, they not. I was watching this show, and they said we evolved over like a couple 100 million years, man. Like it took us to get where we at. It's crazy.
So damn, was Jesse Ventura right when motherfuckers said Queen Elizabeth was a reptile lizard?
Yeah, that shit crazy. That shit crazy, bro. What the hell they gonna do with God? God ain't no reptilian. Until he made the first man like himself. Yo, but you got body. You got body, Mr. M. You got body.
You go off the microphone.
The reptilian was no lizard. He wasn't.
Nigga, you wasn't there. Shut the fuck up, bro. You wasn't there, nigga.
I'm telling you right now.
They act like he's there, like he started from the post, like nigga.
You can go there. All you gotta do is start how your mom and daddy made you. But how did they make you? Start with the atom. Start with the sperm and the egg.
But that's what the reptile was saying. They said we started out as tadpoles, like little tadpoles, swirling in the ocean, right? Then we got bigger and bigger. At first, we could only swim, and then we had one tadpole went on land, and then over the course of time, they developed legs.
Think about it.
They said that shit kept going on for hundreds of millions of years.
Check it out. Remember, you answered the question earlier. You said the brain came before the planet. So you out in triple darkness, deep in space, in black matter.
Omar, bro. Honestly, how this nigga be arguing?
You out there in the black matter and water. They said water was way out there, deep in space. They said water is connected to light. Why would you be on a planet and you ain't even thought about a planet yet? You still swimming around like a lizard.
That's what I'm saying. This is over hundreds of millions of years, bro.
No, trillions.
You start. Could be true. Okay, we going semantics now, right? What I'm saying is you're floating around the water. Then you eventually go on land, right? Let's say 1 million years you go on land. Now you're starting to develop these limbs. Over 1,000 years now, you start to, develop 4 legs. Eventually, you become but eventually you become upright, almost like a mammal to a certain degree.
No.
Talk to me, brother. Come on, brother.
You said the brain came first. So you saying
no, but the consciousness is already there.
Evolve with the planet, or did you evolve and think yourself into existence first? Now you just floating around in space. Now you say, I need somewhere to live. Now you're creating a planet, floating around. I want to know, how did you get on Earth? Is what my question.
I'm trying to explain it. Consciousness is already there, whether it's through a tadpole or primate, right? So now let's say it's 50 million years from now, right?
So you trying to say I'm a comet? For billions of years floating around in space, evolving, and eventually I'm going to make matter.
You wasn't in space, brother. You was on a planet Earth, brother.
Here we go. You ain't got atmosphere, you ain't got oxygen, you ain't got...
No, you got atmosphere. You got an atmosphere.
You contain a body. 99 atoms.
Listen, brother, then the Big Bang come, right? Boom. That shakes up things. Now you're a primate. And then now another 2 million years go by. Now you're Homo erectus.
Now remind you when you
come on, brother.
Now remind you when you get to the planet, there's no moon. The Earth and the moon is connected, and the water is on it.
No, that's too far back, brother.
You gotta separate the moon from the Earth.
That's too.
And you gotta make mountains.
No, that's too far back, brother.
The Earth is flat, ain't got no mountains to help it rotate real smooth, give you a nice ride. So you gotta make mountains, you gotta make pyramids, you gotta do all this, you gotta make rivers. This took trillions and trillions of years.
Okay, if it took trillion, okay, let's say it takes trillion. We're gonna go by your argument. It takes trillions, right? How does that, go against what I'm saying though? Over the development of where we at now. You can't find a Mr. M 1 million years ago. Consciousness, walking upright, having a mate.
Why not?
You ain't have no. How was you going to feed yourself? You ain't have no agricultures. You ain't even have a tool 1 million years ago. You ain't even got a tool, mister. How you gonna feed yourself? How you gonna hunt animals? You don't even know how to sharpen your knife 1 million years ago.
How many years ago?
1 million.
Yeah, we had tools. We didn't lose our tools.
I don't know,
lose our
brother.
planet to the devil came 3,000 years ago. Knowledge yourself.
I don't think you got tools 1 million years ago.
Knowledge yourself. We put ourselves to sleep and buried all our information under sea, ocean, and desert 6,000 years ago. Why did we go to sleep for 6,000 years?
6,000 years and 1 million years ago is way off, bro.
Knowledge yourself. You said 100,000 years ago, or a million years ago, we didn't have no tools. I don't believe that. Unless you're leaning on white.
What tools did you have a million years ago, brother?
You using white thought from the white man. The white man didn't have no tools a million years. He didn't have nothing. That's what you're leaning on. Yeah. The white man was in the cave talking about, yabba do. With nothing. You feel me? If you lean on his thoughts, a million years ago, you got nothing. You was asleep 6,000 years ago. Why'd you go to sleep? Is the question.
All right, I give you that one. They said the oldest tools are 3 million years ago. I give you that one. And that's not even Homo erectus though. I was talking about Homo erectus.
Man, let's go further than that. Let's go back when we didn't have nobody in America 35,000 years ago. When nobody here.
How did you know that no one existed in America 35,000 years ago?
Because we was all small populated in a small part of Africa.
How did you get to that conclusion? Who told you? Who told you and why do you believe it? Who told you and why do you believe it?
The Earth's circumference is 25,000 square miles.
Who told you and why do you believe it?
We write our history every 25,000 years in advance. God told.
Who told you and why do you believe it?
This is lost knowledge from the God tribe. Tribe of Shabbat.
Who told you and why did you believe it?
Who told me? I told you.
And why did you believe it?
You don't believe it?
That's not what I asked you, sir.
Or do you know?
Who told you and why do you believe them?
I said God told me.
What's today's mathematics?
You tell me.
What's the God hour?
7 o'clock.
Bruh, this is where you at.
Yeah, man, you a talker, bro. You don't even know basic information, bro.
This is where you at. You a 5%er. You ain't a member of the Nation of Islam. You grafted away from original, making double with the knowledge that you do have. So when you speak the true knowledge and come to the root,
but the thing is, you literally know nothing.
Hold on. That branch you off when it fall off, you got to come back to the root.
Who said I was falling off?
When you come off that branch you on with that 5% knowledge, you got to come back to the root.
5% knowledge. So bro, here's the thing. Here's the thing I discovered about you. This from me talking. Yeah. So this is what I discovered about you. You know what I noticed about you is that you talk a lot and you don't know very much. And the more you talk, the more that is pervasive. Like that's really like clear to see. No, I'm not done. You assume a lot too, and you don't know enough to make the assumptions that you do assume. And instead of utilizing Socratic methodology or probing to get more information to make sure that you're aware and that you're correct in your framework, you skip all of that because you have a sense of self that's not actually liquid, right? You have a sense of self that says that you're smarter than what you think you actually are. And that's not true. And it shows up in your conversation on a basic level because you talk in circles, you avoid questions, and then you talk about knowledge that you really don't have. So with challenge, you bounce around that and then try to flip the conversation from a question to another question narrative to answer that question. I just think that you should just be a little bit more humble in your approach when dealing with other people that probably are aware and know more than you. And then not to say that you should agree with them, but that you should probably consider some of the things that they say to add to what you already think you know. You know what you say?
I mean, steel sharp is still like man sharp as man. If you think my blade is sharp or I'm rusty as a lock, just know I gotta just get some oil and put on it so I can get the lock right. And if my blade is dull, Surely your blade is sharp enough to sharpen me up. So I'm not worried about if I can't have a sharp blade. Just know when it swing, it's gonna cut. It might knock some flesh off the bone, but just know, lay me not under your understanding. And everything you know, I know, and I know nothing you don't know. And everything you know, we put it on the tip of the pen and still be wrong now. So look forward to learning more. And with all this brain power on stage, I can never forget anything because there's too many brains on stage that knows. So I was just leaning on everybody else's information just so we can have an accurate consensus versus a stupid debate that is so 90s.
Omar, what you doing, my brother?
My brother.
Yo, I'm gonna be using that for the next 72 hours, nigga. I'm weak as hell. I'm weak as shit.
Where you at, son? You down Columbia right now?
No, I'm actually headed back, so I just came back from LA to Ohio, so
I heard that.
Yes, sir. How about yourself? You in Philly still?
Yeah, I'm in Philly right now. Yeah. I might be heading down probably later this month.
One of my good brothers from Philly, he owns like 10 villas in Cartagena.
Oh, okay.
Good brother, good brother of mine out there.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Probably link up when I get out there, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some good guys from Philly, man. Some good.
Yeah, I like that technology, Cypher, bro. You sharpen me up, bro. It's like saying Jesus is the way. You know, Jesus Christ is the way to go. You know, Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. That's how we used to do each other. You know, Jesus is the way. Have you repented today? And you know damn well you're talking to somebody that got the knowledge. But you gonna tell them that to see how they respond. Because we gotta deal with these people that believe that way.
I don't think that's my call.
Pray to Jesus. You know he can't hear you. Only God can hear you.
So Omar, your boy Dave East is gonna be here next week, right? One of my uncles bringing him down.
Oh yeah.
And you're gonna do like a stop through, or whatever you call that shit, at my homeboy's chicken spot. It's like a nice little spot, and man, we're gonna do a thing called Such Is Life by the summer. And it's a pickup from what I did back in 2019 at like the libraries and open public spaces where I buy like thousands of dollars worth of food, and they come in. Life stands for life and financial education. So what we're gonna do there is that my man's spot will buy all this food for like 2-3 hours, open to the public. But the caveat is you got to sit down and eat. You just can't get up and just leave.
Right. I like that.
You know what I'm saying? So they sit down and there's a panel discussion. Insurance agents, real estate, credit monitoring, banks, all that shit. Black banks, Delphi Bank, all them motherfuckers gonna be there, and we gonna have a powwow with the community because it's in the center of the hood, like the area that's being gentrified that niggas are not aware of. It's in the center of that mecca, right? And we're trying to keep a stronghold on it. But by supporting a resource, I'll probably spend about $2,500 on food, whatever, food, drinks, and then afterwards we'll have a mixer, all that other shit. And I want to kind of start doing that more often. I used to do it once a month before COVID and everything, but I kind of got away from it. And one of my social media platforms, I got like a couple thousand people in the group, well, about 1,000 people now in the group, and I want to rejuvenate that. Now, the thing is, I know I can't hit all 1 million fucking plus people in Columbus, but even that 1,000, that experience, if even 100 or 200 come out, that experience and what they'll talk about to other motherfuckers can eventually reach a significant demographic. And by keeping up the pace of that, maybe not monthly, but maybe quarterly or annually, whatever the case may be, I think that those are small little step solutions. So when I go back to Columbia, I'm just, working with my people to do it, just giving them the money and the architect. And then when I come back, I just, pop in town, do that little thing. And I'm not hosting nothing myself. I mean, I'm hosting it, but it's not my face. I'm not I'm kind of like what's his name from Def Jam. Fuck is the nigga name, man? Simmons. Russell Simmons. Yeah. You remember how he did Def Comedy Jam? He come out the end like you have to.
Oh yeah. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, he'll come out. I'm that nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna do is just be like, hey, thank y'all for coming out. Good night, whatever. And that's something that we want to continue to do, but we want to expand it. So, you know, when I hear conversations about, you know, niggas what they gonna do, y'all passport bros or this, that, and the third. And I'm like, well, nigga, you know, I love to do things for my people in the city, and we do these things. It's like something I've been doing since 2019. But you always have the niggas too. There's a group of niggas that's significant, even though they're minority. You have the flunkies that are afraid or fearful of success that will say what you can't do, how oppressed you are, make excuses for why they can't go nowhere, do anything. And that be the reason why a lot of niggas like to just be in the shadow. Now, I could talk shit all damn day, and I do. And I tell y'all niggas the truth 100%. Because I know half of y'all motherfuckers that can't do shit about what the fuck I do. The other side of it, though, too, is that, you know, I'm giving it out there, but I know half y'all niggas wouldn't even believe it, which is great, right? Because I work with proxies. I'm hiring white motherfuckers, Latin motherfuckers, all kinds of motherfuckers to do shit for me, right? But if niggas actually knew who was behind the things that are trying to liberate them, they would self-sabotage. If niggas also knew what was behind the motherfucking hand that's been oppressing us, I would not be surprised if it was another nigga.
What's wrong with the shadow?
See, you don't listen. You didn't hear anything I said for you to ask that question. Well,
ask you a question, and you're
not worthy. You're not worthy of an answer. Literally, there's no reason why you could have answered me that question.
Listen to Safa, bro.
Unless you can tell me verbatim what I said.
Safa, bro. Start with "As a Man Thinketh" as a book. I'm not trying to
gatekeep them. You want to gatekeep them.
No, you're just not worthy of going in through the gate. You can't sit at my table. No. But I'm not gatekeeping anything. You just don't listen. You're not equipped to follow along.
You don't even want to be.
Yeah. There's some niggas you gotta leave where they're at. You can't even consider them. You can consider them in terms of what you need behind.
You playing wordplay on the damn app.
No, it's not no wordplay. You're not capable of you're attempting wordplay, but this is outside of your league. You don't have the bandwidth to do that. You're tripping yourself up, brother. You tripping yourself up, brother.
I could have said any other word.
Hey, why you say technology, brother?
I could have said any word. I'm just distracted.
Hey, Omar, when I say mine, I want you to fill it in, okay? I will talk some shit, then when I say mine, I want you to go and catch it like, brother.
I'm just a reflection of you, brother. That's all.
Not at all, my brother. I'm just saying, my brother. You gotta pay attention if you want to follow along and get down with the get down, my good brother. Yeah, y'all something else, man.
Y'all trolling the hell out that word. But check this out, brother. I know what you know not, brother. Steel sharpen steel like man sharpen man, brother.
Wait, why? Spin it out. Wait, why? I'm gonna say this, man. From what I've heard from Safa, bro, he's trying to uplift come from a white person, right? He's trying to uplift your whole community, and as soon as he starts spitting you with some serious knowledge, he gets shut down. Well, not from all of you, but from the majority of you. And this is like, from my experience, being best friends with a Nigerian and in Australia, and his parents own a $15 million waterfront property on the Brisbane River. And my best friend, even though he's Nigerian, he doesn't feel like he belongs there. But his parents, they housed my boat on their dock, things like that. And I'm telling you right now, it wasn't a victim mentality that got these, coloured people to the wealthiest positions in the world. And Cypher be here trying to tell you guys, like, man, you don't have to fucking put yourself down and put yourself in this victim mindset, and keep playing the victim card, just to feed your own, I don't even know what you want to call it, the ego. Like, you start with, he's like, read some books, like, start with As a Man Thinketh, change your whole mentality. Like, there's some special people, like, especially my best mate, that we sometimes go tip the tap.
And Dre, are you saying we don't read? Are you saying that?
No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying some of you don't. Like, I'm not saying you don't.
Hey, Adrian, are you saying we don't read books like 48 Laws of Power, As a Man Thinketh, Barbershop, Rich Dad, Poor Dad? You saying black folks don't do that?
Do you?
Damn, this is crazy. Wow.
Do you?
The Alchemist. You don't think black folks read books like The Alchemist?
I'm not saying you don't. When did I say you didn't read, man?
Hey, check this out, new guy. You think Cypher was talking to anybody on stage or in the audience? You actually think you turn on the app and he actually could be specifically talking to people on the app, or the people that he could be talking about when he's off the app, wherever he's at. I had Cypher and Sean. The people on the app that's on stage live right now.
Live right now, but like before, when I was here 2 hours ago, you couldn't get a word in. People would like getting so emotional, like it was like a fucking zoo, man.
Yeah. Zoo. What's going on?
Don't do that, Warren.
Oh no.
My brother. Come on, brother. Put your name in that, my brother.
Yeah.
Hey,
talk to me.
Yeah. Why did you say zoo though?
Oh man, don't do it.
Because no. So here we go. We're gonna because I'm obviously, even though I got all my brothers, I don't look at people as colored, although it seems to be from the clubhouse. It's a black.
Don't do it. Don't say that.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Adrian. Don't do it.
I'm not doing it. What? I'm not doing it. You haven't even heard it. But when I say zoo, it doesn't mean I'm talking about like I'm trying to objectify people. I was just like, you can't even say something because it gets out of hand.
All right. Have you ever been to a zoo?
Yeah, it's fucking. They got animals. Fucking. That's why.
You calling us animals?
Have you ever experienced what you just described in a zoo? Be honest.
A zoo? Have you been to a zoo?
Have you ever experienced what you just described on stage in a real civilized?
It's a commotion, man. It's a commotion.
But have you
it's not organized.
Could you speak though? Was it organized in this zoo? Are you serious? Live on stage?
Yeah.
What kind of zoo was you in? Where was this zoo at?
Man, have you been in the jungle, man?
Is it a zoo or is it a jungle?
No, let me get in here. Hold on. Let me get in here real quick. First off, no. I don't want to go too far. Let's get out the forest, guys. Let's get out the forest. Adrian, I appreciate what you said. I thank you for your observation. All right. Mm-hmm. Now, here's something I have to say, because this is a fraternal conversation and you've been invited to the stage. So I want you to know too, the reason why this mentality exists is because of unaddressed trauma from what your ancestors did. I'm not saying that yours specifically did anything, but people that look like you did a damage to this world that they never healed. And because we've been left with the trauma of that, and it's been passed down generationally, it's also perpetuated in our faces. It's also perpetuated in media and music and TV and apparatuses that we do not holistically own, although we could. We've been spiritually, mentally, physically abused and traumatized, and we have done it to ourselves as well. So when you have an internal conflict going on at the same time as an external conflict, that's how people get conquered. If the mental and spiritual capacity of that is never healed or mended or repaired, then you can't blame people for reacting to the environment that you created.
Yeah, no. So this is where I see with my best mate is Nigerian, and he's so passionate about everything to do with he anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, and like he comes from a really wealthy family who've worked their ass off, and they're I don't know how to say it, like to me they're family. But if I say like coloured, you're gonna say, oh, what are you trying to say here? I'm like, no. I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, that's my brother. But even me and my brother get into certain like arguments and debates on where we stand. I'm like, bro, we came up the same thing, like. Your family.
Hey, Adrian, let me ask you a question. I know you're cool with that one brother, your one brother. But what if I said, what if I told you that, okay, let's bring 10,000 black brothers to Brisbane and set up shop in your neighborhood? How would you feel about it if it was 10,000 folks that look like me, Pedro, Cypher, Mr. M, I know you're cool with that one guy, but what if 10,000 of us came?
I'm a boxer, brother. So
no. Why you want to box now?
No. So I'm just saying, I'm in the same with blokes who've come out and feel like, let's say they come from a standpoint of, I've got nothing, or we came from nothing.
No. These are blacks that's coming with something, because you got the Nigerian guy that had something.
Man, I used to play rugby in Sunnybank. You wouldn't know because I'm from Australia. I used to play rugby in Sunnybank with Samoans.
He can't
even answer the question, bro. That's crazy.
What do you mean?
His brain cells is
What do you mean?
going bonkers right now.
I'll answer you straight. I'll answer you yes or no.
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest.
Say what?
Say it with your chest.
Can I handle black people coming to hang?
Yeah, 10,000 of us. I know you're cool with that one guy that's your neighbor, that one little neighbor. But what if 10,000 of us came?
Yeah.
And then after that, and then we bring another 20,000 of our relatives. Are you cool with that?
Hell yeah, man! If we vibe on the same wave.
No. These are black folks. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you look like, man. It matters like where your heart's at, what your soul's at, where your mindset is. I don't give a fuck what you look like, man. I know people from all over the world.
Hey, Adrian, and that picture in your PTR, is that at 235th in New York? At the rooftop?
Yeah. That was it was supposed to be.
The big ass rooftop is like two levels of shit.
Bro, they were supposed to have the domes on the top, but it was a snowstorm when I was there.
They had a little plastic bubble joints outside. 235th is dope. It's actually right across the street from the Museum of Sex. If you ever get a chance, you get a little.
Yeah, I've been there before. Museum of Sex.
Yeah, it was freaky. It fucked me up a little bit. I was out there with shit. It was kind of freaky, but it was fun because a friend of mine, she's from Jersey. I was out there in like 2022, 2023. And I stayed at LES, so we went down there and chopped it up and went down. I was like, you want to go to the shoe? She's like, I'm going to take you to the Museum of Sex. I'm like, museum. Say, hey, what the fuck you on? Like, you trying to get me smashed? You know what I'm saying? So we went over there. It was actually fun. It was kind of like for what it is. Like they had you up in a little robe and all this shit, the old little museum shit, the exhibition shit. It was kind of crazy. It was great, but it wasn't like straight up. It wasn't straight up just straight porn type shit. The way they did it, it was more like a museum for real. You know what I'm saying? So, but then we went across the street to 235th, one of the best rooftops in all of New York, in my opinion. Had a good time.
Yeah, man, it was a vibe, man. As soon as I touched down in New York, I got to talk with like a lot of people, bro. I was like,
did you go to Harlem? Adrian?
I didn't get to go out that way because I got some Italian people that I met on a cruise, and then I'm like, yeah, bro, I'll link up. And then we had some family in New York. I'm from Australia though, so but then I went to New York, had people that I know them. Might be tossing up a move to live there or do something there.
Hey, Adrian, since you from Australia, tell me this.
Yeah. What?
Where in the hell did the white man come from?
Oh shit, that's a fucking.
My brother. Tell me, my brother.
All I know is I was chatting with my OG in the cafe the other day. His dad's Iranian and he grew up in West Sydney under Muslim ideology. And the funny thing is that we laughed about it pisses him off, but we laugh about the fact that in our Catholic schools, Jesus is painted as a white man. We're like, bro, he's not fucking white. He's Middle Eastern, he's like a brown man. And my bro, although it's another topic, but I know earlier, 2 hours ago, we were talking about what Trump's doing with Iran and stuff like that. He's like, man, the ideology of these motherfuckers is just insane. Like, he's like, I don't understand why people try to advocate for it, but what I came from, what I saw, this is my OG. And he was telling me, my dad's Iranian, and I grew up Muslim, and this is why I converted to Christianity, because the only way is embracing everyone is the only way. Like, even, it doesn't matter what you look like, who they are. Yeah. Like, and
well, you don't know.
Size.
So that's a no. You don't know where the white man origins come from. Right? You don't know.
Well, from my perspective, are you talking about my ancestry?
In Australia, where does the European come from?
We're colonized by Britain.
That's your answer?
We were colonized by Britain, yeah.
Were your family part of that settler colonization class?
So I'm part Irish, part Polish. I'm never going to get into detail, but my grandparents escaped. My grandma's parents escaped a concentration camp and got on the boat to get.
Well, tell me this. Do your
Yeah.
bloodline go back 200 years or 1,000,000 years or 10,000 years? Just your bloodline. If you could just
My bloodline.
If you can you answer that without catching a nosebleed within those numbers?
I'm sorry, but
I mean, just
have you gone on Ancestry.com?
You know, like AI, 10,000 years, 200 years, or 1,000,000 years. They can answer.
Our bloodline, brother. The only thing I know from my country where I'm born in.
Just say the number. Just say the number. Just say the number.
I can tell you. I can tell you.
Hey, all right. How about this, Adrian?
He catching the nosebleed.
Yeah. How about this, Adrian? Are there any indigenous native people left in Australia? Where did the black people go at? You know, I go to Australia, I see nothing but Adrians. Where did the black people go at?
The black people are in the Northern Territory doing their thing there. Alice Springs, Northern Territory, Darwin, they're in Townsville, Cairns. Mainly situated around where they were originally from, indigenous. It's the same. It's like asking where the Native Americans from. I've got Aboriginal friends. I've got Papua New Guinean friends, Nigerian friends.
Yeah. Hey, but what about your wife? How many children y'all got? Or how many children do you want to have on Earth? If you could have any number of children, how many would you have?
Man, when I'm in the financial position for children,
Good enough.
I want.
Man, niggas think what y'all doing all right. Now answer the action. Crack about where you from and shit. You don't know. What's up,
Get back, Sambo. Sambo, get back. Get back.
No.
Y'all was there.
All right, Adrian, we done with you now, Adrian. We done with you now. We got Pedro now.
Get back, Sambo.
We got Pedro now. We got Pedro now. Right? Okay, here go.
Is it? Now I'm a crapping, man. Now I'm a crapping.
Hey, Pedro, he got on the stage. Hey, Pedro, he got on the stage, right? He said there's a zoo in here.
Oh, shit. Y'all niggas monkeys. Hey, what you saying?
He said, y'all was like a zoo in here. I said, a zoo?
What you mean by that, Cracker?
Then he couldn't describe what it was like in a civilized zoo.
Oh,
Explain that
Friday.
when he was trying to say that he was experienced, he couldn't talk like he was in a zoo. And I said, have you been in a civilized zoo? And could you talk in the zoo? And was it unorganized? And he said, I don't know, but I asked him where that zoo at. And
Pedro, he also said, as black folks, we don't read books like Get Rich Dad, Poor Dad, 48 Laws of Power.
When the hell did I mention them book names?
Hey, look, Cracker.
Wait. You can't You can't call me a cracker because I didn't say anything racist. I didn't say anything racist. You just made this up.
Racist, Cracker. What's wrong with you?
There you go. Alright, say nothing.
Might as well go ahead and say nigga, man. Get your shit off. I'm gonna call you a cracker, a honky, motherfucking wetback. You probably even 100% cracker. You probably like half Spanish talking about you a cracker. You a fucking wetback.
Go on over there, man.
Just call him Caucasian.
No, he ain't Caucasian. He took it from Australia.
No, he from Australia. He's not white American. You can't call him like we do each other. You Indian, you black. No, he's a Caucasian. He's not
So
He's not a hillbilly. He's not a redneck.
But he's a cracker in Australia. Come on, mister. You kind of tap dancing now, mister. Come on. He's from a settler. Hold on, bro. His family exterminated natives in Australia, right? Exterminated them, bro. He's part of the settler colonial class that came from England. And Europe and Ireland and all that shit. Come on, let's not let him off the hook. He's part of that class.
Listen, hold on, but you don't even know where he's from. Listen, them crackers can't trace their own lineage back past the 1888 or some shit like that, 1887. That cracker don't know where the fuck he's from. He was telling you that. The bitch was talking about his grandparents, you know. I don't know where he's a cracker. But
I don't told you where. I don't
told you talking to black people right there. Hold on. You don't even know where he's from.
You cool.
Yeah. Be cool at ease, cracker. Y'all can't be first right now. But yo, he not like a cracker. He like a offshoot version of a cracker. Like he a cracker because Americans said he's a cracker, but he not like a cracker, like a European cracker. Like he's a mutt. Am I right, cracker?
I'm a what?
You like a mutt. You like a mixed breed.
Yeah. Well, I say mixed breed, but what do you mean, man? Because
Do they say
Y'all
you say white boy in Australia?
Yeah, you said you was a Poland and some more shit, cracker. Then
yeah,
Do y'all call it a white boy in Australia?
No, not really. No, fuck no, bro. What the fuck?
he said, bro, you're not like a Caucasian. You like a Cocker Spaniel, bitch. You know what I'm saying? He ain't know. You know what I'm saying?
He's a great boy. He's a great boy.
Can you please stop putting in when I'm talking to black people? Damn. You kind of think y'all be first and everything. Like you think I'm talking to you because I'm talking about you, crack shit.
He's a great boy.
You talking about me the last fucking 10 minutes, man. You bumped in. You bumped in. Hey, if you got something to say, you can say it now.
I just said it, Cracker. Shut up.
For what?
You fuck with you, man. But nothing. I'm gonna fuck your wife. Cracker, shut up. You was always put first in life winning, Cracker. Right now, I ain't gonna be that type of rodeo, Cracker. Yeah. Motherfucking pack of wood, you pink toe. Your ass come behind me, saying, "Hey, talking about fuck up." But yeah, he don't know his history and shit. Y'all asking this Cracker. Cracker don't know where the fuck he from. I'm talking about he Polish, something else, but he Australian. You don't know.
Where you from?
I'm from America.
I'm from Australia.
I know, but you're not from there, really, because your people from Poland. You said you were Polish, some more shit.
But
So
you're
a blank.
I can say the same thing about you. So where you?
I ain't from so you trying to
I'm Australian born. You're American born.
Cracker. I'm American born. My family are American born. They family American born. I'm not like you, Cracker.
You call me Cracker as much as you want, man. If I hit you with the fucking euro, I'll be the bad guy.
Hit it. I don't give a fuck, Cracker. Say that shit. Say it with your chest.
Come on, man. Hey, Dro. I'll call you Big Dro.
No. Call me a coon. Call me a motherfucking coon. Never say it. Say it.
You want me to victimize you? You want me to fucking call you?
Wow, that's crazy.
Y'all call me a hate or some shit, nigga.
What? You want me to call you that? Why would you want me to call you that?
I'm trying to see if you got nuts.
This is good.
Nuts for what?
Brain power. See, to overthrow the white man, you gotta think 10 times faster than the white man.
But listen, you see how I handle this Cracker? Y'all trying to be diplomatic with this Cracker. Fuck this Cracker. Hey man, ain't nothing more than I hate than black people than Crackers. I hate Crackers way more. Hey, listen, Adrian, that's your name. I'm a nigga. You just met a Florida nigga, American nigga. I'm not like black people. Black people are like weak and they kind of like respect y'all. I can give a fuck about you, Cackerwood. I know you don't know nothing about your history. You don't know nothing about your motherfucking family like that. You know what I'm saying? These old fucking mixed inbred ass Cracker. Like an offshoot though. You're not like a European Cracker. You're not like the original Cracker. It's like a amalgam.
Hey, but Pedro, some people will say that pseudo. What you talking about? They say that pseudo.
He's right here told you. He is from Australia, but his people from Poland and some other shit. He not no authentic Cracker. He's like, man, this motherfucker's a spearmint.
What? No, so where? Were you Native American?
Yeah, I'm indigenous American, Cracker.
Indigenous American. Where? Yeah. And your family's been in America for how long?
At least 200-300 years. And I should have thought.
He's Pedro's foundational. Yeah.
So what?
Go ahead, Cracker.
Y'all got kicked up out of here.
I was like, because
Pedro.
Man, go ahead. That Cracker, listen, he an orphan trained Cracker. All right, man, so listen, y'all don't know about Cabbage Patch. Yeah, you laughing. You don't even know his grandparents like that. Them motherfuckers get put on orphan trains.
Yeah,
And
motherfucking Cabbage Patch. You don't know that's where he come from.
So Pedro, name your original tribe that was Native.
Well, you want to know my original tribe? It's gonna be the Tamukins, and the Tamukins went into the Seminole, and then the Niji on my grandfather's side.
On your grandfather's side, how long ago was that?
They got it dead about 200 years ago, Cracker. That's the furthest I can go back. My bloodline, Cracker.
Okay.
Yeah. Now let me show you the difference. You back of wood. Let me show you the difference between me and you. You the first generation Australian. You just told us one of your grandparents is Poland and another one is something else. So that means right then and there you a immigrant to Australia by your parents, Cracker. So yeah, you don't know the fuck you is, Cracker.
No. So
we know the first people to Australia were black people. We know those melanated people.
You're talking about the Aboriginal people?
Yeah.
So you know, now you know more about the black people in my country than I do. Okay. Talk to me about it. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, you found that land, just like your ancestors got it. But hey, man, we don't care no motherfucking fucks about you, okay? Yeah. Talk to you like you're a motherfucking white hoe baby. That's what you is. He's a white hoe. He's a white hoe baby.
Here you go, that. You can say whatever you want, man.
Yeah, he's a white hoe baby.
I came in here because Cypher was spitting game.
I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck who let you in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk.
Well, they let me in here, didn't they?
Just like I talk to the niggas. Hey, just like I talk to black folk crazy. I'm gonna definitely talk to your white ass crazy. You's a white hoe baby.
Okay.
Think I give a fuck about your opinion? You don't even know where the fuck you from.
I don't know where I'm from, bro. I'm just telling you where I'm from.
And then look at you like you got recessive genes. Look at you. You like a fucking.
You don't even know what you're talking about, bro. We might just be in two different tax brackets.
Are you from Australia? I'm not poor. You're not talking to no poor nigga. The fuck, I'm in a motherfucking Bentley right now, cracker.
Show us the family, bro.
Man,
Yo, man. Show us the family, man.
Yeah, you dirty cracker.
I'd love to link you if you're in that, man. I'm gonna tell you what. If you really
give a damn about you cracker in my sleep. I call you a bitch right now. You from a dirty white bitch. Cracker. Yeah.
Get on.
Yeah, cracker.
Come on,
I got a cracker friend. I just took a picture with my white friend too. His name Timmy. He from Florida, man. I just took a picture of that cracker. He a Florida cracker though. He from East Park.
It's crazy, bro. I don't know who did you dirty, man. But for me to
y'all did us dirty.
I didn't me, bro. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, PTR. That's me standing in front of this bitch. You see me? Yeah, me and my boy. We just left the car show.
Mate, brother. Wait,
somebody stop playing, bro. This shit got.
No, come back.
You gonna say no. You can say no. If I want to be a little man,
I can tell you ain't got no money. Look at your coat. Your coat don't even fit you, cracker.
My coat is boss, man. That coat is boss. That's a boss, man. That coat is boss. That coat is literally boss. That coat is literally boss. That coat is literally boss, bro.
Loose round the neck, cracker. That ain't your coat.
That coat is
That's your
boss,
brother's
man.
coat, cracker. Yeah, you get behind me saying that ain't your coat, cracker.
It's like that one more time, man. I'm starting to think that's probably like you're desperate for me to say it, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm itching for you. I'm trying to see if you're a man or not. Say that shit. Get it off your chest.
Man, I can't. I'm not gonna be a man over the net, man. I'm not my kid, man. If I had to say it, man.
Lower your tone, Peckerwood. Lower your tone. Talk
Oh,
like
what,
a
bro?
talk like a hoe.
Well, what, bro?
You don't hear me talking to you, bitch. You the motherfucking Peckerwood. You talk to me softly. And you talking about
Why the hell
raising
you
your voice.
still in here, Adrian? Let this man do the shit.
Cause he's a soft ass cracker.
Fuck a bingo.
He's a soft ass cracker. He probably gonna get handled. The cracker get handled the way they get handled. He know what's going on.
Yo, he said, why you guys don't read books like, The Alchemist and, man, niggas read. That's basic shit, Adrian. Come on,
Man, hold on, wait. Adrian, why is your collar? See, I gotta know how to play you crackers. Why you talking about money in different tax brackets? Your collar is loose on your coat. What is he talking about?
Could you afford this coat? Do you know what this coat? Because you recognize the brand on this coat.
Boy, what brand is that?
I mean, Adrian is giving off bottom shelf brand vibes.
Yeah. Listen, he's not a top.
He's not a top. He's not the top. Yeah.
No, he's one of the offshoots of crackers. I told you,
The bottom shelf brand. Yeah.
Look, zoom into his coat. And then look at that man. Get the fuck out of here. He got Ray-Bans on. Come on. Dirty cracker. He's a dirty cracker. You're not even a paid cracker. Who the hell wear Ray-Bans in 2026?
Hey, guy, what you do for work?
I'm a crane operator. I run heavy equipment. Yes, sir.
Hands on. Okay.
Yeah. Hands on like a motherfucker.
He's a builder. He's a builder. Yeah, he's a builder.
What you do now? What you do for a living, Cracker?
I fuck with that.
What you do for a living? Nothing. You an IKEA worker, Cracker.
Oh,
Sure.
what?
You work at IKEA. Y'all.
Man, see, this is not even a race thing.
I don't give a fuck. It's a race thing. I'm talking to you, pink toe. Your mama is a white hoe. You think I'm gonna respect you, boy? Boy.
Damn, bro.
Boy.
Damn, bro. But for that dude that asked me,
Adrian, why you keep using the word racist? At our best, we could probably be prejudiced. So
No.
But racist is more so like racist is like white. It's like white only, black only. Didn't even come in here. You know, back in the 60s, like white only.
This is racist.
Backed up by the law, the police, Constitution,
scapegoat,
the military. That's being racist. When you get
fuck
backed up
that
in that
cop. Whoop that trick, get him. Whoop that trick.
Maybe prejudice is your age.
I wouldn't give a fuck what his mama is the white dude, all hustle and flow.
Now, if you go to the white room, they gonna show you some race. They gonna stick you to the goop in the racist room.
No. We would stick them to the goop, but they sleep, and I ain't got no bean.
That white man that kick your ass out the room if you go out there.
You Cracker so bad, y'all want to ask this Cracker question and shit, know where he from. Well, I don't tolerate no bean. Tell me this, fuck that Cracker.
Yeah.
Stop.
Hey,
I'm waiting on
Cracker, shut up. You hear that black man talking to me? Trying to feed you? You shut up while you talking to me. Well, you was beneath us. You were such a Virginia having motherfucker. Shut up.
For what?
And you know I'm with it, Cracker.
For what?
Adrian, you in the military?
No. Look at him. He got a loose neck. Shit don't even fit the collar of the fucking coat.
I mean, I'm not military. I'm Golden Glove champion though, but.
Now he a boxer. Boy, if you don't shut your
Yeah, now he's a boxer. That's good.
Yeah, look, what you a welterweight? Get your bitch ass on out of here, man.
I'm actually welterweight.
I know it. Yeah.
That nigga bantamweight. He's a bantamweight.
Hey, Adrian, when you gonna fight Gambosa?
No.
Down there with you?
Gambos?
When you gonna fight? He down there?
Not to be fair, he's above me.
He what?
He's a bit too far ahead of me. I need another year to get ready for
Labs. I ain't in the chat.
Y'all in the same weight
Hey,
class.
Labs, don't get mad. Don't tell me how to talk to no motherfucking Peckerwood boy. Hell's wrong with you niggas? What is these niggas be taking up?
Man, when you gonna fight Gambosa, man? In 2 years?
Man, I'm hoping maybe, in 2 years, hopefully.
He washed up. I believe you can get it. He washed up.
No, because to be fair, Devin Haney beat the brakes off Gambosa, so I knew it would happen. Adrian, man, you trapping like a fucking parrot, man. Just shut up for a minute.
Why your daddy didn't marry your mom? Peckerwood.
They already did, man. Did you?
No, Peckerwood. Why? Come on.
Where's your daddy?
My daddy at home.
Okay, alright.
Why your
with that?
Why your parents ain't married, Peckerwood?
My parents ain't married.
I know they not married. I said, but why they not married?
Shit, my mom is a fucking go get a woman. I'll give her.
Yeah, she's a hoe. Hey, look, I was telling these black brothers that shit. You Peckerwood, y'all ain't no better than us. Peckerwood.
I don't even know where you're going with this, man. We're supposed to be talking about Donald Trump, and then you're talking about like.
Yeah, you ain't here talking about reading books and shit. You ain't even got a prison father in the household, Peckerwood.
Mate, I am the father. Across my 5 families, I am that go-to. But anyway,
I know. I see how you want to be live. You want to have laughter now. Now you want to laugh about it. Peckerwood.
Laugh about what, man? How old are you?
I'm 35, Peckerwood. My dad in my life.
Cool.
My parents married.
High five.
Yeah.
High five.
You got to high five me, Crack. I'm better than you.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. I am Peckerwood.
No, you're not.
You a pro cracker.
I think we're in
Hey, you
two
living
different
off.
categories.
Listen, you living
I
off.
can already
the
tell,
original
man.
cracker.
I can already tell we're in two different categories. You're like 10 years. You're a decade ahead of me, man, and you're carrying on just going.
Hey, listen, I'm not a dick.
Come on, we gotta go.
Look at this. Come on, how old are you?
24, man.
Man, he's an old looking cracker too. Damn.
Yeah, I got a beard, man. We'll grow one. Where's yours at?
I got a cracker. Oh, no, I'm not the light skinned brother in that picture. I'm the dark skinned brother in my picture, sir. Yeah, I'm the one with the Versace shades on, cracker.
Is this is this not Pedro?
Yeah, that's Pedro. You see that motherfucking color in the back, cracker? We come out to play, cracker. Yeah.
Let me see that.
Yeah, we swinging those, cracker.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, no, you ain't give me nothing. I made that, cracker.
You did that?
Yeah, I'm better than you, cracker. Tell the rest of the niggas. Say it, man. Say it, cracker.
Say what?
Say it. Say, Pedro, you better than me.
You are.
All right, I know that. You better believe
You're
it.
not.
And don't you ever come in here telling me about a book that black people read in prison. We read that shit in prison, cracker. You don't get no cool points,
In
cracker.
prison? You went to prison and you
No,
want
I ain't doing no
put that
prison.
on, you want to put that on your neck? Like
Agent,
it's
I need a favor, agent.
Hey, man, stop talking to this
Do me
cracker
a
like you got
favor,
sense. Hey, listen, don't call him agent. You call him cracker while I'm in this room.
Oh, look, agent. I
No,
can't
don't
trust
call him.
no.
I'm going to make a lot of noise. I'm going to make a lot of noise. You talk to that Peckerwood like he's supposed to be talking to right now, boy.
I am. Agent,
Call him out his name. Don't call him out his name.
I am. Watch this. Agent, I can't
Don't
trust
call
no
him
white
agent.
man.
I'm not doing agent. Call him something else.
That can't call himself a black man. So if you white man, you gotta be able to call yourself a black man around. All right? Sound good?
What, black in color or black in soul or black in what? Like, what do you mean?
Like you gotta be a black man around. You can't be no white man around. I only trust black people. So if you're gonna be around me, you gotta call yourself black.
Look, brother, if you say, look, I'm only sticking with
Hey,
my
hey,
tribe
hey,
that came from where I'm from.
Hey, listen. I heard you. Hold on, brother. Why didn't you call him out his name?
Right?
I don't heard y'all call black people in this room out their name. You don't address Asian as Asian. Call him Peckerwood, white host Stephanie child. I don't know. Do not call him by his name.
I'll call him Lucifer. That's better.
Oh,
Hey,
call him that.
damn. I got you like that. Damn. I got you like
Hey,
that.
agent, are you Lucifer?
You tell me, man. Am I Lucifer?
I'm asking you.
Peckerwood, you know who you is.
No, I'm quite frankly in my crew. I'm
Hey, how many sisters you got?
You got.
No, don't give him that much power. Don't give him that much power.
You got 3 minutes to answer. Are you Lucifer?
No.
Oh, he answered it. He could have said yeah, but he said,
Hey, Peckerwood, I got some motherfucking shoes in my hand. Those are motherfucking hard, Peckerwood. Motherfucking shoes, I can take my shoes off. Motherfucking line step in the toilet car.
Personalized car needs to get his shoes off and sit down.
Why you motherfucking, that don't matter, PTR. You look at your PTR, those white love. You got that loose ass rose, the small and neat.
Hey, champ. Don't worry, champ. You don't have to stress so much, champ. Pedro, you're a champion, man. It's all good. Life will be good, just so. You know, you get so aggressive over nothing, man.
hey, Adrian, what's your boxing record?
To be fair, 63. I'm going about champion.
Over 100.
So you got any knockouts?
Nah, because it's only that's why I want to challenge for the pro title at the end of the year. But in the amateurs, man, they pad your shit upside head here. It's hard to get knocked out. We thought I was, but surprisingly I can't. Not yet. But when we go to the pro thing, no headgear, I'm ready to see what's up. To be fair.
What weight class? What go for?
60. Nah, super light.
Golly. That's like 125 or something?
That's what did Shakur and Tifimo fight at? That was wrong way, wasn't it?
135 between 147 or something like that.
Same with them boys, but I'll tell you what, man, watching Shakur, man, he's next Floyd. He's fucking crazy. Anyway, though, I think, yeah, we don't have to go on with the crack thing. Like, I'm not against, like, anything. I mean, like, it's all, like, I don't know where it's got so hostile, but, you know, it's all love. I'm just saying. You know,
Hey, man, you ain't gonna never get past Milton. That dude is gonna crush you, bro. I can see you fighting him in another couple of years because he's beating up all white boys right now. You next.
Who's that?
Milton. Yeah, he gonna beat you up next. He gonna come out there, or you gonna come to America. If you want some smoke, come to America.
Yeah, man, I'm thinking about New York, but to be fair, them boys, them boxers in the pro boxers in America.
If you stay in Australia, all you can do is just go into like a 3 series with Gambosis and take all his.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Take all his clout, take
Yeah,
his gym, take everything. Take his coach.
No, to be fair, the American boxers are just different breed, bro. I will admit that. That's why I'm like low-key keen. That's why I became to move to actually New York for a bit, because I was traveling in Europe and I was in Barcelona. I'm like, you can't really switch on in Barcelona. This shit's too party heavy. But New York could be on. And it was good to meet. It was good to meet all the American people, like the genuine Americans.
This nigga said, take his coat. I'm logging on.
Take his coat. What are you talking about?
He gone now. He do.
Pedro's gone. Man, where'd he go? I was missing him calling me cracker every fucking second word. Anyway, I want to hear you on the mic, man. You spit some game.
Cypher.
Yes, Cypher.
Cypher. Man, what food y'all be eating out there, man? Australia.
Shit, we take a bit of. Well, we're very similar to in the American sense, but we take a bit of everything. I guess our main thing is our like meat is so like premium that we like fucking like steaks and beefs and lambs and shit like that. But
do y'all get American food products out there? Like Cheerios, Pop-Tarts?
Say that again.
Y'all get like Cheerios, Pop-Tarts, Captain Crunch?
Right, no, the only thing we got is like, well, we got some jelly, but like the only thing I think that we got like American was, it's hard to get like Pop-Tarts in America. And if we do get them from America, the recent thing we got from America was Taco Bell. And I don't think that popped off as much as it should have, but no one really hyped it up too much. But yeah, the Takis, I love the Takis, even though they're bad for you. But it's really just like meats and we take a lot of what, to be honest, Australia is like very similar to America in most ways.
Similar to America or similar to England?
Oh no, I'd say more America than England, to be honest, bro. All the English that come to holiday in Australia, they're like, how the fuck did we colonise you and you've got it better than us? You tell me. You think London's the fucking capital of the world? But London is a shit show. When I went there, I was like, get me the fuck out of here, man.
Why you say that? Shit show.
Man, just like the weather, like rainy, like every day's like a cloudy, like glumping mess. Even though all my boys in London, like my homies in London, they're vibey, but you know, like I couldn't wake up every day and just like try to go for a run in the morning. Some fitness or something, you fucking got to put a coat on and gear up like you're ready to go to war in like the cold and shit like that, and just go for like a quick run. And now you got to gear up like just for like a run, whole raincoat and shit. It's like save this shit. Straight up and walk out without a shirt on and go for a run around the block. It'll be no problem.
Yeah, you gonna deal with that heat out there.
Yeah, it gets hot, but Australian winters, they're primo, bro. The only thing
y'all got a winter out there? I thought it was
we do have.
spring and summer.
No, bro. We do have a winter, man. It gets down to like 14 degrees ish, like in the winter, and then like when the sun's out, it gets like up to like 21. That's when it's like premium. But like when Australian summer comes on.
You ever seen a kangaroo try to like be aggressive and whatnot?
Man, kangaroos, you don't see them in the cities. You see them everywhere outside of it, though. If that makes sense. In the main cities where I live, like Brisbane, you won't see no kangaroo, but you'll see them everywhere outside of that. But I've never had them. They've never got aggressive to me, even though I know they can be. It depends on if they're trying to protect, like, it's like with any of us, right? Like, if you're trying to protect something, they just think, I'll go at you, but like, I haven't had that yet. Dude, the only reason most people don't come here because they're like, fuck that flight. And then I flew from New York to Australia, and I'm like, yeah, that flight is that was a fucking full-on flight, but I think most people would love it when they get here. Well, they say they wish they could live here, but...
And y'all be eating them kangaroos down there?
Yeah, I think they do. Some certain places, not in the main city, though. See that.
Like, they put it on the market like kangaroo meat?
Like, if you go to the Whitsundays, if you went to a holiday in the Whitsundays, you'd froth it, you'd love it, but that's where they do, like, some special shit. Like, they got crocodile meat, kangaroo meat. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even know that was a thing, but yeah.
So do the natives eat kangaroo, or is it just?
I imagine they probably would have, because they're very like hunter-gatherer sort of people. But the city in the city, it's very similar to like a New York style. Not New York, like New York's like, in my opinion, the city on steroids, but it's very similar sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Hey man, they get.
Where are you from?
I'm from North America.
North America.
Over here by the middle part, like Texas.
Oh, you near Texas?
Say that again?
Well, you near Texas, Houston.
No, I'm in Dallas.
Dallas. I heard that's fresh as, to be fair. Dallas the best city in America, you reckon?
I think it's the best survival city.
Shit.
You ain't gotta worry about the earthquakes on the west coast. You ain't gotta worry about the floods on the east coast.
Oh, right. So from preservation standpoint, it's just
tornadoes come, it's hot and cold. By the time the heat gets to you, the cold from the north comes. By the time the north pole comes, the heat from the.
I heard the fit chicks are there. I heard the fittest chicks are either there or in Miami.
Man, you don't lose your mind. You don't lose your mind going out there with them.
Yeah. Which one, Miami or Dallas?
Miami.
yeah. Miami's like Gold Coast, where I'm from. It's like similar to Miami.
And they got nice ladies out here in Dallas too, but they're more like, how you say, sophisticated.
Just a slight more class that sounded like materialistic sort of thing.
Put it this way, in Dallas, you got 10% of every race in Dallas.
Yeah. Wait, you're 10% every race in Dallas? So it's so like super diverse.
Yeah.
Do you want to stay in Dallas, or would you say you'd probably want to go like,
I probably would stay in Dallas for another 5 years.
In your opinion, what would you say is the most American or US like city or area, state? Where would you say you get the most American feel? Or like this is where America's at in your perspective?
I would probably say the Midwest, like any state in the Midwest that's not oversaturated with outside culture. Because the more you go in the Midwest, you got more of a black and white native structure. It's like real laid back. I would say, I'll be honest, I'll probably say like Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, like the last of the real like places that's not oversaturated by immigrants.
True. So they're like the most American sort of places.
Yeah. And
what's your thoughts on what's his name? Senator John Kennedy. He's a funny cunt. From what I've watched, he just seems funny.
I think he could be exposed to some stuff that it's kind of too late. Even though he was throwing a red flag out there, it's like you know a lot, but you can't stop it. So at the same time, I understand the power shift because of what his brother did. And when his brother got killed, if it's right and exact, certain people that his brother had beef with, it more so festered up back then to where his brother can actually see what's going on.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
I can redeem my brother's legacy by doing something good and with the medicine. And I don't know how he's gonna come out with that because he tied into Trump cabinet. So that reversal concept can come at the end of Trump's cabinet, but it will just be a bunch of mess if they don't go ahead and iron out new healthcare laws, new healthcare pharmaceutical ideas, or whatever they want to do with that. And it's a lot of damage control. I think he's in control of. So it's not. I don't think it's an easy job at all.
Yeah. Especially with that background. I mean, his dad's son and whatnot. But like, but I was gonna get your opinion on the Louisiana state, John Kennedy. Same name. The older one. The Republican one.
Oh no, nothing about. He's from Louisiana.
Yeah. He's the one that's like he's got a real full-on accent. Like he's the one that wrote something about Congress being dumb as hell or something about stupid, like not being stupid. You know that one? Got grey hair and shit.
I ain't never heard of him.
He's hilarious. But I'll tell you, I know who you would hate. And I think he's a fuckhead too. That Nick Fuentes bloke.
Nick Fuentes. I heard that name before.
He is fucking wild, dude. That cunt is fucking crazy.
What are you, like a senator or something?
Me?
No, Nick Fuentes. What position?
He's just a far right activist, bro. He just says some outrageous shit on all stands, on all fronts.
I started keeping up with them people when Rush Limbaugh died. When he died, I started listening to this shit. I said, that's their God right there. He did everything over with.
Yeah. Leave it at that sort of thing.
So when that chapter ended, it's like, who could outdo him? Who could be more vicious than him? And then everything else is kind of like down or on Alex Jones or somebody like that.
Yeah, what do you think about Alex Jones, bro? The way he took the piss out of Piers Morgan, bro, that is a crack up interview, dude. That is great content. You seen that one?
He be exposed stuff. I don't think I've seen that one yet, but he be dropping some stuff out there.
Bro, when he hit when Piers Morgan's like to murder and he hit him with the full, he's like, I can speak in this British accent as well, and just started fucking mocking the hell out of Piers Morgan. I just started pissing myself, bro. It was funny. But hold on. I've sort of gone off tangent. I was getting called cracker like 5 times a fucking minute. But like, the thing is, should Americans support Donald Trump? What about you, bro? What do you think? Yes or no?
What I think?
Yeah.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
No, I don't got no dog in that fight, man. I ain't voting. I ain't never voted. Never will. It's a cabinet thing, you know, like blood sacrifice. Sign in line, you got your blood and ink. Then you shake your hands with these people, and then they shake your hands with you. Now you're in this cabinet. Now you're in this contract with these people. So whatever they do it in your blood. You with it.
Yeah. So you're trying to be like be independent, basically, something like outside of all that shit. You know?
Yeah, man. More independent, conservative type. You know, that ain't finna be in your contract, because I know sure they gonna do it in blood money.
Right.
And then once you crash out, America's like a train going out of control on fire. You don't want to be on the train when it impacts. So find a safe exit some kind of way. Get what you can and get out for it. Because if you're tied into the stock exchange, tied into all this stuff, when it falls, when the dollar collapses, you fall right with it. So you have to have a still-away program. And every little time you can develop your still-away program, just keep building on it. Start with 300 customers. With 300 customers, you'll never be broke.
So you don't want to subscribe to that, basically. You want to stay outside of that.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna do the same thing on the cycle. The people they argue with living in the same zip code, getting the same resources. So it's not really a division from them economically. The lifestyles are impeccable, if I can say that.
Right.
So for them to experience the differences, there's too much greed. There's too much greed. It's like almost in a perspective to where it's rich and poor. Yep. No middle class.
I'll tell you what, though. I'm hoping, from an outsider's perspective, because it does affect Australia as well. I will say one thing. I hope Donald lays this shit out properly. Because if he doesn't, man, the stuff he's doing on, it better make fucking America richer, because I know it'll make fucking Australia more comfortable, for sure. So he better know. I feel like he is, because I don't think anyone can really fuck with the US, honestly. But
the only thing I can describe America to turn into is these 2 movies, and that's like maybe 3. That's The Matrix, the first one, Hunger Games, and Fifth Element. All those movies combined into one movie is where America is headed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever seen Fifth Element. And then you got the Hunger Games.
I haven't seen Fifth Element, but I know what you're talking about with Hunger Games and
The Matrix.
Yeah, The Matrix, yeah. Fifth Element, is that? I haven't seen that.
The Fifth Element is where they just had so much technology, they could regrow your arm on your body and be like, it was nothing. They can create your whole body over again.
So in your perspective, are you satisfied with where your where you guys headed or not?
Satisfied. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Man, check this out. What they doing right now? It was like, a year ago, they said America's gonna go through a time machine. So I was like, how do you go through a time machine in 5 years? So in order to go through a time machine, you're dealing with certain resources or certain monies. It ain't about a race anymore. It's about who can endure to the end. So I'm just glad I'm in the process of trying to strive to endure to the end of it, because they can only do so much for so long. So to come out on the other end of this situation with Trump doing what I see he doing, who knows? I don't know what it looks like, but I can't predict that. Other than the fact that what happened a few years ago or a year ago, as far as I think it was predicting was Trump going to do something. Is either was he going to get in office, if he was going to get in office, or if he wasn't, or was he going to do something with the monetary system or something. But either way it go, he made it past that point.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's more so like, it's like a planet spinning out of orbit, if I can say that. And if you can get the planet back under control, cool. But his system that he has, we've been on many planets. I mean, we've been on many worldly systems, but we've been on one planet. But the worldly system that he's using and trying to keep under control is spinning out of control and imploding. We got an ecosystem, we got a justice system, we got an educational system, housing system, financial system. All these systems that makes up a world, food system, and it's crumbling right in his hands, in my opinion. So in order for him to really be successful, according to how America set up, he would have to cut off the fat. And in so many words, I guess it's describing that drain the swamp concept. Like when you
feel like he's kind of doing that, or do you think he's doing that through external shit?
Yeah, he's doing it, but it's a civil war at the top. They don't want to talk about it because it's silent. It's tied into the banks. And England got something to do with it. America got something to do with it. And the technology behind that is like, okay, so I'm like, yeah, I'm sitting over here with the technology in the bag. And y'all ain't know y'all been using my system for this long. So, like the Grinch, you know what I'm saying? I can almost like hear that movie Back to the Future. That Big Biff, that's him. He got all the chips, got everything under control. I'm trying to figure out what is so unique about Big Biff. Why is he so hated? I think I'm gonna go back and watch Back to the Future. Because whatever he's using in that movie to a degree is coming out in reality. All because of the Monopoly game. You know, the Monopoly game real too. They just don't really want to say they play Monopoly with fake money. We got currency is the issue with the Chinese because they can make fake money.
China's very self-sufficient, although they're fucking
They
fucking.
got a bunch of counterfeit over there. If you have a bunch of counterfeit and you can play the market any kind of way you want to play it, it's like infinite money.
Yeah,
Nobody can stop you. You reverse engineer everything in the world. You steal everybody's stuff. It's not something like bad, but it's not something good. It's more so like an unlimited candy store or something.
You just have, like, yeah, you just flat the fuck out of it if they wanted to, which they sort of can. Well, they sort of do.
But they got a lot of edge. And the edge is 6G.
Yeah.
Surveillance.
Who do you reckon is more dangerous, though, Russia or China?
Russia, and I would say China, because the technology
Is the next level.
is in a concept to where, I'll be honest with you, how are Chinese people really living with a face recognition system? How do they really live on a day-to-day basis? Is it really cool? Is it really draining their energy? That principle of how that system is working is why I think we're having an issue now. Because if we have to go that high in 6G, they will be already dominating in that level of market. And those chips, and what they are already using right now, which is ahead of us, will flow down to America's market and pretty much knock out whatever we're dealing with. Because they're already there with the technology. That's what the race is about. They trying to get prepared to build their stuff up and have enough sufficient technology here, which America already has. It's been technology. They done lost all their manufacturing, all the distribution, steel and wood, all that stuff is coming from import and export. So technology is basically all America got left. And what little bit of money they trying to monitor the financial system. That's it. And if Trump can pull this off, the only thing in America is going to be looking like slavery. Because the system that he's creating is rich and poor.
I just feel like if he sorts it all out, if he really does, and even though you got Israel, who I think are pretty, they're full on, but like if they really get a grip on it, and they reckon they can control the oil and shit, and they actually win this thing they're trying to do, and they get oil from here, there, it'll make fucking everyone in America's life very fucking sweet if they do it correctly. If they fuck up, it'll be a massive waste of everyone's taxpayers' dollars. If they succeed, shit. America.
I think they're gonna fuck up. You know why they're gonna fuck up?
Why?
Because it's a cause and effect in everything.
Yeah.
They get this oil from here, and here, so it's taken from there, and there. Wherever it's taken from, that's the cause and effect. So the new market that they're capitalizing off of from Venezuela, from Iran, if they ever think they can get that, good luck.
But you know, as an American, you know you guys are the dominant country though, right? Like by far.
Well, I mean,
By
I can
far.
say dominant in probably like the military, that's it. But all this other stuff is over with, bro. Education, no. Ain't dominant in food, no. Dominant in housing, no. Dominant in what? Entertainment, yeah. I mean, what else?
So the big thing over there is, to be fair, when I was there, everything.
Tell me what you think America's dominant in.
Shit, when I was there.
I told you what I think America's dominant.
Yeah.
I know they dominant in the military.
Yeah, and then when you said, internally, man, if you're not balling like out the fucking woodworks, it'll be hard to live there. That's why it's going to take me some time to maybe move to New York. But, let's see
All
what
you gotta do is go around and don't talk. Just keep the mask on.
Why?
You know how it is, man.
Yeah.
They won't even know you from Australia.
I tell you what, New York is as soon as they're like, no, that's not American accent. Where are you from? I said Australian. They're like, oh, best vibes, man. Especially from the wealthy people that want to show you all around their rich shit. Like, okay, that's cool. But anyway, man, I might head off. I don't know what happened to fucking old mate who was ripping into me for being a cracker or whatever. But
Yeah, man.
good shout.
Stay easy out there.
You too, brother. I'll leave you to it.
Yes, sir.
Have you monkey motherfucking niggas left that white man alone?
Man,
Y'all niggas was killing. Last I heard, Pedro to call that man 100 crackers, man. He had a whole box of saltines with many names that he called that man. Oh, man.
I was trying to figure out where he was going with it, because I'm thinking, is the white boy gonna go bad and start retaliating with the...
He wanted to say it, though, low-key. But he was like, man, I see what they're trying to do. Thing is, he went wrong, and I could appreciate him having my back because he was observing something that we do. And the thing that I think the mistake most of them make is by commenting. There's too much dysfunction in the European neighborhood globally to comment on Black American shit. But he observed the bullshit. He observed the bullshit with a bunch of these scary ass niggas on the stage talking about what you can't do and what you crying about. But that's why I had to correct him also and let him know fraternally, hey man, a lot of what you're observing though is unaddressed trauma.
That's really what it was. That's what it really be boiling to me. We be saying judo practicing up here, and when it comes to dealing with the Caucasian and dealing with his etiquette and trying to see our way through him or how we ever want to pull our point to him, these people is like Adrian. We have to really know how to master them because they trying to figure out how to master us. That's one reason why he came up in. See, he can take the heat. This man got a little boxing in him, and he starts talking about box. So the mental box,
he probably fucking can box. But the white boys ain't straight bitches though. But you know, it's a small minded group of people that got that warriors, they got that ultimate warrior in them.
But the mental part is where I say only true intelligent people can interpret it without catching a nosebleed and have that kind of civilized conversation. The rest of them can spin off at the handle, call you a nigga, and get off stage. They can't think that far. So when we was asking them questions like, where you come from? What's the origin of the white man? And redneck gonna go back. He gonna go 0 to 60 on it. Nigga, I told you, Jesus is the way we brought you niggas over here on the boat. He ain't gonna last 2 minutes. But the ones that do last, those are the crafty ones. Yeah.
Have you ever studied European history, bro?
Yeah. Studied the white man. When I studied the white man,
what have you studied specifically about their history?
Specifically about their history?
Yeah, like what things have you studied about European history?
I know the roots, where they came from. Caucasoid Mountains.
Caucasoid Mountains?
Yeah, the Caucasoid. You know, the Caucasoid Mountains, that's where they come from.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as the Caucasoid Mountains.
or let's say the island
The Caucasus Mountains. The Caucasus Mountains.
I call it the Caucasoid, but it's the Caucasian oil, or the island of Pila. That's their roots.
Yeah, they are called also Caucasoids. That's a derogatory name. I call them Fraggle Rocks or cave creatures. There's many different names for them. But what did you discover about this Caucasus Mountains type thing? What did you discover about them?
Yeah, that's where they come from. That's where they was made in. And the other history came from, 8th grade, 9th grade, seniors class, where we learned in elementary school.
You ever heard of Rumpelstiltskin?
Yeah.
You remember the story of Rumpelstiltskin?
Yeah, not really, but I remember hearing it in elementary.
Rumpelstiltskin was an incubus, an insidious fallen demon. It's like a rape demon. Another form of him is called Reebok.
Right.
You ever heard of, what's the one with the witch that ate the kids in the house made out of gingerbread and shit? Hey, if you study their history, and I don't think you have, not in depth, but if you study their history,
Not deaf like you, bro, but I studied them.
but it's not about like that. It's not about don't compare me to it because you don't know how much I study. But I'm just saying, when you do study it in depth, all of their origin stories are malignant. They are low vibrational, evil ass nightmares. Even the word horrors comes from their tribes. The word vandalism comes from the Vandals, the Goths and the Visigoths. Then you have the word slave comes from the word Slav. Slavic, or modern day Ukrainians. When you really dig into their story, it does have an origin to melanated people, especially like the Aryans.
Right.
They mainly interbred with the Nephilims. And that's where you get stories like the Jack and the Beanstalks and all of these things. But there's mythological stories don't make common fucking sense, but it's always rooted in evil, dark magic, and fairy tale shit and creatures and abnormal behaviors that are below human. So it makes me question. I believe that there's two sections of white Europeans, rather. There's the ones that came from Edom, which you would probably call Italians, maybe some Spanish here and there, Germans here and there, things like that. But the pale creatures that we don't have real origins for, I believe were genetically modified, not only through maybe some laboratory shit, but intermixing and interbreeding with the Nephilim and different types of Neanderthals. So I do believe that there are some kind of experiments to some degree, but I don't believe that Hansel and Gretel. Thank you. Yeah, about the witch that was eating, and then even Snow White with the motherfucker eating the poison apples and shit, and falling asleep, and motherfucker basically sexually harassing her by waking her up, kissing a dead body or some shit. Like when you really get into the origin stories, not just the shit you were reading the book, but the real stories of this shit, all, not some, all of it is evil and nefarious. And when you also look at their depictions of the future, it's always after some kind of major doomsday event, some kind of futuristic dystopian nightmare, or a regression of populations of the world. These are the people they're the only people, to my understanding, that have eliminated or eradicated not only people haplogroups, but animal populations too. So it makes me want to question European humanity. Are they even human? Especially with cannibalism, the type of malignant horrors that they bestowed upon melanated people across the globe, the advancements in torture tactics, and this extreme obsession with supremacy, domination, colonialism, brute force, power, and also an idiotic behavior in terms of how they see themselves in the world. The projection of narcissistic abuse upon other nations and people populations. You have to be mentally fucked to even attempt half of the shit that they've done and then try to argue it as if you're right or that there's some kind of logic to it. So I fundamentally question European humanity.
I agree, brother, 100%. Caucasians don't even know why they kill the way they kill. You ask them why you kill the way you kill, man. What gave you that kind of thought? They don't even know. Because the principle of what they was made out of was out of death. They came to Earth by death. The only way they can get to the planet was through death. So if I had a light-skinned child, and I had a dark-skinned child on the island, it was so long before that dark-skinned child would not have life. Somebody would say either he got sick, died at birth, and this went on for cycles. But the light-skinned child lived, the dark-skinned child died. This process created their ideology, if I can say that. They got history built off of that foundation on how black people created them from this, how you say, evil. Yeah, you can say who brought the worst of self out of us, lust, envy, jealousy, and all of it up in there.
I'll pop back in, brother.
So when we distracted these people out of us, man, they living the total opposite. Then they try to graft themselves back, but it would take too long to graft themselves back. So that's where you get apes and monkeys trying to get back to original, and then you're going to make another species.
Well, here's the interesting part about all of this is that their reconciliation with history will come through their own children, who will judge them when they come to the light of day as to who their ancestors and what their ancestors are and what they did. When you get into that conversation and their children grow up and figure it out, they're going to morally reject a lot of their ancestors' advice, their ways, their way of life, the way that they see themselves. And then they'll start to intermarry into different cultures, reduce their global population footprint. They'll relinquish some level of power. And if you listen to Marco Rubio's speech in Munich and other places where he's basically realigning and re-architecting the colonial power structure with a shameless, expression of absolute power and authority being kind of rebooted, it is a call to those who feel apologetic about what history displays about European. And when you wake up the history, even for Black Americans, this is why I believe the brother asked about reading certain books and things like that, because we don't know. A lot of Europeans bank off our willful ignorance. How dare we be in 2026? You got the latest smartphone, but you choose to be ignorant. That's like a prostitute that's broke. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I think that when we all have a sit down and have real conversations, meaningful conversations about where people fit in antiquity, there is an internal shame mechanism that clicks on with Europeans. That's why if you call them racist or allude to them being racist, it's the equivalent of them being called a nigger, right? But when it comes to niggas, most niggas ain't educated enough. Most are not educated enough about our own history to have that conversation with them. What I simply do is remind them of their own internal disparagement and how they've shown up in antiquity and reel them back to, hey, work on your shit, which is far worse than ours, and don't complain about the environment, about the people reacting to the environment that you put us in. Now,
You're right, man.
if you really, if you read into all of it though, Black people played a role. You had Africans selling Negroes. Okay, you had other Negroes buying and selling Black Negroes in America, and then most of them telling on Negroes who were revolting or seeking to take over.
Tell me this, right? Be sincere about this answer. What's your interpretation of selling somebody into slavery?
Well, the way I know it to be, to have happened.
Yeah.
Well, you have refugees from Spain and Portugal going to Africa. Africa didn't like that shit. They sold them out to Spaniards and Dutches and whomever that would give them guns and run to fight their adversaries over that territory. And they still haven't instilled on own shit in Africa to this day. And not one melanated population of people on the planet came to America to seek to free us or to help us free ourselves.
Know why?
Except for, I think some of the Asians. I think there was small Asian plan, motherfuckers. But
do you know
and maybe some Haitians. I've heard some Haitians too did join in. But I mean, anything significant.
You know why they didn't come? Because they didn't know we was gone until 60 years after they had taken us from the homeland.
I don't think that you read that anywhere. I don't think that you even know where that even came from. I think that you thought that up. And I know that you thought that up because there's no history book that says that. And they were the ones who sold us. So they knew where we were going. They didn't probably care or know what happened to us. But word got back because there were some niggas that did make it back to Africa.
The only reason why they didn't know what we was at till 60 years after we got left Africa is because they didn't have no Navy ship to come on board. No.
Brother, listen, you are making all of this up out of nothing. You don't even have a source reference that you read that narrative from.
I told you I know what you're not, brother.
No, I know. Well, then here's the thing. I know you don't because you can cite the source. Brother, listen, if you have a source on that, please state it. But there's no right. Like, think about the logic of it. If I sold you and you're not of my ilk, why would I, A, give a fuck what happened to you or where you went? And B, why would I want you back? I made a transaction and you were the collateral.
You made a transaction and you were the collateral. You still don't understand the whole concept. That's why I don't get. I ask you, how do you get in a position to sell somebody? And I come to this equation. Yeah. Due to the fact that the white man wasn't nowhere around, and we was at war back then, way before the white man came to Africa. So how do we get in position to be at odds?
So, like I said, what you don't know is what you don't know is, bro, is that those people were expelled from Spain and Portugal. They went to those slave coasts, and those people that were born like the Dahomey, the Oyo, the Ashanti, right? They went and they fought over land, and they would go on war raids and kill all the men and take the small women and children and sell them to the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the French, the Dutch, the Brits, the everyone else.
When you interpret it, because I don't.
It's not an interpretation.
I don't get in a position to where people can lay me under their understanding. I say straight up, man, lay me not under your understanding. Show me that.
Well, it's not lay me under my understanding. I can point you to the references from the 1700s and 1600s that will give you the direct information from the words of the white man himself of who, what, where, when, why happened.
Oh, that's all you got? The words?
No, that's not all I got. No, that ain't all I got. I got the Bible. I got historical references, the DNA, the maps on top of that. Shit you probably haven't heard of yet.
So why would you say all of us got sold into slavery, knowing damn well the white man?
When did I say all anything? When did I say all? When did, don't put words in my mouth, sir. Tell me, when did I say all anything?
However you see us being sold, and you can phrase it how you want to say it. When he,
you just wasn't listening, bro. Don't put
words in my mouth. This is the real equation. When he got the slaves from you, he came back and got you too. And
no, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't read. You talk, but you don't study. I can't. Okay. If you can read, do you know how to read like old English? Do you know how to read old English? Because if you don't know how to read old English, you're really going to get lost because you don't read books often.
Well, we're not going to go back and forth between.
It's not nothing to go back and forth about when it's the truth. I can tell by the way that you talk that you don't read a lot of books. You probably watch a lot of TV and try to smoke sessions with niggas and y'all pontificate about what happened in history. And you're not far off. You're not far off from the shit. But this particular thing that I'm trying to give you to understand, I'm trying to see if you would even know what the fuck you would be looking at. So if you're asking me to show you reference or say, hey, you know, Cypher, proof up what you're saying. Okay, well, before I give this to you, do you know how to comprehend this so that I don't speak to yours? Listen, I don't want to speak above you. I don't want to speak below you. I want to speak directly to you so that you can fundamentally understand, brother.
Cypher, do you know what the word cipher means?
That's not a word.
Do you know what the word cipher? Like you cipher?
Yes, but you don't. But you're not reading that word. I answered your weird ass question, and you don't know what that is, and you didn't read that in my motherfucking PTR.
Now you want to ask me my question?
It's cipher, sir. You don't read. I know that you have a limited education, so I don't want to talk above you. I don't want to talk below.
Check it out. Now your degrees can't be reached.
I don't have degrees, nigga. I'm a fucking felon, nigga.
Well, I'm just saying your information.
I'm better than you because I think better than you. I'm better than you because you think I'm better than you. That's that. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Nigga, you probably got more degrees than I do.
I swear to God, I ain't never seen the tenacity. Goddamn, it's crazy. Lord.
No, nigga, you belittling yourself, bro. You belittling yourself.
Can we have one mic,
White man
please?
can't even tell you where he come from on stage. You talking about you know him better than he do when he on stage.
I do know the white man's history better than the white man. Generally speaking, yes, I do.
Well, where did he come
I
from?
know the history of niggas better than you do. Generally speaking,
Well,
I do.
I don't believe you, bro.
You don't have to. You don't believe yourself. You don't believe that you that great.
Well, I check this out. I don't believe you can read that good either because you think about it too much.
No, I'm dyslexic, but I learned how to work through it.
But see, you see where your mind is at? You dwell on the word.
My mind is rooted in reality, sir. It's just that you feel a way about my confidence and you're making something, you're internalizing something about yourself because you're trying to project yourself as something that you're clearly not.
You don't know how to get to the best part of the brain. That's why
I'm solution oriented. That's why I am on the best part of the brain. I'm solution oriented.
That means you're double-minded and unstable in all your ways.
Oh, good for you. Do you have any else?
Because you're trying to throw a book around like a baseball bat.
You don't read books, nigga. How the fuck am I throwing a book around at you?
Bro, I'm not taking.
You got books you don't read.
I'm not taking that stupid bait.
And you are stupid. I'm not gonna call you dumb, but you are stupid. You have the propensity of knowledge and education. You don't maximize it.
On a low vibration.
It's not low vibration. It's just I'm purposely gaslighting and antagonizing you to inspire you to rethink about your position. Hold on. Let me tell you exactly what I'm doing. I'm purposely gaslighting you and insulting your level of intelligence to inspire you to rethink half the dumb shit you say and to actually do the real work and study so that when you do talk on certain issues that you're better at articulating it. you're better at understanding it. I'm no, listen, you're missing the edification I'm giving you right now because you're remedial. You're emotionally led. You're just trying to be in a position of defense. And that's okay. Whatever way you wanted to take this, I'm okay. I don't care if you feel offended. Here's the thing, brother. Listen, I love you enough to offend you. I love you enough to offend you with enough truth to get you to rethink your approach to things. I'm not even saying that you're all the way off. When I say that you're stupid, that is a matter of fact. You demonstrated your stupidity on the stage multiple times, but I didn't call you dumb. I didn't say that you had the inability to learn. I said that you have the ability to learn, but you willfully don't do that. And I can tell by the way that you talk. And the majority of the shit you talk about, you don't really flesh it out and think about it and know it. You intuitively know it, which is a good thing, which speaks to your innate nature. Hold on. Which speaks to your innate nature to be God-like. You're just not maximizing it. And the more you talk, the more you reveal those deficiencies about yourself. As your brother, I'm just telling you that your shoes is untied, your pants is zipped, and your corduroy jeans is too tight.
And I'm telling you right now, bro, I'm just a reflection of you. You're only strong.
No, you're not. Not at all.
You're only strong.
No, you're not. Not at all, sir. We are not aligned. We would never probably be friends in real life unless we met in a different situation or scenario. You're not the type of nigga I orbit around in a real life situation.
Don't call me your brother then.
Yeah, you can still be my brother and not be a reflection of me. Yes, you can.
Act like you on stage and you trying to help a brother out. Don't act like
that's what I'm doing. You're just taking it the wrong way, and I'm whooping your ass with this literature, with these lyrics. I'm whooping your ass with these lyrics because you acting like a goddamn idiot.
Bro, you ain't exposing nothing. Ain't nobody ever told
It's not me about it. It's not me exposing anything. You're exposing the more you talk.
Okay. All right.
I want to talk about goofy ass coon.
I love that too. I love you too, brother. Thank you, brother.
Hey, he's a coon for real, brother. For real. Live on stage.
Okay, so we can move on because he said, all right.
All right.
Jesus Christ, y'all be cussing each other.
And I wish I didn't have a lie.
All right, bro. You got it. You right. You right.
I can really just go word for word with wordplay and play this English text bullshit that you claim that you so
English text bullshit. Yeah. Hey, look up the Critical Review or Annals of Literature, Volume 55, 1783. I'll say it again. I'll say it again for you, bro. Check this out. Look up the Critical Reviews or Annals of History, Volume 55, 1780. Well, this is why you're done. Now you're done. So look up the Critical Review or Annals of Literature, Volume 55. Okay, it was published in 1783. It was published in 1783. It was published in 1783, and then go to page 141.
He's not listening to you. If it's a white man book, I don't care. Cypher, he's not listening to you. So it doesn't to me. I always ask, I could care less. What's the end game of what I'm trying to do? But your end game can't be trying to help this brother out because your end game was helping, but you would take a completely different approach. Your intentions is to publicly emasculate this brother and disrespect him at the highest level, bro. That's why you're disingenuous and you're not acting like this guy's brother.
Y'all just want to argue with each other?
No, I'm not trying to argue. No, Miss Flawless, you didn't say anything when you was
I just woke up to it, so don't tell me what.
Okay. Well, let me jump in.
And I rolled over and I'm listening.
Well,
Erica wanted y'all to move on in the first place.
Oh, okay, but I thought you didn't hear nothing. I thought you just woke up.
Sir, I heard enough.
See, you just
I heard enough.
Yeah, it means you.
I don't understand why y'all want to argue about something. Y'all move on.
Yeah, me and that brother was building, and he turned sour, and he stopped building, and he stopped building. That's what happened with Cypher. Now, sister, that's what the nigga did. He go now, start talking about a white man. He heard everything. About his etiquette is better than my etiquette. Who cares if your etiquette is better than mine? my etiquette. I don't give a fuck if you can speak English better than me. That makes you a better nigga.
I am better than you. I'm better than you. You're right.
You think that?
You think that?
At your best,
You think that?
You nothing but a white
No,
man.
I know that.
At your best, you can't be
Right.
nothing but a white man.
I would never want to be a white man.
Actually, you got 24 hours.
Mr. M, don't even go back and forth with that, brother. That coward. There's no
There's you.
sense to go
Now
back
we
and
build.
forth
We
with that coward.
actually educate. We
He has no
how
time.
we
It's
squeeze
alright.
his actions away, Miss Flowers. You just don't
They know what's
understand.
up.
Because it's
Hey,
beyond
Dick son. Hey, my Dick son. My name ain't Dick. Keep me out your mouth, fuck nigga.
Hey, Mr. Cypher, I'm talking to you, bro.
Excuse me, Cypher. Please don't disrespect me because they're gonna kick me down.
Bitch,
Okay, let me just say this.
You don't have to mute me. I'm a
You
man.
know what? Well,
I don't give a fuck. Fuck you and that nigga. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Shut up. I muted the stage, so y'all can just mute up. Erica already asked y'all to stop arguing. I heard her. I woke up. Erica telling y'all to change the subject. And y'all continue. Don't tell me what to do.
Well, no one's trying to tell you what to do. It's your room. You can
Okay,
do
so
what you want to do.
you're still talking. You're talking while I'm talking.
Go ahead, Miss
That's
Flowers.
crazy. Y'all are disrespectful.
It's just me. I'm the only one talking. Daryl Cavick, me by myself.
Well, all of y'all are because y'all is other people on stage listening to this, and that's disrespectful that y'all don't care. So let's move on. I don't know what the subject is. The book.
Should Americans support Donald J. Trump actions?
Okay, well let Daryl talk since Daryl wants to talk about what the title of the room is. Go ahead.
Should Americans support Donald J. Trump?
One.
You want to mute your phone, man? We can hear you. Appreciate you. Tenzin, turn your, hey, mute your phone, Tenzin.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, should Americans support? Well, I can give my own personal opinion about it. I can't speak for anybody else other than myself. I support Trump in some things, and some other things I don't support Trump in. Right? I don't support white supremacy in and of itself. Right? I don't like people who don't like me. But at the same time, there are people who don't like me that do things that benefit me. For instance, I live in the United States of America. I basically buy things for US dollars. So whether Trump likes me or don't like me, if it's good for America, it's good for me. Said another way, I think the buying power, now of course, we'd have to relax some standards as it relates to gross domestic product. So don't kill me. I also have an economics degree, for those wondering, well, that's not what GDP is. I understand what GDP is. But all of us created equal. If we relax a few things, the collective buying power of people who identify, hence the word identify, race in and of itself is a social construct. It does not exist. So people who identify as African American, here, I'll go ahead and throw my name in there too. I identify. But I know it's some bullshit. So 1.98 trillion. Where would we land if we were our own country? Now, I know we're not sovereign. Just bear with me, guys. 1.98 trillion. Where did that land? Ooh, around 10 or 11. How many countries does the World Bank recognize? Oh, don't. ChatGPT got one, man. I already did the work. 195 countries. So what's 11? I haven't done the math. 11 out of 195, top 5%. Now remember, I graduated second to the bottom of my high school class, right? So top 5, that's pretty damn good, right? Top 5%. So the collective people identified as African Americans, relaxing a few things, buying power is about 1.98 trillion. That means this collective group of people are the richest. I don't give a damn what they are, whether they're just consuming, they're just spending. I don't give a damn. Gotta have the money to spend it. And the reason why the collective of it, because it's the richest country. The rising tide rises all ships. That's the point, guys. So a strong U.S. dollar is good for you. All these
these people that be talking all this shit about black people, not black people, but I'm not this, I'm not that. Bro, you have your own currency, right? You trade in US dollars. The largest employer for black people who identify black people are the federal government.
I don't know for no black people, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
See, they already come off
Bro.
He ain't add no value to what he's saying. That stuff don't bother me, bro. That stuff don't, bro. I'm from the streets too, bro. You know how I would do you if I see you like, bro, in real life, bro, you would not even say that to me, bro. Not from my hood, bro. Nobody, you would never talk to me like that in my hood, bro. You would get your ass dealt with, and you already know what time it is. You talking that shit, bro, because I can't touch your bitch ass.
Daryl, what's your end game? What's your end game?
The end game is, bro, like, well, it's the title, kinfolk. Should Americans support Donald J. Trump? Should you support yourself? Do you like Starbucks? Do you like cheap grass? You answer that question for yourself. You might not like cheap grass. You might be cool with your gas being $10 an hour. You may not give a damn about inflation. Do you know there's things that are inflationary and anti-inflationary? Do you not know the real reason why we went over there and snatched that Maduro bitch ass out that motherfucking house? Well, not him and his wife. The fuck? Because they got 18% of their fucking oil reserves, and they was moving in assets on us. The fucking Chinese and the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China. Do y'all not understand what this is about?
Right, Dipset, before you say something, you're a bitch. Shut up. Dipset, you're a bitch. Shut up.
Zero.
Not on the stage, Adrian. Not on the stage, big dog. Not on the stage.
Zero-sum game. You guys are all a part of the empire, whether you like it or not. Look at your driver's license. It says I don't know my mic. Hell yeah, you should pump Trump. Who gives a fuck if you like black people or not? If the US dollar's strong, you strong. Get to buy more shit. If you don't like it, you can always be like, you don't gotta leave the country, but you can go do shit like this. You can be like, in Ghana, you can do like the dual. You can't be a citizen there. You can do a dual. They got something, I forgot what they call it. You can go live in Ghana. You can get paid your US dollars. And
why would you want to live in Ghana?
Well, I mean, shit, South Africa, Sudan.
Why would you want to live there?
I mean, whatever, bro. You fill in the blank. Costa Rica, Canada, wherever the hell you want to live at, bro.
Okay.
Thailand, Switzerland.
I mean, Thailand got some good shit. Bali.
Yeah, it's 195 different countries to choose from. But it's only one. Every place but Great Britain, their currency is stronger than ours. Don't move there. Your dollar's not as strong. British pound is stronger than the US dollar. That's the only currency.
So are you advocating mass exodus of black people?
No, hell no. Shit, gonna be good here. You say.
Are we good? Are we good in America?
I know if you're a black Christian and the Muslim beat run out, they'll cut your head off.
No, I'm just saying. I'm asking again. Do you think that black people are safe in America? Because I feel safer in Colombia. I honestly do. I honestly feel safer in Cartagena and Medellin than I do in America.
I mean, bro, I've never been there, so I can't really speak on it, bro. Okay. No.
Well, I'm for black expansionism. I'm for black expats. I'm definitely for black financial exodus. But I also think that there's opportunities in America for those that don't want to move. I don't think that you have to move to be successful. I think for those that do want to get in the way of opportunity and go outside and see the world, like myself, I definitely am for that too, of course. But there's a bigger thing. One, we got to understand that some of these niggas ain't going to make it. Some of these niggas ain't supposed to make it. Okay? The other side of it is, the little things that we do when we give out information or any of that shit, like sometimes we can't. At least I'm not going to belittle myself to make other motherfuckers feel comfortable in their bullshit. That coddling behavior never works or immobilizes anything. I don't necessarily believe that you have to berate motherfuckers, but you should allow them to demonstrate how dumb they are and then tell them that bullshit is dumb. And then pick them back up, right? I don't know if you were here earlier, but when Brother Adrian was on the stage, and what
as a a salute to me. I appreciated it, but I also told him like, hey, while this stuff is true and what he was saying was true about articulating his concern about how black people are when it comes to other black people trying to revolutionize and empower other black people. His observation is valid to that point. But then I also have to tuck him back in and say, hey, brother, this is also a fraternal conversation because we're also responding to the chaos that people like you, look like you, created for us. Even though he might not be a descendant of one or himself an oppressor of any kind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And he respected that.
Respect. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he respected that. And so does a Donald Trump. Because literally, Trump is the only motherfucking president that's been on the Wu-Tang album. Been with all the motherfucking Democrat niggas back in the day. Jesse Jackson, all them niggas gave them money. Helped out not Muhammad Ali, but what's his name from South Africa? Nelson Mandela. Jennifer Hudson's family got eliminated. He put her up in Trump Tower 6 months. Clean, no rent, no nothing. Told on Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I'm saying? Was a Democrat. Staunch Democrat for the longest time, and black folks orbited around him since forever. All of the Al-Sharptons and all these house Negroes that are turning base on him now, that was in pictures with him 30, 40, 20 years ago, right? Even after the whole things, debacles with him and his father in the housing situation, which wasn't just specifically towards black Americans, it was towards poor whites, poor blacks, and Latinos. And because his name was on his father's business, he was included in the lawsuit. And in the 85 thing, when he talked about the Central Park 5, everybody wants him to apologize for some shit, but he was going off with the news of them saying that they did it, He said, you should kill them motherfuckers. I'm seeing what's happening on the news with the drugs in the community, whether he gave a fuck about where it was coming from or how, when, where, why. He saw the effects of it, and he judged the effects of it. But then I also would tell you, he's pretty honest about his position. He said, I am the least. He didn't say that he is not. He said, I am the least racist president you ever had in a long time. And I believe it. And when I look at his actions in private and public life, he has benefited a lot of black Americans. And if you have your shit together, he is the quintessential motherfucking white man that you can go to his office wearing goddamn dickies, talking shit like a nigga off the street, and you can pitch and promote him shit that if he likes it, he's gonna fucking act on it the same day, aka Kanye West, 20 niggas leaving out of prison the same day that he did that motherfucking White House situation that niggas didn't pay attention to because they was too damn emotionally wired into him saying what he said. They missed everything that he said and they called Kanye West a coon, but because of Kanye West, 3,900 motherfuckers, 1,000 niggas left out of motherfucking prison afterwards. The same day, I think there was like 20-something motherfuckers, and after that, a whole bunch of other motherfuckers left. So I would say that all the crying ass, weak ass, weird ass, left wing ass, bareback, jellyback, spineless bitch boy niggas is out here. Excuse me for the word bitch, ladies. I'm sorry. Big punk ass niggas that's out here that make women feel insecure about their level of protection. Those Negroes I hear crying and complaining about shit, and they don't offer no solutions. They fucking sell. And then what the solution is, I'm in it right here, bro. When a motherfucker do come up with a solution, they're the first ones to criticize it.
What I wanted to add to you with that, man, is to build with you, man, because I think when we look at it from another angle too. So I remember it was this dude when I was young. See, my mom was from California, and we were from, and I was born in '84. And I shared the story. I always got started at this point of the story because when people, if I start at where I'm at right now, people are not like me. You know what I'm saying? They don't think I'm being boastful or whatever. So you always got to start from the beginning where I came from, the hood. Just like many of the hoods, a lot of black people came from. Poverty, poor, jumping in garbage cans, getting cans to take it to the can crusher because I didn't want my mom to give us away. Because I've heard someone saying you can't take care of these kids because my mom was a paranoid schizophrenic and talk to herself and, you know what I'm saying, this throw crazy. We had no car, we were walking every damn where, nigga hot as hell in the fucking summer, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I remember one time I got in trouble, man. We had to walk, nigga. We had to walk to my parent, teacher, whatever the hell, counseling meeting. It was something bears, it was raining. You know, people drive got so close to the Portugal, they splashed your ass. Splashed me on my mom. I'm like, God damn, bro. Like, nigga, shit, the niggas, you live in the projects, and niggas think they better than you live in the houses. You know what I'm saying? This by everybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? Zoot suit wearing ass motherfucker. Nigga, you ain't just as broke as me. You live in that old ass house. Motherfucker, nigga. You know, come on, bro. This shit can't make this shit up. You know what I'm saying? Then you see your whole body kill a motherfucker. And you're like, damn. That motherfucker died. You know what I'm saying? Then you go to school, you act like you was cool with the shit. Brag, oh yeah, but we got to. Really like thinking to myself, I gotta get the fuck away from these niggas. These niggas is crazy. They really think this shit's real. I thought this shit was a fucking game. I just want to get on some females. I'm a pretty boy. I mean, you know, I'll get in the paint and fight, but shit, pistol play, nigga, I ain't with this. Nigga, I never thought about shooting my gun. I'm like, hell, but hold on, that's just me. I'm what you call hood adjacent. Them niggas was on that shit. These niggas would kill niggas for real. I remember one time one of my partners, he dead now. I was like, man, we went to, but you know how you, in high school, you be 30, 40 cars deep, y'all have your hazard lights on. Well, anyway, we went to one set of party. They went to another set of party, and somebody came out, oh man, what you got? Got shot. He went back and they killed him. Like, damn, I had my, said, dude, to have my English class. Now he's dead, so it don't matter. It's a cold case for a cow. And they were going to be solved because that dude's dead. I don't even know the dude they killed. But I remember, hey man, having my English 4 class. Say, man, I heard you got shot. He said, yeah, man, but we handled that though. Oh shit, hey man, did you do that homework?
How did we get here, bro? I'm lost. How did we get here?
What I'm trying to say is, bro, I came from nothing, bro. But now I run a private equity firm. But if I leave a private equity firm, motherfucker want to start talking shit. Man, fuck this nigga.
Oh, you the guy that did the $10 million raise joint.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Venture capital joint. BC, want to do the BC?
It's not. It's private equity, not BC. I'm private equity guy. But and I didn't raise 10 million. I raised 200. I'm probably a little north of 200. Probably close to about 270 now. 20 million. Yeah, that's all.
What was your vehicle? What was your SPV?
Well, so say it again.
So what was your SPV?
So the client, I can give you the name of the clients. You're talking about special purpose vehicle. It was the biggest client. I got you. The biggest client was. His name was Robert Prado. It's an Encore.
Oh, no. I don't need to know the client's name. What was the mechanism?
It was VA clinics. They basically they built 40 VA clinics throughout the USA. That's what they do. They were asset managers that turned to a PE firm. That's what it is.
Man, some of these niggas couldn't even make a phone call.
Man, nigga, I wish a nigga would. Hey, bro, they can always pull up. Nigga, I know niggas who got real bodies. I told pull up, they still in perk. They knew who the fuck my people were.
Well, let's keep it moving, bro. We ain't gotta go into that.
I brought it up. You know who my blood cousin is? Probably the actual concrete crib, my nigga. Fuck out of here, bro. We ain't nothing nice. We ain't playing, bro. Leave me alone at my country club. I like mowing my grass. I am a tax-paying, friendly-ass Christian nigga. How about that, man? I'm not a gangster, bro. I got some niggas. I got some niggas.
Let me say this to sacrifice.
I got niggas that come touch you, though. I got niggas that come touch you, though. If I thought you was seriously on some bullshit. You won't see tomorrow.
Hey, real quick, Daryl, check this out. I'm a rap with you about the SPV and stuff and how you raised the capital.
If I really thought you was really on some kill, my nigga, you be dead.
I'll let you hear a little something, bro. Check this out.
Hey,
Right. Hey, y'all missing it. Hey, you missing it, him. Hey, Daryl, don't respond. Listen to what I'm playing real quick, Daryl. Because I have a question for you. I want to get back to this deal. You gotta ignore it. Hey, Daryl, stay focused. Hey, Daryl, stay focused, bro. I'm trying to deal with you on something. Hey, Daryl, listen. Daryl, let's get back to the money.
Real life.
Let's get back to the money, big dog. Let's get back to the money. So listen to what I'm saying.
Man, let me screenshot this whole ass nigga. I can find out who this bitch ass nigga really is. You better move your bitch ass around, nigga.
Yeah, I'm about to pull up this morning. Damn, early on a Sunday morning.
God damn.
My bad, I took too long, Erica. I apologize. Oh my God. No, you're fine. I mean, I've been heard down. I've heard them all day, all night. Now I've been going at it.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the bag expression. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what's wrong with him. He was just on the.
Mister, cut it out. I cut it out.
But Mister, you're part of it too, though, nigga. Like you be irritating, you be agitating the bullshit, low key.
Are you guys still speaking about the topic? Are you guys still speaking
Of
about
course, Mom. Let us get back to you. Let us get back to you, Saya. Go ahead, Cypher. Saya Mountain is hurried to get back to the topic.
No, it's all good. I'll defer because I was trying to build the other brother that went left, so I'll go back on you. Go ahead, man.
Oh no, I was just asking if you guys are speaking about the topic or whether I don't want to derail anything you guys are talking about. I just got in here, so I just.
Speak on it. Speak on it, please. I beg of you. Speak on the topic, darling. Speak.
Rob, I do believe we should support Donald Trump, definitely, in this time. You got to think about it like the North Koreans, Kim Jong-un. We unfortunately have to just accept that he has nuclear weapons. And so now he's threatening, Seoul, South Korea, or Tokyo, Japan, or America. We just have to accept that. And the mullahs in Iran are much different. They're Shia Muslims, and they have actually an apocalyptic view, doctrine for their that's their book actually and stuff, and then they're supposed to actually start it. So it's a scary thing, but a huge thing also is that we're curbing China because China is obviously, trying to knock us off the mantle militarily, economically, scientifically, technologically, and especially too with our, reserve currency being reserve currency. They're with our BRICS currency. They're trying to just knock off that reserve currency status. Now, if you look at what happened to Britain in the early 1900s when they lost their reserve currency status, the British pound. The British pound lost its value 31% on the dollar overnight. Wow, poor deer got hit right there. But anyway, and so that's what's going to happen here if we allow China to keep on moving in, and forming this Belt and Road Initiative, going into the Panama Canal, offering to widen it for the Panamanians after we build the Panama Canal, and then we give it back to the Panamanians for $1. That was Jimmy Carter, by the way, Democrat, but. If you look at what they, were doing in Venezuela, they were going to set up military bases in the southern part of the country. Our intelligence agencies confirmed that Moderna was hosting their military equipment, Russian and Chinese. So what we have here, we have leverage over the Chinese. We can control the Strait of Hormuz already with that. So China's getting 23.3% of their oil from Iran and 7% of their oil from Venezuela. We can stop that. Now, if we blockade the Strait of Hormuz, And we can also blockade any oil from Saudi Arabia, which is 19.6% of the oil destined for China. Iraq, which is 13.1% destined for China. Oman, which is 7.7% destined for China. 23.3% from Iran, which is destined for China. And 6.7% from Kuwait, which is destined for China. So we can literally blockade the Chinese. And they only have 90 days worth of reserves to be able to fight us long term, or Taiwan. So what we have here is leverage over the Chinese. You understand that? It's a beautiful move because the Chinese are trying to move in on us all over the place. And in Greenland, the Chinese have all 17 rare earth minerals. And rare earth minerals, you need rare earth minerals for semiconductors and weapon systems and you name it, any technology, computers, whatever. If we want to maintain our dominance, not let the communists take over, we have to be able to make semiconductors. So we have to protect Taiwan, and we have to make them ourselves. But if we don't have rare earth minerals, then we're fucked. The Chinese can withhold those rare earth minerals because they have a monopoly on them. So in Greenland, we have all 17 rare earth minerals.
When you land, I got a question for you.
Anyway, I'm pretty much done there, but this is a huge checkmate to China and the mullahs. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. What are your feelings about Project Vault?
I'm not familiar with it, I guess.
Okay. Well, it's a $12 billion allocation for critical earth minerals and rare earth mineral extractions, logistics for startup companies to go into different countries of the world and or domestically in America through DFC, Eximo Bank, and a couple of other intergovernment agencies. With those compliant oversights, you can get up to billions of dollars in funding for offtake agreements for the stockpile of the national government, of the United States government. It is a starting point. The start point is 12 billion allocations. So, for instance, for me, our goal is to arbitrage 200,000 metric tons of lithium. That's about 10% of the global consumption.
Nice.
And so what we're doing though is that we're operating with the middle miners, refineries in Brazil, Peru, Chile, Argentina. And
I can answer the question.
Yeah, I got you, bro. So what we're doing is just selling the bulk of it to America, but then allocating a certain amount to other countries like China and others. So we're not hoarding all of the assets, we're controlling it. We're just telling China, if you want these, you got to get it from us, and you got to go about the right way. No more back doors, go through the front. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I just don't, I think we made a fatal mistake by letting the Chinese rise. Now, we've had Democrats and Republicans both do that. In fact, it was Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger that helped normalize relations with the Chinese, helped build them from a peasant country to what they are. And then it was Bill Clinton who signed NAFTA in 1994 that destroyed our supply chains. So, I mean, we've helped facilitate the rise of China, unfortunately.
Well, Malcolm, here's the thing that I think is somewhat disingenuous, right? I think at the end of the day, we gotta be honest with ourselves, man. Sometimes, administration changes every 4 years, and it's not. Yeah, Bill Clinton may have signed the NAFTA bill, but he did not draft the bill. And in order even to come to a point where even a bill has signed, you already know 2/3 of Congress and the Senate have to present the bill. We already know how bills made, right? So all we gotta say is everybody had the hands in it, all down to the actual.
I'm sure they did. I mean, because we have a bunch of globalists in our fucking.
I did not interrupt you, bro. So please allow me to land my plane. My question is not even. Honestly, I don't even want to really address what you have to say, bro. I'm not even trying to be funny. Let me go back to Cypher. Money. Cypher, man. One of my clients to FAMU, chemical engineer major. Actually has a lithium battery patent. He went off and became a bigwig at cons, which is kind of weird, right? He was digital. He was like over digital transformation, but we all know what happened at cons. Amazon happened at cons. They filed bankruptcy for a few years. He invested in one of my deals. He was one of my LPs, and he got caught. The game. It's nobody's fault. It's like shit. If Circuit City knew Amazon was gonna be here, and you already know how Amazon started. It was the guy started like a book, whatever the hell he was doing. Remember back to early Amazon with the books they was doing. And if you ever looked at it, read a story about the Jeff Bezos and how he got started, bro. Jeff Bezos was just a private equity guy. Worked at one of the investment bankers. He was an investment banker, bro, that wanted to do some different shit. Got a loan from his parents, or maybe whatever, something like that. And he just went for it, bro, and made something of himself. He almost lost everything. That's the American way. That's one of the reasons why we should be supporting America, because that shit can't really happen nowhere else but in America, right? You know what I'm saying? So that aside, I get it. China became, part of the World Trade Organization, and they actually became part of the global market, and they benefited from us, doing things like Thomas Friedman said, the world is flat, and we basically outsourced everything, and they were pretty much the world manufacturer, and we kind of figured that we kind of fucked up. Probably figured about fucked up prior to COVID, but when our supply chain was jacked up and everything had to come from China, that's when we kind of realized, hey, America first, man. We need to bring some of that shit back to the Americans, right? But it benefited us. We pretty much, with a different type of economy, we had kind of upgraded more and more about manufacturing no bullshit like that anymore. The United States had took the game up. Now we realize, hey, there were some errors in our ways. Look, we're not perfect. We don't have a crystal ball mountain, right? We're just human, just like everybody else. The only thing we did is benefited that we hit the geographical lottery. We're surrounded by two big, large land masses in World War II. Was fought mostly in Europe, not here, bro. And Pearl Harbor was an inside job, so it's not 11. So what I'm trying to say is, there's no good guys. There's only winning and losing. Zero sum. Now, it's time for a question to you. How the hell you guys mining lithium, bro? And so you guys sell it to the country. I get to sell it to anybody and everybody. That's pretty impressive. I didn't know black people even did any. I ain't never heard of it.
Yeah, so I hire white proxies. I hire white proxies. Russell Reynolds is a good hiring firm, and Ricardo Ruscio, Holland and Knight are some law firms down there. I have a proxy firm, so I have a direct parent company that orders the operation company IMG in Bogota, and we're putting it on. But what we're doing is just middlemen. We're not touching anything. We're going to mid-level, top three. Yeah, it's top 3 mid-level refineries, and saying, hey, I know y'all are not cash strapped, but you're not cash heavy. Here, we'll give you 3 5-year offtake agreements that are bankable, so you can expand your mining or resources. And then offtake agreement is just an order form saying we want to purchase X amount of metric tons of your whatever for however long. Usually it's 3 to 5 year contracts that are bankable that they can go to a bank, get a loan against, and then just based off the LOI, they can expand the ore output and then say, okay, we'll refine that. And then those. Okay, so, no, so good.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused. All right, so what are you guys? Who's collateralizing what with a bank?
So the mid-level refineries would, not us. So we'll do a purchase order agreement with, and then they'll go to the bank, get the money, and expand their operation so they can have a better output for us. And the thing is, we're going to the top 3 mid-levels.
Okay.
So we're going to the top 3 mid-level refineries in Chile, Peru, Argentina, Brazil. And if we order our metric tons through them, and we sell directly to the American government, and then elsewhere around the world, but specifically EHI. which is the company that I'm working with, because now we're a vertical power source for them.
Okay. Cause y'all, all right.
I mean, humbly, respectfully, what you said earlier about Trump, though, our black people and this, I don't believe none of that shit, brother.
I know you don't.
I get it. It's cool.
Gotcha.
Hey, Mr. Bro, and I was fucking with you, bro. But you come over, you gonna talk about you gonna rob me, bro. My nigga, I ain't gonna play like that, bro.
We good, man. We gonna let that go, bro. This is a talk.
Hey, I'm not gonna talk to you no more about that.
Hey, my nigga, and I better not find out you really on that shit. I'll kill your bitch ass in real life. How about that?
Hey, bro, I'm not talking about that no more,
Yeah,
fam.
nigga. Hey, my nigga. Hey, put your real.
You didn't have no smoke for the white man.
Hey, let's get back to the money. So Daryl.
Y'all are probably
It's all good.
y'all aren't little white girls. Y'all are probably
Well, the
saying
white
paper
man
dollars.
they gave him real etiquette. Now you want to talk to me like
you in the way, bro. You in the way. Me and this man was talking. Daryl, what was you saying again about the money?
Because he called him a bitch ass and told him he was
Oh,
guilty.
damn.
And he ain't coming back up. Sorry, Daryl. Let that nigga trick you out your position, man.
But yeah, well, you know what though, and I, you know, if anybody is a mirror, I'll be transparent. Daryl's a mirror, because I'm still divorcing and reconciling my nigger side, and we can't carry that nigger into certain boardrooms. That's why I operate via proxy too, Erica, because sometimes my nigger side might say something to fuck up a deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'd rather hire a white motherfucker or somebody else that's from the area, like Latin America. I got a Latin American CEO. And we'll hire those motherfuckers to say what I need them to say, and I'll just sit in the room and learn. But really, I'm running the whole goddamn show, because my nigga side ain't 100% in check. I mean, I know how to carry myself and be an absolute professional, but I know that there could probably be a time where it could get very tense or whatever, and I haven't gotten enough woosah. I understand that I need to grow in certain areas, so I have no problem deferring to other people that are better proficient at articulating themselves than I am. You should take a note of that.
Cypher, morning everybody. Cypher, quick question. Stuff. So, why do you feel that you can't speak as you speak in the boardroom?
Because right now I'm not the Mark Cuban in the room. I'm going to be that, but Mark Cuban, when he goes to these meetings, he's in a t-shirt and some regular ass stonewashed jeans and some fucking sneakers. And because he's in that position, he can do that. But me, I'm not there yet. I'm in the room. I'm on the phone. I'm signing the shit off, but I just can't. I can't do that just yet.
So you the boss of your company, or?
Oh yeah. It's just that when if you're a researcher, you wouldn't find me on the paperwork, but internally, and the parent company, holdings firm, and stuff is all me. But the thing is I operate via proxy because I have faces. So I have like for instance, for the capital raiser we're doing, I have a guy for that. For the tech stack audit, I have guys for that. When it comes to, my CTOs or my CEOs and things like that, we're hiring firms to fill those things. You see what I'm saying? So I have layers of proxies, but I'm in the room, I'm seeing and controlling everything. It's just that I don't myself have to do certain tasks that I could talk about, but maybe my articulation might be a weak point or perceived as one. But until I get to the point to where it doesn't matter anymore, then they will see more of me. But for right now, as we're putting things and getting things together, you gotta kind of play the part.
No, just on the review and how you speak and how you carry yourself, bro. Just on a couple of conversations that I've heard. think you articulate yourself very well, to be fair. I appreciate that. I don't think that's something for you to hide from. That's just my opinion. You do what you want to do in life, bro. That's nothing to do with me. But I just don't think it's anything for you to hide. I think you should stand on your stage and stand proud, because you're an intellectual, articulated man, bro. You've made power enough moves to become your own boss. I don't think how you speak. Your brain determines the action. When you've got good words and articulations to carry and hold up what your brain carries, if you get what I'm saying. So I believe if anybody else that sits, I feel like if anybody sits in the presence of, should also must respect the value of the person that is speaking. And I think that's what, I get caught up in that sometimes. Well, I used to, but I don't anymore. So if I hit a room, I speak how I speak, because you're in the room, because my brain got you in the room in the first place. Do you know what I mean? I just want to put that out to you there, bro. And that's the only thing really I came onto stage to say, really, nothing else. But, I appreciate that. No worries.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for that affirmation. All the best in your business. All the best in your business as well, bro.
Likewise, always. Same to you, good brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And you know what, though? That is something that, I must say I would struggle with, like, sometimes making sure, I could, do what I do. I put things together at high levels, but I also know how. But that's also segues to the point about this whole Donald Trump thing, is that he's a gift for niggas like me. Like, I could literally summons his name or resurrect his name in any conversation when it comes to questioning character, acumen, capability, and any of those things. If they were to be like, oh, well, we see that you're a felon and blah, 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 blah. I could be like Epstein. Epstein said, all you motherfuckers is dirty. Trump said, all you motherfuckers. They tried to impeach that man. He got 34 counts, 2 baby mamas. I only got 1. You know what I'm saying? We both been shot before. He's been to jail. I've been to jail, but I actually did time for a lot less. And this man did no time for a lot more. You know what I mean? I think that has been a thing for me. But I also feel that it's good to be strategic. And I appreciate what the good brother said. That was a warm welcome. That's definitely something I'm gonna put into myself. But sometimes we do gotta, I think the banker / Django approach is best for introductions, because if certain people are in a room, certain conversations are being said, and certain thought patterns are being, you can kind of turn off the opportunity before it gets a chance to kind of churn for you. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you gotta be like strategic and be like, you know what, I'm just sit in the room, I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna be quiet. If I have questions, I'll whisper to this motherfucker and he gonna speak. People that understand seats of power, they'll be able to very quickly see who's really running shit. But at the end of the day, I'm just here to really learn. I mean, the good thing about it is, as I'm doing these things, I'm learning a lot along the way. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that I'm being updated on, and there's a lot of things that I just did not know. And I'm just happy to be in the position. But what I intend to do with those resources, is to put them through black banks, is to work on affordable housing solutions, education, things like that. I think I've talked about some of those things on the stage before, but this is just basically an ATM to finance a lot of other things that are for the benefit of my people. But it's just so sad sometimes when I hear my brothers talk, at least specifically, because we sound a lot of times I hear a lot of things that make it sound like a defeated people, and I don't particularly, that's disheartening to me. I'm passionate about that.
Y'all good?
Yeah. Whatever. sure, wake it up, man. I'm feeling loquacious and shit. That's why I have to go on mute.
Sound like you've been fighting all night, battling.
All my life I had to fight.
All my life. Hey, whether they support Donald Trump or not, he's still gonna do what he's doing.
Yeah. That's what I respect about him. Motherfucker, he takes that. What do you?
Did anybody hear about the bombing in New York?
The bombing in New York?
Yeah, the Grace Mansion protest bomb squad investigating 2 ignited devices thrown into a crowd. Let me back up. FBI says terrorism task force investigating after suspicious devices thrown during dueling protests outside New York's mayor's home. Shit.
Oh, I'm saying it right now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And somebody had said something about the bomb threat on a plane. Nah, this was actually some actual bombs. Like, what's going on?
Well, they said it's FBI said joint terrorism task force is investigating after authorities said a small suspicious device was thrown at a counter protest during a far right
It's an anti-Muslim protest, not just a protest.
Well, they said, under Trump, he said white supremacy is the biggest threat to national homeland security. They said during a rally earlier this afternoon, 2 suspicious items were recovered from property of the mansion. FBI New York field office said that a social media post, the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force and the New York City Police Department quickly responded and are actively investigating the measures. They didn't go off, they maybe like smoke things that they didn't say it was a bomb, but the country's on high alert because of it. I can't wait to get back to Colombia.
No, so this is it's about 20 organizers associated with Jake Lang. You know who that is?
No.
He took part.
Jake Lang.
They took part in an anti-Muslim protest while 120 counter-protesters gathered outside the mansion around noon. So 20 against the 120. But that 120 had 2 bombs. Whatever the fuck that shit was, because it didn't.
They said is a far-right influencer U.S. Senate candidate arrested for damaging anti-ICE sculpture. Jake Lang, a pardoned January 6th rioter, posted a video of himself kicking down the sculpture in Minnesota Capitol. He's been arrested, and he was part of January 6th. So I heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, that man, I think that was the guy that had the doggone Indian outfit on.
That motherfucker. He's in Nancy Pelosi's office.
But I know he's a part of all of that stuff. He had a website. Man, he cried when Charlie Kirk got shot. Like, he's one of those type of people.
But you know what, though? That's the win, though, too. Because in this, even though some of the right people are right, but the extremist white supremacists are coming out of the woodworks, and it validates everything that Black Americans have been saying about the American experience. Now, as a real American, I am American, but I do feel safer in South America. That's just my personal experience. Although I'm always going to be American, this is home, all that other shit. But I feel safer in other parts of the world because you know what I mean? The experience is different. But white supremacy is on a self-correct course to crash it. And I'm here for it. In fact, I love it. I love this for them because it really exposes who they are, and not only exposes who they are, but the far left, they're going to clash and kill each other. If there's ever going to be any real threat to America, it will come internally, not externally.
Yeah, they got 6 arrests up there from that in New York.
Mm-hmm. I see. Interesting shit, though.
Ass, block their ass up.
Oh, yeah.
Time for this, man. You ain't got time to be worried about sleeper cells. I'm gonna need y'all to fix this shit. Huh? Fix it. You trying to fix it. Motherfuckers don't want them to. It's a reason why. Because let me just say this. It's the reason why he was doing deportation. Because he knew once he got on this mission that he's on, it's gonna be motherfuckers creeping out of the motherfucking creep. Sleeper cells. That's why. And y'all, not you as in y'all type. You know, I'm not talking to you, but y'all motherfuckers are so goddamn dumb. Oh, the immigrants. Meanwhile, he preparing to go and take the world, and he had to clean house. Oh, the immigrants. No. Meanwhile, this man is trying to fucking make America great again.
Man, come on now. Hey, you know what? That would be killing me though
Like
too.
looking back at this, huh?
No, go ahead. You also said
no, I'm just gonna say, looking back at this cipher, it just makes me feel like a lot of people just over emotional.
Yeah.
You know, they don't see the bigger plan. If you would have read Project 2025, you would have knew the plan. You would have known to shut the fuck up. I'm a land right there.
1,000,000%. No, I was gonna piggyback off of what you just said with that because it's true. Like a lot of niggas are emotional shit, and the audacity of these left motherfuckers that be trying to tell other people how to be outraged. That to me is lame as fuck. Because they be like, you should be outraged. You know what I'm saying? Like these people are Venezuelans were celebrating, Iranians were celebrating, Nigerians were celebrating. Oh, they should be outraged. This is bad. This is nothing. No, they wanted this. There was a lady in the room earlier that said that they wanted that shit. That they want to thank God for Trump coming in there. He said that he was going to pull up help us on the way. And then everybody's like, see, it's been 2 days. Help isn't there. Oh, it's been a week now. He's been saying that for a month. Then when he pulled up, oh, okay, they're just going to talk stuff. He better act now or something. And then he started dropping bombs. Oh, he's doing the bombing. But then remember I played that clip, Michelle, with the motherfucking Hillary, Obama, Jim Crow Joe, and Kamala Harris all said that what they would do to motherfucking Iran. And this nigga actually did it, but he gave them 8 months of negotiation the first time, and he gave them over 30 days this time. And the last time he spoke, when he said, I gave him 10 days, and he gave him 12, 13, and bombed them on a weekend.
You know what? So how are you going to call this United States of Israel when we got the motherfucking bag? Israel works for us. It ain't, I don't understand the logic of it. Just because they're a small country, we're paying for everything, that don't mean we not doing what we want to do. No.
U.S. is the big dog, but
we are doing Israel doing what he want to do and asking for backup with us. We don't have to back him up. But you know what? Since he's in on the plan, he's in on the fucking plan because y'all don't even listen. I just said the past year, this motherfucker tried to clear this country of certain immigrants, illegal immigrants. He's looking for sleeper cells to get them up out of the country because once he starts fucking around in all these other countries, that's when, like I just said, they just tried to bomb an anti-Muslim protest outside of the mayor's home in fucking New York. The shit is right in y'all face what he was trying to do. He's trying to clean this shit up. So when he got ready to do what he was going to do out there, we won't have problems at home. I land.
Wake it up, man.
Yeah.
Wake that shit up. Now,
What's up,
to be fair,
you better looking like George Michael. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know if people are aware of this, but Donald Trump shits on Israel all the fucking time. He shits on Bibi Netanyahu in the most embarrassing way. Like, shit that just, like, the way he does it is like it's normal. Like, you can tell that they have real candid conversations and he be low-key punking him. But he fucked with it because guess what? DB is, which is not his real name, but he's his fucking son-in-law's godfather. They known each other 50 plus fucking years before Jared was in, Ivanka's life. So, and they're in, I think, what 20 plus years, 15, 20 plus years. So BB gets shitted on. He gets screamed on all the time. Like he said, both of them, when they started doing that little 12-day war shit in April or whatever, they had this scrimmage. He said both of them don't know what the fuck they're doing, blah, 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 blah. He told Iran, let's go meet up in Qatar. And then on the way to Qatar, the IDF, whatever, they bombed Qatar. And he shitted or he said, hands off of Qatar. Y'all fuck with Qatar, it's an issue. And it was directed towards BB directly because he's the only one that bombed the motherfuckers. He is the wild dog. He's the motherfucking, Marshawn and whatever name was, the dogs that ate up the nigga in Django. That's Israel over there in the Middle East. Now, he keep him on a leash as much as necessary, but if you get too close or you do too much, he will let that motherfucker go. So I would disagree and say that America was Israel's bitch during Obama, Hillary, and the rest of the motherfuckers, but not during Trump. I would also add that while America's tightly aligned with Israel and basically would do whatever, go to any extent for Israel, I do find that rather annoying. But I mean, that's them, and ain't shit we could do to change it.
So you know what I do back? The US sort of funding Israel, though, or matter of fact, the US intervention in the Middle East is because I'm as an Australian, I want the US. Like I know the genocide and all this shit sucks, but as an Australian, in terms of our way of life, we need the US to fucking stand their ground. We need it. And US is Israel is basically US's people, unfortunately. And they've had to do some shit. But when my OG, who was, I already sort of mentioned it, his dad's Iranian. He told me he grew up in the Muslim community. He said, well, their way of life is just insane. It's just not right. And any male or any woman that wanted to live that life, they get put in a fucking, they get told to wear this or they get flogged, and it's like we wouldn't do that to fucking our women, for one, and two, us working under that Muslim regime, it would not align with us whatsoever. It's just insanity. But Israel's been a pit bull, and they have done some dog shit. Yeah, but
some real fucked up shit.
Some fucked up shit, but if Iran actually got their hands on nukes, they'd have that whole region.
Something happened last night. Well, it's just 10 hours ago, y'all. Israel struck Iran oil facility. They done blew the motherfucker up, y'all.
I don't. Gotta keep up channels. Yeah, that's old news. But listen, they gotta have a strategy and come on back out of there. I think the problem is nobody wants to go back into another forever war. And I mean, to think that we're just over there to save these people, to release these people. I wish I'm making them think this. They're not over there to save y'all. They don't treat their own fucking people right. I mean, this is craziness.
They don't see that. They don't know what America is. They just see the luxury from the outside. That's all they keep talking about. Y'all get to do what y'all want to do. But y'all don't know that once y'all let America do this, y'all, man, that shit about to happen for y'all. Y'all gonna have another bad leader. What happened?
Back in 1976, before the Iranian Ayatollah revolution happened, the problem with that is that Iran, Persia state was ruled by the Shah, who was a brutal fucking, he's a dickhead. this is where they got worried that Americans' influence on that state was just way too overboard. And that's when the inbreeds came over and said, no, women will wear a fucking hijab. This is where a full clash in ideology happened within that state. And so, look, if you look at videos before that happened, women were liberated. It looked very, very aligned with democracy. And then that happened. And then all of a sudden, everything got put into a straight Islamic state. Now, I don't agree with the fact that sport has to happen and everything happens worldwide, but if Iran, who is let's just say, if you look back in ancient history times, is the central heart of Persia and the Persian history, Iran needs to be liberated for the West to take control. And if the West, which is predominantly, obviously, crowned by America, this is where I think Trump might be onto something. If he isn't, I'll just be like, you know what, you're a fuckwit. But if he takes control of that, he makes allies with Saudi Arabia, all the oil companies, brings sufficient oil, liberates Iran, they're on the same page as America, then they bring a whole lot of resources America's way. And this is where I'm like, Trump, you better fucking make this happen. Like, I hope you do, because if you don't, this is just going to be a whole fuck fest for you. But if he does, if he aligns Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the oil kingpins, which is what the world's based off, natural resources, it is, unfortunately. We have to dig up this shit. I was a mining salesman. We have to mine for everything we have. Oil builds the plastics and all the shit we have. If Trump can really make this happen, liberate Iran, it will be a game changer. And on the same note, it will weaken Russia and China from being able to eventually dominate the US in the future. So, despite the fact that America's had to deal with hardships for decades, especially in low socioeconomic communities, like low poverty areas, I believe that if Trump actually pulls it off, it might be a game changer for the American people. I think he's that egotistical that he's that ready to make it happen. And I think he's not playing games. I think he really wants to. I think he's trying to do it, man. I do. But he's had the balls to call out NATO in front of the world, and all the leaders were like, "Is this guy serious?" Like, yeah, this guy has the balls to fucking really say that. He's like, none of you are paying what the US taxpayers combined have fucking covered all of NATO, and now they're putting warships in that region saying, shut that shit down. And now Iran went and fired out all this shit because they're religious fanatics. They're not Christians, man. They're Islamists. Their leader, who my OG told me, the reason he converted from Muslim to Christianity, Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl. Like, it's just their whole. He's like, and he witnessed in his church when he was young, a father flogged his son to death for doing drugs, and it was celebrated in the Islam church. He's like, bro, the way of life of these guys is just so fucked in the head. He's like, I'm actually on board with them. He's like, as a Christian, it's wrongful thinking, but I'd honestly rather than just carpet bomb that whole shit. But if Trump actually rules them.
Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead. That was impulse. My bad. Go ahead.
No, he just said, bro, like he got so angry witnessing what they put the ideology they forced him into. He grew up hating like Jews, and I'm not going to defend Jews, but he's like, I grew up hating Jews, and we didn't know why. And then he's like, I converted to Christ. And then I realised through Christianity that you can be open-hearted and loving to everyone, no matter what they look like, no matter, it's just a different ideology. With them, it's a you follow my ideology, my principles, or you fucking die. Or we put you into chains, or you get put in a fucking hijab. And the one thing that upsets me is, and he's like, and he said this, it pissed him off. It's like the people that get so passionate about defending what they say, they don't even realise that these people they defend would fucking put them in like a regime that they never want to live in at all. So I was like,
well, there's a caveat to that. There's another side to that coin. The reason why most European Christians hate Muslims is because they force them to bathe. They force them with education. And the hijab is actually to cover the woman's modesty instead of having her looking like a whore, so that the angels wouldn't want to molest the women. So the reason why that there's a stricter law process, like there's really, fundamental differences here and there, but Islam is the Shemitic, they're basically the half brothers of Christianity. They're just a lot more strict. They're more adherent to what we would call the Old Testament. And about Muhammad having sex with a 6-year-old girl, whatever that was said. There's a lot of that also in the Bible, with even Joseph being in his late 20s, early 30s, and Mary being around the age of 13. There's a lot of things that go on that we can't morally just be like, this one's better than that. They're all flawed because they're man-made. I'm more biblically based. I'm religious. I have studied 16 different religions. But the reason why there's an inversion of Islam in the European anything is because of their history with Islam's dominance and their strict adherence to their laws. Now, not all of Islam or Muslims are that strict. You see what I'm saying? Like, there are Muslim nations that do well. Like, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, all them up, they're Islamic nations too. And they don't have the same problems as Iran, because that section of Iran's Islamic rulership is adherence to a strict order that seems terroristic and it's not as free. I'm not a big fan of democracy, because one, America is a republic and a democratic republic, and other places are usually republics too. But democracy is basically the mob ties rule. So if the mob is fundamentally fucked up, that doesn't mean that that's right for everybody at all, or for most people. And so the democracy trope, the Islamist thing, because Islam is a beautiful religion of people, the cultures that have intertwined itself into it. And there's a lot of Asian cultures as well. They do well in terms of cultural. You don't see like mass murders and shit like that you used to see in the West, like especially in America. Because of our lawlessness and the way that we were founded, it's been mass murder. You know what I'm saying?
We just had the Bondi Beach attacks, to be fair, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, we've done some very horrific things to my ancestors, not just Black Americans, but Native Indigenous people. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even the story of Australia, I'm sure you know the story of Australia and New Zealand in the late 1800s. They just expelled all of their mentally ill and criminals and put them on those far-off islands and gave them rulership under the Britain Crown. And what they did to those people over there, those Tasmanians, they eradicated whole human and animal populations and species, right? So there's a thing, an inversion to it, whereas Christianity has created pathways, especially in the Roman Catholic Church, which is nothing but the way, or early stage Christians being able to do paganistic things, such as you start looking at Christmas trees. Christmas was outlawed in America for almost 100 years. You know what I'm saying? For a real reason, because the celebration of it is demonic purely. Absolutely. Really? Look it up. Yeah, for hundreds of years it was outlawed until the late, I want to say early 1900s when it came back around. You know what I'm saying? Then not only that, you have the Halloweens and the Easters. The Easter egg bunny is a fucking fertility god from Egypt. It has nothing to do with Christ's resurrection. Halloween speaks for itself, and these are westernized.
It's
ideologies.
Right? It's all began.
That's Saturnalia is what they call it. Yeah, Saturnalia is what they called it originally. But Nimrod, all this other stuff. Nimrod was born December 25th. Jesus was a Gemini. Shout out to the Gemini.
What year is
But
it? Yes. What year? What time is it?
The outlawing of it, I believe, was like 1821, almost to the late. No, you're talking about the older time. So I thought you were talking about the outlaw. The Sumerian time, the Sumerian culture, but no, this goes back to the ancient world. Excuse me?
Babylon.
Yeah. So, but let me continue with this thought subject, man.
Yes,
quick.
please.
I just want to fully. No, it's okay. I just wanted to flesh out the thought in detail, so I don't miss a point on it. But I'll say all that to say this: I'm not against Islam. I am against, and I don't really have a dog in the fight, bro. I would say this for you, Adrian. Me as an American Negro, the way I see this is God's will be done. God will use Trump to do a good thing that can trigger a bad thing that can trigger God's return. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not against him. I look at it like this is an opportunity for my people to be in position to benefit so that we can step up into the order, because now if the world goes to shit, everybody's going to, it would be the Black Americans would be the righteous people to step up and say, hey, look, let's calm this shit down. Let's divvy this up. Let's break that down, because we are very fair arbiters. I did have a question about mining, but I'll stop right there because I've been filibustering.
We'll say something.
Please don't filibuster, guys. Sunday morning. Get your Lord on some kind of way. Yeah. But you can't get mad at, at this time. Anybody can bring out of a human being that was pushed down in the mud and still produce a Muhammad Ali, a Farrakhan, and a Malcolm. You can't do nothing but respect that on the high end. And then bring out a Eugene and Sheikh Imam Ambassador Akbar too. And it's still, just like the ever-ready bunny rap, it's still going on and on and on. Hey, I just messing with you, man, but that's still some real talk though, for real people. And we ain't mad at nobody. What the hell do we want? What do we want?
Ambassador,
we want friendship, we want money, a good home, and a friendship, and all wants it.
I want justice.
No, I was speaking. I'm gonna give it back to you. I ain't gonna steal nothing from you. But we want money, a good home, and a friendship in all walks of life. And all of us have achieved that. All of us achieved it. I will assure you. We got some money, a good home, and a friendship in all walks of life. It's a choice. If you say, well, I'm gonna live in the project, that's a choice. I'm gonna live in something. I'm gonna live in a gated community. That's a choice. I'm gonna live under slavery. I want to live off of Kool-Aid. I want to live off of juice. The choice you have all day. You make judgments and decisions all day long. But the statistic says that very few, and I do mean very few people, can make a major decision that could seriously affect their lives. And I let my play on the facts that you know them to be just by saying my mind.
So the man said, come on over to my place.
Right, because that's what you need. Put some teddy bear up in the gas tank. You got high octanes over here. Come on in the house. Get in where you can fit in. Tip top where you don't stop. I tell you, drop. Drag your ear across the carpet and keep it moving, my mind. If y'all know what you did, the asphalt on the blacktop.
This nigga. Eric, I got a question. You didn't think I was threatening nobody earlier, did you? I don't care about going to the goo. I just do want to be cautious.
Yeah, let's not go back to that shit.
No.
It's kind of like fast forward.
But no, I heard.
Is that true?
Hold on for a second. I heard who threatened who, but I do know your ass was egging it on.
Alright, cool. Let's sit down at a cozy evening fire and sip a little wine.
Sava, do you reckon that if Trump liberates Iran, do you or do you not reckon that would bring much more valuable resources to the US and to that region as a whole?
Resource-wise, not necessarily. We'll have better controls over the oil prices, but I think what it would do is it'll free up opportunities for redevelopment of Gaza and crushing the rest, like the Houthis and the rest of those motherfuckers, and really making that a central hot hub for the next foreseeable future. The whole Middle East would blow the fuck up in terms of tourism and development, real estate.
I'd love to go there, not gonna lie, like those Iranian birds look pretty nice.
But we won't be able to afford to get there though, Cypher. You'll get cheaper gas prices, but it'll fuck the economy up here.
Why? Why do you think that?
Last war did the exact same thing.
Okay, this is not the same administration.
It is what it is.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
Yeah. Can't be Iraq because gas was cheaper. There's other things
What was the economy? Where's the American economy at? Didn't we have a pandemic?
No, not just the pandemic, but your point.
It wasn't good for a lot of people. Not me specifically, but
what wasn't good for us was Ukraine, and that was your boy Jim Crow Joe that popped off the Ukraine situation, and that wasn't good for our population, our economy, everything fucking went up. And as of this time last year, I got eggs the other day, 18 eggs for $1.99 at Kroger's, my nigga. This time last year, it was like $6, $8, $7 if you could find it. I also got gas recently before this shit happened, and like the high was $2.38, and the last time I got it is in my PTR. Before I've gotten it as low as 174, 172. Old school, yeah, thank you, brother. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see that, but what I do see is opportunities in government contracting, redevelopment, all kinds of shit. I see more opportunities than I see a downfall. If there are going to be sharp spikes here and there, yeah. But we'll get through it. And by the way, inflation has been reduced, interest rates have been cut, and affordability is up in terms of the United States. Our economic report is doing very well.
Hey, regardless of who in office right now, because I know a lot of people like tripping on Trump. Y'all need to be meddling in other people's shit. This is for Israel. Israel need to be handling their own shit. As a veteran, yeah, they need to be handling their own shit. We don't need to be involved.
I get what you're saying, bro, and I don't disagree with you. My only thing about that is one, there's nothing we could do. Brother, can you please, you gotta mute your mic, big dog. It's too early for this right now. To your point, I agree, but since there's nothing that we can do, I think the best thing that we can do is to position ourselves and organize. Let's just say this all blows up and backfires. I'm not saying it will or won't, but let's just say it does. Who's going to fill the power vacuum? Black Americans should. Let's say this shit, it blows up and it's good. It works out for America. Guess who should also successfully grab that windfall? Black Americans should, right? But if we're too busy, like, watching this and not acting or responding to it or positioning ourselves, then we'll suffer the consequences of not being prepared.
No,
yes, I like to say this.
I agree with you on that.
at the America. There's certain mentalities that are designed to get the crooks off the hook. And people who are the masters of deception, deceiving the public is not something that they should be let off the hook for. And if they decide to do so, it is against their betterment to allow these crooks off the hook. And the crime is public deception and deceiving the world. And then, see, you got all this blood stains on your hands. You're not fit to handle the righteous people. People quick to overlook these things. And as a righteous man, I don't want to handle my affairs. And you go right ahead and handle your affairs, but to get the crook off the hook, I said, we're going to do your own. The economy is great. The economy, shit. I was the gas pump. I've been up and down the seaboard back in the last day from Jersey down to Virginia Beach. And I know the gradual gas moving up the class one. Guy had a bad hair day. Could have had a bad toupee day, but nevertheless, it wasn't his day. And he tried to get the funding them goddamn estate file. And that's just what I think is just a fulfillment decoy. That's a master of public deception that if the people you go for it, you know, because I know I got this guy pegged precisely correct. Because my judge name is Al Green from Houston, Texas. And he done walked on this guy a couple of times because he just knows that some deception, the degenerated behavior, the child pedophilia is becoming more public now. But we knew this. Me and Judge Green knew that shit all the time. It's old news. But to those that it's new news to, you got a degenerated pedophile in the office with 34 charges that should be fully exposed and escorted out of Washington, D.C., let's say immediately, if not sooner. But you just don't catch on too quick. Now, Tricky Dick, he thought he wasn't going to go. I swear for God, Kimber Stone did. I was a close witness on the Watergate affairs took Tricky Dick as Richard Milhouse Nixon. Say he declared himself larger than charge, which he was. But not for long. There's a rapper guy who called not for long. But on that strike, I mean, we just dangle. I can dangle a curve for you. There's a dude in you. I can dangle a curve and you run behind the curve, run a brick wall and knock some common sense into the heads of we the people or the public. It's been terribly deceived that if you think you got something, you're going to end up nothing. I'll tell you that Kool-Aid is 39 cents a pack, but you can get a better deal. If you get 3 for $1, you only spend 33 1/3 cents a pack. Either way, it's a cheap shot. You got to dig in your trousers and pull up some real money, buy some real juice, and serve it to we the people. Because the Kool-Aid is ineffective, meaning the political philosophy of voodoo politics is just not selling with everybody. Maybe your body, but not my body. I'm not accepting voodoo politics from anybody, and especially not the orange toupee guy. I'm just saying, on the strength, you know what I mean? And I'm not after this guy, it's just that he shows up every day on the news with some new gimmicks, and you buy right into it. You go in there and get the Kool-Aid and come back and serve it at the 40 acres. But everybody, every closed eye is not asleep. But for damn sure, every open eye ain't woke. And if I'm lying to you, there ain't no deer shit in the woods. They just say, my. Oh,
I like how you said. I like how you said the politicians are involved in some scandalous shit, which is obviously disgusting. Yeah, but some of the stuff we're going up against right now, especially in the extremist Muslim regime, man. Let's say the Jeffrey Epstein case, for example, disgusting, pedophilic. Everything that we're like, who in the flying fuck in their right mind thinks of shit like that? In Iran, that is legally documented as legal. they've got arranged marriages with girls at 10 years of age.
In America too.
Disgusting.
So Adrian, let me ask you this, right?
It's legal to marry a 10-year-old in America too, 3 different states.
Which states?
The states don't even matter. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
But the thing about it is, right, Adrian, do you worry about what's going on in another neighborhood, or do you figure out how to stop the shit in your own neighborhood? Because is that why we in Iran? Probably not. It's probably the politics that we tend to become, familiar with. But my thing is, we need to stop doing shit for other people. Okay? We need to stop getting involved in this shit until we square away what's going on here.
Yeah.
Like so many fucking jobs. People ain't got fired from so many damn jobs and let go. Like, we gotta figure that out. How the fuck are these companies still making money? It's because they're doing business to business, to be real with you, and it's just cheaper to let a motherfucker go. But you got a ton of fucking people that have lost their job, and this scandalous shit that's going on with, these Epstein files. Like, we need to really walk that down. Who the fuck?
Why is that a worry? Why is that a thought?
It's a worry because you need to figure out who the hell still making money while some egregious shit didn't happen here in America.
Why does that even matter? What does that do for you?
What does it do for me?
Mm-hmm.
It stops the shit. It stops it.
How? It's still happening around the world.
My focus is not the world. It's what's going on here.
Yeah, 64,000 black people missing every year. Knowing about the Epstein files doesn't stop that.
What do you do about that? You definitely don't start going to war with somebody else. You figure the shit out that's going on in your own home while people now building families and keeping oversight over their own situation.
Iran's situation is America's security. Iran's situation is America's problem. Let me tell you how it is. 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 But just let me tell you how it is. So, did you know that they were running operations out of Venezuela as well?
Yeah.
Iran.
America got a base in every country.
No, that's not what I just said. Are you aware?
Yes.
You aware?
Yes.
Okay, yes to what? What did I just say?
We're not going to do this, bro. Just go ahead and finish it.
No. Answers.
Yes to what? What am I saying? What are you saying yes to?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't. So that's the thing. Like, you gotta reach. This is the irritating part about this shit. So he doesn't know what the fuck Iran's position is and why we're going after it this way because he's uninformed in that particular range, right? And if you don't understand the security interests, it's my assumption based off of no. It's my assumption based off of your actions and inactions. I asked you a question. I don't think that you literally heard me, but you heard words. And just to move the conversation along, you agreed. And then when I asked you what you were agreeing to, you couldn't articulate it, which lets me know that you weren't A, paying attention, and B, you don't know what the hell I was just saying.
You gonna finish on with the narrative, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out is he gonna attack and eat his flesh all night? The fuck?
I don't do that, brother. I definitely don't do that. But here's the thing.
You pose the question and you gotta finish the whole narrative.
Yeah. So I paused to ask you a question to see if you were following suit, and you clearly wasn't. That's the highlight. But moving along. Yeah, it is. I just made it one. I just made it that. I just made it that way. And now you're in defense mode. You offended. Now I'm gonna go in because now you're in defense mode. You're in self-defense mode because you got caught up talking about some shit that you don't even know what the fuck you're even talking about. I don't think that you should even have an opinion.
You assume
because you don't know. It's not an assumption. It's not an assumption.
You said,
and I'll keep going on because now I got your ass exactly where I want you to do. Now I got you exactly acting exactly the way I want you to.
God damn, who has the mic?
Yeah, so it's on me. It's on me. I'm gonna finish it though, because I asked the brother a quick question. We're gonna move right along. So most people that have these opinions are not even aware of what the security issue is. They're not even, you could be a part of the military and know nothing because you just take orders and respond, right? So because motherfuckers do know what the hell is going on, of course to you, it looks like it's a benefit to America to have sovereign security globally to where your black ass can travel to different fucking places and not have to worry about getting blown the fuck up. Or you'll have the ability to invest in different countries that normally you probably wouldn't be able to have access to do so. And on top of this, it lowers the gas prices. It keeps it from being so volatile and having that one fucking country fuck up not only the stock market, the American stock exchange, but the cost of oil, the cost of logistics. The supply chain becomes a little bit more secure and we're no longer supplied and relying on China, and it pushes them back so that they don't become a formidable competitor geopolitically that will have your ass sitting up there talking about, oh my God, the Chinese, this, that, and the third. The Chinese, they went up on this, that, and the third. We don't need them. And by getting rid of their allies, by getting rid of their strategic partnerships that are adversarial to American security globally, financially, logistically, militarily, and intelligence-wise, you, sir, are oblivious to the actual fucking threat. You're more distracted by what the white man put in your motherfucking face talking about a goddamn pervert, which he himself is a fucking pervert, telling you you should be more outraged about some shit that you know that happened just before your ass was born, that you can't fucking control, and knowing anything about it ain't gonna stop it from happening, nor do you have access, the resources, or the power to do anything about it. But the one thing that you could do to shore yourself up, your family up, and to be in the know of things that happen, that if things does go to left or things do go right, you could respond and be safe. Your ass is sitting up here being distracted with all this emotional bullshit about something that you ain't fucking even a part of. Y'all niggas are sitting up here getting distracted by a goddamn soap opera other than the war that's happening in front of your fucking face.
All right, speaking about the war, this is what's going on in the war right now.
Everybody, and welcome to Geopolitical Trends, where truth matters. Israel's own missile defense contractor just admitted not politically. Their system cannot stop Iran's newest missiles. Not today, not tomorrow. And the solution they are proposing, it will take years and tens of billions of dollars. They don't have. Meanwhile, Iran is firing the unstoppable ones as we speak. Talking about three new types of weapons, which I'm going to be detailing for you in this analysis here. On the other hand, you need to consider that with the US, advanced military systems and so forth on from now, but it's not. Iran knows it. Iran knows it can't beat that one head to head. So instead, what Iran is then doing, Iran is spending $20,000 per drone. I'm going to share a picture with you here.
Yeah, that drone ship got blown to bits.
$20,000 per drone. So first, here is the tricky part of the winning strategy, per se.
This is how this nigga learn.
$4 million.
This is just propaganda. He's just feeding into it.
Each time Iran launches drone, the US
Feeding into this.
foreign drugs that are possible for $4 million each.
Let me guess, this is the same foreign minister of Iran that told you the Ayatollah wasn't dead when he was blown to bits? They're playing safe face, bruv. What else can they do?
Hold up. Two more minutes.
To see the coverage of media that is
Mike's is weak as fuck, man. We could barely hear what that man said, bro.
with you. Guess what I just found?
Your mic is open.
Nah, yo, Mike is fucked up.
You get a chance to
And he ain't saying shit.
maybe not.
Thank you, Jesus.
$20,000 for a drone versus America. That's countering it with a $4 million rocket or a $2 million rocket.
You don't even know what you're talking about, though, mister. Literally, you don't understand that they're not knocking out those fucking. You don't understand. You're saying shit you don't understand, bro.
My point is America spending more money to win versus Iran. That's my point.
And you don't have no money in comparison to that. Well, here's the point. If they're knocking out their depots, yeah, I know you don't. I know you're right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You're right. I got you. You're right. So, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what's up. You're right. You're right. That's what's up. You're right. You're right. That's what's up. So, the missiles that they're using are going to their depots, their launch pads, their governments, their intelligence. They're breaking down their infrastructure and the ability for them to respond. The response is overwhelming because guess what? Their responses have been reduced by 80% on average across the fucking board. So they're not using missiles to knock down every single fucking drone. Some of them motherfuckers have taken hits. Some of them have other weapons that you don't fucking know about to knock them bitches about the goddamn sky. And they're not getting as far as you would like to think. But I would tell you this. The missiles that they are launching are going towards those strategic land sites. So yeah, if I know there's 1,000 fucking drones parked over here, I'm gonna use this big ass ballistic $2 million missile and blow up all of that. You don't account for that because you listen to YouTube and don't read.
It's a terrible report in Telecaptain this morning. I'll tell you, the top of the rise and you and all of those with you.
But I mean, you ain't gotta get all personal, bro.
Something massive.
I ain't something personal. Just listen to that ambassador for a second.
Yeah, I copied the man. But it's a massive cover-up and all kind of deep deception and it's corruption at the highest level. And the degenerates, I've talked for a few months on Clubhouse about it. The cover-up and the massive deception and the corruption is all connected. And a lot of big wheels up in it. And this bomber campaign is just something to it's like a chattel of deception and a fulfillment decoy, but that will not get the orange toupee off the hook for lying to the public. And derelict of duty is a bigger one. Say, people don't know enough about this law. Sir? Derelict of duty, when you do a preemptive strike and strike the leader of another country, and who gives a fuck? It's a serious violation of international law. I give a fuck.
Now what you gonna do about it then?
Now I'm gonna ask people to just come to what is meat, and what is meat is MET diacritical E, meaning what is logical and practical to your circumstances. And if you're not using your common sense, then you really have no sense. And the common purpose is to reach the common ordinary people with the message of righteousness, checking the wicked in a hour of iniquity. And then a strange, peculiar brand of iniquity in which they have superimposed corruption on the people and made wrong fair seeming to the people, to we the people. They'll go along to get along. And it's not about getting along, it's about right and wrong. It's where right comes to check wrong in the midst of its iniquity. That's really what it's about.
Righteousness subjective?
I'm just telling you, right does not resemble wrong in the very least little bit.
Well, what is right?
Wrong does not resemble right. Righteousness I'm not going to be long, but I intend to be strong. And I'll tell you this, that wrong does not resemble right, and right does not resemble wrong. They are both diametrically opposed. They are both diametrically opposed. Never can the twain meet because of the wicked being wrong and the righteous being right. There's nothing they can team up and do. And the victory, there's a war between right and wrong is going on right now when we're speaking. And it's going on everywhere. There won't be no stone that's not overturned. There won't be a tree to hide behind. and then make a tree cry out, "Oh, wicked one, you cannot hide behind here." The man who has the pebble that stones the stone, and he has a glass house, and we can see through it. It says, "It's plain and clear as cellophane, the facts and the truth, and the righteous have come to check the wicked at this hour."
Look,
And
OG, you got a powerful mind of thinking, but it's ideological. It's not reality, and it's not how the political scene is dealing with it. Despite how ideal your beliefs are, it's just not how it is in this political age. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I'm by no means the brightest crown in the book, and the not brightest crown in the bunch. But what I read, it says, Al-Hakim, one man had a dark Al-Hakim, that the reality, and book will explain to you what is the reality, is that Allah is the only reality. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that the righteous will check the wicked at this hour. Now you may read from something different, from social circumstances, your own circumstances, or you may be reading from a different page or a different book. But the book that I read from says that the righteous will check the wicked at this hour, and then the pieces will fall.
In my perspective, unfortunately, Trump is doing the bad things to defend the righteous. That's my perspective. And he's doing the bad things to protect the righteous, and I hope it's in the name of Christianity, and I hope you believe in that same thing as well. But this is the consequences of if it was if the shoe was in the other foot, man, we would be in a completely different lifestyle. That I know every one of us in this chat room would fucking despise. We would hate it to a T. And Trump has eliminated all possibilities of that coming to fruition. He's trying to, at least.
Well, as you scan up and down the good book, you will find that the hour is at hand when the Son of Man has been betrayed into the hands of the wicked, and the wicked have reached their fullness in the hour when the shaitan, the devil, reaches fullness. You see, they will mislead many of the righteous into the lizard's hole, and they will take on the habitations of lizards, snakes, and reptiles, according to the book. And on that strike, the righteous, Isa ibn Maryam said, "Just Jesus, the son of Mary, that it is become expedient that I go away. For if I go not away, then your comforter will not be sent unto you. But your comforter shall come and teach you the truth, and teach you into knowledge of all truth. And know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Many times people misunderstand that. Know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And that's it's a lopsided equation.
I believe you, but how do you apply that to the topic question?
The application is that the truth will knock falsehood in the head, and the lies in the head, and knock their goddamn brains out. That's what I know to be the truth, and the facts as I know them to be.
So, Adrian, I got a question for you. You was talking about you were a mining salesman. What did you do? And were you operating out of Australia?
Yeah. So I was selling like $500,000 nose cones for BHP, Komatsu, Glencore, things like that. We were redoing the front of all the mining trucks.
Oh, so you sold equipment, not the actual ore or refined assets?
No, I didn't sell the actual ore, the mining materials, but I was involved in the mining sector, so my responsibility was to make sure that the trucks were maintained to be able to mine in Australia.
Okay.
Which Australia is rich in coal.
Are you familiar with Queens and Woluba?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was working with Bracken Mining in the 2010s. We were mining. He would start off mining sand, which makes construction glass and corporate glasses and shit like that.
Sure.
But he went into tungsten and manganese out of West Timor and the Philippines. That's how I started getting into off-take agreements with Shandong, Caulking, and China Rare, and all of those other different companies doing off-take agreements and whatnot. But I was arguing for Luke Bracken, who was the founder and owner of Bracken Mining, and then Slimco, Mr. Patel, that ran Slimco Mining in North Africa, mining copper, ore, nickel, all that shit. They had millions of metric tons in ground assets, and they were actually trying to develop a smelter, $150 million smelter in West Timor for refined phosphorus forms. But I think when we talk about the critical earth minerals and stuff like this, there's also a logistic and supply chain and critical energy, critical earth minerals that are going to come out of this that America will have a closer grip on, that not Venezuela, Israel would basically shadow protect. So they'll basically be policing those resources and the logistics supply chains through their partnerships in the region. The only people that were holding any of that up in any real way was Iran, because they were the backbone of the Yemen's, Saudi, Islamic terrorists and shit like that. That were, and I don't only say Islamic terrorists because Islam itself is not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad religion. It's
not that evil. It's just some people just go they go.
Just like with Christianity, just like with Christianity, just like with Catholicism. I mean, every man made anything as well. Yeah, they have flaws everywhere, right? But the point I'm making is that from a supply chain and a resource standing, it is important for us to have that and to have them about the way, because they were running operations in South America that people were not clearly aware of, that was dealing with intelligence, it was dealing with smuggling human beings and sex trafficking and drugs and guns into America through Colombia, through the Darien Strait. And they were supplying intelligence for all of these operations that were working against America's better interests. And also on top of this, they were also coercing and orchestrating the drug trade in the Eastern Hemisphere via the South Pacific too. And this is going along with their collusion with China and Russia. So he's choking out China. He's put Russia back on their heels. And then he's getting rid of Iran, which was the bigger threat than Venezuela, but you had to get Venezuela first. And through all of this kinetic activity and demonstration, it puts the entire fucking globe and our adversaries on real notice that we are not fucking around. That's why there hasn't been one stone thrown from China and Russia with all the shit that they talk. They haven't done a motherfucking thing. And in fact, China's been trying to get back into South America through their ties with Spain. Do you see what he just did with Spain? He said, fuck Spain. We don't want them for shit. They just got good people over there. And that's true. They were trying to use Spain to get it. They were trying to get Spain to introduce technology and shit like that in Brazil, Argentina, and now all of that shit is dead. The whole EMENA region and the European regions are not fucking with China like that no more, and especially Mexico. This past weekend, they had an agreement. I don't know what the agreement is. I haven't talked to my sources, but Mexico just had a conversation with Trump about trade agreements, because Mexico is now going to be the new China for this hemisphere. And they have another meeting in Bogota on the 18th with CELAC and the African Union. And the vice president of Colombia is hosting it. I was supposed to be there. But Sheinbaum, the Mexican president, Petro, and Francesca, the vice president of Colombia, and all the other world leaders in that region are meeting in Bogota to discuss ways to cooperate with America but still maintain sovereignty.
All right, so
all of this shit is tied.
Point taken, son. Everything goes so successful with Trump, what does the opposition look like in the cause and effect? It gets the oil wherever you say it gets it. What's the new frontier for the companies that don't know I'm going to do business with China, or if they still do business with Venezuela? What's the opposition once Trump is successful? What do they look like then? What does that look like? Hold up, fam. Hold up, white boy. Hold up, white boy.
Hold on. Adrian, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Chill out. So let's pose the question again. Chill out. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I didn't fully hear everything you said. Can you make it a little bit shorter for me so I can just answer?
Hypothetically speaking, Trump is successful with the oil transition, all of that is playing over there. What does other countries look like in the position if he pulls off?
They benefit. Yeah, they will benefit greatly. Like, here's an example. Here's a carbon copy example. Yes, not in the middle, and it's going to be fucked up. We all know that. But here's the point that I'm making. Look at what happened. You could use Venezuela as a template. One, you haven't heard anything else about any kinetic energy going on over there in Venezuela, first. Secondly, guess what? They did make $500 million, like we said that they would, and they gave us the oil, and we pledged over $1.2 trillion into their infrastructure build out with private companies like BP, Exxon. All of those people are returning back into the region to get their output back up and running, which is going to take time. We're well aware of that. But Venezuela as a country now gets the benefit because there's new jobs, there's new infrastructure being built without Chinese predatory lending practices or security breach interests. And then you have a better control over the politics and global hegemony in this region. And guess what? When you have greater relationships with America, you can trade more because we're the world's largest consumers, next to be one of the next manufacturers. So if we have some of the best manufacturing and some of the best consumption, we are the place that everybody wants to build in, sell to, right? So guess what happens with those people that are in partnership with America? You benefit from it. So the end result is only going to be good for those that get with the program.
Do you believe that, brother? To say you know, believe me, that's two different things, though.
Well, I do live in Colombia, and I do deal with import and exports and international trade. So I happen to have my hand on these things. You don't. You listen to YouTube and don't read books.
Brother, that ain't no.
So you believe the shit that you're told. You have more faith than I do, sir. You literally do. There's a lot that you don't know that you believe.
Bro, I'm restricting the information from you since you are dealing.
No, you shouldn't. No. I need you to think that I'm a liar and then confirm everything that I just said. A wise man would.
Brother, I'm not even into that field doing it. I'm just building conversation. But if you're trying to put me
that's cool. It's not a pedestal, bro. I'm just saying, you talk about what I believe. Yeah, I get it. But you said, well, you're talking about what I believe.
I'm talking about the books.
Yeah, so you talk about what I believe, and I'm telling you what I know to be true, and you say, well, you believe. I said, well, you have to have more faith than I do, because there's a lot of things that you believe that you don't know, that you hear from YouTube and don't confirm through any other resources or books.
Who told you that? That's something that
the way that well, here's the thing. I can confirm it by the way you talk. I can confirm that by the way you talk and what you say. Not just the way you talk, but what you say, right? So I know, and you haven't said that I'm lying about any of it. You didn't say, no, that's not true.
So how do you get the cause and effect from what I asked you about what it looks like that Trump is successful to come back and
the cause and effect? I answered your question directly. I answered your question.
Go easy on him.
I answered.
Your boy's
It's all good. It's all good.
And no,
Get out the way. So here's the thing.
Wait a minute.
Focus on me, bro.
Hold on for a second.
We only got there because you talked about my faith in all these things that I believe. I let you know.
talking.
Erica,
Why
tell
you
him.
know, Mr. Let the man finish. Like that guy Lee. He talked over me. If whoever was that said they don't do that. Who was it? Was it Mr.?
I don't know if I said it or not.
He ruffling their feathers, boy, I tell you.
Man, Cypher act like he God. He act like he God on stage.
Nah, you boys both have good points, man, but just let each other speak.
Bro, ain't nobody talking to you, cracker.
Damn, there you go. Erica, there he is, man.
Ain't nobody talking
All
to
right,
you.
let the man finish. Keep going with me till he finishes.
Stop cheerleading. Stop being a man, what the hell is you doing in here, white man? You don't even know.
All right, we're gonna move on, mister, because you ain't on topic shit. Go ahead.
I got a fucking point to prove about how Cypher can always derail it back to reading books when we just talking about the topic. You ain't gotta belittle me, bro.
Do you know how we got here? Did you hear how we got here?
You ain't gotta. I take the humility like Jesus did, but you ain't gotta never humiliate me just to make your fucking point. Take your shit.
Yeah, I do. So let me tell you why. Let me tell you how we got here, bro, so you understand where this is coming from. So, and I want you to understand that I'm not coming with, I have to shame your stupidity, but I'm not trying to humiliate you. So what you said out of your mouth after I told you how I came to these conclusions, I gave you a submission, very detailed and long-winded. That's because I said also, I do this shit. You're not talking to somebody that just watches YouTube. Nigga, I done it, and I was talking to Adrian about mining, because I've been doing that since 2010.
All right.
In Australia. Okay, no, pause. This is where you miss it. No, this is the reason why. No. This is the reason why you don't like what the fuck I be saying, because you act and respond like this. Walk with me. If you don't want to be offended, sir. I'm your teacher, nigga. But if you don't want to be offended, then listen to what I'm saying so you understand where it's coming from. Because what you're dealing with is pride and ego. That's the only reason why you feel the way that you do. Now, here's the point about it. After I told you my credential about how I got to that conclusion, and you said, well, you believe this stuff, right? You believe a lot of things. I basically said to you, you have more faith in this than I do, because I do the research. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You just listen to YouTube, and then you don't do the follow-up work. Hold on. No, you see, this is the reason why you feel the way you do. And I want you to, matter of fact, now, I'm telling you now, bro, I'm here to make you feel a certain kind of way, because I want this to be a reflection for you. I want you to, after we have this conversation, whether we end on a good note or a bad note, I want you to reflect on it so that you can become better in your communication and your conflict management and the way you articulate yourself. And it's not about how well sounding you sound. It's not about how well sounding you sound. It's about knowing what you're talking about. Right? And there's nothing wrong with exchanging shit. There's nothing wrong with it. See it right there. This is the reason why we're having this back and forth and I'm talking over you, is because you don't have the humility to listen so that you don't be offended. Right? I'm trying to tell you how we got here, bro. So that you don't feel that I'm going after your head. Now you told me about, I'm gonna finish what the fuck I was saying. You literally told me that I believe.
Mike Cypher, now goddamn,
hey, look,
Mr. Both.
I got it. You got it.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing real quick, because respectfully, when I listened to this brother speaking, I don't know you. I think his name is Cypher. But I heard you say a whole bunch of things that don't make sense. And so you're sitting up here telling people what they don't know. But I'm into politics, geopolitics there.
Tell me what don't make sense about what I said.
I'm about to tell you, because I like it when people talk. They got some sense, because that means we can have a good conversation, right? That's what I'm talking about. So listen, you said that Donald Trump was helping Venezuela. And Donald Trump went down there and stole Venezuela's money and put it into an account in the UAE. That's what he did. Stole that oil money. After they kidnapped the president just to do what? Steal the oil money. You said that he was helping them out. Actually, they was trying to do regime change down there, but they can't do it. They would have to put boots on the ground, and that would have actually made a problem. Then he went over there to Iran, because they trying to steal against him. He acting like he cared about the Iranian people, right? And what did he do?
Oh, man.
They started a war, a regional war. Can you go on mute, brother? Because I ain't do all that while you was talking. Respect. I ain't asked for all this. Can you mute up while I'm speaking, brother? Because you over there hiding and hearing. We good. So my point is that I think we need to put things in the realm of facts. Donald Trump does not care about Venezuelans. Donald Trump does not care about Iranians. Donald Trump don't care about none of them damn people. Donald Trump is for hire. He's a prostitute. Hey.
Do you live in America? Do you live in the U.S.? Then if he doesn't care, what the fuck he's still doing there?
Yeah, it's wild shit. So you didn't tell me how.
But where he at? Like, I mean, are you in America? The person that asked him if he's in America?
Yeah, no, I'm not. But the people that keep complaining about.
Just go ahead and go back on mute. Don't do that.
Yeah, so I like to respond to the Goose point. I mean, he didn't say that I said anything wrong. He highlighted something that I would like to tap into to better understand. What money did he steal by taking Maduro, and how much was it, and where did it come from?
Some crypto. You know what he took?
So he didn't take any fucking money. They did take the oil that Iran was smuggling from there because the interim president, the lady, she called
the question you
asked them about it. What money did they take? What I'm asking it. I'm asking it right now. Yeah, thank you. So I asked you. I don't know if you heard me, but I said, what money did they take? How much was it? And where did it come from?
500 million. 500 million that he took from the Venezuela accounts after they had the oil. Listen, after they made the first oil sale for the 500 million, Donald Trump took the 500 million and put it in his account over there. That's what happened.
How did they get the money back? How did they get the money back?
Who?
How did Venezuela make $500 million?
Because what are you talking about, bro? Do you understand how much oil Venezuela produced?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Do you know how much oil? Hold on. Hey, Adrian. I don't know if that's you, but just let this is fraternal. Just go on mute, brother. And let us cook this out real quick. Nagu, do you know how much they produce?
Right. Actually, they're the number one. They had the number one.
I didn't ask you about the reserves. I asked you how much do they produce.
Right. That's why I was going to say they have the number one reserve. We create the most production.
I did not talk about the reserve. I'm asking you how much do they produce.
I heard you, brother, but you're not going to make me talk the way you want me to talk. I'm going to talk the way I want to talk. So let me respond. Okay? So listen, what I'm saying is that they have the number one oil reserves account in the world. Now, all they did was make what's called an oil sale, and the oil sale came out to the 500 million, which Donald Trump then took and put in the Middle East, and in a security account, which is illegal by U.S. law. Anything else you need to know?
I asked you a fucking question 3 times and you did not answer it, which lets me know you don't know what they produce.
Right. So what
listen, you're not, listen, sir. I can tell that this conversation with you is not going to get very far, and you're nowhere close to as astute. Oh, no, ain't no check it out. I already checked you out, and you're not qualified for the conversation. They produce over 1 million barrels just because you don't. No. You're coming off mic right now. I'm talking. It's on me. You're coming off mic, right? Go back on mute real quick. They produce over 1 million barrels a day, around 900,000 to 1 million barrels a day. They used to produce 4-5 million plus barrels a day. But because their infrastructure has been dead for the last 20 plus fucking years, especially after kicking out U.S. Private corporations that they still owe money to, they've been on the downslide for a very long time, sir. Now, with another $1.2 trillion investment over the next 20 fucking years to increase their output, and their main new fucking buyer is America, guess what happens to their GDP and their job sector? It becomes sustainable for those people that left, the 12 million motherfuckers that left. Now can return and come back there and have a livable income as one. And they got the money back, which you didn't do. Like, I don't know where you got your sources from, but Venezuela made $500 million, and then they pledged 800 million barrels of oil to the United States. And if any other country wants to buy their reserves, critical earth minerals, or their fucking heavy ass oil, they now have to go through America to do so. Now, we still didn't touch on the security interests of what the fuck was really the reason why America went in there. And you probably don't even know about the December 28th fucking contract that they signed with China. Why you sitting there talking about geopolitical politics like you do some shit out here? That's the shit that I be talking about. Sometimes y'all niggas gotta know, like, hey, I'm not saying that I know it all, but even I know if I'm wrong about something or I don't know, I either don't say shit, I ask questions, I research, or I just admit it like I did not know that. Some of y'all niggas want to be right so fucking much that y'all overtalk yourself and expose that you don't know really much of shit.
Alright, you gonna let somebody else talk now, bro?
I mean,
Go ahead, little boy.
If I can buy the mic before y'all start back to arguing and shit, you know what I'm talking about? Because I really do believe that they were still pulling the same amount of oil, producing oil. They just was telling in the United States they weren't. I mean, it would be stupid to have that kind of money under your damn feet and you motherfucking playing game. You know, you over there working with the allies. What was happening is your ass was giving oil and shit to China. You know what I'm saying? And you was moving some motherfucking Russia oil because their ass was on the side. So I just think that it's all a lie. Ain't nobody being straightforward. Ain't nowhere in the fuck them niggas walking around killing and greedy as they are, and they letting that oil just sit under their feet and they ain't retrieving it from the ground, and they got the goddamn tools they need to do it. That makes no sense.
That was getting extorted by their own people, man. So Trump said, we're not having that, especially, he said, we're not having that in our country. You're going to extort your own people. And matter of fact, we'll take your own oil and make your country better.
That's extortion.
That's been... But we're getting extorted, man. That's what I'm telling you.
I must correct something. I said 800 million barrels. That was incorrect. Bitch ass Nick. I'm sorry, that is his name, Van. He just corrected me in the chat and said it's 80 million barrels. That is the correct number. And I do correct myself, staying corrected on that.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Because I've been listening to you the past few days on this subject. Like every time I chime in and I'm hearing y'all going off on the subject, it sounds like I know it's like get down and lay down kind of situation. It sounds like even though you see this is like all these moves are wrong, you know, we're still with it because we might profit from it later, not like looking at the consequences that'll happen after this. It might be a year or two. Like this is like a quick come up. This is like some bullshit. I'm looking at it, I'm hearing like, oh yeah, we're gonna get oil, we're doing it. Like, yo, this is not like a quick come up, and this is some bullshit, and it's gonna be work. It's not gonna end well. So I'm trying to see how you guys see this ending well. You know, how do you see creating conflict in multiple directions, and how do you see that ending well? I don't understand. I mean, like, you guys talking about the money, but like, you know, they ran this game already. They already said, oh, they got something over there. We're gonna go over there and retake them. This is part of their operation, MO right now. Now it looks like this is what they do. They go into a sovereign people's country, take their fucking shit, and run off with it. So that's how it's playing out. No matter how much diplomacy and how much paperwork come with it, no matter espionage or whatever. That's what's happening. Like we're gonna sit here blindly and act like, okay, yeah, you know what? It's gonna bring us some paper. Let's roll with it. You know, and then you're gonna say I'm childish for having this type of perspective. But like I said, I don't see this ending.
Yeah, because brother, this is tribal shit. It's been happening since ancient history, and everyone looks out for their best interests. Unfortunately, fortunately for you and myself, fortunately for you as an American and for me as an Australian that relies on American alliances, what Trump's doing needs to happen for our longevity. It does. And it sucks that it has to happen the way it does, but it needs to happen. We just had the most brutal shit happen on Australia's home soil, and now Trump is trying to do everything he can to cleanse. I don't know who it's upsetting in America. Maybe those that aren't secretly profiting from it. But Trump is trying.
Australia got a strong people, right? So they
man.
So America's not gonna ever try to take your own, right? You don't expect that to happen ever, right?
We're trade partners anyway. Australia's one of the biggest fucking islands with the biggest mining.
The way things are right now, there are no real partners. I don't see real partners. I see people backstabbing. Like it's fucked up right now. Like anybody could get it. You know that, right? You know that. I'm sure you.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, man. But there's difference. The thing is, the difference between what is now and what's happened historically. You can't. If you've studied history from ancient history to modern history, you'll never be able to erase the legacy behind how deep everything has happened since, religion is one thing, history is a whole other.
The thing is, we act like when we say this, we use just the word civilized, civilization, being civil, and all this bullshit. Like whatever was happening 200 years ago isn't good, But that's not that. Things like that. That's not how it goes. Right?
Yeah, but it is. Yeah, but it is. That's
happened yet.
Yeah. What?
The foot.
You cool with Trump taking your homeland, Poland? Oh, Greenland?
What you just said? Poland and that's Denmark, man. I don't know what you just said.
That's all your family up there.
That's why I said we're supposed to be talking building themselves, but then we talk about how they
care about that shit, bro.
Wait.
My pushback is you always dwelling on the worst part. You don't never come to the best part. Remember that.
I'll back Cypher, but Mister, you're a good bloke too, but bruv, you just said you could try and take over Poland. That has nothing to do with him wanting Greenland, which is part of Denmark.
I said Poland purposely because he ain't doing shit about Russia beating their motherfucking ass and sending them rockets over there as well.
No. No one's doing nothing to Poland. Matter of fact. Yeah. No one's doing nothing to Poland. They have the most.
What the Russian take it to you? What are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Brother. Poland has the most hardcore immigration policy. No one's getting in that bitch unless they're Polish. You want to research it? Go look at it.
That's really good. Ain't nobody getting together and stay Poland. That makes really. That's what the United States need to do, and people need to quit talking shit when we don't. But yeah, that's a good policy. Yeah.
I'm just saying. You just said, what's Poland doing?
Hey, look, I want to throw something on the floor and see what you guys have to say about it. So the other day, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth was asked about the situation with Russia, giving intel to the Iranians, and neither one of them really gave a straight answer. But I was just wondering where you guys thought, because as of right now, they're going to war supposedly with Iran, and the Russians are supposed to be giving. See, the problem with this is that you remember that they unleashed, they dropped sanctions on Russia, if I'm not mistaken. So India could basically get fooled. Okay? Now this is coming back to bite them, because now the Russians will be providing intelligence to Iran for them to carry out strikes on U.S. assets.
So, do you want to go?
So what you guys thought?
Yeah, I'll say this. He answered the question cleanly. and why anybody would want sensitive information that's real-time tracked being leaked by a stupid-ass question like that is not wise to me. But he did say that they're well aware of who's talking to who, what they're coordinating, and if you're paying attention, the drones that they're about to start really massively shooting down and through the training from Ukraine that's been successful, keep in mind that those same drones are what Russia is using on Ukraine. Ukraine said for training and mechanisms to shoot them things down and keep them down, we want at least $1 to $2 billion worth of Patriot missiles, which would critically hurt Russia. That's also a card that they're holding, and that's the open source of it. But they wouldn't release certain information to the public with a question like that in the middle of a conflict.
So I was just going to say, like, I think it actually is a good question, and I think the non-answer speaks about the confusion and the misalignment and the problems that they had trying to figure out what they're actually doing right now. But I thought it was pretty peculiar, though, also, that with the situation, right, we're not winning the actual war right now. I think people are missing the point of what's actually going on in the world. We're losing the war, not just on paper, right? But we're losing the war in the public image. You have countries that actually have problems. Like, you have a whole global economic catastrophe about to go down if this gets any more worse, right? You've seen the gas price then went up like 30 cents over the last week. I mean, like that. I'm just saying, like that in itself, you got so many parts of the economy that's going to have a problem. You got many ships that are stuck still in the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump act like he gonna be able to bring insurance to them, but they don't even have enough insurance to actually insure those ships. Now, actually, I was watching a report on that yesterday that they only have about $154 billion into the account that they're supposed to have, but they need about $350 billion to cover. So now they're saying that they need to actually put ships out there, right, to actually escort them, which is also going to put American troops in the iron sight of war. Again, I think this is kind of a bad situation, but I just wanted to hear what you guys thought. Right.
And you do know that the U.S. Navy does escort everybody all the fucking time. Like, I'm getting a Navy escort.
I was in the U.S. Navy. I know.
Yeah.
I was in the U.S. Navy.
You guys get commissioned. Yeah, I know. And you get commissioned to do that all the time. It's not abnormal, especially during conflict, the military conflict. Like, of course that's going to happen.
That goofy move, they said Trump pulled up a submarine out of the middle of nowhere, revealing what submarines is in, like a dummy.
I mean, but Trump ain't driving the goddamn submarines. Y'all so goddamn crazy. What he do? Call him goddamn and say full top. What the fuck? Come on now, y'all.
Trump's watch.
These niggas don't like Trump though. They don't even know why. Maybe because a left wing white man told them not to. Maybe because Joe Biden said that unchain Wall Street, and these niggas believed it. This shit is sad. Motherfuckers don't even know what they went.
Hey man, welcome to the stage. Did you want the mic? Band.
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Okay. I'm a CEO, did you want the mic?
We'll circle back with you in a minute. Thank you.
Okay. AMPSC, you here on the stage. Did you want the mic? All right then.
I'll send them up.
Okay, I'm gonna play this. Not you,
Eric, can I send them up?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's be honest. If everyone here is from the as an outsider who relies, Australia relies on the United States, and our Prime Minister is under complete fire. He is on the rocks like no tomorrow. He is getting ousted. But we are, and I've got family in the US, and from an outsider looking in, We are heavily dependent on the US. US is the most dominant military presence in terms of their own home life. I know rent is crazy. I'd love to be able to live there. Who's got their mic on there? Yeah. US is the most dominant military presence by far. There's nothing that Iran can put up against the US military.
What?
They won't follow it. Who's drooling in the background, man?
Hey, say Adrian, I got a question for you.
Hey, but let him finish this thought before you give AJ his question, okay? Go ahead and finish.
Good morning to you too, Erica. Did you get some sleep?
No, I don't do the mornings, but top of the day to you too, sir.
Oh, that's what bad mornings to you.
Go ahead, Adrian, and finish
Yeah,
your
So what like as we've been talking about, the US is by far the most dominant force. It's literally proven. And the thing is, Donald Trump has had to be the bad guy. Everyone, because of previous history, the US has had to be the diplomats, and everyone wants to be and look at the US as you're the peacekeepers. But honestly, if the US wants to wreak havoc, they will, and they can. And there's three players that are involved in that. It's US, number one, Russia, and China. The fact that Russia and China have decided not to fucking get involved at all with what the US is doing in the Middle East is a very telling sign. And the fact that, everyone goes, okay, but we got to worry about Iran's drones. The US has obliterated every single fucking facet of the Iranian regime, which would have all of us basically tied to chains and shit. Not literally, but basically tied to chains under their ideology. They've obliterated every sense of that. And that came under a fucking revolution back in, nearly 5 decades ago. Trump is trying to clear that. If Persia gets liberated, then finally the Middle East, which were the US already allies with Saudi Arabia, the richest oil people, the United Emirates, richest oil people, Iran, who are the biggest terrorist people who pose threats, and they're threatening to blow up that strait, which is pivotal to oil prices, which in essence, oil in general is pivotal to the economy. Man, I'm saying let Trump do his thing. If he fucks this up, if he does, then he's a fucking goose. If this happens, if this actually works out, which I believe it will, because no one can mess with the US military, honestly. Ukraine is even sending counter drones. The US helped supply Ukraine against Russia. Ukraine is sending those same counterfeit drones to combat the possibility of Iran's drone ships. So there is nothing that can mess with the US. Nothing.
Can I add something to what you're saying, Brother Adrian?
Well, you could, but you can add it, but if you don't mind, can you make sure you give Sweet his chance, because he was before.
So
okay, go ahead.
I'll speak.
I'd like to go last again, real quick, Eric. I got an update, but I'm about to go last.
Okay. The mic on, Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Adrian, good morning. So you were mentioning something. Let me ask you a question. There's nobody, I don't think, in their right mind that would ever argue that Iran, or probably any other country, wants to go toe-to-toe in a wrestling match, so to speak, with the United States of America, right? We all agree on that. Nobody's thinking Iran is going to whoop, quote-unquote, America's, you know what? You know what I'm saying? So that's not what we're talking about here. But here's the question, Adrian. What do you think? Do you think America's going to post up? How long do you think America's going to post up in Iran? What do you think? What do you see with your crystal ball as far as America, Iran? What do you see the next 2 weeks, month looking like over there?
I see it as, if you look at what the Kurds are and the people around, everyone around Iran is looking like, well, there's going to be Islamic extremist ideologies everywhere. You know why this is, man? It stems from honestly, it stems from a childhood belief, which is why I mentor youngins in my community. It's when they don't have nothing to believe in or nothing to gain for in their own goals, they stem to something outside themselves. And Islam has been the absolute manipulative beneficiary of taking advantage of these type of people that don't know where they want to go in their own life. So that is what they're fighting for and fighting against. So in terms of where this war is going, I think everyone around that who has wanted the peace for freedom and has been told by desperate or with desperate people have been told this is the way you need to live and you will do as I say. That's a dictatorship. Every neighbouring country around the block is going to revolutionise. You got the Kurds ready to invade apparently Iran on their own turf. I don't think it's the best idea for the US troops to get involved, because you know why? Because as soon as they do and American troops start dying, everyone will say, Donald, look what you've done with our fucking people. Like, the bloke can't win. So they're playing this strategically missile-wise, but as my OGs told me, who converted from Muslim to Christianity, he said, dude, these people are just fucking mad. And this is why I turned to Christianity, because honestly, it's better that everyone just loves each other for who they are.
Right. I'm just trying to see what your thought is about, not so much your belief, but so you think the Kurds, number one, are going to just run through Iran with the backing of the United States of America?
Bro,
and also think
that is crazy work, bro.
everybody around there is going to give up on Islam? Is that what you're saying?
My friend, I am Kurdish, and I am in North Iraq, around the border with Iran. Today, I am talking to you from Iraq. What Adrian said is completely true. This is more of a struggle between America power, Western power, and preventing the destabilization throughout the region that impacts all of the Gulf countries and the world economies because of oil trade.
The Kurds are going to run through Iran? Is what you're saying?
Okay, do you understand? So first of all, a majority of the population of the lands in North Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Syria is entire region known as Kurdistan.
Right.
So my family in Hamadan, which is in Iran, is entirely Kurdish region. So we are uniting our fronts with our military combat units to assist with the American and Israelis against this regime.
Okay. So now you can take over. So it's going to take over Iran.
Hold on, Sweet. Is he saying that the Kurds is going to actually do something in Iran, bro?
I'm just saying America and Israel is going to back the Kurds, and they're going to...
No, my friend, Kurdish people.
Listen.
Go ahead, go.
He's not saying nothing. This is been reported.
Can I have the mic, please?
Sorry.
Thank you so much. All right, who was that? Put the mic back on, RJ. Go ahead and finish, RJ, and when you finish, with your mic, please.
What I'm saying is, in Iran, for the last 18 years, the Kurdish people of Iran, which is known in our area as YPK, have been armed with heavy weaponry and anti-lateral weapons. We also have, for example, received weapons from Russia, China, America, and Israel. And this is not because we were planning to take or overthrow Iran, but to protect our own autonomous region from any kind of genocide of our people in our region, not to use as offensive type of combat, but for defense. So we have, for example, a few of the same type of Iron Dome technologies that Israel or America has been obtaining. And at the same time, we have cluster weapons, missiles that when you shoot them, they spread the warhead. And also in North Iraq, Israel Mossad has been meeting with PKK and Peshmerga, arming them also with heavy weaponry, and also there are jets that are being supplied, which can be flown from Azerbaijan. That's another reason Iran attacked Azerbaijan, because Azerbaijan has 20 flights per day between Baku and Tel Aviv, and 20 flights per day between it and Erbil, which is in North Iraq, where I am from. And this is because there is a weapon and planning to beefing up the region in order to oppose Iran. So there are many that are happening strategically. But the one challenge that I think the world has is that as America continues its rampage on Iran, is whether they can sustain it. They can sustain bombing them every day with these expensive bombs, and there's no way to completely take out the entire IRGC population that's very nested in Iranian society without sending in combat troops. You cannot destroy the nuclear facilities without sending in troops. You cannot destroy all of the weaponry, missiles that they have stockpiled without sending in troops. So there will have to be troop movement, and so America is relying that we, the Kurdish people, will join them.
You guys are going to be the troops.
Correct. We will be the troops. There will be Mossad among us. There will also be Azerbaijani fighters among us. There will also be many Russian Turkmen that are called Tatar Turk, because in Azerbaijan there's a very big population of Tatar Turk people.
So you guys just want to fight? I mean, you guys don't have a beef right now with Iran, do you?
Yeah, they do. They've been having.
We do. We have 18%.
I'm just trying to figure out why they trust.
18% of Iranian people are Kurdish minority.
So you just want to take over Iran?
It's the largest population, but they treat us like slaves. They have always killed our people, genocided our people. And so now it's a record.
This should get kind of bloody, right? This should probably get bloody.
No, they support, bro. They support Iran, bro.
Nasty.
Guys, please, this is my turn. I didn't speak. No, just 1 minute.
Mighty is Friday. I hear Mighty. Okay, give me a second. I hear Mighty. I'm sorry. Ask for the mic. Was it Ben? Did you get the mic back?
Yeah, I have a question after the person speaks.
Okay, and then you go ahead and go.
So that's what I was going to say. I think that, no disrespect, and I hope this doesn't come in any disrespectful way to you, Pete, but I think it's laughable when the United States got up there and said that the Kurds were going to invade in Iraq. When we have to understand the geopolitics here, that Kurds are only 10% of the population in Iraq. And that's what we're talking about, is actual Kurds that live on the outskirts, as the brother was just talking about, right? So the problem is that they're Sunni and they're Shia, right? We know that the Iranians, they were actually helping the U.S. as it pertains to ISIS, because ISIS was not what they were under in Islam. And the Sunni and the Shia. So what he's speaking on right now is another engagement between Sunni and Shia. The problem that you have is that the Iranian government has support. And you guys are making it seem like the Iranians are just out there by themselves. They are not. We just got reports over the last couple of days that the Chinese people was helping them with support. Right? We got reports that the Russians is giving them intelligence to hit U.S. out, you see how this kind of works out. That's called a partnership. They're an ally. I don't think that this is a good thing if anybody, especially if the United States, puts boots on the ground over here. We are going to lose a lot of people. And I mean a whole lot of people. And as of right now, people are looking at this like, oh, they're bombing. Look at all the places they're on. They can kill hella people in Israel. They done bombed 3 places in Dubai. In Kuwait. Right? In the UAE. You can go all the way down the line. They can stop the straight up move. They are controlling what's going on, unfortunately.
I mean,
and so to me,
apologize enough for bombing people. That Iranian person.
Yeah, but he kept bombing. He was capping.
The reason after that, what happened was Donald Trump got on and basically made it kind of bait them and mock them, and that's when they went back on their word. You know what? You're right. Might as well keep bombing people.
The reason.
All right, the mic is on. The one that's
me. It was me.
It's me.
For the band.
Go ahead, band, because this right there got 14 times.
Let me.
Yeah, I want to go after the band just to put it up.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Did you want to do the trillion dollar thing real quick?
Yeah, but I'll do it after you do your submission.
I mean, man, you could be right. I could be misreading it, but I saw $1.9 billion. I didn't see a trillion. Anyway, how y'all doing? So Adrian said the regime was gone.
Hey,
yesterday.
I had a question for the bro before you start, please. Real quick. When Adrian was talking here, I mentioned the conflict the Kurds are having with Iran, and he mentioned that
Go ahead, Ben. Somebody muted you, so I'm not sure who it was. If you
Yeah.
Mute yourself, you.
Yeah, I didn't mute myself. I don't know what happened, but what I was saying was that I'm looking at the
talking just a second.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I got it. Please, God, dog it. Go ahead and finish, man. Go ahead.
It's gonna be quick, y'all. I'm just listening for the most part. But yeah, what I wanted to ask Adrian was, does he know that the Black Americans in the United States have had the similar conflict, and I want to ask y'all, how would y'all feel if another nation said they wanted to come help the Black Americans in the United States to war against the United States?
I mean, it's happened before. Haiti came to the United States to help fight a war. It's happened.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to pause already because
yeah, the mic's on, Dan. Go ahead. No, yeah.
So Adrian said the regime was over. Let me read this. Recent U.S. assessment from intelligence officials found an attack on Iran unlikely to result in regime change. I know everybody's kind of interested, but people got to keep up. Even before the war, U.S. intelligence said they wouldn't be able to get the regime change out, especially by doing this. So that was wrong. The brother said he was Kurdish. Based off of, you can find a guy that he literally was on CNN. He was the guy that used to be the head main CIA guy with the Kurds. He has about 10,000 of them, and they only have small arms. They are not heavily armed. The Kurds have been slaughtered time and again. The U.S. oftentimes gets them slaughtered. Third, Trump said yesterday we're not sending the Kurds in. Y'all gotta keep up with the news, man. Trump literally said it yesterday. That's because the Kurds weren't going in. They said they want to stay neutral. The Kurds cannot fight the IRGC. The Kurds cannot fight the Basij. I don't know if people know what the Basij is, BASIJ. You can look it up. It's the paramilitary force. You're talking over 1 million bodies. 5,000 bodies against 1 million. And the guy said they have small arms. So the Kurds aren't going to do it.
Bon, you're right.
Okay, that's my.
I just wanted to say quickly that
right now you were saying the opposite before.
No. We're starting to get armed and we have been armed in different areas in North Iraq and also Iran.
The guy that's speaking, I'm sorry, it's not your turn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so anybody who thinks the Kurds are going to do it, if you're old enough, just remember Iraq. Same playbook with Iraq. The Kurds, they got slaughtered, turned them into lamb kebabs. They put a little spice on it. They put a little coriander, a little garlic, onion powder, a little cilantro. They're just lambs. Put a nice heat on fire, brother.
Why'd you like it?
Delicious. So anyway, maybe your Kurds want to do anything.
They put nooses around their necks and they tarred them.
Iran, that's the slaughter, brother. Iran has, and by the way, just so people, if you're not keeping up, the ballistic missile count went down, and people thought they were running out. Guess what happened tonight, today? It's back up again. Right? The Kurds can't handle that. It's a mess.
Tell them again for the people in the back. They can't hear you.
I'm not gonna lie, it's amazing to see how Americans are rooting to lose.
They're wishing for the downfall of America, bro. You guys are insane. Who go country with the dictator and then come back and tell us how it is?
No, and also it's
national cheerleading.
People on the planet.
Can we get RJ? Can we get RJ back on the board?
Can we get you on mute, okay? Because let me help the new people. The moderators moderate the stage, okay? Not the other people, okay? So the mic is actually on Cypher.
He's my submission.
Oh, you're not finished? Oh, well, go ahead and land your plan, my bad.
So the point was, and I just want to find the last piece. I'm not rooting for the United States to lose. I just know what happened in Iraq. I know what happened in Afghanistan. I know what happened in Vietnam. The United States, if I recall correctly, did not lose one battle in Vietnam, but we all know we lost the war. It's because you can't do wars of regime change by bombing. It's not about losing or winning. That's like respectfully, that's like for children to discuss, who won't win the game. That's not what this is about. It's about lives. Guess what? Gas went up again. It's now $3.45. 2 weeks ago, it was $2.89. That's the kind of warfare that the Iranians are waging. They know they can't win tank on tank, gun on gun, plane on plane. They're not into that warfare. They're trying to make our lives miserable. If they're going down, guess what? They're saying you're going to go down. And when they tighten that straight, everybody talks about oil going through. Out in here, do y'all know that a third of the world's fertilizer goes through the Strait of Hormuz? Huh? You're talking about food shortages if it continues. It's a lot more complicated than rooting to win or loss. I'm just not a child. That's not how I see the world.
For the people in the back, man, you got to finish it again.
Shit, what the fuck?
Crazy, but go ahead. The mic is on, Price. Is Price still on the stage? I'm sorry, Cypher still on the stage.
I'm here. So,
no.
Yo, I have to say this nigga man is hilarious individual, and I can't discount his intelligence. I can't discount it. Don't start this shit. Don't start this shit. Look, so I have to stand corrected again. Okay, so I was dead set on and was talking hella shit about the $1 trillion. Now I'm gonna tell you what it is, and how I came to that conclusion. But I do have to submit to the fact that I was wrong again. So there's 2 times on this stage I did admit that I was wrong about facts that I stated. But I will tell you that, I will tell you that I'm not 100% wrong about the overarching situation. So I'll go through it very quickly so we can get past that. I do agree with what Van's other portion of the argument is. I overly agree with Adrian and RJ, and I think that Van just offers the other side of the conversation that is accurate. But really quickly,
this is Eugene. Peace to the room. Grand Rising. And just wanted to say something because I heard you
admit you were wrong. I wanted to say to you, man, I respect you highly from hearing that, because there's so many people that comes to this stage and they are wrong and they don't have the courage to admit they were wrong on this stage. And hearing that, I was propelled to say to you, family, that I respect you, and that is a very, very good position. Whatever you were wrong about, I don't know what that is. I just heard you say you were wrong on this stage, and again, it propelled me to come off the mic. And that is like, bro.
Who you talking to, Eugene?
Talking to Cypher, man. I love you.
Oh, okay. Because yesterday he was spazzing out over being wrong, and I never got my apology. So I mean,
Relax.
acting like a baby last night.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm talking to this point, and I don't want to hold you guys up. I just wanted to say to you, fam, I respect that. All right. Because again, so many people come into this stage in the room are the prodigies. They have no idea who they're dealing with, no idea what type of information. And I find it sometimes behooving how people will fight and fight and fight, right? Even in the face of facts pointing to them that they're wrong in their position. I just heard that was compelled. Good morning, Grand Rising. You got the mic, man. Peace to the room.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you too, Eugene. No, I made a statement earlier about $1 trillion plus being invested into Venezuela, and just taking a step further, I put the shit in the checks. I'll stand on business because I was like, I know I seen what I saw, and man, the nigga, we be spazzing on each other, but he did eloquently put me in check. It's like, oh yeah, I read 900 million, but boom, you know how he does it. And I had to go back and check that. As of early 2026, amid significant political and economic shifts, I'm going through this fast, so I won't be long. There's been a push for substantial private investment in Venezuela, with goals reaching over $100 billion through firms. Immediate commitments in major Western companies remain limited. Projected proposed investment into early 2026, U.S. officials and proponents of the new post-Maduro investment framework set goals of securing over $100 billion in private investments from the United States, European oil companies to rebuild Venezuela's energy sector. Immediate activity, 2025-2026 activity, while major firms like ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips have expressed caution regarding the legal framework. Other companies have shown interest. The Venezuelan government reported receiving a total of $900 million in investment for oil deals from international and local firms in 2025, referred to as productive partnership contracts, CPPs, and mining sector following the March 26th visit to Caracas by U.S. officials. Have over 24 American mining and trading companies expressed interest in billions and billions of dollars in infrastructure investment in Venezuelan minerals, including gold, rare earth metals, oil and gas. Venezuela's legislature passed a law in January 2026 opening the sector to private investments. Reports indicate that companies like Shell have signed new exploration agreements. Infrastructure and industry analysis suggests a short-term, low-hanging fruit investment of $3 to $6 billion could be needed to reactivate oil fields, with an additional $25 billion required for long-term expansions. The historical context, this, that, and the third, I'll go over that part. That has nothing to do with the other part. But the other part is, too, following the removal of Nicolas Maduro, the U.S. is pushing for over $100 billion. Key aspects, the targeted investment is the $100 billion challenges. Okay, the opposition plan, the separate 15-year, $1.7 trillion economic transformation plan was presented by the opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, aiming to triple the country's GDP through privatization and liberalization. So the amalgamation of this information was where I was hanging my hat on. I was wrong with the numbers. I definitely missed the zero. Ban was right about those 2 points that I admitted to earlier. I will submit to what's right when called out.
Shout out to Makata. We got it. Makata.
So RJ, if he's still on the stage.
Yes, these are very good points. So I just wanted to say two things. One, our people have been armed only for defense, not for offense. So we've over the years have been armed for defending our people. But like with what was correctly said, we don't have major weapons. Some major new weapons recently have been staged to help support our people. And now what they want, when I say they, America and Israel, want us to go and fight with troops in fighting and taking the Iranian regime on. In our opinion, U.S. has betrayed our people. Why should we help any American? America betrayed our people in Rojava, Syria, leaving us to genocide. There is also in Syria ISIS prisoners being held. And because America left in a hurry, they were freed and they went back and regrouped to attack in both Syria and Iraq. And so our people are constantly left to clean up mess, and we have nothing to support this because we're only a minority. And now they want us to fight their war, or a war in Iran. Even as a North Iraqi Kurd, I'm being asked to join the family members in Hamadan to fight against the Iranian regime, another country's regime, on behalf of America and Israel. Yeah. So this is a thing that is a problem for our people, but another thing is if America proceeds to have a ground operation, the concern America should have is how much billions and billions they're spending on both the missiles and on the operation, and how long they can sustain this, and how long they can be impacted by the oil not being shipped. Also, this other gentleman said fertilizer. There's also what we call urea, which is like created from compost, and also extraction from animal urine that's used as like a fertilizing agent. These are produced from the anaerobic reactors that are behind oil production, where these types of toxic fuels that are biological are harvested into positive like biofuel, biogas. So there's like multiple fertilizer, compost, urea, and oil products that support huge regions of the world. If that's impacted, then I don't know how American economy or the rest of the world economies can sustain. Not only this, but right now, all the flights that are being impacted in the world's busiest airport in Dubai is also already having impact to trade in the region. So just, I don't think any war is a good war. It's very bad to have a war.
Can I back you up for a second, Jack?
No, the mic actually is going to be on crisis. I want to play a clip real quick.
Everybody, I'm going to get right into it because we have senators of the U.S. government telling us that we are about to put boots on the ground inside of Iran. We also have concerning warnings coming out from members of our military who have said that their leadership has instructed them that this is a religious war, Christianity versus the extreme Islamification of the Western world. They're going to try to bring about prophecies in Iran. This is wild to me. The fact that we even have this spoken in the military, if true, will lead us in an entirely different direction. Let's go ahead and jump right into Senator Blumenthal here, where he discusses that the United States of America is about to put American soldiers on Iranian soil.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground, and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have, but I also am
there is word that Iran is bringing Khomeini, which is the supreme leadership or the Ayatollah's, one of his sons, his eldest son, into his exact position. Now, if you're looking at this from a wartime footing, you can see that the Americans and the Israelis, they will not let the son of the supreme leader fulfill these ideologies his father had, which, remember, if you get killed in your religious duties and battles, that's martyrdom. They will not let the martyr and his son continue to have reign over the Iranian government because nothing will change. It will just be a change of who's actually sitting in that position. So it looks like we're going to see continued operations. Today, some of the largest that we have ever seen have taken place. This video, for everybody out there that's a prepper or a survivalist, this is probably one of the most important videos that you will see. It shows piece by piece how to continue communicating when GPS is blocked, when your cell phones are down, when you have no internet connection using high frequency waves. You can put this together yourself. I've seen some of these kits. If you're tech savvy like we are, you could probably put them together without a kit. But I've seen them as low as $300. Let's take a look.
We're in Israel, and we're currently in the shelter. And what you see here, this is the safe calling system, which in case we don't have internet for any reason, we are able to communicate to other countries and even send emails without the internet. So now I'm going to switch frequency here. So this is all based on HF communication. That's the transceiver. Here's a small PC. That's a foldable keyboard. Touch screen. That's a transceiver itself. That's a battery that can give you juice for about 24 hours or more. And now we are.
So if you're going to start piecing this together yourself, you've got the SafeCom link, you've got a transceiver. So a transceiver has to be able to both send and receive messages over the frequencies. You've got a little CPU, a keyboard, and a touch screen. You can make yourself grid down bulletproof for just a couple of $100, but you'll have to dive into that yourself. The Federal Reserve yesterday, this is how you know that it's starting to affect everyday American life. The Federal Reserve announced that ACH, which is how you pass money back and forth, electronic transfer of money, was currently down at the time. It has so far been resolved, but everything is spotty. Lots of misinformation, lots of disinformation there. The Reserve, the Fed, they're urging customers not to resend their payments because they have been choked out. So a goal of everybody who hates America right now for either what they've done in the past or what they're doing right now, they're going to attack your information. They're going to attack your money. We've already seen banking systems get hit. They're going to attack your infrastructure. So your ability to keep the lights on, the water running at your sink. We just went to a gas station to do a fill up on another utility up here. The people at the gas station walking right after each other were, hey, is price going up tomorrow? Hey, do you know anything that's going on about the oil? Because that uncertainty is now beginning to reach the American people. And with this uncertainty, you're probably going to see some level of unrest inside of our country. This video shows inside of Iran the drive-through of what is an active war zone. You can see in a lot of this video that the streets are pretty much clear except everybody who is either still trying to evacuate or trying to pick up family and get them somewhere else. Lots of debris everywhere. The streets are shut down. Military checkpoints are making sure that people who are moving around are not assets of the Americans or assets of the...
Somebody say something.
Sorry, am I tripping or can I see the video? Or you just playing it for us?
Oh, I'm playing the video. You can't see it.
Israelis. This is about to go hyperbolic in the way that we're going to see an act on American soil. Now, this video shows how their missile defense or missile systems from Israel and America are actually taking out the power grid. I want you to pay particular attention to the blue flashes of light that you see. So you got there, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Now, in America, their attempt, and I want to remind you that we just had a guy drive all the way from New York, and he tried to drive down to the Hoover Dam, and he was going to set off some sort of kinetic event at the Hoover Dam, trying to shut off our hydroelectrics. He made it over to another area, and so he decided to try to take out a substation. This is probably just one of many attacks we're going to see like this. Be expectant that you won't have access to 24/7 power. Get ready for that type of thing. What you're listening to there is what has been called a mysterious Farsi or Middle Eastern language number station. This was received inside of Italy. They received this signal. They said it's one of the most interesting signals because you only see this type of frequency and signal being sent out when they're calling sleeper cells or groups to action. So they might be telling the entire world, everybody who's listening to what they have to say, that now is the time to act on plan B or C or D. So guys, we have seen a lot of kinetic events across our country. When you go out into Walmart or everywhere, just please keep your wits about you. The Department of Homeland Security, they warned of rising retaliation. Kristi Noem, the secretary, told senators of the U.S. government that the strikes that are happening right now on the Iranian government, we can expect to see retaliatory strikes on our homeland soil. She said that federal agencies, including the Coast Guard and the Secret Service, are currently operating heightened security environments. And I'm going to go ahead and push that down a little because we do have local law enforcement. And I just spoke with an officer today. They said that they, from their higher ups.
Go ahead. Do you mind if we can put this link in the chat for us to review?
Sure. Give me a second.
Have been told to watch out for everybody. Everybody who looks like they might be from a Middle Eastern country and everybody who looks like they might be from America. Because it's probably not going to be the guy with some extremist viewpoint that acts. Why would you do that? You're not a very good employee of an extremist organization if you look like you're part of an extremist organization. They knew to go gray before anyone else did. So it's the realtors, bankers, people working inside of very low-level government. That's the people who have embedded themselves, integrated themselves into American culture. They pay their taxes. They don't drink and drive. When they're called to act, like maybe that frequency that we just heard, when they're called to act, they act. And that's one of the concerns that law enforcement has right now. The White House outlined the objectives. In the past week, according to the White House release, President Trump made the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. The launch was meant to annihilate their Navy, destroy their missile capabilities, and ensure that the entire Iranian administration and their proxy groups cannot destabilize the region or the world, cannot attack American forces,
Facts. That's a fact.
kinetic events. And those have gravely wounded people, and he says he's meant to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Now, I just with a individual.
Say it again?
Do you mind if we can leave it there? Because that's pretty much the summary.
I would like for us to get finished, but you keep interrupting the video.
I'd like to get back to the people who keep talking about.
Any other mods on the stage?
Oh, my bad. I'll shut up.
I'm here. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to playing the video. We only have like a half a minute left. Jesus.
Yeah, playing that shit.
I mean, we almost done, y'all. I promise.
Radiology, radiation business. They said that anything above 20% has absolutely zero civilian use, not even at a professional level. It's only used for making bombs. Iran admitted to having like 600 kilograms, I believe, and don't quote me on that, but it was in the hundreds of kilograms of 60% plus enriched radiological material. How much of it is already inside the USA? Well, folks, you're watching Full Spectrum Survival on YouTube, where I do the scrolling so you.
All right, there you go, sir. I am done. I know it was rough, but you made it.
If I can.
Crisis.
Yeah. So the way this is the trajectory right now, what's most likely going to end up happening is the U.S. put boots on the ground to secure the financial and industrial centers so that they can reopen the Straits of Hormuz. The Kurds historically aren't willing to fight, but have been grossly under-equipped. So what you're going to most likely see in the coming days is you're going to see people like the Mustafa Hajiri. You're going to see names like that start to come to the forefront, because those are going to be the ones those are going to be the forces that they lean on to fight in the mountainous regions. The U.S. has no interest in putting boots on the ground to fight in the mountains, because they don't know the terrain the way that the locals know the terrain. The U.S. boots on the ground will most likely just be there to secure the financial and industrial centers. I am interested, the brother who said that he's a Kurdish, he's Kurdish. I am interested to hear from him which of their leaders, if it's not Hajiri, I believe it's Hajiri, but if it's not Hajiri, which of their leaders has started to step more to the forefront that will get the backing and the arms that will allow them to be the boots on the ground in the mountainous regions.
The brother RJ already articulated his point. The Kurds are ready to go toe to toe with them. They just don't have the numbers against Iran. They've been fighting against that shit for a long time, man. And they've been ready to roll for decades.
We just like I thought like it was said that like they not ready. Like they said
they're not ready. No, guys. That's the reason why I was asking that question, because I wanted, like, when you understand the Kurdish people, like, the willingness is there, but they're not even united amongst each other. So I wanted to get a better impression. As to whether or not they're actually uniting amongst each other, because they're going to get the weapons, but if they're not united amongst each other, it's going to be useless when they go to put the boots on the ground going in the mountains.
So we have two leaders. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. We have two leaders. In Iran, the region has Baba Sheikh Hosseini. In our region in North Iraq of YPJ, we have Barzani. And Barzani and Baba Sheikh Hosseini have made a concurrent to engage only if America invests in their troops on the ground. Meaning we will not go fight a ground war with Iran regime until there is a partner. Because how many times our people are put in jeopardy and left, like last time in Syria, when America left us for genocide. We will go and fight if we have a partner to help us fight. But again, we also need more weapons. Even though there's been a recent like staging of military jets and many things lining up in Azerbaijan, in North Iraq, outside. And I'm just a civilian, I'm not military, I'm not in Peshmerga or in PKK. But other fighters or my neighbors who are in military are saying that they're getting more and more weapons. But I think this needs to be multiplied significantly and backed by U.S. troops. That's how we will fight. So there is some agreement that from Barzani and Hosseini that if America sends in troops, they will join.
Barzani has said in the past that his expectation for
peace cooperation is a sovereign state for Kurdistan. Is that still the expectation?
That's always the expectation of our people, that we expect an entire 4-quadrant Kurdistan. That means Syria, Turkey, North Iraq, Iran will form our traditional homeland as a sovereign nation called Kurdistan. And we won't relent or stop. In fact, anyone who calls us terrorists, we won't stop this terrorism until they stop their terror on our regime, until our 4 corner lands are united as one nation. We won't stand to be raided by Turks, raided by Arab, raided by Irani. Another thing a lot of people need to understand too is when you support groups like Palestinians, they are aligned with Wahhabi and the Sunni Muslim terrorists kill our people. In fact, in Ramallah in Palestine, in only the last 2 years, they built a statue of Saddam Hussein and called it Saddam Square, honoring this animal, this complete haywan, which is animal in Arabic, worse than animal.
RJ, didn't America back Saddam at one point?
I don't know about this history.
Anybody else want to chime in on that?
If America supports Palestinians, then they obviously may have perhaps even supported Saddam Hussein at one point. Sure.
I want to ask a question based on what I heard him say. He said Wahhabism. Wahhabism in the United States has been the culprit behind the, how can I put this? Wahhabism has been the enemy of the foundation of Nation of Islam here in America. Wahhabism is what the government and some of the leaders of this Wahhabism movement, they were the ones who planted, or how can I put this? I'm trying to be simple as possible. Wahhabism partnered with the son of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, or Dean Muhammad. They funded Dean Muhammad and changed it. His whole standpoint, and they infiltrated America under Islam. Wahhabism has always been an enemy to the Nation of Islam and foundation of Black Americans here, or just Black people in general in America. I don't know how many of y'all paid attention to those clips a month or two ago. So when he mentioned Wahhabism, that stuck out to me. And that's all I wanted to say.
Eugene, I think what you're referring to is the introduction of radical Islam is what you're referring to.
Yes, I am.
Not only that, but see, I was trying to see what you meant.
Hold on for a second, Sweet, which is totally different from Sunni though, because I did realize I heard the Wahhabism too, but I also heard in Sunni, they're not the same.
Let me ask a question, RJ, real quick, and I'm going to continue to get dressed. So Wahhabism, and I don't want you to spend a long time on it because I want you guys to continue your conversation. I'm curious, when you mention Wahhabism, how's the sentiments there about Wahhabism and how it affects the Iranian people? What were your, I guess, talking point around mentioning Wahhabism? I hope I made sense with phrasing that in 3 different ways.
Yeah, no. Sunni, we have Sunni Islam, Shia Islam, Al-Ghali Islam, Sufi Islam, and then there's Wahhabi. And Sunni and Shia are, of course, different branches Awali and other faiths like Druze are interconnected to Islam but have their own deviations. Like Awali is a particular ethnic tribe that follows Shia Islam, and Halevi is like another Islamic deviation that is of Shia Islam. My family, we are Zoroastrian. We're not Muslim in my family. Our people represent like maybe 5% of Kurdish people, but represent a larger population that is also a minority religion in Iran. But in the Islamic situation, Wahhabi is like Sufi Islam. It's like a spiritual movement of Islam that branches away from main Sunni. It's like you would consider like if you were comparing maybe to your Christian and Judaism religions, that in Judaism they have three things like Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, but then they also have different ultra-Orthodox. Wahhabism is like ultra-Orthodox, where Sunni Muslims can become Wahhabi and joining this mystical or like specific belief. So Al-Qaeda, for example, is aligned more to Wahhabi Islam. This is also the group that had many people living in your country for years before they activated their cell. Meaning Muhammad Atta lived in your country in the state of North Carolina for 2 years before he planned the September 11th attack.
RJ, was Mahmoudinejad Wahhabi Sufi? Like he
No, he's Shia Muslim.
So the Shia, are you familiar with the Twelvers?
Yes, also 12ers. Yes.
Okay, so so from your assessment, the people who are fighting back, are they the 12ers? They're the ones who are looking for the 12th Imam. They're gonna fight to the point where it's chaos for what they believe will bring about the emergence of the Imam Mahdi.
Yes, you are right. This is correct. This is like if you compare it to some of the Jewish people, ultra-Orthodox, that believe that they can bring about the Messianic era without, a divine intervention. They will do something to cause a divine intervention. Same with 12ers in Shia Islam branch.
So Saddam Hussein, RJ, you said that obviously I heard you say you don't have a strong regard for him. You really don't. I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, you really don't like him. Is that right?
No. We celebrate that his body was being decomposed by maggots.
Okay, yes. I just want you to really understand. I don't know if you know the history, but America backed him. You know what I'm saying? As you're talking about getting the backing of America and Israel to have you come in and do what you want to do in Iran and fight this thing, and then now you end up where you personally can't stand dude. Understand? If America didn't back him, I don't know if the world would really know about him like they do. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I know.
What's your point on it?
Well, if you can't understand it, then it wasn't for you.
But he has a point. No, he has a point. America had backed Osama in fighting the Russians. In the time that the Afghans needed a partner to, fight against these Russians. So as a result, later they drifted in this relationship because this man was always about Wahhabism and radical Islam.
Yeah, and they backed the Shah as well, at one point.
And the Shah also is not good. Like, I'm one of the people you would think, because you don't like Khomeini or the Mullah or this branch of regime of Iran that you must be one of the Shah supporters. No, the Shah also oppressed our people. We don't support either the monarchy rule by the Shah or this Islamic, we call it Khanuntan.
What do the Iranian people want, in your opinion, LJ? Like, honestly.
Sorry?
Would it be a democratic setup, or would it be like some sort of, like what kind of ideology would...
The new regime of Iran needs to be democratically voted by the Iranian people, not by our people. And our people will vote for our own leaders and our own land. So two things have to happen. The Kurdish people must be liberated to our nation of Kurdistan. And the Iranian people, they need to fight and vote for having their own leader that's representing their people in a way that doesn't oppress our people or their people.
So RJ, there's been a lot of energy around defending the Iranian people, especially the young ones, like 30 and under. They're different. Like, there's been a lot of energy in the last couple of days in these rooms about, the everyday people in Iran. They're not with the current regime. So let me ask you this: in your mind, if this backing came to the Kurds and America, you guys are front line, and Israel's back to you, armory, all this kind of stuff. When you run into the everyday Iranian people, where do you think their mindset is?
I mean, the young people, they want a regime change for sure. There's only, a much smaller minority of these that represent conservative views that are like their parents. But most of Iranian 30 and younger generation, they want a democracy. But there's something to be said that IRGRC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, are so large in population and control and nested in many ways in all aspects of Iranian life. Your neighbor is, this Iranian Revolutionary Guard, that the people don't have a way to really, truly fight on their own. That if they fight, they will face this kind of heavy-handed murder of their people.
So that would be what Kurds would be up against, right?
We're gonna open the floor up because I don't want this to turn into a sweet interview or anybody else.
You couldn't stand it.
I'll open up the floor just in case other people want to speak on the stage.
Absolutely, and I'm just curious in terms of our involvement, meaning the U.S. involvement, based off of everything that's been said on the stage. The people on the ground who are against the regime, the people that the U.S. are expecting to arm to fight the regime, and the expectations of some of these people, what they want from a result of cooperating with the U.S. The question then becomes, if the lines are not redrawn, will they still be willing to fight to overthrow the regime? Meaning, if lines are not redrawn and it still stays Iran, there is no independent Kurdistan or anything like that, are those people still willing to fight against that regime to overthrow the regime?
I don't think so, no. But for us, our condition is that we are recognized and our region is recognized. But since no one is willing to recognize, it's one of the conditions that they will have to recognize. If they don't, then we will not join.
If the Kurds get involved, which they're already willing to do though, do you think that will be a precedent for the surrounding people to also help fight against the
Yeah, Adrian, there's many people. There's the Azeri, 18% majority population, minority. They're the largest minority. They also will join. And also Turkmeni.
Because you're actually like, US and Israel, like, yeah, we'll bomb them, but like they're like, oh, we'll not get our troops involved. But if you guys, which I think is what they're really hoping for, stand up on principle and go, we're going to make the change, then that would be, I think, the dream scenario. The problem is, you're going to have to go. Obviously, you like your people are going to have to go toe to toe to really make this change. So they'll use their missiles and everything they got, our resources. Not our resources, but the US and Israeli resources to take out the thing. And then this is where the current show force lead from the front, and then the rest of everyone else comes in around them. Then there might be a chance. If the regime does not get changed, and honestly, I do believe Donald Trump is trying his best, but if he can't make this happen, it'll be a monumental fuck up.
The regime change is just going to be for temporary, so they could take over and take the resources or whatever they could get. After that, like, they could care less about what happens to the people. Like this is laid out multiple times. Like, I'm listening to y'all mentioning what happened in Iran, different states. It's happened before. We're expecting like a world-changing event to happen to them. This is something I don't know.
I mean, it would be crazy to think that they would go into Iran and just do what they need to do and just leave that. They can't. They can't. They're gonna have to have somebody.
They've not done it.
Hold on. They're gonna have to have somebody to proxy that seat. Otherwise, they're gonna have another issue. It might take a while for it to get back to where it is now. Yet it's gonna regrow. So I mean, no one in their right mind would think that they can go in there and just get what they need and walk away, and it's not gonna be another problem. No way.
The thing is, all I gotta say is like, we all hate the fact that war's on the table. We all hate that people have to go, that people have to die for one ideology, and she has to be this extreme to an extent. But if we look at it, really ask ourselves, what have we grown up to enjoy? It's the Western civilization. Quite frankly, I'm not discrediting Muslims. There are some absolutely outstanding Muslims that I've met, but especially for Americans, Christianity, like that way of life is more accepting, more loving, more harmonious to people, right? So,
not right.
Yeah, that's your opinion, bro.
But Adrian, how can you say that? Because Islam has never hung, tortured, beat, rape.
Who's asking me this question? Sorry.
Let me finish. Burn to the stake. Any of that to black people in America, Christianity. Matter of fact, the slave masters here in America, the history versus Islam and Christianity. Islam never did any of that. Christianity has been the how can I put this, the foundation for the atrocity of us here in America. Even still to today, Christianity is doing, and this is no disrespect to anyone who has Christian faith. This is I'm not doing that. I'm only responding to his statement. Islam has never done that. If you look at our communities today under Islam here in America, they have done far better in transforming the lives of our people than Christianity. If you look at it, on every corner in our neighborhood, there's a church, but the condition of the people are still the same. Matter of fact, the condition of the people is the bad witness against the teaching of transforming the lives of our people versus the transforming the lives that Islam has done. That's just my opinion. And so when you make that statement that Christianity is somewhat, I guess I perceive it as being better, I just totally disagree based on facts that I see. And someone else can have a difference of opinion of it.
I hear you, Eugene. I just want to ask, do you mind if I ask do you have a religious background? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, me personally, I'm with the Nation of Islam. However, I like to add a point to that. I accept all of them. Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, all of it. I accept all of it. But I fly under the banner of the Nation of Islam under the guidance of Minister Louis Farrakhan.
See, and that's where I said, there's Muslims that really tap into the side of the nurturing side, the really peacekeeping side, and I think people like the UAE, the Saudis, they really uphold that virtuous Muslim side. Iran, for a long time, felt like their backs to a wall and have literally lashed out and turned to religious or indoctrinated a lot of people in, especially the youth, in religious extremist conditions, and they felt that like their backs to the wall, and they've been so desperate to develop nuclear weapons. And what for? What for? What good would that do? Just so they can hold blackmail over the fucking Middle East? Because Saudi Arabia said as soon as they get one, we're having one. And that's no good. That's why the US, which we love, the Western society, and I don't mean any disrespect for saying to you that Christianity is the way, because there are some people that uphold their religions in a really righteous way, just like Buddhists do, just like some Judaïsts do. But the fact of the matter is, man, some of these religious fanatics, they don't know how to act. If you saw the way the first Ayatollah who overtook the who founded the revolution in Iran, his funeral was covered by almost 10 million people. His body, it looked like, I don't know if you watched the videos, it looked like zombies. And then his body was hanging off the side of the truck at the funeral before he got lifted into a helicopter. And then my OG told me about the Muslim mentality, the extremist, not yours, but the extremist Muslim Islamic mentality. He's like, dude, these guys are just fucked. They have no care. He said one of the sons went out and took drugs, and the father flogged him literally to death. And he came back to the church, admitted it, and everyone in the church stood up to him. That's scarred him. And then he turned to Christ, and sort of saved him. And that was one story I heard from one of my OGs. His father is Iranian. I said, look, man, he's like, he gets so mad when people be like, oh, let's just pass on this, because if they had their way, we would be enslaved. Like, it'd be a next generation slavery. Like, I understand African Americans come from slavery. My personal family escaped the concentration camp. Like, everyone's come from some point of serious oppression, and no one wants to deal with that. And despite the fact that I don't, it's never pretty when we have to do the war side of things, bloodshed side of things. When there's oppression and there's an ideology that's just completely fucked up.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I think let's see if we don't want you to dominate the stage. We want to be able to come in. Like, listen, get in, if you want to land your point, we definitely want to be able to share. We don't want it to be turned into, your perspective and opinion and just kind of run them up. We like to pass the mic around and then share it. So if you want to go ahead, land it, and maybe get some new people to chime in, Coldplay, and I can't pronounce what's your name, Oasis, and even okay, let's go.
I'll finish in 15 seconds. Yeah. So, well, essentially that's what I'm saying. When people like RJ say the Kurds are ready to finally stand up against what they felt has been oppressing them for a long time, it means something different. Like when you're hearing it from the inside out, when you're hearing that one regime is slaughtering their own people, it's enough of a sign. But I'm gonna leave it at that, and I want to pass the mic on to someone who else wants to have a take on that.
Okay, guys, the floor is open. Erica, you here? Michelle?
Yeah.
All right, so you got the stage, you got it. I'm gonna prepare to leave. Hey, nice chatting with you guys. Want to thank everybody for coming into 40 Acres and having this conversation. You guys have been doing quite well. Been a lot of people coming through this room in the last couple of days. I think the conversations have been great. Just keep up the good work. Continue along the lines of imparting knowledge. All right, Erica.
Mark extended our gratitude for you holding the room and maintaining the room and then going around the clock with the room. This is not a balancing act, but a purposeful room that we need people to go on to bigger and better in different ways and diversify. And I think we have a mindset to work with the people. It takes a great mind to multitask and run you up several businesses and then go out, still have social time and make your FOI and do what you got to do for your Savior's Day and things. I'm very proud of the work. Because I'm telling you straight up, you remind me when I was young, you go back on History Sheikh Akbar, man, these are kind of things you have to do and then raise your family and still come in and have a good sense of humor, be pleasant when you come on the air, when you know you done go to hell in the chair sometime, and, you know what I mean, hard couldn't get a truck or a bus car across town, your car broke down that day, you made your way in, and you're talking tired of somebody come in the room and jump you, man. That took a lot of fortitude to do that, man. Put up with us, and I come in here half-cocked and say something crazy. Joe, somebody say something about me, and we going, you can't calm nobody down. I said, man, what did I come in here for? So you do the intelligent thing. You bail that out and keep it moving. But man, you're a great stand-up guy, man. Love being associated with you. Hope you continue with your success, man. A happy day on this day. Happy day, man. My.
All right, the floor is definitely open. I mean, for y'all that got some submissions that you want to make, otherwise,
What happened to the Australian? What happened to the Australian dude? He was pro-Christianity. I'll put my phone down for a minute. It disappeared.
What was his name? Gosh, I thought that was Adrian.
Yeah, man. He knew y'all was coming for him. He knew to get up out of there. Don't come.
No, he's still there. He understands.
He said I'm getting up out of here, man.
Adrian, he's still there. It's Adrian.
Come on, man. So good. What's happening? You want to ask me something?
Yo, Adrian. Wow. Why do you think Christianity is so righteous?
My my beliefs based on, well, quite frankly, I'm Catholic, but from my deepest beliefs are based on what I've experienced recently. I was born as a Catholic, and I drifted to an atheist school just to learn because of how highly educated the school was. They didn't necessarily tune into the religious side of things, and then I graduated, and then I got to start seeing things in my own eyes, and then I went to cafe, and then got close with this brother who was really tight, and who grew up in Southwest Sydney, and he explained how extreme Islam can be, or not that Islam is, or Muslims are bad, but he experienced the dark side of it. And so when my brother and my grandmother, for example, were saying Jews are murderers, all this and that, and Israel are full of murderers, I'm like, you know what? I can't deny you, but I want to get someone who actually knows more than what the fuck I'm gonna try and explain to you. So I got him to come over, and he said something about Hamas, and Hamas is sponsored by pretty much Iran, and they're the same, basically are the same mindset, right? They're the same ideology, same bread and butter. And he said these guys want women serving them. So recently in America, we've obviously been like Jeffrey Epstein's responsible for disgusting shit involving women. Over in Islam, extreme Islam, like marrying women under the age of fucking 13 years old is a legal contract.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, brother. Like, you kind of lost me. I'm asking you about Christianity. And because for instance, right, you have your personal views on how you think Islam is like so wretched people, right? And my experience with Christianity, was like everything. Like you said, you're Catholic. I was born in Catholic religion. I went to Catholic school. You know what I mean? So I had horrendous experience with that, and so did everyone that I know before that. It's dealing with the schools in general, and then when you talk about the history of what the Roman Catholics did to what happened in the Caribbean islands and all through the world in general, they tore shit up. You're approaching the conversation with a biased viewpoint. You know what I mean? Instead of kind of like letting the information flow to you, and when come like that, you're gonna create opposition. You know what I mean? I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm like, nah, I'm not feeling that because that's not true to everybody. That might be true to you through a particular moment in your life. But like my homeboy Sif, he's Muslim. He was getting missiles flying past his head when he was younger. You know what I mean? He's from Bosnia. So everyone don't have the same experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, brother. I got bare people trying to have a crack at me in the chat. Look, I can never empathise with people under shit that's been happening. But since we're talking about the topic, what's on the Trump bandwagon, and then what's been going on around us, the two biggest things are one, Trump's war efforts, and two, these Epstein files that people want to put on him, and that it's funny how fucking hard they kind of correlate because it's such a scandal and it's so disgusting that we talk about how fucking people are like it's almost like predators just preying on weak in general is basically what it comes down to. And to say, for the one scandal where it's like a big deal in the US, it's a common contractual legal thing over in fucking Iran and in Pakistan and in that Muslim community. Arranged marriages is all across Iran, and it's from a young age, and it's quite frankly fucking disgusting. And that's not something I'm just coming from, and I'm not trying to attack anyone from a Muslim background, because there are Muslims that really uphold and stand on their principles and are honestly upstanding people. But that's what I'm saying. This is where the extremism comes into it, and it can go both. It can go both. If you want to put it extreme left wing and extreme right wing, I hate both sides. I think they both need a smack of sense in them. But trying to figure out how we can mediate between them, it's hard. It's easier said than done, to be honest. But I mean, the better that people can kind of unite under not just their own religion or beliefs, but just on, I guess, more like morality in a sense, the better we'll be.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think everybody, when you get to religion, the crazy thing about it is sometimes I think I hear adults come to conversations and just try to put a blanket description on people and their religion. I think that's kind of crazy, especially when you know the religion that you participate in has extreme mother suckers in that religion as well that are doing some crazy crap that you would never do. And use your religion as the excuse for doing it. So I just think at this point we just need to realize that people are humans and people will hang on to stuff just to have the excuse to do what's in them. It has nothing to do with the title, Muslim, this, that, nothing. No, you just put a title onto the person that you really are on the inside.
Quite frankly, I never look at it as I prefer to look at people as
people.
Never as people.
People look at people as people.
Yeah, I look at people as people, but in terms of if you want to go deeper than that,
No, I don't want to go deeper. I just want to look at people as people, and I want to accept you the way you are. Whatever your actions are, then I'm going to judge you based on that, not judge you based on I meet you, and now I'm trying to figure out what your religion are so I can figure out whether I like you or not, but I don't know you. I mean, exactly. And I got to be honest with you. No. And I got to be honest with you. I reverted to Islam. It is a total difference between Islam and Christianity here. Okay, I can't say what it is somewhere else, but it's a difference. If you're really trying to focus, probably Islam would probably be the best. You don't have the stuff that go on in our churches here, in our environments here. It's just different. And everyone has the right to choose what environment they want to be in, what God they choose to serve. And that's no one else's business. And I think that when we sit down and we participate in this mess that these governments have going on, I mean, we're just as bad as them. We're part of the problem.
No, I agree with you. But that's what I was going to say. It's like people to people. And you can't necessarily just tie them down to what their ideology is. I mean, people to people, but beyond that, people have a soul. So some people have a bright soul, some people have a misguided soul, some people have a lost soul, some people have an optimistic soul. Like it's whatever. You have a soul, and that's the thing. That's what it really boils down to. Some people have a dark soul, an evil one. So, I mean, that's how I kind of look at it.
Well, you know what, real quick, what Erica just said is profound, Adrian, and for all of us. Religion is not what you confess. Every day, how you treat people not the label. The label is a cover-up sometimes. It really doesn't describe the religion. It describes the behavior of individuals. Now, people might choose to pray standing up, sitting down, laying down, kneeling down, extra looking in the sky. But then that's prayer. And a bunch of people, some meditate, some people, do whatever. But at the end of the day, I always hear, and all of us can be guilty of this, of judging people, judging even a group of people in that refers to themselves as this or that. And because there have been atrocities across the board, and people know that there were folks who called themselves Christian Knights. Oh, they went to church after they hung a group of black people, not just a group, but raped women, did all kind of stuff, and then didn't have no conscience, but they still refer to themselves as Christians. But most people would say, no, you the devil, based on your behavior, your mentality. So that's what you have to look at. Most of these things, even with what you see going on right now in the world, most of this ain't based on you believe in God. God ain't got a damn thing to do with somebody killing somebody, taking somebody's stuff, being the police of the world. That's a decision made by those who run this world order based on conquering. It's a big deal to conquer. It's a big deal to control resources. It's a big deal to say I'm in charge. It's a big deal to say you got to come through me, even though you got a Congress or you got a Senate or you got all of these line of governments that's called democracy. Deep down inside, that is another government called a shadow government. And there's some people that control them to control the people that control the resources, that control the media. So you won't get to the bottom of it because Satan has been in control for a minute. But that's all. That's all. Erica said it absolutely 100% right on point. Religion is not what you profess. Whatever label title you have, it is absolutely what you practice every single day. You religiously lie, you religiously go to jail, you religiously eat. That's your religion. You're really lazy. But anyway, that's your religion. You're little lazy.
No, you're right. The only thing that makes you think about it is that when someone goes wrong or does something right, they're quick to label it. Like you said, it's a label, and they're quick to tie it back to that. Me, I know that, and it's got me in some heat when I've said, I believe in a higher power. I'm not going to say what it is, but quite frankly, good people are good people. It's as simple as that. And I just don't know what people agree with in terms of the Iranian regime that was in power beforehand, but it didn't look pretty to me. I don't know, and I don't think any of us who've grown up and had privilege to experience the Western society, maybe you hated the shit out of it, but I can't sit there and pretend like we had it good, because if we were in those, I don't think we'd last too long in on the other side. Because I think
humans adapt, just like those people over there are lasting. You know what I found strange though? Now that you say that, because I've heard several people come on the stage and say 40,000 people were killed, protesters. Did someone else hear that, or did I hear that wrong?
30,000.
30,000 protesters killed in Iran. Check this out. In the hell do you put 30,000 bodies? You you imagine the smell of that place with 30,000? I don't know. It's just hard to believe. I could be wrong, but where would you put 30,000? And then who counted them? I'm talking about who counted them, and how quickly did the numbers come out after the incident? Not even starting. I've always felt like for a long time now that it's a game and we just be sitting down watching it. We being played. 30,000 bodies.
So it's not, I don't know how they're reporting it, but I think kind of did this with Nigeria too. It's not in one incident. It's over the course of a year between December. I think it's just over the course of. It's not. It's over the course of a couple of months. It wasn't like one actual event that killed 30,000 people, because then the stuff that you're saying makes more sense. Like, where would you put all those bodies? But yeah, I think that it was different. Like, one, and to be honest with you, they don't have official reports of the amounts. They're all estimates. They're all estimates. Because I heard somebody say 50,000, I heard some people say 30,000, I heard 40,000, but nobody has a definitive amount. What is definitive is that the Iranian government killed about 4,000 people for sure, right? And then other human rights groups, they killed about 5,000. There's some additional leaked hospital data that states that the actual death toll is 30,000 plus. And that's where the claims are coming from. But I don't think that this is I don't think this has been confirmed, the actual amount. Have they been killing protesters? That's an absolute fact. But there's no definitive evidence that it was 30,000. And I don't think it was, and there's no definitive evidence that it happened in one event. It is over the course of time for either several months that we're talking about since last year to this year. And those are what the reports are actually saying.
It can be all over the place. Hey, on another note, someone put Jairi in the chat. This person seems like they got a bit to say.
Okay, so what happens is we try our best to leave the chat on the stage. If the person is courageous enough, they can come to the stage and say it. But if they're not on the stage, we don't. But you in the chat and address the chat if you like. We're not going to do their work for them. If they have a conversation and they want to bring it to the audience, then they need to come to the stage and do something. All right.
I'm sorry.
You said a few months before that. So this the reports I think are stemming since late last year, between last year and now. So as far as definitive amounts, definitely killed about 5,000 people. That's for sure by the Iranian government. But there's other groups that are involved that have been reporting different things. So, but this is prior to the war. I don't think they've been this is the majority of these 30,000 or whatever is happening now. This is all prior to us going over there.
In regards with this thought about that Adrian and we were talking about in terms of this religions, and as Adrian was talking and RJ and other people and just summing up everything I've experienced in my life, I gotta say, if I didn't come across the exact form of Islam that I did, I'm not convinced that I would have just ran over to it. I don't think I would have went to just any Islam wherever I would have found it. And I think that's crucial because as I listen to some of the stories about people, I can imagine even in Iran, never been there, and RJ was talking about that area. I can imagine that if I was in a certain area, I probably would be like, hell no, I'm not joining that religion called Islam as it's playing out in that area. Even in America, Christianity, that's a broad statement, Christianity. And so Catholicism, Baptist, man, and Seventh-day Adventists is in that boat. A lot of things in this boat of Christianity. And depending on the neighborhood, the zip code, who the preacher is, who the minister is, it's going to have a direct effect whether I roll with that particular group. And that's exactly the reason why myself, I roll with who I roll with, because of him and because of the way he gets down and the way he duplicates the understanding and that, like that. So I say that to say I'm thankful that I've come across the information and I've embraced that if you're a good Christian, you're gonna be on the same page I'm on. If you, in my mind, if you're a good person, a Jewish person that's down with Judaism a certain kind of way, we're gonna be on the same page. And if you're a good quote unquote Muslim a certain kind of way, we're gonna be cool. You don't have to even profess a religion. If you just kind of way, we can roll. So I'm thankful that my mind hasn't locked in, and I pray it never does, on if you don't profess that one of those three words, then if you don't profess the right word, Islam, then we can't roll together. But hey, I understand how others' minds can be locked in like that. It's down real low. Is it just me?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying that these dudes use these religions and they use the people. They control the people well with these religions. Like yeah, I'm adamant about God. I believe and I want to be the best person I can be. But then when I look towards leadership, dude that's leading the pack is utilizing these words to manipulate, you know, and to manipulate me and my people. So this is what's happening all over the world. It's like the people that's in charge aren't the ones that's going to be on the field, you know.
So I just want to say something real quick. The way out of religion is through it, right? And the way out of religion is actually through it. Like if you realistically, if somebody is waving a gun over you and they've been oppressing you with a gun and they've been pressing you with a gun, what happens when you learn how to use a gun yourself? Right? You learn how to use that gun yourself. That's the same thing with that. They can no longer oppress you. And that's the same thing with religion. When you understand what it really is and you truly go through it, these people low key can no longer oppress you with something that you don't know anything about. You're living by laws and political systems based off of their religious beliefs, but you choose to not even understand and infiltrate it, even on an esoteric level, right? And that's what the problem is. You can't be mad somebody's waving a gun over you, and then you don't want to go learn how to use the gun to oppose them. You don't want to learn how to infiltrate and use the very weapon they're using against you. That makes you a sucker. And I'm not talking to any one specific person, but the way out of religion is clearly through it. Because in these rooms and stuff like that, a lot of the understanding that we get, we're one world order, and the threat of Iran, and the Mahdi, and the mark of the beast. How would you know not to take the COVID shot if it wasn't biblically ingrained in you not to do that? Like, we live by these principles, but on a day-to-day basis, we say they don't matter, but they're ingrained in our daily lives. And even when it comes to Islam, one thing that I respect about them, even though I don't call myself Islamic, right, is that they understand the usage of all these religions. There's never been a time where I see they put a bias on one of the Abrahamic religions. There's a well-versed understanding of all the scriptures, and there's a lack of bias against any one of the Abrahamic religions, and that's the standpoint that we should come from. Because we accept Scientology, we admit that there are demons, we buy their demonic and Luciferian things, but then we refuse to pick up the very thing that they're using against us to understand the weapon, to come out from the indoctrination. You can't come out of indoctrination if you don't understand what they're using to indoctrinate you, at the very least. And through that, maybe you'll finally get some true understanding. But you can't, it's just weird for people to constantly say, well, they do this, they use this, but don't want to understand what they're using against us. I find it very confusing.
Bottom line, I think people are typically
It's an inheritance that's not rightfully ours. And in that attempt, we have inherited the misguidance. And the thing is missing, the misguidance is the knowledge of self. And we don't teach frequently here, but I could come in the room and just teach on you, Queen, on Queen Nefertiti, and never miss a syllable, and talk the rest of the day just on Queen Nefertiti, and free everybody here that was willing to get free. We just don't single out our ancestors. I could teach you on Imhotep. The ancestors never say a syllable on Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. And everyone should be free with the Kemetic science, our own science. Never talk a syllable about the Cherokee, and continue to talk about Akhenaten, the one God. He is as a prophet in the Kemetic science. Just teach on Kemet alone and get us in a different frame of mind, and never mention it. But we are so multicultural, so multi-complex, because all of those faiths belong to us. I could be just a good Christian. I could teach on Jesus all day long. People wouldn't even pick up on it that I'm talking on Jesus. Say because it's so broad, so universal. Just Jesus. Don't even mention Christianity. Don't mention the Islam, the Buddhism. None of that. Just on Jesus alone. It's just most of us are not trying to get free. Far too many of us just satisfied being a goddamn slave. I'm just being honest with you today. And it's a Sunday. We don't have to teach too hard today. We got so many avenues we can go down. Leave them alone. Just sit there and teach on Fannie Lou Hamer the rest of the week. We don't want the freedom enough to do something to gain your freedom. We not free. Far too many of us is a goddamn slave. If I taught on Malcolm, that would bring us out of it. And we taught on Shirley Chisholm, we'll get all of us social, politically free. And if you knew her way of life, you could use that. Never mention religion. Just use the example of Shirley Chisholm will get us out of the muck and mire. We just don't want the freedom enough to do something about it. My. Oh, my. Y'all still look good last night, my.
What was the teachers during slavery? Now the teachers are coming out, so say trying to teach. We got ChatGPT. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be a part of those classes where we got I can use discernment to tap into the Akashic records. So some of us we need to teach it from the source at this point, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, my brother, that we free ourselves, that we abandon the opposition and free ourselves from enslavement. You know, beloved, we could free a lot more if they knew they was a goddamn slave. But they don't know he's a slave. Someone has persuaded them, I'm okay, you're okay, buddy. So we tiptoed through the tunnels for a little while and they buck dance the rest of the day and be a sideshow, a monkey for the opposition. Dr. Collins taught hard against dancing and scratching where you don't itch and step and fetch it. We just inherited too much garbage. The garbage can be satisfied living out of garbage can, even though he lives in a gated community, but his mind is stuck inside of a garbage can. Even though he manages big wealth fund. These are black men managing big wealth, but they're stuck in the ghetto. His mind never left. Couldn't get the ghetto out the property. I go to neglect living in, but know what I do? Build whole estate communities, whole communities. Now I don't build no one house, man. I build roads and the whole house from the bottom of the footing to top it out the roof line. I built estates for brothers drunk and good in the medical field. was living ghetto up in there, man. He put no maintenance on the stuff. House falling down on one side. We built the mansion for him and went back. He didn't put an ounce of maintenance out. And we had to put another few $100,000 in the renovation after 6, 8 months, a year. And we had to put another few $100,000 if he had just had the man report to the lawn every now and then. Man, check the roof when you need to check it. Do what you got to do on your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. You need to run that system year round to keep got to cool that bad boy down in the summer. And he got him out in the winter, but he didn't know that.
Where we at?
We just discussed us getting free of enslavement, even though we live inside of $1 billion establishment, $1 billion house.
Yeah, I don't want to go to slavery today, y'all. Can we not, please, just.
When I look like a man got $1 billion house, living like a slave. Yeah, that's hurting us, that's taking us down or not. Yeah. I said we could get free. I want to use something not. I want to teach on Queen and Zinga. Don't you know that? Yeah. Some kinetic science so we could.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we got company. Goddamn, do we gotta be a slave in front of everybody?
No, I'm saying, wouldn't we be in better shape if we talked about Zinga and didn't talk about nothing else the rest of the day?
Right.
Big brother, wait, for a second, I mean, honestly, your history was tragic. I mean, but like, we've all got issues. Like, I mean, we don't want to delve into it, but I mean, all of us came from some shit backgrounds. Our ancestors. Personally, my family's came from a concentration camp. You know, so everyone's been here to enjoy. Everyone's here to enjoy what we can make to ourselves today.
Hey, Miss Erica, I passed my
I say hell no to the hell no.
Can I speak?
Person who knows who they are. And they'll superimpose that because you will be more valuable than somebody else's culture than your own. That's not.
Miss Erica,
that's unfair to a guy.
What? Congratulations. Ambassador, you calm down now. Don't start getting disrespectful.
Can we talk about the widespread devaluation of the Black American and American politics, which just went down with Jasmine Crockett in Texas?
Can we talk not in this mic first, and then we're gonna pass it to TC, and he's gonna open us up into these.
I just wanted to talk. Wait a minute.
Crockett's excellent.
Guys, please, I'm gonna be 1 minute, please. I just wanted to touch on the fact that the iDome is collapsed. They mashed up the people, them things, and they said they got through. So what's gonna happen next? What now?
Oh, now the war finna start for real. Yeah, that's what's
all right, let's talk about what TC wants to do.
Well, I just thought it would be interesting to hear perspectives on this because I think from Kamala Harris to Jasmine Crockett, I think there's a shift, a tectonic shift that's happening in American politics that we're not talking about. I don't know if any of you guys realize, but in that election, right, 93% of Black voters in Texas, the super majority of Black voters in Texas voted for Jasmine Crockett. You want to know what else happened? The majority of every other people group voted for Tallarico. Every other people group in the Democratic Party voted for Tallarico. And I'm just asking because I'm curious, the perspectives. What do you guys think is happening to Black Americans' profile, our avatar in politics? With what they did with Kamala Harris, with what they did with Jasmine Crockett, when she was dancing down the hallway like a muse, like a court jester. What do you guys think? What do you think they're doing to our image? And these questions questions are not rhetorical. They are thought-provoking, and they're intended to provoke response, because this is something I've been pondering for the last couple of days, because I'm in business, and I do opine on politics every once in a while because it interests me just based on my background. But I'll make my submission real quick, and then, if you guys want to talk about it, I think this is a good topic to talk about. My submission is this. Hold on a second. My friend from across the pond. Here's my submission. Black Americans are being steamrolled in every category, social category in this country, but no more so than politics, because politics is where the zeitgeist is in this country, culturally, politically, obviously. People are attracted to American politics because of Donald Trump. And so anything that happens on that plane gets shot out to the rest of the world as this is standard, this is what you can expect, this is America. And when we have a performance like what we saw in Texas most recently, this is not even the majority of Black Americans. The super majority of Black Americans continue to side with race over true policy, and we lose, and we're consistently losing when we vote on race. There's no area, there's no area in which Black people are more unified in any other category in this country. Socioeconomically, none of it. There's no other area where we have the most aggregate power than in our vote. And that's demonstrated in Texas. That was demonstrated in 2024 with Kamala Harris. We aggregate more in our vote than anything else, and we consistently side with the losing faction. And I want to know why.
I would like to get back to this first, if you don't mind. I mean, because first of all, for a long time we've always been. Are you okay, sir? Sir, go. Sir, you're gonna get a trip. I'm gonna give you a flight with no turbulence here. Mute. All right. Oh, you back off mute? Okay, well, I'm going to give you that flight. Hold on for a second, okay? I got you. Have a nice trip. Okay. All right. So, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that we've always known in this country that we've been put in spots for either an agenda that they have in place, meaning that you're just a puppet. You're doing what's told, and you're being sent because you look like the people you're being sent to. So naturally, you're gonna garner some trust. For a long time, that's what's been going on. And then the other part of our value to this country has been work, free labor, or entertainment. And we are directly responsible for that. Okay? And I don't think it's anything wrong the way we vote, because we're not the only people that vote that way. We're not the only community that votes that way. Hence, all the Blacks went with her and the other people went with her. We're not the only ones that vote this way. And our people are bamboozled. Maybe we can find some people to go wake them up and say, this is what's happening. You don't have to go with the other side, but you definitely need to leave this side alone and find you some goddamn other options. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't get to ask you, Eugene, what are your thoughts on...
Yeah, your motivations. I would love to speak. Can you give me some time when it's available?
Yeah, you can go out for Adrian. Now, I hope he stays on the topic of the question that's already been put on the floor.
Yeah, what's the question again? So we can be on the topic. Because I have a lot of things to say.
Do you have any opinion on where? Maybe I should just make the question more precise. In light of the Jasmine Crockett turnout and performance, where do you see Black Americans in the political game in the next 10 years?
Adrian is not able to answer that question. Is not able.
I can answer. Listen.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to take a stab at that?
I'd like to, Erica.
Go ahead. The floor is open, sir.
So, let me hear.
wants to take a stab at the question that's on the floor?
I'll take a stab at it real quick. I think it's a testament to black folks in a good way, opposite of how TC sees it. I see it as that woman, and people try to write it off probably like shit's a black thing, but when I look at Tyrico and I look at Jasmine Crockett, not only just as a black woman or as a black person, but for America's benefit, to really stand up to and believe in that Constitution and really stand on checking, say Donald Trump, checking some of the nonsense that we all looking at, and having the audacity, having the hope, having the faith, having the courage to speak to the facts and speak to the energy of what's really needed and addressing real problems and pushing back. Shout out to her for having that. And I think what black people realize is, and maybe to TC's point, and based on this conversation, other folks aren't that willing to commit to the truth, regardless of whom or what circumstance. They're not willing to stand on. They look at, like TC said, well, which one will probably win? Which one is with like Donald Trump is okay? That Trump leading this way. Let me try to get over there on that page. And hold on, let me say something. Show yourself. Who's that? Somebody. Thank you. And so, I see it as a testament to black folks. In fact, that's how we're still here as black folks, because throughout the whole thing, there's been those that have been holding on to the principle, holding on to what's right, regardless. And by standing like that, thank God that then there's those beacon lights, those individuals that hold it up, even for themselves, their own integrity, and they just keep standing on it. And even if the vote doesn't all the way go in their favor, they're not going to compromise. And so I think that it's a testament to America in this case, or to that state where she voted, that they weren't willing to stand on somebody that to me really is capable of pushing back to balance out what's happening in Texas and what's happening in America.
This is Jasmine Crawford.
Wait a minute. So, TC, the answer to your question, where do I see us in 10 years? It's either one or two things. If we don't wake the fuck up, we're going to be left behind. Because at this moment, our vote don't mean shit. Right? Because, like we said, they all voted for her. But nobody on the other side wanted to vote for her.
That's correct.
And it was probably something, what the fuck? I can't even get my point out. Can I get my point out? Do y'all want to talk or something? Can I get my fucking point out? Nobody wanted to vote for her because she's victimized herself. And I've been watching her. And then wanted to say that it was racist. They cheated. This happened, that happened. But there was no accountability for how she represented herself. Just because you're black doesn't mean somebody is supposed to vote for you. That don't mean you're supposed to vote for that person just because they are black. What has she done throughout her political career that is going to benefit you? Because what are all the things she voted for? Does anybody know? All of the crazy shit she voted yes for, but then we still turn around and backed her. I don't think black people know politics. I don't think they're paying attention. So if we look at it for 10 years from now, TC, and if we keep going down the road that we're going, we're not going to have any type of politics. We're not going to have any type of representation that looks like us up there. But if the people in this room, because I think it's almost 200 people in this room, 150, 200, man, y'all get your kids to understand the government and politics and how it works. Learn and to use discernment when it comes to people and their character, because character matters a whole fucking lot. It matters a lot. Just like with Kamala, I was seeing one of my clients, and she's not like black or white American. I think she's from Taiwan or Thailand or something, but she speaks American. She's been in here since she was 14, right? She told me she voted for Kamala. And we were just talking, and she was like, asked me, did I vote? I was like, nah, girl, I ain't vote. She was like, why? I said, because I don't like neither one of them. Well, what was wrong with Kamala? I said, well, first of all, she thought on stage was making the sound and shaking her ass and pussy at a political rally. She had Quavo talking about stopping gun violence, but all you fucking rap about is fucking drugs and gun violence. So it was a complete contradictory. I can see why some people can logically look at that and be like, oh, hell no. So that's where I stand on PC. I'm going to land my plane right here.
Thank you. Flawless.
I'm gonna borrow this right quick. Hold on, TC, and I'll give it to you because see, I know we love our people, and that we don't say things in a way to and knowingly when we're saying these things that we're riding right along with the fucking stereotype that's been given on our people, and we need to be very careful when we're speaking and sometimes realize that we're doing this. So I'm just going to point this out. There's not very many voters that go back and check the history of the candidate that they're voting on. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit what color you are. They took certificates out of school a long damn time ago, and a lot of our voters are fucking blind voters. They're not voting because they went and checked your history. Otherwise, half our fucking Congress and representatives would not be in their fucking seats. People literally put people in their seats and walk the fuck away and don't pay no attention. So no, we're not working with educated voters. We're messing with a lot of people that sit down and just listen to fucking propaganda, and they're fucking racist and don't want to admit it, and then they go vote. Okay? So no, this has nothing to do with people knowing this woman's track record. They sat down and they got played some short clips of her getting sharp with these people who literally sit there and get sharp with her. But I guess the best response would be to sit there and cower down to these draconian motherfuckers that are sitting in these seats. We got to be careful when we're pushing the other side's narrative. Do we need to do something different? Hell yeah, we do. We need our own party. The Democratic Party has been playing us for a long fucking time, but because they look like us, we ride with them. We gotta wake the fuck up. But no, this ain't because they was educated and knew not to fuck with her. They're racist. People are racist.
Yeah, can I answer that question, Erica, about Jasmine Crockett?
Let me just respond to a couple of people that was coming in. There was a couple of people coming in. I just wanted to react to some of the stuff that was shared. It was a lot. To Sweet first, I think Sweet missed my point entirely. Of course, there are things that we can celebrate about people, their individual, characteristics, their the things they stand up for and stand against. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the wholesale representation of Black America. The point that I made in my original submission is that unlike any other people group, with the exception of the Jews, which the Jews get that exception because they play both sides. They literally fund both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans equally. But with the exception of the Jews, Black Americans are the only people group that vote consistently for one party to the extent of 89 to 90% of the time. And secondly, with that observation, what I was conveying earlier is that demonstrates our value system. Is somebody having a hard time breathing? I don't know why he's breathing on the mic. That conveys our value system. And that tells the world something about our value system, but it tells the world something even more, I think, harmful. That we consistently side not only with the losing candidate, but the losing issues. Jasmine Crockett danced in Congress, in the halls of Congress, to They Not Like Us, showing her ass to see, and we voted 93% in the whole state of Texas. The one city that has the largest population of Black people voted 70% for Jasmine Crockett. The argument that Black Americans don't have any power is a lie. We have an immense amount of power. The problem is the people that we continue to get behind and the issues we continue to side with are not our issues. They've never been our issues. And what I'm saying is in the next 10 years, and I think Flawless hit it on the head, Black Americans are going to be dead last, but here's the problem. We've been dead last for the last 70 years. We've been dead last. There's no change. We continue to do the same goddamn thing. And it's about time somebody starts talking about it. Jasmine Crockett is probably the best example, coming off the heels of a Kamala Harris loss, in which we did the same goddamn thing. And I turn on my social media and I see, black people with our antics saying, raising their eyebrows, pinching their lips, sniffing, they're snorting hard, trying to convey discontent with the American political system. It's not the American political system, black folks. It's us. We don't have a forward-looking perspective on our fucking worldview. It's a backward-looking perspective. When you hear people talk about their people, take the Jews for instance. When they're talking about economics, they're not talking about how we were held down during the Holocaust 100 years ago or 80 years ago. They're talking about economic outcomes in the next 10 to 15 years. Where's oil going to be? What's going on in Israel, and how does that affect what the economics are going to be in the next 10 to 20 years? We're not having that conversation because we're stuck in a rut trying to get with, special interests and trying to take up more market share of the special interest category in politics when we should be siding on our economics and our education. And if you look at, hold on one second, brother. And if you look at the numbers on our economics and our education, which is our future, the Democrats have been failing us. Everywhere you turn, Democratic policy on education has failed our kids. Look at inner city schools and look at how our kids are performing. That's our next 10 to 15 years. We're not siding on issues that benefit us. We're not siding on issues that we're advantaged to win in when the Hispanic population has outnumbered the black population almost 2 to 1 going in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, they running the motherfuckers in here like
but we are siding with, the problem is we're siding with the category that is not interested in our progress. We keep siding with this shit. And I wonder why. What is that cognitive dissonance in our head that convinces us that we have to consistently vote the same way?
I mean, okay. Please, I want to know what the other options are while you're sitting here making it seem like the only fucking, because we don't have the same, like these other cultures don't have conversation. They're just like us. They're not any fucking, they beat up each other. They go fucking to jail. They kill. They motherfucking, they're misfits. They talk about finances. I mean, you got groups that do the same fucking thing that we do. And what y'all not going to keep doing is sitting here acting like folks just ain't fucking progressive. According to them, we don't have the numbers. If Houston or whatever county this woman just ran in is predominantly black and 70% voted for, why the fuck did she not win then? Who the fuck else where was the 30% beat her? I thought you just said we all voted for her. Stop with this bullshit talking about our people like that. Goddamn it, come with some solutions. I'm sick of y'all with this bullshit about what we ain't gonna do. What the fuck they supposed to do? Run to the other side that clearly will tell you to your fucking face, I don't give a fuck about you or your people. No, if you wanna come and you wanna say something, hey y'all, blah, I know this blah 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 this. We need to leave both parties. But y'all literally come and sit to the table and say, leave one master and run back to the other one. And I personally will not co-sign that bullshit.
What was she getting off? She was
No, I'm sorry, you're wrong. They are not like us. They're nothing like us. They're ahead. No, she's not right. I'm not telling why she's not right. They're ahead of us. If you look at education, they're ahead of us. If you look at median household income, they're ahead of us. If you look at generational wealth, they're ahead of us.
On this shit enough. She's right, because neither side is for us. Point blank, period. And I agree with her. We can't keep bouncing back and forth, ping-ponging, just because we want to get up into the game. We gotta do something outside of what these motherfuckers is doing and educate on this system, because if we keep sitting under their thumb, you voting Republican, you're still sitting under a white supremacist thumb. And I get it, y'all don't like to look at it, oh, this country, we gotta let go of racism, we gotta leave it behind. No, I'm not saying sit in the past, but I'm saying remember what the fucking past is and don't make the same mistake going forward. Because if you don't, you're gonna keep sitting ping pong and beep, beep, beep. That's all y'all doing, going back and forth. Oh, they got better views, or they said they're gonna do this. Oh no, they're gonna do this. No, fuck that. Do what you wanna do and create your own shit. We gonna do something. Fuck what they gonna do. We got to do something. Fuck them.
I get it. Like this, you have to promote this. You have to promote this image. The thing with me, if I could just respond for a second.
As soon as they get finished with this,
I'm on next.
come here and finish y'all last
I'm on next.
As soon as
So just to correct
Put my name in the mix. Can I respond to something?
1 second.
Let's wait till.
Give me 1 second. Because this is something that I dive into every single day, and it was prior to coming on Clubhouse. What has to happen is, I think Michelle said it earlier, a lot of people need to get political literate. You have to learn the politics. You have to learn the game. I would never tell you what party to go for, because that's a personal decision on you and however you feel you need to vote. But what I will tell you is to educate yourself. And no, don't go for somebody just because they look like you. Don't go for another party just because they don't look like you and maybe they're not telling you things that will benefit you and your children 20 to 30 years down the line. Because the thing that they have always done was play the long game. The things that we vote on, we vote for them to either be implemented and last for decades. So you can't vote based off of somebody looking like you. You literally have to vote and be educated on what they have approved, what they have not approved, how they walk, what they do, how many people have sold, they have taken money from. You have to vote on those different choices because that's what's going to have you hemmed up somewhere. The best thing is to probably at this point create a different create a different party. The Republicans, not really it. The Democrats, not really it. There's been no investment on our return, no return on our investment. And a lot of our parents and grandparents have been with Democrats for years. The days of vote blue no matter who are over and done with. It's too many people that are they're walking around and their veils are off now. So they see what's going on.
Lay your flame, nigga.
Love or hate. Don't tell me what the fuck to do.
What was that?
Love or hate.
Don't start that bullshit, motherfucker. Don't say that shit, huh? You gotta
sit down, nigga. Give me your seat, nigga. That's what we talking about.
See that thing?
Let her talk. Let her talk. Shut.
At the end of the day, love or hate who we have in office. I don't care what you do with him. Understand that he has brought everybody to the forefront of paying attention to shit. So while you're here and you're paying attention, make sure that your children are paying attention, because again, we are past certain age groups. A lot of this shit won't affect us, but it will affect our children and our children's children. So vote to make sure they have a good standing in the future. And don't vote just because it's your sister girl. And I land.
Let me go now.
Let me say this real quick.
We do it this clown right quick. Hold on.
Just to put this in proper context.
Hold on, like
You guys can't keep
Let
stopping.
me go.
Let me go. I'm about to argue, sweet.
I'm not trying to argue. I just want to put myself. I'm not trying to argue.
They got it. They gonna work it out.
See,
Thank you. I appreciate it. This is emblematic of like. This is emblematic of.
Let me respond to this dude.
Let's sweet go, please.
Man, let's sweet go, man.
On mute. Anybody else besides those two, come off your mic. You're going to the goo.
All right, cool.
Let's sweet go.
He's not gonna make way.
In about 5 minutes, in about 30 seconds, if y'all can't work it out, I'll figure it out for y'all.
No. We gotta work it out.
I'll let him go first.
Let Sweet go, and then I'll respond. I just ask that I don't be interrupted. Go ahead.
And I asked the same thing.
On both. 2 minute timeline. Okay, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Beautiful. Saw this dude try to put my name in there. Somebody else said that, but let me say this about this dude, man. It's pretty evident for those that are educated to understand where he's coming from. When you know him like I know him, and where he spends the rest of his life, what he committed to and married on to, in a big way, in every way, you understand he ain't vested in black folks. So he coming in with these disparaging words. He tried to frame it so slick, like, oh, well, just curious about why all the black folks voted this way. Why y'all so ignorant and stupid? And why do y'all just continue to do stuff and losing? This dude was a Democrat a few days ago. And now he's on the Trump bandwagon. So we got to put this little deflection in here and all this. I'm curious to know what he think about where Trump's leading the country right now. But beyond that, back to this major point. To think that black folks are just voting for her because she's black, that's so damn arrogant. That's so damn not true. He didn't talk nothing about the reasons why all of these black folks voted for her and what that whole point was about. He just want to go right to the obvious. It can't possibly be because she's standing on some integrity. It can't possibly be because, now see, understand this about the Democratic Party. They so damn racist, like they've shown, they would rather not vote for her, thinking that Tarico gonna beat Corny. See how that plays out. For the state of Texas, they thinking this Tarico dude gonna have the guts, gonna have the gall to deal with somebody that Trump is probably obviously gonna back in Texas, because Texas is very important for the Democratic race, for the Senate race. This dude, he had like Tarico was really a better choice. He ain't talking about what really the issues are. He don't have a backbone like that. He gonna go where the money is, like a lot of people do, and go with the easy, low-hanging fruit, because he's not committed to the core of just standing on the truth. See, that's the kind of cat that dude is. Then he want to try to frame it like it's black folks are making stupid mistakes, and they just went to her because she was black. It wasn't they just went for her because she was black. A whole lot of other folks outside vote for her too across this country, and they know that woman stands on strength. That woman stands on the facts. That woman pushes back in a way that a lot of men will never push back. But that woman stands on the strength. So we don't get caught in that, it's just because she was black. She was the better of two, according to those people. But there was a whole lot of other folks that, for whatever reason, they decided to roll with Tarico, man. But you're really out of your league, TC.
All right, thank you. I'm out of my league, so I won't even respond to him. So a couple things. We cannot vote third party. We cannot form our own party. I think the young lady mentioned a minute ago, or Erica said it, and then somebody else spoke after her and said the same thing, that we should form our third party. And I'll tell you the reason why not. Look at Texas. Again, folks, 93% of Black Americans voted for Crockett, and she still lost. It's simple. 13% of the population, 9% of the voting population cannot outvote anything. We don't have the numbers. So that's not smart thinking. Hold on, Erica, if I can respond, please. That's not smart thinking, Black folks. I will tell you who you should vote for by telling you who you should not vote for. You should not vote for the party that continues to deliver you diminishing returns. And you said other people behave the same way. They're just like us. Nothing could be further from the truth. These people are not like us. They are ahead of us. They have been behind us, and then they came up ahead of us. We're the ones that consistently play dead last. And again, this is not me banging on Black people or damaging Black people. It's me trying to provoke the fuck out of you, to get you to wake the fuck up. You are voting against your interests every time, and you wonder why we are left behind. numbers. Just as an empirical fact and understanding how politics work, we do not have the numbers. If 100% of us to vote in a federal election, national election, we still lose. If we put up whatever candidate we want to put up, Stephen A. Smith. Let's say we all voted for Stephen A. Smith. We still lose. I know you guys want to shut me down and shut me up. It hasn't been 2 minutes. Y'all gave Sweet 2 minutes, but you didn't give me 2 minutes.
We didn't give you 2 minutes.
It's not been 2 minutes, but that's fine. I wouldn't know that. That's fine. I know I'm not popular, and often the minority voice is not popular, but it's needed to be heard because it's the truth. What I mean?
Believe it or not, it's online. It's a lot of TCs online. I feel the way you feel. You got your 2 minutes. Don't make it seem like we not trying to let your voice be heard. I don't do that. I mean, whether I agree with you or not, you're gonna speak. But as long as you're respectful when you're doing so. But so basically, I got from your submission, if you can't beat them, join them, even if it's to your detriment. Is that what you're saying, TC?
You know what I'm saying? If you look at the policies on the right, Erica, and you look at the policies on the left, there's a stark contrast in terms of outcomes. That's what I'm saying. You look at the policies about abortion on the left, and you look at the policies of life on the right, there's a stark contrast in terms of outcomes. You look at family unity in terms of fatherlessness, and the policies supported by the feminist left agenda on the left, and the family unit, strong family unit policy agenda on the right, the outcomes are starkly different. But when you look at education in terms of choice-based education on the right and public education on the left, the outcomes are starkly different for Black Americans. That's what I'm saying.
But so what you do need to understand, and all of us need to understand, is we've had Republican and Democrat presidents. Matter of fact, who the fuck was that with the no child left behind? Was that Bush?
Yeah, that was
That
Bush.
absolutely fucked our kids up. Was that Bush? Was that a Republican?
That's how to be clean. Can I
No, that was Bush. Okay. So my point here is that both sides have and are and continue to do fucked up shit. Okay, that you keep trying to blame one side for. Just like, let's go to Iran. That's where we're supposed to be, right? Let's go to Iran. Even with that shit in Iran, who the fuck gave those people fucking nuclear capabilities to begin with? And how many fucking presidents after that, after they overthrew the Shah, allowed the shit to sit there and continue until we get to this point? But when you get to fucking social media, you know who y'all blaming? One fucking side. I want it being motherfucking played. Well, people sit here, and I don't think y'all do it intentionally, but you're picking a fucking side, and neither side is for you, and you're trying to go get everybody else to jump off the fucking cliff with you. Jump off by your fucking self.
I feel like this. I feel like we don't understand how the vote is. If they say that it's 70, 90 to 90% of Black people, Black American, or Black whoever, that voted for Jasmine Crockett and she still didn't win, that means that we're not the ones that's holding any votes for her to win. She needed more than just the Black vote to win. So she has to cater to all parties. And for whatever reason, whatever other party that was there wasn't rocking with her. I know I seen some Latinas wasn't rocking with her or whatever. And either way it go on both sides, they literally have to have everybody rocking with them. Believe it or not, on the Republican side, there are Black people that vote Republican that probably help push them over. There are people that vote in the center and independents that help, do what they need to do. And there are Democrats on different issues that help people do what they need to do. But it's not all Blacks, because all Blacks aren't voting. So even though she may have that majority of people voting for her, she don't have all to get her over whatever she's trying to get over.
Right. I want to make sure that we also mentioned that a lot of her votes were thrown out by the court. I think they said something about they didn't meet the deadline to be submitted, so a lot of her votes were thrown out.
Well, that was on both sides. Because here's the thing, what they tried to do is extend it to 9 o'clock for whatever reason. They had already had early voting, and most elections stop at 7 p.m. So anything after 7 p.m. wasn't counted, and it wasn't just for her. That was on both sides.
So actually, nobody knows how those votes would have came in. Dallas County votes. While they did vote majority for Crockett, if those votes were counted, it would not have been enough to overcome the difference between her and Tallarico.
Well, I'm just going to say this. When we talk about these votes, and me and Erica, we talked about this probably a year ago today, I don't know. But forming that third party, you say that there's nothing to care that it won't be enough. Yes, it will. You want to know why? Because we're not the only ones looking for another alternative in a better way. Something different. Tired of looking from the left to the right. Why not find something that's just right?
And who do you suggest to lead that effort for?
I'm a very optimistic person. I strongly think that with the third, maybe 4-part, whatever, you fucking divide that vote down so goddamn much. Yeah, adding the third one, a fourth one, all types of options, motherfuckers wouldn't even know where to go. But I strongly believe if we did form our own party, people will follow from all races, from all sides.
So flawless.
That's where I'm going to go with that because, you know, I know we're going to come with something different, something revolutionary. I'm the ambassador. Oh my God. Am I giving it to y'all too fucking hard? Y'all can't fucking take this shit? Y'all don't like what I'm saying?
No, I think I'll put you something more. Now that ain't necessary. I'll tell you what. Jasmine Crockett controversially lost that election.
Adrian, why are you talking? You in Australia, be quiet.
All I'm saying is, I know Erica talked about this last year.
I'm trying to back you up, Erica.
You remember what it said? It said that it would take our vote, poor whites, Latinos, and other races, and it was always going to be somebody that's going to be looking for something new, something bigger, and something better, something more to believe in. So I'm not going to sit here and let you and take in that. You got to pick this one side. No, I'm not going to get picking one side. I much rather go for a side that's going to be for the people.
Flawless, you're not pragmatic or practical. Who leads that effort? Is what I'm asking. Can y'all let her respond, please?
I'm not practical when you lack and reason because you only think on one side. Oh, you're just should I go right or left? Oh, I'm just gonna stick with right here because if I can't beat him, I'm gonna join him. I'm gonna fucking sit on fucking Papa Trump's lap and let him spank me because he's spanking that ass right now.
Yeah, that's very sensational, but that's not an answer to my question. Hold on 1 second. That's very sensational, but that's not an answer to my question. It's not realistic. I feel like I'm happy to pass the mic. The answer to the question is no until it demonstrates that it's not a good alternative. I wish we could have more realistic alternatives.
Okay. TC, bro, you just fucking, you need to go fucking for a walk, man.
What the fuck is you doing, Adrian? Do you want the mic or not?
That was sorry. That was
all right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just, I've been listening to the conversation.
No. The mic is on Adrian.
Thank you. So to answer your question, Erica, because I know you've been talking about Jasmine. I think she was well qualified for that position, but it clearly says that there was controversy around that election, and apparently who she was running against was where I think she might have defaulted, even though she was more than capable of fulfilling that role. Is where she.
Thank you, sir.
This is where you tap into someone. This is where you tap into someone's weaknesses.
No,
I guess who she was running.
I can't suffer this. No, sir. Okay, no.
She
Thank you so much, Adrian, for your support.
Did she call Greg Abbott going to Hot Wheels?
Yes, Hot Wheels, bro. Go on mute.
No, yeah. To be fair, I'll be like.
Concentrate on Australia, bro. No, you so off.
But no, I'm not off.
It's on Sam. It's on Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
You put me in the queue, Erica.
Who was that?
It's mine.
What you mean? Asking for the queue.
Black Jagger.
Black Jagger, you have the mic. I was you to come off the mic.
You just said it was on another side.
That's good. Go. It shouldn't matter whichever one you go, please.
Okay. Hello to everyone. It's my first time here. I just took some time to listen to you guys. I'm not American, as you can hear, but there's something I like about the Black American spirit. You guys are great in so many ways, but I think because you guys live in the belly of the beast, you forget who you are, you forget what you've done in the past. And a lot of things you guys have done in the past has worked, but you look at the negative outcome because you were attacked. You were attacked. If you look at when we're talking about like politics, for example, because at 13 years old, I've read like a lot of American history books, like a lot. I love America in a lot of ways for a lot of reasons. So I'll tell you something. If you look at politics in America for Black people, when you talk about like Martin Luther King and all the greats, there's one thing they all have in common. They all were able to organize the community. So when you talk about Republican or Democrats, that's not the solution. That's what I believe. Your history, from what has worked. What is the solution is organizing the community once again. Organizing the community once again, and truly this time, because if you look at what has happened in the past, where you have just one leader, and whenever that leader is taken out, the whole organizing crumbles. So this time around, adopt a system where you have so many leaders, hierarchies. So when one is taken out, because it's a hierarchy type of leadership, it's naturally filled because you already have chain of hierarchy, like a military. That way you can withstand whatever comes across. Organizing, that's the solution. Because when you organize, no matter how small your group is, look at all the other group, Proud Boys, look at all the other group. Like, look at all the other group from all race, from all groups, religious groups and all. When they come into politics, they come as a group. Because when you come as a group, your voice will be heard as long as you continue to put the pressure. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter. I don't know if you guys believe in it or not. I don't necessarily believe in it 100%, but I do see a lot of good things that they achieved. But there's a concept we can take from that. Black Lives Matter started from Black people to an extent. There's a lot of people from other race that would immediately align with you guys, but they need to see you guys strong. When you're strong, those people are going to come out from where they are hidden. Some of them are Republicans, some of them are Democrats. They're going to come out and they're going to align. This happened with the Civil War, where white people fought for us. White people invested their money, their livelihood, their families. In history, you see men that lost their kids. They push their kids to come fight for the Black struggle. So
Yeah. That's a different.
Please don't get this.
Yeah. So there are a lot of people. You guys have a lot of allies from so many sectors, but they need to see you guys standing strong to a degree, and they will be confident to come out and support you. Because you guys are pioneers. When I talk to a lot of Black Americans, I always say something, and I'm not trying to blaspheme. Today's Sunday. I love Jesus, but you guys are the Jesus of Black people in general, because you guys are in the belly of the beast. We Africans, other Blacks, are experiencing the beast from the outside. So there is a disconnect. When you experience the beast from the outside, you just experiencing his attacks. You guys are in the belly. You are being consumed. You've already been eaten. So organizing, that's the solution to every political, not Republican, because when you go into a different group, you're going to be sucked into that group, and you have to conform with the principles of that group. If you make yourself something formidable as a group, it's not about having 1 billion people. Have a real good number. That's why they call it lobbying. That's what they do. It's about not just about resources, because when you look at the big media, they talk about resources, but actually it's not just resources, it's about pressure. That's what it is. A group of people ready to apply pressure. That's it.
Sam, you got a lot of information. I'm gonna have to have you break it up, because there's a lot of people that's waiting to talk. But we're gonna be Adrian, if you keep doing that, sir, I'm gonna put you in the goop. You got to get some discipline about yourself. Stay on mute, sir.
Thank you.
Sam, I'll come back around to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. So I wanted to say what we're talking about is representation, ultimately, right? And so it's like America is a club, essentially, if we can use that analogy. So when you go to the party, everybody has different powers, right, that they can exercise at the club. You got people who are going to be general admission, right? You got people who are going to be on a list. You have some people that are going to be VIP. You have people that are going to be with the owners. And so when you think about Democrats and Republicans, these are parties that weren't registered by the people who are participating and voting into the system, right? You guys, people are just saying, hey, I'm with this person because my mom and dad was with this person, blah, blah, blah. So they don't even have a defined form of representation. They're just voting based off inheritance, right? Then you have other people who are showing up to the party and saying, hey, I'm such and such, and I'm with these people with my party. They're going to say, who's paying, right? If you don't have anybody to pay, you're going to put the bill on the Democrats or the Republican because that's the party that you're with, right? So they're footing the bill. You're not footing the bill. The party's footing the bill, right? In America, you have the option to legally define your own terms of representation. Everyone's not always fully aware of that, so they just join the party that they know, which is why it's very easy for people to come into the country and just join into a respective race group, right? i.e. Black or Mexican or Asian or all of these different legal representations if they don't know who their family is or their family doesn't have representation in business or in the state or assets or credit, because that
party.
Well, we were alluding to the mics earlier, and we're talking.
But yeah, okay. So somebody. Yeah, so.
Okay. Yeah, we were alluding to the mic earlier.
What's happening right now?
Ambassador, please wait to turn, sir. No, please, people. Jesus, Ambassador, the mic is not open yet. Go ahead, Blackjack.
So, you know, it's like going to the party and everybody's standing out in the front, right? And all the black people, because they're not on the list, but they're just saying, I'm with the other person that looks like me. Everybody wants to say, hey, let me in. But they're not priority, right? And so that's what's happening in politics, because it's all based off entertainment. So when you think about a person like Jasmine Crockett, her caricature is there to hyperimpose and appeal to a specific way that people think, right? So she can captivate those voters, right? She unfortunately miscalculated in the turnout and the support of people that act in the way she does and speak the type of rhetoric that she speaks, because she's trying to prop up a certain type of representation that she feels people would follow, just like any other politician would, right? Which is why they find points to run on, right? Because they know that people aren't going to read anything. All they're going to do is listen to what they say and watch how they act when they speak, right? So you have to be able to determine for yourself, which is why you can have self-determination, if you and your family or yourself are going to act in the representation of these other people groups. And if not, you determine special interest groups through trust, right? Which is how most of the private sector is set up, right? Which is how the capital, right, which supplies work, organized labor to the public, which is how the funds get to the public, is through the projects, which is the work that everybody does every day, right? This is how capitalism works. But because people don't actually take time to understand where they fit in the system and how they got there and how the caste system worked, then it's just gets lost in translation when everybody's really trying to just understand, why am I stuck where I'm stuck at?
Right. Yeah. Go ahead and land your plane. We need to move the mic, y'all. Gotta land your plane. I don't know. Listen, y'all, there's so many people on the stage, and I'm not gonna lie. Who was the guy that just spoke before you? Sam had some good points. Black Jagger has some good points. It's hard that y'all, if you're going a long time, listen, people waiting, and then the more people that speak, the more they want to respond, but they're not able to. So if you can please limit your submissions to 2 minutes, it would be very helpful for everybody on the stage. Thank you.
Please inhale and exhale, right? We're good right here, sir.
No, I wanted to make sure Black Jagger landed his plane.
I've been there.
Okay. Go ahead, Ambassador.
Well, thank you, Miss Erica, and thank you to the room for a great Sunday conversation. I think I have to dig it back to something Sam was talking about, them Black lives, and something Mr. Black was talking about, us using the political clout we got to get what we want sometime, y'all. But on the Black lives, I think they hijacked the concept of the Black Panther and used it skillfully against us, even though they were on the front page of the news. But the work, and see, you got to look at the work that's being put in. That what's going to really help us get free from these social political circumstances. And we look at it closely because when you see Black lives moving, something, and it's on the front line, but the undercurrent, they're going to sell you LGBT at the end of the day. They're going to dupe you over into a particular brand of socialism and politics, and you won't have your identity when you leave the room. And you are at fault, we the people. You got a guy come down the back. I alluded earlier that when Hakeem Jeffries come, you ain't going to support. I can bring Hakeem Jeffries in this room. I can bring Dr. Attorney Malik Zulu-Shabazz in the room. I know they'll be disrespected. I can bring Dr. Cornel West to the room. It's not the political leader. It's just you have to make a decision to
put your footprint in the sand, put your fingerprint in it. There's not a ink stain. And I've said it a dozen times, but I'll say it one more time. There's not an ink stain in Washington, D.C. for us. And guys like Joe Biden and Donald Trump make sure you don't get an ink stain. The keeper of the gate in the person of Barack Hussein Obama made sure you didn't get an ink stain in Washington. But that doesn't say you can't put an ink stain in Washington, because of course we built this. And I can give you an extra insurance policy, a policy better than Prudential right now, that we can manage this. We built it. Why the hell we need somebody else to manage this shit? If both Michelle Obama and John Trump said we built this. But we don't see the value system when you got a guy like Benny Thompson. They'll come to the mic, articulate our circumstances properly, and then we don't even support the guy. He's standing by himself at the end of the day, and it looked like he a damn fool, and he's one of the most brilliant attorneys in America at this moment. You don't know him, because you don't try to get to know him. Vernon Jordan was the most brilliant attorney we ever had, lived and died, raised the Urban League, everybody got raised to another level. You never even know who Vernon Jordan was. Because we're not looking at our own value system. Not Republican, not Democrat, not independent, not libertarian, but our own value system. And when a guy like Judge Avery, I can't even finish talking on him. I'll be here the rest of the afternoon. That's my friend, but you don't befriend him because you think he's a foreigner. Because he might look like a foreigner to you. But I tell you, he's my man. He's a good friend to the people. And if you ever got to know him, you will know more about politics, law, and government than you ever knew. If you just took a time to go out to your Cannon or your Longworth building and sit down with a guy like Al Reed to know the politics. When he get there, they'll attempt to arrest him. They don't put his hands on him too much, I bet you that. Because he'll hit him with that martial art move and hurt him real bad.
Yeah, karate chop his ass. No.
Ain't no add that. So you, if you get to know yourself better. Yes, ma'am. Very right. I love you so much. It's hard talking to Mike at the same time and be heard by the intelligent people. But it's a great thing that you're doing here, Sheriff.
This nigga did great.
It's hard, Eric, but somebody got to do the work. Right. Go ahead, and we thank you again for moderating consistently, damn near 24 hours around the clock. You can hear Miss Erica here. She's the only 24/7 moderator we got in Clubhouse. Not 40 acres. I'm gonna give it the 40 acres of the mule plaque goes from Miss Erica.
All right, thank you.
Well, I mean, there you have another relic of
number one moderator. But why is it though?
Al Green is a great guy. I'm sure he's a fantastic individual, but he's another relic of the pyramid streets. Every time we go back to the ideas, old stale ideas that brought us to where we are today, you find that they're being replaced. They're being replaced with a new tranche of people that are going to hold the banner for the Democratic Party. And can't take that. We'll be in the same place we are today, 70 years from now. Nobody's grappled with the contradictions that I brought up about the Democratic Party. The fact that black people better, our outcomes improve when we adopt conservative policies. Consider that as an out. Have we considered the reality that we used to be Republican, that are hell-bent on back in history, and we can grapple with the reality that people voted Republican?
Do you think that being an independent allows
Republican room? Because see, I like the way men and you just switched this conversation. So this is about the Democrats now. So we gonna
It's always been about the Democrats.
Wait a minute, let me just get this off real quick.
We vote 98% of the time for Democrats. That was my first submission.
TC, do you think after what you just stated, that it will probably be better for maybe us, because there's not a third party that we want right now. Do you think that it'll be best for people to stay in the middle as independents and vote on policies versus, facts that you research versus feelings?
100%. 100. That's all I'm asking for Black Americans.
Because that way you give them, it's leverage there.
Yeah, I'm not asking them to vote lock, stock, and barrel for the Republican Party, no matter who can is, like we vote for Democrats. What I'm saying is survey your options, but definitely studying for the people that aren't interested in your progress and they've not delivered for you.
Okay.
But that's why it's important for people to understand proximity, though.
Republicans have delivered for you since, y'all just changing the whole trajectory of the damn conversation anyway and trying to tell people that the other side is better. Now, Roosevelt did just come say sit in the middle, which I do agree. Like, I don't know why you keep trying to put yourself on a side when both sides are fucking you up eggs, right?
But this is why it's important. Hold on, TC.
I mean, I am hold on talking. So go ahead and go on mute, and then I'm gonna pass it to you when I get finished, right? Because I don't have a lot of time. But what I'm saying here is when we come to sit here and act like these people have not done the shit they've done in the past, the shit is crazy.
Erica,
but see, this is the problem.
People that they should attach themselves to.
Erica, if you want to preach, I'm not going to get in the way of preaching.
To talk, just like you talking. And don't call me preaching when you just sat here and brought this conversation preaching to your people like it was about your people when it really was about a motherfucking political party.
No, I wasn't.
Like, I just cannot with some of y'all. I'm the ghetto black ass Negroes. Okay, so let me finish. Quit cutting me off, making me lose my damn thought. So no, we should sit in the middle and quit coming in here or going to people, period. I don't give a fuck what you're going in the office, the bathroom, wherever you going. Stop trying to make us cross over to the Republican Party. Because after Trump gone, y'all about to really see what these motherfuckers about. Like, no, don't usher us into another fucking burning building. No, thank you.
Yes, so again, like what I was saying earlier, it kind of went over people's heads. So, if you
can I respond to her, please? It'll be.
No, nigga, let somebody else talk.
Yeah, let Black Jagger go.
At the end of the day, people have to be able to assess things from their playing field, from where they are. People have to be able to meet themselves where they are in the system. Most people are relying on their employer, right? In the state where they work, in the city where they are, right? So it's very important, more so for them to understand what governor they have, what that governor's interests are. Are they Republican or Democrat, right? Then to understand how that's going to have a trickle-down effect from their local and city government to their chamber of commerce, their district, because then that's where the policies start to affect you, because it's going to affect the business owners, and the business owners are really who are making the decision over how you're getting paid, what type of benefits you have, and that's what people don't really understand about the system, right? And so, yeah, your vote matters to an extent, but ultimately the people who are the elect are the business owners, the people you work for, right? And they're going to do what's best most of the time for their employers or for the labor. For a long time, the Democratic Party represented the labor force, right? So that's why a lot of people continue to vote Democrats, right? Because they felt like they were getting a benefit as a part of the American workforce, right? And then it shifted to traditionally, most of the business owners were Republican for a great deal. Now, because there's so much corruption, because all of the party is corrupt on both sides of the aisle, right? Because the entire government is compromised, because people don't pay attention to where people are from, and all these people that have dual citizenship from all this foreign interest for so many decades, but that's not the conversation. But it's important you understand civically how you fit within your local and city government and the interests within where you work and who you depend on for your benefits. Some people don't have a job, so who do they depend on? The state, right? Some people work for the government, so who do they depend on? The federal government, So it's just understanding who you are and where you exist.
So when the young lady asked me would I prefer black people just vote their interests, and I said
divine intervention.
Divine fucking intervention.
Amen. Let the church say
But black people can't vote the same.
Black. I'm agreeing with you. We're not on two different pages here. We're on the same page, brother. 100%. The way you vote for your county commissioner is not the way you vote for president. I'm not having that conversation. I'm trying to respond to the young lady when she talked about her interests, because when I brought up Jasmine Crockett, that was an election on who Jasmine Crockett is. Now, that wasn't a question about Jasmine Crockett's voting record. That was a conversation of what banner is Jasmine Crockett running under, and what interest does that banner provide for Black Americans, and like what outcomes does that provide for Black Americans. And for those reasons, I do separate that, and I think that's an important distinction. But that's not the conversation I'm having. The conversation I'm having is the one that we vote 98% of the time for the same party. Erica brought up the criticism that I was somehow trying to get. I'm not trying to get black people to vote on the other side. I'm trying to get black people to wake up to the reality that their interests are not being protected on the left, so they should consider the alternative. Make some value considerations, not just protected class considerations. I'm a protected class.
In other words, you're asking them to protect their labor.
So Democrats are for protected classes, therefore I vote Democrat every time. But it's a Trojan horse. And again, I know some people don't have the range for this conversation, so I'm boring you. But if you actually look at the crosstabs and look at the statistics and how your children fare in the democratic education systems, if you actually take the time and did that research, you'll realize that this shit is deleterious for you. And if you don't know what that word means, look it up. I'm sorry that you guys don't have. I'm sorry that you guys don't have. Hold on. I'm sorry that you guys don't have the range to have this conversation, but it's one we need to have in our community. If you just look at economics, just look at pure economics, right?
I mean,
look at every other people group and how they vote, and look at us and how we vote.
Why would you keep talking if you think we ain't got the range?
I'm saying I'm talking about the dude that's breathing on the fucking mic like he's Darth Vader.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about you, Eric. I'm talking about the dude that keeps coming off mic to breathe on the motherfucking mic. That's what I'm talking about. He was talking to everybody. I think I've been.
No, that's me. That's me.
TC. Everybody don't jump in. Go ahead and finish up, TC, so somebody can get a turn.
I made my.
TC, I do agree.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that because you say democratic education. I live in between two red states. And when I tell you they motherfucking education, what is you talking about? Democrat, they all, what is you talking about?
Okay, let's go with what I'm talking about.
Can I
give it shot to y'all.
And then I wanted to make the
Eric, I can answer your question.
To be Republican, but you just said you're trying to get them to consider the alternative. What's the motherfucking alternative of Democrat?
Like folks see the arrogance in TC.
I mean, without you saying independent, the alternative is Republican.
If you don't understand,
you're right. I say consider the alternative. Correct. I'm not ambiguous. I'm not evasive in what I'm saying. I know exactly what I'm saying.
Can everybody else?
I'm not evasive. I'm very clear what I'm saying.
Specific TC.
And I appreciate that arrogance as well. So I heard what you said. This is just, I don't know why you won't admit it. I just admitted, Eric, I don't know if you're hearing me. Trying to get them to consider the alternative.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I want to get them to consider the alternative.
Can I?
Hold on, Black, 1 second, bro. You're asking me a question. Let me respond. I am trying to get you to consider alternative. That's literally what I said, Erica. Not even.
The alternative is what you said, not just.
Yeah, the consider the alternative.
What's the alternative?
It is the conservative movement.
Okay, thank you.
There's no ambiguity there.
The mic around, please. I don't know why.
Hold on, but I want to make sure my intentions are clear. The reason why I'm doing that is because the alternative that we don't consider
fucking God.
might be the alternative that spare us.
Okay, thank you, DC. I mean, if you would just be straight and stop doing this, maybe this conversation for you would flow a little bit better. But you keep having to come back.
I don't know how straight I can be. I just said I want us to consider the alternative. You can't get more clear than that.
All right, thank you, TC.
Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah, so can I just make my comment real quick?
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, he's bringing up a good point, and I think what he's trying to say is that there should be now a way that people unionize their labor so that they can demand more value consideration for it, right? Because obviously neither party is protecting the labor of a particular class representation, right? And so in order for new demands to be met, there has to be an organized movement to move that labor underneath a different structure, right? With whether it be locally, regionally, because it's going to be difficult to nationalize something like that, but regionalized unions can work, right? Because then now you can increase essentially the tax on the specialized labor that the community provides.
Black, I think you're at a solution stage. Your mind is sitting at a solution stage based on what you said. But that's definitely not what TC just said, okay? We ain't got to think about what he said. We heard what he said. He told us what he said, and he came back and clarified it. Even though it keeps changing, he's here. He can speak for himself, and he did not say what you just said. But I think that's a good idea, Black Jack.
Can I go, Erica?
Wait, because it's more
man. We already heard from you. It's my turn, TC.
He said take your value consideration and take it serious.
The mic is on. I'm sorry, not TC. I'm sorry, Sweet. The mic on Sweet.
TC, yes, man. No problem. Thank you. And so, again, exactly. I appreciate, like we like to do as black folks, we want to argue the case for somebody else, but that's not at all what he has done. It's definitely not what he just got through saying. He specifically said, yes, I'm trying to, ultimately, when Erica pressed him, he had to bow down and recognize that his motive was on display, and he said it was to push people to the conservative party over there. So it wasn't try to get y'all to vote in your best interest and get another third party in the union. None of that. That ain't his agenda. He recognized he jumped over there from the conservative side first. So he want everybody to go over there and get behind him so he can then be whatever his ego want him to be, man. But that ain't got nothing to do with what's in the best interest of black folks. That ain't got nothing to do with him.
I see what you guys are saying.
Hold on. You know what I'm saying? So he got a different motive. You've been around him long, you understand. But forget about being around him long. But in this room, Erica can recognize and hear, hold up, man. You came in on this generic, let me just have a conversation about the recent Jasmine Crockett and let me just talk about the voting Tyrico and just this everybody 90% voted for her and but up underneath it, eventually it came out. Whatever his real thing was, we know it had to do with this idea that, look, y'all get off of that Democratic thing and put all your hope over here like I've done and Donald Trump and the MAGA movement and the ultra-conservative, right, and everything, that's going to be better for y'all.
All right, can I respond? So there was no ambiguity in what I said when I came off mic. It was to consider the alternatives. If you do just a pure face-to-face comparison, you'll find out that you fare better. But you can't have this conversation with people that are intent and they have a chip on their shoulder because I said something maybe 2 years ago that made you feel bad, Sweet. I can't deal with your personal, emotional fragility, bro. Like, this is not about TC. Nobody's talking about TC. We're talking about ideas, bro. You need to get off that shit. All right?
Erica spotted your game, bro. She
now
knows from 2 years ago.
Take it for what it is. Take it for what it is. I put the facts on the line. I mentioned education. You haven't responded. Your response is just TC. I talked about economics. Your response is just TC. I talked about our socioeconomics. Your response is still TC, bro. Get off of fucking TC's dick and respond to the issues. Respond to the facts. I said we vote 98% of the time, and yet None of the time we get our interests put first. This is not new. This has been the case for the last 7 years. Malcolm talked about it. The fuck what are we doing? Like we're gonna make this a personality contest? I'm talking about ideas. This ain't got shit to do with DC. Get off the fucking train, bro. And realize you're getting fucked up. You've been last. You stayed dead last. Your shit is the reason why we stayed dead last. You're not talking about ideas, you dumbass. You're talking about people.
Can I get in the queue, please?
We still last.
I get through that shit too. This ain't got nothing to do with personality.
Short-headed man, crash out. You done crashing out, bro?
Go on mute. Hold on. I think the mic is on. Are you done, TC?
Yep, done.
Go
talk to your wife about that issue.
Hey, stop talking to me. Go ahead.
So this shit is crazy, right? This Republican and Democrat shit been around for hundreds of fucking years. And no matter who gets in control, neither does anything for black people. So to hang your hat on either one of them is fucking delusional. And as far as us organizing, we've been organizing since the 40s and 50s, and where the fuck has that gotten us? We organize, somebody gets in office and tell you they're gonna reward you for your organization, and they shit on you when they get in office. It's just repetition. What black people have to do at this time is, if you're gonna vote, fine. But no matter who gets in office, sit back, observe, and figure out how to maneuver around this shit and make your life better. Because at this point, every president has shown you that they're not gonna do nothing for the black community. I went into a store in the area that I live in the other day to show you how people are moving. On the front of the fucking store, it said Chinese. You know who was running the fucking store? Mexicans. See, these are the things that we have to grab a hold of when we talk about getting ahead, because waiting on some white fucking savior to come down and save you and do what's best for you, it ain't happening. You got to figure out how to move no matter who's in charge. So trying to manipulate somebody to vote Democrat, to vote Republican, that shit is old. It ain't working no more. They ain't considering black people. They brought the Hispanics over. Goddamn, they gave them more rights than they gave you. They pushed the damn alphabet community and gave them more rights than they gave you. You will always be at the bottom until you figure out how to get yourself to the fucking top. Stop depending on that damn savior and move accordingly.
No, he's correct, because what we're actually up against is colonization, and consistent colonization, right? Because as long as immigration continues to happen, it doesn't matter where they're coming from, right? They're coming in with the colonized American mindset because they have to do whatever they have to do to comply to be able to get whatever new form of citizenship the government is giving them to get now cheap labor or labor at a margin, right? It's going to continue to happen. So it's like we have to be able to privatize our wealth and our capital, our human capital, our intellectual capital, right? The financial capital that we do have, right? Because it's like essentially like you're against drones, right? Imagine they have unlimited agents to keep deploying into the country to basically, just like he just said, it's always going to be a new movement, right? And any new movement is the new form of the state agenda. It always has been, right? And they can keep replicating these people because they can just keep cosplaying people to look like whoever they need them to be, and they get people to associate with those people in the public through commercials and speeches and ad campaigns and movies, and that's how they keep that shit turning. Feel me?
So I want to be clear what I'm doing and what I'm not doing, right? Republican and Democrat are parties. You're Republican, you're Democrat. Those are parties. Conservatism is a mindset. It's a school of thought. I don't come onto these stages and promote the Republican Party. I promote conservatism. Conservatism is a school of thought. It centers on the importance of family, strong individual sovereignty, protection of your interests, ownership. It's not about collectivism. It's about individualism. That's a mindset shift. What I'm trying to convey is consider the alternative mindset, the alternative school of thought for Black Americans. There's no manipulation happening here. I'm not attempting to manipulate. I'll know probably that this is now my third invitation to anybody on this stage to grapple with the alternative consideration, the conservative consideration when it comes to education, when it comes to economics, when it comes to policy. But for the third time, you guys are going to kick me in the back and say, oh, this guy's trying to get us to vote Republican. That's real surface level, limited, shallow thinking. And I don't know why we continue to do the same thing. But we continue to do it, and we get the same outcomes, and we wonder why. All I'm saying is this. I've had enough of the rhetoric. Like, let's have a fact-based, rigorous conversation. If y'all just want to do the fucking shoot the shots. Oh, he got you. He bigged up you. Oh, he got that zinger in on you. That shit is fun and goofy, and it'll land you in the same place your kids and your grandkids. We've not had a rigorous conversation about conservative thought, have we? Because they won't allow us to, because they bring in the sweets of the world to disrupt that conversation, to distract you from the reality that I'm getting you to consider a different way of thinking, Black America. But no, let's keep doing that goofy shit. Let's keep doing that they not like us and dance in the hallways and shit. While our kids are graduating college, graduating high school with 3rd and 4th grade reading and math proficiencies.
Hold on, Milk. Don't mention me like, hey, so I don't know how much they pay it. The Conservative Party is paying this dude, but 2 years ago, he didn't have it nowhere in his heart at all to go for Black folks need to be conservative. You know why? Because he wasn't. Here we go again. He wasn't. I didn't interrupt you, man. Bro, deal with the ideas, bro. All that passion that they pay you. Hold on, bro. Respect, bro. Deal with the ideas, bro. You brought me up, man. You brought me up. So you give fucking. So you can stop doing that shield shit. Somebody shut him up, please. You can't respect the Democrat, bro. Damn it, you had your time. And so the reality is, you want to put it on sweet because I guess apparently it is only one in this clubhouse streets. No, I take that back. Politically correct, nobody too. Patty, you already know. But the reality is this, man, wherever this dude go, I don't know why he want to grandstand and act like he a Black representative. And he's authorized by the almighty conservative, whoever, God, to come in and tell Black folks that they need to be more conservative. Like, Black folks don't have no collective understanding, bro. And all of a sudden, hold on for a second, man. All of a sudden now, and again, he ain't telling everybody, hey, vote your conscience, vote what you know is best. He's pushing it all the way to the nth degree. And you know who's representing the Conservative Party. You know the whole mindset. And he want to act like he came in here acting like it was just some neutral spot. Everybody, oh, there's a new person in the 40 acres in the mule. And everybody, Erica, and a lot of other people that haven't come off the mic in the audience recognize this character. He think he is an individual. He's a character representation. He's a mindset that's well represented out here of individuals that get close to massive and tell everybody this is where we all need to be over here. And y'all come over there with y'all. And then the insults and the arrogance. Well, if you don't understand what I'm saying, well, that's just true. He can't even see himself because he's been himself his whole life. He's been too close to himself to understand. We done seen many of UTC. It's not you personally. You think it's personal because you think you have a mindset that is reflective of an arrogance that won't lead us to any salvation, any freedom, and any of that, man. So to come in and start belittling people and start talking crazy, and at the core of it, the Black woman, you should really, really analyze and understand this mindset of this individual that has a real problem because from that Black woman that represent in this room today was represented by Erica and Flawless, that Black woman, he ain't married on to that.
Conservatism literally means holding on to traditional values while opposing change and innovation. Right? Like the traditional values of Black folks ain't shit and Black folks are beneath white folks. That's conservatism, and that's the shit y'all want to stick to. That shit's crazy.
Knowing damn well, like Florida said, we need a whole. We represent, like that other brother said, y'all are unique. Remember that brother from, I don't know what country he was from? When he started off early on, he was in a little while ago. He said, y'all black folks, man, y'all set the trend. We know that. Black folks know that. The world know that. Set the trend on every level you can think of. And so, yeah, Jasmine obviously didn't have enough rallying support around her. And, you know, a person can only be whatever they can be. She was obviously more than qualified for the House of Representatives and did her thing. But to try to clown her like I've heard him and other people do in other rooms, and she took ghetto and all that, look here, man. If you don't like her, that's fine. Stay with Rico, man. Go ahead and think that's going to save America or save black folks somehow. Getting everybody roll with Rico, I guess. You saying everybody should have voted for him so that they would say, oh, yeah, we won. And now he representing black folks? What are you saying, man? So what, like Michelle said, we need a whole nother thing, man. So if you're not going to say that, getting everybody all their hopes in, well, jump off the Democratic Party with Kamala and Biden and Barack and jump over here with Newt Gingrich and Donald Trump and the New Yorkers and the Tea Party, and everything's going to work out hunky-dory. Crazy as hell, man.
Guys, can I just chip in something? I'm the guy you're talking about. I'm from Nigeria, though. I've lived in 3 different continents. I'm living in my third, America. There's something I notice about we as black people. As much as we might think we're different, we face the same struggle in a lot of ways. Like I'm talking about in depth, deeply. If you look at it, if you're someone that look deeply. One of our biggest problem is individuality and the right to feel correct. Those 2 things have been our demise for years. You know what? I don't know if you know this saying. If you guys, I'm sure you guys know this saying. But they say, strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create bad times create strong men. One of when you look at it, our parents in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 40s, they created a good time because of their hard time. They became strong and they created a good time. So a lot of people would disagree with that, but there's something about those people. They were all informed. Every day they read the newspapers. They read. Some of them were killed just because of reading. And today, you see people saying, oh, the education system is not good. We have children that don't know how to read. And it's funny to me when I hear that. Every time when I hear that rhetoric, I laugh. Like, reading people have literally lost their life because of their own personal inclination. Learn how to read. And now we have everything it's free out there. And someone is still coming out and telling us. A lot of problem is, a lot of times we take so much as we want to say we're black, we still want to, there's so much need to be accepted by people that are not us. So we go after their stats. A lot of us know deeply that those stats were made by people that are biased, people that don't really see us for us. But still yet, when we come to these platforms where we should embrace community, where we should embrace roles, because roles are important. Everyone cannot be the leader. Let the people that have some information speak. And when you want to speak, don't bash the other. It takes some time to discern what he's saying. Everyone here has passion. We're passionate. And I admire that. That means we all want something good. But how are we going about it? A gentleman, ambassador, spoke earlier, and he was saying a lot of stuff. And the next guy that came through said, oh, that's old stuff. That's old stuff. A lot of times, if you go to these powerful families in the world, you go to their houses, you see pictures of their great grandfathers. But when you come to a black community, they tell you, oh, it's old, destroy it. It happens in Africa, it happens in the Caribbean, it happens in here.
oh, my father's house is too old. Destroy, break it down. Let's build something new. We're always quick to look for the new, but we always forget that because it's new doesn't make it the best. Because it's new doesn't make it the right. Yes. We as a people, we need to move in unison, not division. That's the only way we can win. Thank you.
The reason why it's difficult not too long ago to contend with the issues. I don't know if this is like there's an allergic reaction to it or what it is. Somebody came on stage and the best attempt they could do is give the definition of conservative. What are Black Americans' conservative traditional values? I didn't ask you about white Americans. Yeah. Because when I'm talking, when I say conservative, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me finish, please. It's not about white conservatism. That's the problem. You came in with that Trojan horse. I didn't say white conservatism, did I? I said conservative values. And I enumerated them. That had nothing to do with blacks being in chains or slavery or going to slavery or none of that shit. I'm talking about Black values. Now, you compare that with the alternative, which is the one that we've been voting for the last 70 years, lock, stock, and barrel. Liberal values. You want to give the definition of liberalism? And say, oh, that's a better definition?
Yeah, but I mean, liberal wants things to change. They agree with change, and conservative wants things to stay the same. And that's just not, things are going to change.
It's actually democratic. It's not that. It's democratic and conservative.
I'm not talking about a dictionary definition of the word. That's the point I'm trying to make. Right, but the point I'm trying to make is I'm not talking about a dictionary definition of the word. I'm talking about value systems. I'll give you guys an example.
No, we don't need an example. We know what a value system is.
No. I'm talking about liberal values in action.
Right. So then get to your point, because we just assume, because you'll probably be assuming, right, that the majority of us in the room know what you're talking about. So move on to your point.
Minimum wage is a great example. Liberal thought is, hey, we raise the minimum wage, everybody earns more. Let's raise the minimum wage to an artificial, arbitrary number, $28 an hour. But what you don't factor in is what that does to the wider economy and create more dependency on the state. Let's consider the alternative. This is what I've been inviting you to do ever since I started talking. Alternative, conservative value, conservative thought is create as much opportunity for market growth as you can and let market dynamics dictate earning potential and not by the state. What that does is it creates competition. And so since we know that Black people, we accept that Black people are not ineligible or inadequate or incapable of competing, competition breeds success for our people if we apply ourselves. So what I'm asking you to do is to consider or grapple with the alternative from our voting habits. I'm not asking you to vote Republican. You take that one situation right there, and then you build it out 17 degrees. And what do you get? You get competition, creates opportunity and success. Creating artificial, arbitrary metrics creates more dependency on the state. We saw it in Venezuela. They did the exact same thing with socialism in Venezuela. The state came in and said, look, we got this massive oil resource. We're going to hoard it for the state and determine how people get paid and who gets the contracts by the state. And what happened to Venezuela? A majority of their population is under the poverty line. They have more oil, okay? They have more accessible oil than any other country in the world. Yet they're one of the poorest countries in the world. Doesn't that sound a lot like a comparison to Black America? The fact that we have so much ingenuity, so much buying power in this country, but we squander it because we get dependent on the state. Far too many of us are dependent on the state. Education, Far too many of us is depending on state health care. Far too many of us are depending on state welfare. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, boy, it is difficult when people want to look at these issues in the macro instead of the micro. Boy, it's a lot of shit that's going wrong with that. I mean, it would take a long time to break all the shit down that you just mentioned. So I'm going to just go, and it ain't just damn vote for the conservative that's going to fix the shit that's going on. But, because I do remember a time where this country was ran by conservatives and your ass was over there drinking out of separate water fountains and all that bullshit. They was beating your ass with water hoses and spraying you down, killing your ass, hanging your ass. I don't know what the fuck is happening these days, but I don't know if the youth just think we gonna start here. Fuck the past, fuck history, because it don't matter. Well, hey, ignore it. You're bound to repeat it. Like it makes no sense. Go ahead, Mr. Rich. Go ahead, Mr. Rich.
Okay, I'm gonna make this short and sweet. You know, the choice between two evils still results in evil. Now, if we look to the past, okay, the black went to the Democratic Party because of the President Roosevelt offered the New Deal for America. If we look at the time, and there were very difficult times in the United States. The United States almost altered, and it was on the verge of total collapse. So yes, Roosevelt offered a deal to the American people, and the black people, in my opinion, fell for the okie doke. Okay, we went to war and we helped this nation out. Okay, but when we got back here, we didn't get any of the benefits that was promised. Then we went to North Korea, and the same thing resulted there. So we have been falling for the okie doke for the longest. Now, we talked about creating the third party. That would be in our best interest, because then we wouldn't be catered to neither side, because they pander for our vote, and then once they get in office, they do nothing for us. They offer maybe a dog or a bone to quiet us up and things like that. Remember the conversation that Johnson stated that we will have those niggas voting Democrat for the next 100 years. Well, the thing that we have to understand is that we're just labor to them. We're just someone to act as a housemaid and things of that nature. So in order for us to be recognized, we have to stop, give me liberty or give me death. Now, if that means that we all just have to stand around and twiddle our thumbs in order to get recognized, then that's the course that we have to take. Because just, choosing between the two evils is not going to get us any place now.
Ain't that the truth, Mr. Richard? Go ahead, BB.
Yeah, the two evils was what is the?
No, the mic is on BB. BB.
Yeah, I like to talk.
Thank you.
My able to follow him.
Okay.
I appreciate that. And like I said, I just jumped in the room. I'm sorry if I repeated myself. But I just have to say, I think that I understand I don't know who was speaking before, Mr. Richard, the brother, was saying about the difference in values versus our idea of the party just in general, like Republican and Democratic, because I think we do get hung up and we're deeply socialized. It's a lot of different social movements that are attached to these political movements, and then we forget the actual core values of these parties. Yes, the Republican Party is the original anti-slavery party. They're also very big on things like national security, reducing mass surveillance, which the Democratic Party doesn't have a lot of focuses on. But the Democratic Party does try to focus, I would say, on human rights. Obviously, postmodern liberalism is a little bit different. We're talking about social rights, which sometimes I think can translate human rights when you're talking about somebody being disenfranchised because of the way they identify themselves or their actual identity, and thus being economically disempowered. Yes, these social rights can translate to human rights. However, and again, what Mr. Richards was saying about a third place solution, we have to, first of all, I think libertarianism is something to look at. If you have some democratic values, but most of your values are Republican and conservative leaning. Another thing we're confused by is that we solely associate Donald Trump, because he is the president, with Republican values and the Republican Party. Donald Trump has multiple baby mamas. He's been married so many times. He's had a lot of different bankruptcies. He's not very conservative. He runs with the conservative party. So he's not even really the poster child for being a Republican. That's why he doesn't come off like a politician. A lot of politicians, they come off
very clean, very polished. You can't name a president before Donald Trump that didn't come off as having a clean bill of health before. Some things may have been uncovered throughout their presidency, but everybody loved them. They're just, the people's champ. Donald Trump doesn't really have any of that because he's not the typical politician. And so, I think it is important to see what values are being pushed and what values are being pushed in what social movements, because they do have an economic impact. And then, put your eggs in that basket and, maybe use those values to build another third-party solution.
How is a third-party option viable?
It's not that they're not. It's not that a third party. It's not that a third party doesn't exist. There are other parties that exist when you go and vote on the ballot, and we don't pay any attention to them because we're not socially warped by them. It's not really common for you to be hearing news about what's going on in the Libertarian Party. But a lot of people that, like I said, that have Republican values as far as how they think on a state and national level, but Democratic values on the social level, they tend to vote Libertarian. But they don't even give enough votes for it to matter, for anybody to get pushed, to primaries. So it's not that a third-party solution doesn't even exist in the first place. And now it's like, we need a fifth and a sixth-party solution. Maybe politics is the issue in the first place. Why aren't some of the geniuses or mathematicians, economists that are teaching some of the minds that build the software for them to maintain the financial infrastructure in the United States Department of Treasury, why are they not the commander-in-chief? Why is it the most intelligent person?
Here's the thing, BB. The Republican Party under Donald Trump, as it is right now, there's nothing conservative about. There's nothing about that party that represents black folks. That's not to say that even that party represents where black folks' conservatism exists, and to say that Donald Trump, who again so many days ago was Democrat himself, but he recognized that in order to be president, to work the magic that he's working right now, he could not do it on the Democratic side. So he jumped over there and then just got all of them to believe in him. And we watched it all play out, and he knew it was a two-choice thing, and he knew he could go against Barack in the climate that America still is in, and he was going to win a lot of people that understood, hey, just vote for me. You know what I'm saying? I represent y'all. Don't trip. You know what I stand on. Yeah. And he could nod in a week. Just to laugh real quickly. And so the idea that then now to have somebody coming along, and as he just said, like, no, we can't. What makes you think that you could have a third party that could be better than that? And so therefore, you just have to jump in over there under Donald Trump, under the umbrella now of saying this conversation around, that's where the conservatives, I'm looking out for y'all black folks. But go ahead, BB.
So, I'm sorry, I was going to ask, do you have an idea of what, because you said that the conservative party, they don't represent black conservatism. Do you think that the Obamas represented that? I'm just curious.
Of course not. They don't represent black folks' conservatism or democratic justice values and everybody get a vote either. They don't stand on that either. And that brings us...
should we be looking for a leader? Are you saying that it would be in the best interest of all of America to have a leader that represented what black conservatism looks like?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
back to your original point of value.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me explain to you what I said. Since you asked me if that's what I'm saying, no, it's not that. Let me explain to you what it is. What I am saying is that black folks, we don't need to run around here trying to beat everything to all peoples. If we, as 50 million of us, even if 30 million of us was on the same page about a collective block, that would be more than enough to sway, like the other brother was saying in here, to sway America to understand we ain't just looking out for black folks only. When you talk about black values, you're talking about the love and do the right thing for everybody. That's why that's so important. Because that brother that came in the room, he understands it and the world understands it. When we stand up for what we stand up, everybody already sucks off of us and benefits off of what we stand and fight for. We just don't benefit off of it. So when we stand up for what we know we stand for, then the whole planet's going to continue to benefit. But the one thing that'll be unique now is we will start to benefit. That's what pisses off the TCs and a lot of other people. Now black folks will finally get their just due without no reparations even having to be in the conversation. It'll just finally be some justice because we came together. The only thing lacking in the whole American picture and on the planet is we won't stand together and back ourselves. So that's why I would definitely stand with Jasmine Crockett all day, every day.
So this demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the political system. You heard it from the horse's mouth. He said, we don't need a majority, we just need 30%. not what I even said. I said nothing about 30%, bro. You just said 30%. I said 30 million instead of 50 million.
Go on mute.
You let him misquote me.
No, he let you talk. No.
Okay, go ahead and lie on me, TC, but I won't say nothing.
All right, go on mute. There you go.
I don't even know why I addressed his commentary. He only comes off mic to try and refute what I say to discredit the legitimate claims and arguments that I'm making. I don't understand why he has to do it. I don't know if he gets a rise out of challenging me or whatever.
I don't waste your time with that. Yeah,
that's true. All right, so why I asked you that question, BB, is because I didn't say if we had the options, right? Because I track with a lot of what you're saying, okay? I track with a lot of what you're saying. But the problem that I have is I didn't ask you if we had a third option. Of course we have a third option. I asked if it was a viable third option, meaning does it get us to success? Because if you were to adopt the framework that, okay, Black Americans, we go and form our own party, right? They're not suggesting they join the Liberal Party. They're suggesting we form our own party, okay? To suggest that we form our own party can only do one thing: effectively fracture the Democratic vote and render the Republicans to be successful and win these national elections. But let's just say they join with the Liberal Party, okay? And we don't have a clear plurality in the vote. I'm talking about on national elections, president specifically. What does that do? That creates a contested election, which throws the buck back to Congress, where the states vote by delegation, which is made up of what? Majority Democrat and Republican. We're back in the same place that we were. I'm not saying that Black Americans vote for the Republican Party. What my opinion has been is that we consider or reconsider what our real values are, and not just what's been foisted upon us that it's been given to us by the Democratic Party, and that's why we vote 93% of the time. And I'll say this, and I'm gonna land here. I don't know if you were in the room, but where I started my argument was that Jasmine Crockett, Texas, had got 93% of the Black vote. Every other people group did not vote with her majority. They voted with Tallarico majority in the Democratic Party in Texas. That should tell us all we need to know about the interest of whether we can galvanize other people to vote with us. We can't. It's a losing battle. So instead of keep beating the same drum and voting the same party, why consider our values? And if we consider we have an honest conversation about our values, then we'll find that we align more with the conservative school of thought than we do with the liberal school of thought. And that the liberal value system is deleterious to the Black American progress story in America. And that's proven by statistics in politics, education, policy, healthcare, any socioeconomic category you can point to is proven out statistically, empirically.
Can you show me these stats?
It's Michelle. Yeah. The reason why, and I agree with you, those other groups of people didn't vote for her because they didn't agree with her values. But I wouldn't agree with her values. But if we could get another Black candidate that I could agree with their values. So don't act like that we all as Black Americans don't have values, because we do have values. And I don't have to value what a Republican Party values. You know what I mean? Just because we align on one thing and this other thing, now I don't really like it. I'm not fucking going with that shit. It's either all or nothing. And at the end of the day, you can't have a third party because there's so many other people that do align with values that are not strictly Republican, conservative, or conservative liberal, or liberal, whatever the fuck, Democratic liberal. There's people that range from a variety of point of views that don't align with those two parties. And if you're going to sit here and say that people aren't going to want to find another alternative, that is a defeated mindset. You're defeated already, and there's nothing anybody on this stage can even tell this man, because he's already defeated and he's already joined the other side, because he's comfortable with being docile,
because if he can't beat him, because he's conquered already, he can't beat him, he gonna join that shit. And I don't land.
That was going to be my statement right there, is that, you see, his whole argument is based upon, if you can't beat him, then join him, okay? To me, that's a whip, that's a cop.
I never said if you can't beat him, join him. I said literally evaluate the conservative policy.
I think, TC, and I borrow this, I think I'll pass it to you when I get done real quick. But this is, the best way to approach this is how about you just look at the pros and cons of each party. I really suggest you look at the cons of each party.
Erica, you didn't suggest that. I suggested that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I've been saying that this whole time.
Okay, well, the pros and cons.
I said go conservative. That's it.
Damn, do you have a question while I'm talking? My God, so goddamn rude. All right, so let's just look at the cons first, okay, of each party. And then you can make a decision from there. I mean, I think that's more productive than going back, because, I mean, y'all keep trying to put peak shit. It's bigger than just the people. Both of them have a system that they're offering. And to be honest with you, it's the same motherfucking one. And they just don't make you think you got an option. And you don't.
Bingo.
But let's look at the pros and cons. That works. Let's start with the cons, please. Anybody.
Erica, I'm so glad that you've come around to my position. This is what I've been saying for the last 30 minutes. Let's look and evaluate the alternative. I presented one alternative. Excuse me. No, stop it. You heard me say it like 7 times. Your comprehension gap is getting in the way. That's the problem.
You're a liar.
All right, so on the insult again. So again, I brought up, not even like 10 minutes ago, economics. I talked about liberal perspective, the liberal school of thought perspective on economics, macroeconomics in terms of the wealth gap and addressing the wealth gap. What I mentioned was the liberal approach to it, which is embedded in socialist thought and socialist policy, is to raise the minimum wage to address the wealth gap. The conservative position is to increase opportunities to address the wealth gap. Nobody's grappled with that yet. It stands on the table.
So we're doing cons. I don't know if that was a pro or if you.
That's a con, Erica. That's a bunch of talking points.
Well, can I read them? That's a con on both sides. You gave a con for who? The Democrats.
That's right. A con for the liberal school of thought. Yes.
Okay. So the Republicans. So like this is my thought, right? You go with a Republican system, right? They're conservative. They're not gonna give you the rainbow babies and all this other shit they're gonna give you. But what they will do is control your body, right? They'll uphold oppressive systems. Like that's not gonna change. As a matter of fact, they doubling down on the shit. They say, undid that shit too much, so I need to put it back where it was. And they are absolutely in the motherfucking process of doing that. Did they do that law that where they were silencing you if you talk about Israel? Did that shit go through? Because I forgot to go back on that one. I mean, so in the alternative, right? The con of that side, because I mean, we can go on for days, and I'm sure people into this. But if you go to the Democrat side, right? Okay, they gonna give you the fruity babies, which is more than likely gonna encourage your babies, like you know what I'm saying. So you got the identity issue that's going on the other side. What else we got over there? They lying, making it seem like they doing something good for you when they doing more for another group than they are for you, but they make you think it's for you. But they really oppressing your ass too systematically. You just don't realize it. And so on and so forth. So like that, can we do it like that? Is that possible?
I don't think that's as rigorous as I figure we should stay.
Oh, we can get regulars now. You can come and give us the good, but I just want to deal with.
I wanted to focus on the economics.
I know you want to, but I don't want to because see what happens when you go to buy a car. You know how they get you to buy a car? They get you to get in that motherfucker and drive it, and you be like, this motherfucker's so smooth, man. How much you, man, fuck how much this one is. I would just want this car. It's nice. Fuck the price tag. I want to look at the price tag first. Because if I saw that price tag, I might have never got in the motherfucker. So let's deal with the price tag.
Yeah, and the technical name,
well, when you look at it, so we're going to look at these pros and cons, right? I don't know which one you want to look at, but like as far as these cons, when it comes to the Republican Party, somebody out there, Mike, can you please me? Oh, it's Melissa. Oh, my bad. Let me see. She in the kitchen somewhere, cooking it up. Cons on the Republican side, right? Common cited cons. Those are reduced social programs, healthcare access issues, environmental policy, and tax cuts and deficit concerns. So the cons on the Democratic Party is higher taxes, bigger government, regulation on businesses, and immigration policy concerns. Right? So then when you look at the pros of the Republican Party, they say lower taxes, small government, business-friendly policies, strong national defense, and traditional values. But when you look at the pros of Democratic Party, social programs and safety nets, healthcare access, civil rights, and diversity, and that's just suiting it up. These are suiting up with the equality, because they mentioned that underneath that LGBTQ inequalities, anti-discrimination laws and stuff, environmental protection and education funding. So that I just wanted to put that out there so everybody have a good idea when you look at these two parties, what they represent. When Erica says, look at the pros and cons.
I just want to go on record by stating I am a registered independent. I went independent over 15 years ago. I don't get involved in the politics of Republicans or Democrats because I recognized long ago that it's just two wings on the same bird. When have you seen an ass with only one cheek? They both talk this good talk, but they are not for the people, okay? And that's the bottom line. So you might form any type of opinion you want about me, but I have done the research on this beast that we live in. It's a divide and conquer to keep people always at each other's throat so that they can operate in a state of secrecy.
Man, one cheek on the ass. What you
say? So the list that you gave off with the pros and cons, who was that list given to you by? All right, my syntax is bad. My
bad.
Was that list given?
My bad. I'm in the garden, but I didn't read out the full details under each list. But I ChatGPT'd it. I'll look it up.
I knew you did, and that's not a slight to you, but it's a point I want to make. ChatGPT has been documented to have slanted views towards liberalism, so I don't think it's a fair arbiter at telling Black folks what the pros and cons of those value systems or schools of thought are. I think it's slanted and it's biased.
So ChatGPT is a liberal? ChatGPT, Gemini it's a Democrat.
Dude, you don't have to take my word for it. Literally, you can Google it.
Because it literally gave a biased point of view of both sides. It literally just gave you a biased point of view. So what is the problem? What was the problem with what is this?
That's what I was getting to. But if you allow me to finish, I would like to address those. The framing of the problems with conservative policy, the top framing that stood out to me was the suggestion that conservatism is against essentially programming that benefits the populace, labor unions. That's not actually true, is it? Right? We know that in an environment where there's free-flowing cash, there's more sustainability, there's more sovereignty for these business owners to be able to act without the weight of heavy regulation on them, that actually wages increase. They don't decrease. That business owners actually operate in the interests of their workers because the opportunities are so vast. And they're not being stymied by ineffective regulation and over burdensome regulation that restricts growth and opportunity. So the reason why I said that is because if you were to take the perspective of an unbiased criticism of conservatism, an unbiased criticism of conservatism would be that it falls sway to populist movements that distract from the core value system at the center of his theory, right? So you take, for example, MAGA, the MAGA movement. It's a populist movement that's bastardized.
Pause, because you just gonna keep on going. So he don't have an issue with what it said about the Democratic Party, but all you worried about is the cons that it gave, and these are actual factual cons of the Republican Party. Because this past year, didn't y'all see cuts to healthcare systems and food programs and welfare? Vulnerable populations may struggle. You know, it's a little bit of struggling going on here. They have Oh Lord, have mercy. Let's put you down there, sweetheart. You're so sweet. But hey, let's support on climate regulations, tax cuts, and lower tax cuts and can reduce government revenue. Critics argue that this can increase national debt. God damn, how much debt did we increase off of last year? How much more did we put on the national debt? So everything that it's saying is not biased. You actually seen that shit play out last year, right in front of your fucking face, and it's like you don't care because I don't know. Actually, I don't even.
I'm not gonna push back against the criticism on the left. Obviously, I'm going to argue the criticism on the left. I'm defending criticisms on the right. Flawless. This wasn't a personal attack. This was me attacking the method.
I know. I'm not left or right, sir. I'm not left or right.
I'm not saying you are. My criticism was on.
But what I'm saying is, you're gonna say that was biased.
But I said that again.
That shit labeled exactly what the fuck y'all saw last year, and you so fucking blind to see it that people don't like that shit.
I don't care what people like. It's not about what people like. It's what the facts are.
And that's the problem. And that's what the problem is.
Hasn't GDP grown? Hasn't GDP grown?
Don't give a fuck about the people. Y'all heard that. He knows that the federal government don't give a fuck about y'all ass, and Republicans don't either, because they're the main ones up in that bitch right now. I'm going back to my garden. Y'all have a good day.
The whole point had to do with black folks. When he came in the room, we done moved it to where he wanted it to go, to have a conservative and liberal conversation and debate. So we're supposed to forget about the black folks he was talking about. Jasmine, why black folks vote the way they do. And like you said, Michelle, what we all know we was looking at. So we can't see what we see in front of us. We can't believe our lying eyes. He want to just have a generic theoretical debate about conservatism. Y'all need to think about embracing conservatism when we know exactly how that's played out in the last, 13, 14 months now. We know exactly, not no generic conservative, whether we feel that way or not that way. If we sitting on Mars somewhere, we gonna come down to Earth one day and then just start playing this game. No, we living through this life. So he wants us to just pretend like we don't know nothing about the actual conservative Republican vote party that he's saying, come on over here, y'all. I'm trying to sell y'all on this conservative thing. Not trying to sell you on generically like he tried to lie his way out. Just be independent and just think. No, be independent and think, and then come your ass over here to the conservative. Once you start to analyze how jacked up Kamala Harris is. So y'all know the history of dude. He jumped off that bandwagon when it was Kamala immediately. And you don't know the verbiage that was said against her while he was over here defending Trump before the election ever happened. See, I have that background. And that's why I know it's totally and the continual doubling down on Trump in all things Republican. And every one of his arguments don't just go around that. But again, had it not been for Biden jacking up in that debate, he was hook, line, and sinker. The hell with conservative, Republican, everything. It was Democrat, Biden, he was going hard in the paint prior to that debate that Biden had with Trump, and it looked like dementia kicked in. And then Kamala stepped up with some backbone. Immediately, he went anti that. So now all the rest of this, it's just smoke and mirrors to try to get everybody over there where he went
the whole time to himself, and he only talked about
Bro, you isolated talking about me, so we having a conversation.
What's going on?
This is crazy, bro. Like, get that shit checked out, bro.
Yeah, it is crazy, bro. No, you do you, man. Keep on maintaining your life with you and your wife, man. Don't worry about me. You're talking about the conservative party and black folks.
I'm gonna allow.
Focus on Jasmine Crockett and Taliko, bro.
Am I gonna be allowed to speak, please? No, this is not y'all. This is not y'all. Hold on, let's make sure. Let's make clear. Like, this is not y'all.
Hey, y'all can do the fighting in the back channel.
Erica, this is not y'all.
Yeah.
I didn't make one comment on.
No, it's both.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, Erica is not. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't make one comment about him. I didn't talk about his political. No, Erica.
You did, bro. You did.
I didn't make one comment about him politically.
Listen, okay. So this is what we're gonna do, right? Just so we can just move on in the conversation. If Sweet says anything else about TC, I'm just gonna put you in the goo, and vice versa. If you say anything else to or about Sweet, I'm putting you in the goo as well. So same rule for both people. All right, let's move on.
Thank you. So I'd like to finish what I was saying. I voted Democrat my whole life. Okay, since I was like 21, since I was 18 actually, my first election. I voted Democrat. Up through college, graduated college, started my business, voted Democrat. It wasn't until the election of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump that I started to consider my political leanings. If you'll know, the average story for a black man in America that comes from a majority black city, the story is the same. They vote Democrat because that's what their parents did, and that's what their grandparents did. And that's what I did. Because that was the political theory that was foisted upon me, and that's what I believed. But it wasn't until soon after I left college, and I put my kids in school, and I looked at the disparities between the education system in the inner city where my kid was going to school, and until I took him out of that school and put him in a private school, the outcomes was completely different. It didn't even take a whole year. So I started to advocate for choice-based education, Erica, which was a conservative policy. And then I was shamed, attempted humiliation, exactly like what just happened to me on this stage. Oh, that's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's stupid. He's dumb. He's uneducated. Forget about the fact that I am educated. Forget about the fact that I employ over 40 people. I made my first 7 figures by the age of 21. Forget about all of that. I'm stupid because I'm taking a principled stance on an issue that's important to me. It was at that moment, Erica, and I'm landing here, that I said I'm reconsidering my alliances, my political alliances, just because that's what we always did. And it was from that moment on when I started to question all of those political decisions. Why am I pro-abortion? Why am I pro-trans rights? When I started to evaluate it, why am I pro-taxes? Why am I anti-gun? Why am I anti-Second Amendment? When I started to evaluate that shit, I realized something, Erica. That shit didn't line up with the type of life I wanted to live and the type of life I wanted my kids to live. So yes, I changed. I made a principled decision to change the party that I aligned with. It was the best decision I made politically. And for that reason, I stand 10 toes down on that shit. It got nothing to do with Kamala Harris. It has everything to do with my political outcomes and the outcomes of my family. And guess what? A lot of black Americans are waking up to the same reality. And they also voted Democrat their whole life. They voted blue no matter who. And now they're reconsidering that shit. And I'm glad I did.
I like to say that. Yeah, I feel the same way. I used to be vote Democrat only because my family I came from and shit. That's it. Until I started to realize that both sides was full of shit. So I didn't run to the other side though. I just started to realize they was both full of shit. I vote based on the candidate.
Let me ask you a question. If you had the opportunity to put your kid in a private school?
I'm sorry, say it again.
If you had the opportunity to, would you put your kid in a private school?
Well, no, I would not. I wouldn't because what I felt was better was if you can give your children or child the total experience, the environment and the school. So I've always had my children, lived in the, upper middle neighborhood, and my children went to schools like that. So I lived in Brentwood with Tennessee. Even though my nieces are in private school, I think it's stupid. Like, I've had this argument. If I'm paying the money I pay for my neighborhood, my house, my home, my environment, the schools are good, why the fuck would I pay for a private school? So, I mean, again, it depends on where you are with everybody's situation. It's different. So.
Well, I appreciate you for answering honestly. What I took away from that answer is that if given the option, you would want the choice.
No, I would not. I mean, I don't need the choice. But again, everybody's situation, or did not need the choice. Everybody's situation is different. No, I would not prefer, because what happens is when you put them in private schools, they're usually in schools with people or children that can't relate to them. They don't fucking look like them. Like, I have a co-worker that's going through this issue. So it's a lot of shit that's going on, and again, every situation is different.
Yeah, but Erica, do you put your kids in school for kids that look like them, or to get a quality education?
Like, it's good for
I put my kids in school so they can be balanced, right? You send a girl to a school, no one in there looks like her, no one has her fucking hair. That's a self-esteem issue that she's gonna have because she grew up around children that she could not fucking relate to. Now, she ain't gotta be able to relate to all of them. She need to be able to relate to some of them.
Your mix is not already good characteristics, Erica, and I understand that might be important in certain contexts, but in education context, I find it hard to see how that's important.
Do you have grown children?
Yeah, I do. I don't have any grown children. I don't have any grown children.
Okay, well, I'm basing it off experience, okay? Now, when you get to the point where yours are grown, you sit back and you reflect and you come back and get the story.
That's 100% fair. Okay.
But I'm
having a hard time understanding that consideration.
I've been listening for a long time. I just want to propose something, right? Is it at all possible, and this might be a new thought, I've been thinking about it for some time. Is it at all possible that we can stop treating this shit like it's a sports contest, like it's either one team or the other? Can we honestly say that there are good people and bad people on both fucking sides? And maybe, just maybe, if we stop looking for somebody to do something specifically for black people and start looking at people that do things for America, because if America does well, then we can do well no matter what party they're affiliated with, and vote that way, then maybe we can have some type of progress going forward, because I voted for Donald Trump, but I also voted for Obama. That was a fucking mistake, let me tell you. But guess what? Herschel Walker, I wouldn't vote for his silly ass. Neither would I vote for fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who just happens to be one of the top Democrats right now. But this bitch was a bartender. So maybe it's not about the party, and maybe we should start looking at the people who are actually doing things for America, for the interest that we hold, and vote that way, regardless of who they affiliate with. I mean, that's possible.
I can assure you, voting will not get us out of this. Although education, my 7 children, 2 were homeschooled. Out of my 31 grandchildren, 11 of them are homeschooled. Just look at options and alternatives to things. Back or black to the vote on Jasmine Crockett did not take a political advice. Well, she might have took it, but she didn't use it. We gave her plenty of common sense. As I always say, the only campaign you got is the vote you get, is the vote that you asked for in person or through a group situation. There's nothing on the social media that will get you into politics. Absolutely nothing. And I think she leaned on the politics. Got my money straight up. I said, well, I like what she's saying at the mic. And she's strong. She's a great lawyer. Her and the other black lawyer out of New York, the great attorney and judge down there in Texas, etc. These great people. Hope I don't get bad at the mic. I have my eggshells on my shoes, so I'm walking on eggshells to say some of this. But nevertheless, some of this needs to be said, that they were our own brand of politics to get us where we need to go. It's not that we can't appease Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independents. They're all shaking out and gonna leave you out. If you will not not be in the loop at the end of the day. At the end of the vote, they will count it and will tell you, see you later. And I do mean see you later. Plant you now like a good tater. I'll plant you now. See you later. And it's always been that. They coach us as long as the elections are going on. The half black one will run for the office, and then the half white one's going to run the goddamn office. We got to get used to running our own politics and running the system. The things that we say we built on this land, we start investing in our self-run, self-government, self-management. That's where you feel in the scale, that you don't manage properly and that you're not aware enough of the competition of what you're up against. Once you bone yourself up and get prepared, there's nobody can knock you out of the ring standing on your own family value system. I have to land my plane on that, but know that the only vote that they're ever going to get is the one you ask for on the door-to-door. Give them your handbill, give them your flyer, and that may get you some votes. But you won't get one office, not one single vote off of social media. And I'll land my plane on the facts.
That's beautiful, beautiful story, Sheikh. You know, I was born a poor black child, you know, from parents in L.A. My father was from Watts, and you know, but they was poor and monetary, but they had enough to get by. But my parents were so strong on both sides in the good ethics and Catholic upbringing, and I bought into that, and I saw the diversity of life and the disparity of what black folks' life was like, and the lighter you were, it seemed to be a certain kind of lifestyle, and the darker you were, it seemed to be a whole different kind of lifestyle. And something in me said, go to college, and I did that. I picked myself up by my bootstraps, and I said, let me go, and I went off and did that. Got a student loan. And did that whole thing, graduated, went off to Japan. But you're not trying to hear my story too deep. But then, you know, I realized, I said, you know what? As a people, I see this party over here. Some people are leading us into a burning house. It ain't going to work. And over here on this side, and I said, you know what? We such a brilliant, amazing people, and the world loves us, and we just such amazing salt of the earth. I said, you know, I ran across a man, I just said, never settle became a thing in my mind. Like, if we just don't settle and keep standing on what we about and the good principles, I know that the world eventually will see that, you know what, we probably could build a whole new reality if we just stood on what we stand on. And that kind of formulated a lot of my thinking. And I appreciate y'all for understanding and hearing my story. My name is Muhammad. I appreciate it.
The last footnote the footnote goes on that and says, don't go out and appeal to the voter. You have to go out and appeal to the voters that actually get up and go to the polls. There's a big percentage of voters, but they don't vote. So you got to find out which ones are voters. There's a technique to getting door to door to ask for votes. The people that actually go to the polls, and that are willing to cast a vote for you. Now you got to find your constituency and be activists, a social political activists amongst the voters that go to the polls. That's where we fail. We don't explain it with enough detail to get political action. And that motivates your action. I'm going to go out here and find these voters that go to the polls, leave their home, and are willing to leave their home and go to the polls on voting day to vote off. They vote absentee ballot, but when they cast that vote, it will be for me. That's a science, and I'll give you some more Muhammad Ali later in my mind.
I mean, just to address a little bit more Jasmine Crockett, does anybody know, like, we keep talking about how good of a person she is and all, like, what policy where she pushing? And then, is this the same Jasmine Crockett? And this is what I mean about just voting for the party and being that she likes sports. Ain't that the same Jasmine Crockett that when the idea was floated of giving Americans $5,000 from the tariffs, she was like, what's that going to do? Now that's stupid, right? But the same Jasmine Crockett that is advocating for these corporations to get a refund from them tariffs, is that beneficial to the people or is that beneficial to the corporations? And is the only reason why she's doing that is because the other party is advocating for the other side. That's not beneficial to the people. That's not keeping the people in mind. Fuck if you like the other side. $5,000 to the people, regardless of what you think, that would be better than that money going back to the corporations. Do I have anybody that disagrees with that?
Yes, sir. I disagree with
I
the fact
don't disagree with it, but it would be nice to know the report card on the other side as well.
Exactly. Now, you got your JC Watts.
I'm just saying because people were talking more specifically about Jasmine Crockett, so I just addressed Jasmine Crockett and something that she was doing.
Yes, sir. I will go up to the mic and tell you this. I can name you 10 constituents. Start with J.C. Watts, Armstrong Williams, Nigel Ennis, and that you got, and you can't find one of them today, including Michael Steele is out of there. Sure enough, Colin Powell is out of there. And where's my black conservative? You can't find a bunch of them. That one that got stuck on the housing and urban development in Trump cabinet. I can't even count him. That's a total Negro position. So, and he said he flipped Dr. Pencosta saying we flipped him as a what decency is that? How are you respecting me to put my doctor of the Surgeon General as the health secretary? I mean, as the housing and urban development secretary, and say you did Negroes a favor. So these things, there's no difference in Trump doing that or Bush appointing Clarence Thomas or Trump putting in John Kavanaugh as the head of the Supreme Court. So all of these, it's just craziness that we do, seeking something that's never going to pan out for you on the conservative idealism. J.C. Watts was a Scotch box. You can't find J.C. Watts. You can't find Armstrong on the conservative front line, GOP front line, anything. And that they'll sort that Negro out, find and boot him out in the person of Michael Steele. He fixed the whole goddamn Republican Party. You can't find Michael Steele over there. Oh, I'm just saying to you, there's no loyalty to us anywhere. And the loyalty is a loyalty to yourself. And when you find that out, they will respect you. Once you know that's a fact, once you have knowledge of these politics, then you'll know how to manage these politics. As long as you stuck up somebody looking for, he said, well, right, remember Charlie Rango, he said, I just need a ride. As long as you're looking for a rider, that's just what you're going to get, a ride to the other side, saying, my.
No, I don't know if there's been a defense of liberal policy. We started this exercise trying to do comparisons, and I've not heard any defense of liberal policies. I guess I'm the only one in defense of conservative policies. I put before you choice-based education. Look at the statistics and look at the empirical outcomes for children that go into choice-based education versus public education, specifically black children. Choice-based education is a policy promoted by the conservative thought. Purely public education is a policy prescription promoted by the left, the liberal thought, right? If you look at the empirical evidence, it supports that minority students, black students particularly, perform better. They have higher math and reading proficiency. The truancy rates go down. They have better SAT scores and ACT scores when they're involved in choice-based education. I mentioned ownership. Ownership is a concept promoted by the right. Collectivism and state-run redistribution of wealth is a policy prescription promoted by the left, the liberal thought. When you look at ownership in the black community, one second, Chief. If you look at ownership in the black community, ownership has been the bedrock of our wealth. Home ownership and business ownership, to be exact. That is what's contributed to upward mobility for black Americans. Let's look at, hold one second, please. Let's look at popular sovereignty within the black community. Us owning our stores, us owning our homes, us owning the infrastructure. We know that black Americans benefit when we are directly involved in the decisions that affect our community. But when other people groups come in and determine how to divvy up the resources in our community, black people get left out last. What does conservative thought think? Don't import illegal immigrants into the community, into American communities, and displace the resources for people that should have never been here in the first place, particularly the ones that are bringing high rates of violent crime. They should be expelled immediately. What is the liberal left policy on this exact same issue? No, let them stay here. And if they do commit crimes, don't withhold, don't incarcerate it under a bail system. Remove the bail system and go for free until they show up on their court date.
With this hold
on one second, and I'm landing here. If we take an evaluation, I'm happy to do the evaluation. If we take an evaluation on just those topics alone, you understand that conservative thought is actually more consistent with traditional black conservative values.
With that said, Mr. T.C. Carpenter, I would like you to explain to us here at the 40 Acres and a Mule, to our vast listening and participating audience, exactly why and how every single conservative I know has been booted out. Can you explain to us why every conservative to this date, to this moment, has been booted out or killed at the GOP?
I don't know what you're talking about. One of the most prominent conservatives, Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina, who instituted and sponsored the bill for opportunity zones, is still a prominent black conservative in the Republican movement. You have Congressman from Michigan. I forget the guy's name. I'm bad with names, guys. The Congressman from Michigan, who's running for governor now in the state of Michigan, a very black, prominent conservative voice, has not been pushed out of the Republican Party. Now, again, I'm not defending the Republican Party, but I am saying that conservatives typically tend to run Republican. I haven't seen those guys get pushed out. Wesley Hunt did lose his election in Texas, but he got 13% of the vote. Just so happens that the electorate in Texas is consolidated around more statewide name recognized candidates like Paxton and Cornyn. But Wesley Hunt got elected to Congress in the state of Texas as a black conservative. He wasn't kicked out.
I think it's the very same thing as you find in the Ivy League colleges out of Harvard or Princeton. They use that graduate a few years when they get the usage value out of Tim Scott and others. And then you'll see there's a team ready to do the straw man, the 10-man, and they're going to sweep them out and rid themselves of the excess waste. Every one of them been set up by the Conservative Party.
But who are you talking about, Sheik?
The person of J.C. Watts, these are personalities that I know.
Okay, I don't know about Watts. Do you know about
Colin Powell leads the list. Colin Powell, that was one of her mentors there. Then you got J.C. Watts and Armstrong Williams. Where are these guys from? Are they saying here's Trump candidate? What happened to all of those things? There's a couple dozen more I can't even bring to mind right now. Y'all see them all get washed in and washed out. Terrible things have happened to them, all the way up to death. Michael Steele actually rebuilt the Republican Party, and they vilified and ran him out of there.
Michael Steele is a liberal. He's noted as a liberal. Michael Steele's not a liberal.
He may be currently a liberal.
He might be currently. He was a Republican.
He headed the Republican Party, sir. He headed the Republican Party.
And he walked himself out of the conservative movement. Stop it. Condoleezza Rice, that's a name that I'm sure you're familiar with. Condoleezza Rice was just spotted walking into the White House, I think like 2 or 3 days ago. Condoleezza Rice, a black conservative woman. She was former Secretary of State. Very prominent black woman in the conservative movement.
Withstanding, I know my point stands up. In human history, when you really study your politics, you see all the Republicans have been. Well, Condoleezza is an exception. Plus, she's a woman. But and they always have extra usage value for the women, up to Omarosa and all of that. But let's do this then. Let's go to route with women then. And why would a woman like MGT or MBGT, Margaret Taylor Greene, why would she want to separate from a nice party like that? She leave. No, she didn't only leave.
Don't you know that the state of
and turned in her brain.
Don't you know that the state
turned in her commissioner top. What's his name? Donald John Trump supporter. Orange toupee guy specialist. Margaret Taylor Greene. I can just
know that Virginia actually promoted their highest elected representative to run for governor was a black woman, Winston Earl Sears. Conservative black woman. She didn't win. The state went the Democratic route for governor that time. But the conservatives put up a black woman for the first time. And this might even be in American history, actually, that the Republicans put up a conservative black woman to lead their state for governor. That happened in Virginia.
Well, TC, yeah, that's my land. I have 10,000 years on the Commonwealth, sir. 10,000 years. 10,000 years of history on the Commonwealth. Myself, straight up. My bloodline runs there for 10,000 years. I can give you receipts, sir. But that's not necessary. I'm just saying that the GOP, it's just a matter of time they're going to wash your butt out of it. It's a Rush Limbaugh mentality. It's a Sean Hannity mentality. It's a Hal Turner mentality. It's a Donald John Trump mentality. It's a Rudy Giuliani mentality. Show me the use of that. Rudy Giuliani got all kind of pictures for blacks up and down New York. The Amarosa mentality. All of that. Straight up, I mean, I think you might have got hold of some Kool-Aid. But them people are dead temporarily.
Candace Owens, they propped her up there too.
Did anybody know who Shears is before y'all seeing this stuff?
I don't know. Like I said, I gotta go play no mind game. Who is he?
First of all, it's a woman.
It's a woman.
She was the person that was running conservatively, like TC was just saying. But y'all are comparing her to Amarosa and to Candace Owens without even knowing what this woman stands for, and that's what I'm saying. Just because, again, she's in the Republican Party, y'all are automatically canceling her out. Oh, they just put her there. Oh, she's just joking. Like, y'all don't even know what she stands for.
Same shit, different shingles, sir. I would assure you. That's my state there. I can work with that. I can work with the Commonwealth. And I can work you all the way from the Nat Turner land all the way abroad. So I ain't gonna play with you on that. The Commonwealth of Virginia is the biggest plantation and the original plantation of America. And that's where they got all the battle how to treat these Negroes was done in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's right. Just how, and they show you today how you supposed to have these Negroes. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, we got some, y'all. I mean, what's going on over there? T.M. Scott, what's that looking like that? Anyway, T.M. Scott, I mean, they got them a good way. All of them that sitting there, they sitting in there and running their agenda. Most of them. What happened to Ketanji? What's the latest news on her? Ketanji Johnson, the black judge, is she still good? Or we done found a way to discourage her as well.
So that's what I'm saying. So what did Ketanji Brown Jackson represent policy-wise that would make us get behind, or is it just because she a black woman? Because if it's just because she a black woman, then why are we getting behind a conservative black woman? That's what I'm asking.
You mean
why? The Klan, brother. They next to the Klan. That's why. They standing next to the Klan.
Why aren't?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to sit in them circles and somewhat not agree with them at those levels. I'm just saying. Now you can make it seem like you don't, but goddamn it, I just can't imagine you really not having some type of commonality between y'all to be sitting there. I'm just saying.
Well, sensitivity, yeah.
I mean, hell, even on a local level, state and local level, I mean, it's corruption. At that level, I mean, at the federal level, you think it's any better, or you think it's worse?
Well, that's what I was saying. On a local level and on the state level, right? We should be looking for the people who are working in our benefit, and that should be regardless, because the reality of it is the Republicans and the Democratic parties are the one that have the most money. For people to get out there, get their message out there, is going to take money. That's why these people are running Democratic, Republican, but not everybody that has that tag represents the entirety of that thinking. And that's my point. We can find good people that are in the interest of the people.
You know, I seem to recall there was a shift in
politics. I'm guessing around 1980 or 85 or something like that. What you just said, Ion, is true. We used to look for the best person to fulfill the job, but the whole system changed to voting party lines, and I strictly recall is that they used to have primary elections where that you actually tried to find the best person to represent the party, but all of that went away, and we're stuck with what we have to.
Not too much on real politics. Not too much. I cannot be impressed by today's modern day politics, and especially the policies of this administration has destroyed the hope of many that had hope in politics. They have lost hope in politics by watching the actions and the lack of action by this administration, in my mind.
I think what happens is some of these people run on what they think their constituents want, right? They tell us what they think we want to hear, right? And they have an individual thought process of what they want to do. But once they win, they're engulfed in the party's identity and lose focus on why they ran.
Well, one thing that I do recall is that, it shifted to the person that had the most money, that had the biggest coffin. I think that's what you call it, that actually won. So the search for the best candidate kind of died with that thing. I think there was a law passed, something like that. There was a limit on how much money could be used for a campaign, but now they took that away. And so it became whoever had the most money actually generally won the election.
Politics more mainstream than Wall Street, knowing that they get the Senate job or get the governor job or mayor. Once big pharma or big corporations ask for you to go to the senator or go to that higher up, that governor level, you're pretty much bought out. Then you in Wall Street versus Main Street, where you started out with the mom and pop shops. Your local community voted you in. You helped them get a park, you helped them get a nursing home, rehabilitation system set up for the elderly. Those things people love you for. In the big form of the big groups, they give you an offer you can't refuse. For the most part, in my opinion, that's what I've seen. And that's even just now it's just corporations.
And speaking on the local level, I personally know of people that have run and was told to bow out because one, they didn't have the resources, the financial resources, and two, they were running on an agenda that they didn't want to win. So, again, it depends on who you know and how much money you have.
That's right.
See, it's a fact that we still have the mental drama and trauma of loving self. We still need validation, unfortunately, as a people, from outside of ourselves. We still have to assimilate before we just love ourselves. We still have to fight off the thought that says, black folks, if you love self, that means you hating everybody else. we still have to get past that. And as a people, we've proven we're not past it yet. Individually, collectively, certain little pockets, for sure we've passed it. But as a body of people, we don't support it, Jasmine. 50 million people on the same ticket, 40 million, 20 million, 10 million. Oh, man. Countries wish they had 10 million. They wish they had the power we have that we just disperse out to the rest of America, therefore the rest of the world. And look at our dilapidated communities, man. All it comes back down to is, you know what? We've been taught to hate self. And that's a big fight. You listen to a person that loves themselves, you listen to a awake person. You listen to a natural person. Because they haven't been taught to hate themselves. If you see the Chinese all of a sudden wanting to get rid of their name something other than self, just know you're looking at damaged goods. Just know that. Ain't nothing wrong with who you are, who your mama is, who your daddy is, and loving self and loving your grandparents. That's a sign of healthiness. You know, wanting your species, wanting your race, wanting your group to live. That's healthy. Squirrels understand that. I promise you, the giraffes, they know that game. the whales, they're not trying to be like the bumblebees. I promise you. They cool with being who they are. But one day, I got hope. One day, for Jesse, I'm going to keep that hope alive. And that faith, I got faith that one day, we're going to not apologize about loving self. And we're not going to fall for the okey-doke banana in the tailpipe no more.
What's some of the policies that Jasmine was pushing that we should have got behind that was beneficial for us?
Bro, I'd rather not go down to that lower conversation when I'm talking about the bigger picture.
It got me out there. So she should have policies that represented that.
No. See, that's done. Right? I can't afford to look backwards. That's done. There ain't no Tyler Rico.
Yeah, that's that accountability right there. You know what I'm saying?
We should have got behind it. Looking backwards by saying that.
Yeah, we should have.
Right.
I'm confident. So now you want me to spend the rest of my life breaking down
we want you to spend the next
why Jasmine
you just talk for fucking 5 minutes about nothing, and when somebody asks you what was the latest policies, you can't even take another 5 minutes to break that down. You gonna talk? You want to know why? Milk Dog, tell me why.
I know why, because of Ramadan.
Yeah, no, it ain't that. Then you shouldn't be on this motherfucking phone here, nigga. It's Ramadan. It's Ramadan. Get your ass off the phone. If it's Ramadan, you need to get peace somewhere. Because right now, you believe in being on this phone arguing with people on Ramadan. That's how fucking. That's exactly the fucking problem we got up in here, y'all. Because this is a whole man. You just got finished talking, and that man asked you to answer a question. You can't answer it, but you keep talking to justify that you don't want to answer because you don't feel like you gotta answer it because you want to look back, but you just look back at the fact that nobody wanted to vote for the lady. So if you can't list the lady policies, why are you vouching for it? This is the shit that we've been saying up here this whole time. If you're uneducated about the person that you plan on voting for, what is the point of voting? Because when you find out that the person goes against one issue, you feel like, damn, I would have never voted for her if you did that. That's the problem. We have to stop. We gotta stop this shit. It's great.
If I heard that Flawless was gonna fucking win for the run for the office, we should all galvanize and put ourselves together so help Flawless get in there. I didn't extract that out of that. I've seen people come in splinter cells when it comes to the fact that we got a black person who want to help people on any level, let alone fucking win. So Flawless, if you win, just know we got your back. But if you lose, it ain't your fault. Just try it again. Either way it goes, the concept of it is as a collective and black people do something together. This individual splinter cell shit y'all keep talking about on this app, it's not gonna get you nowhere, and all you're gonna do is turn this app off and come back and laugh and do this shit every fucking day. I swear to God.
Well, one of my policies would not be okay for your son to cut his member off because he feels like he's a girl because you influenced him. It's not a policy I'm going to get behind. I just want to make sure y'all understand that I care about my men. I care about my sons. I got twin boys. So the policies that she was voting yes for, that was not something I would want to do. And I'm sure it was other black Republicans, black Democrats that did not vote for that shit. But she did. She was okay with that. So yeah, me and her would be two different type of politicians because I'm not going against anything that's going to go against people with, my people pretty much. I'm not going to destroy my people either.
But just being slightly familiar with her, she had a War Powers Act.
Hold on for a second, who actually gets to determine what the policies are of that party, and who determines or is responsible for executing those policies? I mean, is it not the people
Each lawmaker
supporting these policies behind these parties?
Each lawmaker has to develop the framework.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what you got. The policies are set by the lawmakers, and they run on the policy, local, state, and the local government municipalities, meaning the city and the county within the municipality, a county gov, and then they have small cities within that gov, and then there's a block that is a congressional district, and the voter constituency of that district supported them as the policy maker or as the congressional representative, and therefore she had war powers. She had quite a few. There's quite a laundry list of things. I'm surprised many don't know. The pay disparity between men and women is a bunch of that she was working on. State and local government, the human rights policies and issues. There's at least a dozen. I mean, so it's not hard to find out what she was representing, but it's just that they wanted to devalue her because she was an outspoken black. Her intellect and the power to go and enforce that and to build a constituency within that. That's what I think that the haters. See, this is what it's. When you really are sharp at your work, you develop a group of haters, and they hated her out of there. But then she didn't go to work. That was her fault for not going and demanding those votes. You have to be live. You got to be a grinder to win anything in the state of Texas, and she just wasn't rough enough and tough enough to get the vote. But she, as far as policy, she was right on point. And she had a gun policy. It was a racket stuff. The rights on government and reproductive. She had a racket stuff that she ran on. But nevertheless, and she was set policy. She's a proficient, able-minded, and able-bodied lawmaker. That was the thing that I think was most impressive to me. That she was able to articulate what was the issues at the mic. And I'll land my plane. Somebody asked a question. Let's give you a pertinent answer. I'll land my plane. The facts is,
I recall.
I'm sorry. Let me just say this. I really think that y'all. Listen, fucking. I think that we got some type of Stockholm syndrome or something. Because as he was speaking, I was thinking about Jasmine, and the reason why she's such a turnoff to a lot of middle to upper class black people, if that shit even exists, because they don't like how outspoken she is, and she really does get punished for that. But she's literally in an environment where the other side is the same way. Have y'all seen? I think she the press secretary, that white chick that be on there giving the goddamn news for Trump, the updates. What's her name?
Carolyn Lovett.
Man, her personality, she's a nasty heifer.
Very much so.
Ain't nobody talking about that woman. She has the same disposition that y'all giving to Jasmine. But
nigger, I eat the butt.
Oh boy, damn. Anyway, she has the same type of fucking. I just think that we got Stockholm syndrome, and we demonizing her for the way she is. But the ones around her are the same, if not worse. But we don't pick that out. It's like the ass on a black woman. It was bad. But when the white woman started to go get it, it was a good thing, and that shit became expensive.
It was never bad.
And we was okay with it.
It was never bad. It was always amazing. Shout out to it.
I know that's
nice black woman.
That shit. That's right. Anyway, y'all get it.
Yeah, to that question that was asked, okay, recall Howard Dean. He was caught mentioning I don't remember all of the details, but they set the agenda for each one of the members that they put on the ballot. And remember, I just stated that I knew personally of a person here that ran, and they were told him that his agenda was not right for the party. That happened here on the local level. So there are people within the party that sets these criteria. Now, if you think that we get around here on Clubhouse and this is just fun, they have think tanks in these parties that define what the policy is, and so they select the right person to push those particular particular agenda. So they craft these agendas for the person that they're going to put on the ballot.
And that's the problem, right? The government shouldn't set the agenda. The American people should set the fucking agenda. See, the government has I always say this, the government has convinced the American people that the American people work for the government and not that the government works for the American people. The biggest problem we have is the structure of the government, right? They run off of what they think we want to hear, and then we leave them in office for 4 years. That should not be the case. On any regular fucking job, if you're not producing, your ass is fired immediately. And that's the way the government should be set up. If you got a 4-year term, your ass should be graded every year on the policies that you're bringing forth. If they're not in accordance with what the people voted you in for, your ass should be allowed to be kicked out before your 4-year term is up and not take any of the pleasantries with you as far as being taken care of, insurance for the rest of your life, and being paid for the rest of your life. That's the way it should be, and that'll stop a lot of that bullshit. If you're not carrying out the policies that we voted you in for, we should be allowed to vote you out before your term is up.
Well, that's fucking. Well, I just looked up. Well, wait a minute. I just looked up, and I was looking up some of the votes that whatever she voted for, yes or no for certain bills. So you got a bill that, on considering several bills, including police reform and technology measures, she voted no. She voted against bringing this package to the floor. She voted yes to Protect Taiwan Act, supports this measure regarding U.S.-Taiwan relations. Housing the 21st Century Act. I'm not really sure what that is, but I'm going to look into that. But it says, yes, she voted in favor to expand and improve housing policy. I think that's very positive. DC Tax Conformity Act. She's not going to be voting on. I don't think she's on the floor anymore. So those are just a couple of things I found that this on her website.
What bro, this is. I mean, first you gotta understand how politics work. You can't get them out of there before. Second, you don't want to push the narrative. You'll be black people treated very bad. Like if what you just said went through, right? You know how many niggas would be out if I could just rate you based on the year you had. Let's say a rough year. Let's say you got a black mayor that got a rough year, a black governor that got a rough year, and these because of one vote they had about it. Oh, let's say he had a great year. Let's say he actually doing something or she's doing something that actually you get enough people together on the other side of that ticket saying, hey, we gonna push her out or push him out. No, you can't do that. You gotta remember, whatever set precedent on one side will be on the bad side. You don't want to set a precedent on some shit like that, and then they be like, okay, well, let's play ball. That's how y'all want to do it, just because y'all feel a certain way. Next time,
well, they do that now.
That would be fucking. That would another way for them to just get top. Everything the dog said, right? It sounds great, but think about it. They use them in all white politicians. That would just be another legal way that now they set a precedent. Black people wanted this. They voted for it. They said yes. Let's go with them dogs. Plan of action. Then that would be the fucking. That would be the fucking mob.
You know, I often use the analogy of if they can come up with a vote.
What's crazy is this is what we do anyway, right? This is how you get out of office when your term is up. So to say that's insane when it's actually what we do any fucking way is insane. I'm just saying to gather more control for the American people, we should be able to do it on a smaller level, right? If your constituents and if you're running for state senator and you ran on certain ideas and the whole of that state voted for you and you don't deliver your first year and you got 4 years in office, that same people that voted for you should be able to get your ass out of there in the first year because you shitting on it. But you want to be shitted on for another 3 years? So to say that's insane, that idea is insane when that's literally what we do any fucking way. If you got a 4-year term, you got to win another 4-year terms. That's idiotic to say that what I said was idiotic when that's what we do any fucking way.
But you're winning the presidency. Hold on, wait a minute. Before you have
like Pedro. God, he was off the mic.
I got off the mic first. This is my second time.
No, Pedro, man, I was kind of courteous to you. Now I'm going to take my mic, okay? Listen, no, brother, let's be patient, okay? You came in the room hot. You didn't even know what the conversation was about, and you're offering your sense what you have a right to do. But brother, please wait, okay? Listen, I've often used the analogies. If they can come up with a voting system for the American Idiot or the American Idol program that can tally all of the votes by the next day and then publish that vote by the next day, how come they can't do it for the electoral system? They don't want to because they don't want to know what the people think. They want to dictate to the people what they want us to do. And
ain't that right, Mr. Richard? I ain't never heard it put that way, but that's the truth.
Well, Erica, y'all know the reason why they can't do that? American Idol shit is flawed. They don't play. Listen, you niggas ain't picking the president, and they not picking the fucking artists on stage. What is it crazy? That system of everybody calling in and phoning in, and we know the same day. You think that's actually how they get picked? No, they already know who winning, just like they know the president is winning. The reason why it takes a little bit longer for the president because they done electoral college. But who got picked the president? American Idol is out in real time. We just seen the other day I had a debate with Brother Frank in the room. How you
political voting, I mean, like for policy voting, that will work perfectly.
No, it won't. No. Instantly, so we gonna instantly come up with laws and just pass them. Man, that's crazy. You gonna believe the number they put up on TV too? This is crazy.
See, we live in a republic, okay? That's the reason why we elect the representatives and send them to Congress. They're supposed to be representing us and voting the way that we want them to, but they don't, okay? That's where the issue is.
But how could you, all right, so they don't represent us. You know how many people that work in the Navy, all the military branches, right? They get a vote too, right? So how are they going to get their vote in? They got to mail it in.
That's the reason why you need an electronic system to tally everything. We have the technology, we just don't.
If you use that technology, so then you telling me you going to really bank on that? I would rather us keep going in.
But you bank everything on a hanging jab, right? The paper ballot, that's what you're hanging your all of this upon.
I mean, give me the election. They're choosing a president anyway, so we just talking for fun right now because they definitely the electoral college is what picks the president. But for shits and giggles, let's just say that we were choosing a president where I vote. I would rather go in with my little scantron every time than opposed to this.
And that cannot be fake.
On Facebook or all us on Facebook or Instagram just picking out a fucking person from the phone. Dude, that would be manipulated in the first fucking year that's done. I mean.
And the hanging child is not manipulation?
Yeah, because you have to get up out your car and you have to go into the booth. You have to actually show and prove with ID. I even like the idea now that they want the real ID. Yes, you should have a fucking picking order. You can't just send something from a phone and on the internet.
Change all that shit, man. Y'all niggas better look into tokenization, man. That shit is.
But I am, you gotta agree, dog.
I'm telling you, it ain't what I agree on or not. The tokenization, man, the blockchain, so everything is visible, everybody can see it. Each person gets their own authentic token. That's why the blockchain is so important because that shit is trustless. You don't have to trust anything. Everybody can look and see what the fuck happened, and you can't change it.
Yes, you can. You can say
powerful idea.
Mercy.
Vote, and if you don't vote, who cares if you don't got a token? But if you do vote, it's gonna register. It's gonna know who you is. You can't lie. They can track your vote.
don't know why they don't do that.
It's not serious. Y'all saying the computer can be manipulated with these type of things? Oh, y'all like,
I'm talking about the block.
You don't understand tokenization in the blockchain. Yes, I do. Not understand how you make it. Really don't.
Not the binary system. I'm talking about the digital system where it can be tracked. That would be where it can be
fraud.
Where it can be tracked at.
Who gonna track you?
Don't. See, this is what happens. This is why you got to leave some niggas behind. Some niggas would rather continue with the way things are opposed to standing up for change. And those who do stand up for change, they try to demonize them. This is a perfect example of that. You would rather go along right now with the way it is now that has no benefit opposed to trying to adjust to a change that could potentially be beneficial.
I need y'all to really think about what y'all saying right now. Just stop. Don't hate Pedro. Don't hate the message. Just think about what you guys are saying. The system we have now can be corrupted, right? So y'all think taking the digital and because they told you the blockchain can't be corrupted, y'all think that's going to solve the problem? Do you know how the blockchain actually works? You will be able to superinflate numbers.
Nigga, what we saying is the way it's set up now doesn't work. Let's try something else. Now, if you don't want to try something else, sit in your motherfucking corner and suck your thumb.
I think what they did was wrong.
But don't demonize others for trying to come up with a solution that could potentially work. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they tried already. Well, I think this year, when the next election coming up, with the real ID, everybody has to have an ID, birth certificate, social. I think that's definitely gonna weed out a lot of things because you have to actually show a birth certificate. I mean, everybody should have a birth certificate that's gonna vote, right? So if you don't have a birth certificate, you can't vote. I really that's awesome. Yes. No, that's perfect. What do you mean you kidding me? So dead people have been voting. Y'all know dead people been voting, right? People. So if you'll be able to eliminate
that's the system you want to keep.
Yes. No, listen, I'm saying so the next system they're gonna require a birth certificate, right? So people have been voting dead. So now if you have to show a birth certificate, what happens when you come with a dead person birth certificate? Their death certificate is also going to pop up, and that would be invalid. So I don't know. That's just a perfect way for illegal aliens not to be able to vote. I think the birth certificate plan was. Some people call it racist, like, oh, everybody don't have access to a birth certificate. But it's like, nigga, if you don't have a birth certificate or a social, do you even have a job?
So you worried about manufacturing the voting system for -1% or 1% versus the 99%. Like Milk Dog is talking about. He's talking about developing a system for the whole, not the outliers.
No, I don't want the whole system because if you make it easy for everybody to use it.
Missed the point out. 1%.
I just don't agree with it.
Look, hold up. There are people that are voting that are dead. It's such a significant minority that it's not even something to talk about. People that are voting that are not American citizens, you don't design a system around them. You design a system around not disenfranchising the people who have the right to vote.
I get it, but if you don't have a birth certificate, I don't think you should be voting. I don't care if you are a citizen. If you can't produce a birth certificate or a social security, fuck your vote. Like, come on, think about it. That is a perfect way to make sure that American citizens are voting and people that are not dead are voting. That's just easy. And that costs nothing. We don't have to come up with a blockchain. We don't have to come up with billions of dollars of resources to get this new thing implemented. Pull up with your birth certificate. Done.
See how small the thinking is.
Yes, I do.
We're thinking a bigger box. This nigga is compartmentalizing.
You're thinking about something
we're thinking about a bigger piece of the plate, and he's still from the fucking bottom. We're talking about controlling opposition. We're talking about the American controlling this shit. He's still talking about the government control by asking for a birth certificate.
Well, the American people are in the government. Just vote for better people, or Milk Dog, you should run for politics. But think about what y'all saying. We already spent a lot.
We done already thought about what we're saying. Think about what you saying.
Hold on, Milk.
We done already thought about what we're saying. You think about what
you're already.
We're saying that the American people should have more control, opposed to the government being more control. So if you want to sit back and let the system run the way it's already running to no advantage, only advantages to the government, people that's in charge, and we're talking about giving that power back to the people, coming up with the system that gives the American people control of how long your ass stays in office if you're not doing your job. That's what we're talking about. But you just interrupted. If you can't see that, then that's your problem.
All right, cool. You interrupted me. All power. So again, if you do that, guess what happens? Now you have to come up with a system with money. That takes money, billions of dollars to implement what you're saying. That would be cool. That would be terrific. But a cheap way, hold on, wait. A cheap way, something that we all have. Listen how crazy this sounds. We already have a birth certificate. Every citizen has a birth certificate. Every citizen has a social security card. This is easy, free, basically ironclad, opposed to the system you're talking about. Pull up with your birth certificate, social security card. If you don't have it, you can't vote.
But how does that change what Milton is talking about? He's talking about the quality or the performance of the legislature. It doesn't matter whether you have a birth certificate or not. We're talking about holding people accountable. So look, you can have a birth certificate and vote for someone and not have a birth certificate and vote for someone. We're not talking about the nominal voting process only. We're talking about what happens when that individual takes office and how do they perform in comparison to what they say they were going to perform. You're still talking about stuff that nobody else is trying to focus. We're trying to focus on how do we hold these people accountable.
Well, you can't hold them accountable. Also, let me say this, please. Let me be out the way.
If you don't go to your city council meeting, if you don't go and petition anything, you can't. If you don't have a super PAC, or if you don't start one locally or for your government, if you don't push, you're not going to get heard. So, I mean, you guys aren't doing it, but many people are doing it.
They already have those things in place, Pedro. Get your digital ID. You have to have your birth certificate and your social security. It's already on file. It may not be in every state, so you don't have to carry it with you. In order to have a driver's license, I know Maryland does have to have it. When you have the passport, they give the option. If you don't have it when you went out of the country, then they give you all the what you're saying. You do it the long, hard way. So what you're talking about, they already have it. I don't know about every single state, but that's what they're going for, to have it in every single state. So you don't have to carry it. It's already in the file, so there's no reason to carry it. So we go to the next conversation.
But that's not what they're doing. They're trying to hold the fact that you bring it.
Let somebody else have the mic for a moment, please.
Because he's talking about restricting voters. He's talking about restricting voters and defining who is a voter. But people are also talking about the fact that when these people are in power, are they doing the job of the people? And that's what Pedro, you're focused on the wrong side of the equation, because you're focused on the conservative side of it, is that they want to minimize and limit the amount of people who have the right to vote. And you know why they want to do that. They want to do that because they want to put people in place to do their bidding. We're not talking like that. That within itself is ridiculous. To minimize the number of people who can vote in a society that's classifies itself and prides itself on democracy is absolutely hypocrisy. You should be figuring out ways to remove roadblocks to voting, not put more roadblocks to stop people from voting. But the bigger conversation on the stage, why it's so awesome to have this conversation, is what are the new systems that we can create to hold those people that we put in place accountable? Blockchain is a viable solution. All these other ideas that people are talking about are solutions to the problem. You're not talking about solutions. You're talking about disenfranchising people more.
The argument about the cost factor, okay, I worked in the electric a couple of elections. Okay, the present cost of counting paper ballots is enormous. Just think about if they converted that to electronics, that's cost saving right there. So that argument about it costing more to implement the blockchain or some other type of digital voting system is ridiculous in my opinion, because the present system is very extremely costly.
Okay, I'm gonna say it like this. Maybe I should break it down as to what I'm talking about. Think about college, and I've used this analogy before. If you're going to college for 4 years to get your degree, that first year, if you fail, they put your ass on what? Academic probation. The next semester, if you don't get any better, what do? They suspend your ass from the school. That's what I'm talking about in the government. Right? If you're not making the grade, if you're not doing what the American people as a whole put your ass in place to do, then your ass should not be allowed to shit on us for another 3 years. And you damn sure shouldn't be able to do 4 years of fucking over us and then take all those benefits out of office with you when you did not do your job. The taxpayers are still paying for you for doing a fucked up job after you're out of office. That should not be the case. If you don't make the grade for 4 years, you don't get to retire with the benefits of the taxpayers' dollars. But you want to sit here and let them shit on you the first year and then leave them in place and allow them to shit on you for another 3 years. That is insane. So that's all I'm saying. Let's change the system. We're talking about solutions. We're not talking about the small shit you're talking about, birth certificates and all that shit. We're talking about solutions to give the power back to the American people and not to the government itself.
Yeah, so look, I agree, but I have to disagree. That shit is wild. They're going to use that against black people in office.
And Milton, what you saying, it don't come down to Congress. It come down to people. That's the government. That's cold right there. You said we want to do this all over again. Y'all done got out of hand. Give the government back to the people. Let's redesign this, because y'all done messed up my money. All right, y'all done messed up all my money.
So let me try to explain why that would be stupid, right? There's already, they say, I believe that they lie about them, but they said there's more white people than American than black people, right? So now, if you put the power ultimately back in the people's hands and decide who gets in office and who gets with their pensions or whatever, 401k, whatever the perks are, right? Do you see how that could be fucking horrible for black politicians?
You're still missing the point.
I get it. Hold on, ma'am.
No, you're not.
Ma'am, I get it. I understand it. I'm just on the other side saying, hey, do you see how that will be used to destroy black people that have served? Think about you in office, in a predominantly white city, but you got elected for somehow, right? Now that you're there, these people, they hate you. They want you out. They don't want you to retire with any benefit, but you've done what you believe to be the right thing. That is unfair that they can get you to not retire with any benefit. That is crazy. They will use that. Dude, that is crazy. You don't want to set that type of precedent.
Yes, you do.
Against the, okay.
Like, are you like you're a plant or something in this room? Because nothing that you're saying is logical. Like, it's not on point at all. Like, this guy is brilliant. He's talking about the fact of bringing the power back to the people, and you keep bringing Trump talking points in this conversation.
Trolling, man.
Like, we're not talking about we're not talking about individuality. We're not talking about individuality. We're talking about the fact that the politicians are no longer serving the people. We see that every day right now. They're not serving the people. So hold on. So we're not talking about birth certificates and everything. We're talking about re-engineering a system so politicians meet the needs of the people. And you keep talking about Trump talking points. We are not talking about the fact that there might be a black person that is not doing the right thing and they suffer the consequences. Yeah, because it matters if black people are not, if black people are politicians and they're not doing the duty of a politician, they should be held accountable too.
But sis, is he capable corporation, since he run a corporation, instead of dealing with the people, for the people, he's looking out for corporations. My bad, Pedro.
What up, niggas?
What up, brother?
I just want to say,
Hey, yo.
fuck y'all Sunday, but I love y'all.
For corporation.
I love y'all too. This is a great conversation.
It's American should support Donald Trump. Y'all niggas American, ain't y'all? What type of crazy ass shit is that?
Yeah. It should say Israel.
I support Trump. And that shit say Trump. I support Trump.
Hey, I don't think it's any. I don't think it's any different. I don't think it's any different.
Hey, somebody gonna hire.
What you mean, like you don't think one's any different?
I don't think it's any different from like the stigma or the position mentally that black folk find themselves in today, and what you would call the house nigga found himself in years ago, right? Nothing has changed. You still on the plantation, niggas. You ain't changed that shit. So, hold on.
I was just talking. How the fuck you gonna take it over?
Nah, come on now.
Go ahead. Let me get your support for Trump. I ain't going back and forth. Okay. Right. So what you gonna have is basically a whole bunch of niggas.
Stupid. Something about it. Stupid, bro.
Man, what's wrong? You having a Tourette's attack or something? Calm down. We'll get to you in a second. Go ahead, IQ.
See, right, we're talking about government, right? You're talking about policies. You're talking about things that should be helping black folk move progressively forward. But that hasn't been in the formula of America. America has always benefited off the backs of what you call the African American, black, whatever you want to call yourself, right? That's the reality. So your plight is not a one to buck the system or say buck the system. Your plight is a one that says, well, hey, let me coddle, let me hug the system. And this is the same system that said, fuck your ancestors. Put them to work and slave them. Rather than that, Negroes turn the other cheek, we're turning the other way. Government basically is I mean, when you're looking at politics is basically government, right? This is when you're talking about policies that will affect a group of people. It's the, hold on. It's the fact that now Negroes have become this blended person, the house nigga, the modern day house nigga. So therefore, you basically are turning the other cheek and you're still working with this system to see how it can benefit you as this quote unquote American, right? They don't give a fuck about you as being a black American. So when is it that we as a group of people would now, because before you have a candidate, you got to create that. You have to create, we can't be, taking these candidates and these people that they're giving to you, right? This is now the importance of you creating that yourself, black folk, right? And we shouldn't feel accomplished until we do that. We're just waiting for them to give us some type of nigga, right? And then when they fail to do that, we over here applaud. I'm the one that's scratching my head, like even Pedro, you my boy. But why the fuck would you sit up here and applaud Donald Trump when you know damn well, even with, are you one that applauds Charlie Kirk? Right? I'm assuming some of you niggas are. Right? These are the same niggas that say, hey, you dirty, Negroes over here starting trouble. But then you got a fucking president with 32 felonies, right? Then in this same system, they stop you from getting a job or moving progressively forward just for having a misdemeanor. And you niggas applaud that shit, right? Again, I'm going to land with this. What I see is the modern day house nigga. The modern day nigga that's okay, with seeing his brother and sister being harmed, as long as he is able to now find some confided space in the fucking plantation, right? And I mean, we got to be honest with that. Even some of us that are making these claims, you got to be honest with that as well.
Praise that white man.
Hey, but IQ, I didn't say
No, I wasn't just coming at you, bro.
No, you good.
The House
is the one that says,
Let me get
I'm
behind you.
okay with the way Master is doing things right now, so I don't see no need for change. All while the Master is feeding his ass out the back door and not allowing him to have a seat at the table when decisions are being made.
So look, hold on. It supposed to be my finish.
Can I finish?
Hey, it will with my go, cuz I knew when he supposed to go before me, but I
think she said milk dog.
All right now, come on now.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you, Red.
Well, I don't know. You know what? Go ahead, Red. You just came in and ain't been talking, so pass the mic to Red. Go ahead.
I'm going after Red. Since y'all was attacking my points, I said, like, y'all can call a nigga a house Negro and all of that shit, but again, didn't them same niggas burn the plantation down, kill the slaves? Why y'all ain't doing that? Same house niggas that y'all talking about. What about the field niggas that's in the field? Ain't y'all supposed to be the nigga that burn down the plantation and do all of the other shit that the house niggas don't do? Why y'all ain't doing y'all job?
It's coming.
So hold on, I ain't through yet. I ain't finished. So listen.
That's literally what we're saying.
So no. I heard what you said.
What we're saying. Burn shit down and start anew. That's literally what we're saying, bro.
So again, right? When y'all talking about niggas who support Trump, right? Because I ain't say I support America, nigga. I'm an American, but Trump himself, before he got into politics, right? All the shit that he did for niggas, y'all niggas seem to forget about all of that, right? Y'all seem to now, since he's in control of the system, everything is his fault, right? Everything that done happened up until this point is his fault, right? Everybody forgot everything that this man did all these years ago for y'all niggas that he in the position. Again, you can make your point when I'm through, because at the top it says, dude.
That's not the conversation.
Nigga, the topic says, should we support Donald Trump actions? The fuck are you talking about? So that's not the topic.
What he's talking about is we were on a topic and not the one at the top of the room. You know how the conversation usually just.
But I'm going.
That's
but I'm going off of the topic. Like when new people come in the room, well, I'm gonna speak to the topic. I don't know what y'all talking about, but I'm gonna speak to the topic. I know I did.
Maybe you should listen to the
conversation. Don't feel so privileged that you can just come in and change the dang on topic.
I'm not. Like I said,
what's going on?
Like I said,
that's a really arrogant stance there, Reed.
It's not, Erica, because again, it done been plenty of time when we done been talking about other shit and y'all niggas will say, oh, well, no, let's get back to the topic. Then when I come in to speak to the topic, no, we ain't talking about the topic.
Man,
I read the room. What the hell?
I do that, but again, most times when I come in the room, most times when I come in the room, I do. But again, I wanted to speak. I wanted to speak to the topic.
I wanted to show his love.
I just wanted to speak to the topic.
Show his love for Trump. Let him show his love for Trump.
I just want to speak to the topic.
Can we get back to the
And I said,
please get back to the conversation.
And I said when I got through talking, y'all can get back to making y'all points. Y'all couldn't be out there to say that shit.
Nigga, we was having a great conversation.
And you still can get back to it.
Then let us, nigga.
Y'all keep saying this shit like y'all can't get back to it.
Then let us, nigga.
Where we at in the conversation?
Y'all be too damn much, boy. Y'all did something else with y'all.
I can't wait till y'all talk about some shit and I'm gonna come in here and change the whole shit. That's all right. I'll be back another day.
With the conversation. Erica, where we at?
When we get through with Red and his goddamn ego, we gonna get back to where we was with the politics and the house Negro.
I'm gonna get us back on topic.
Because I wanted to, Eric, I wanted to read off this bill that just came out. They're going against the central bank and digital currency. So y'all go ahead. I'll try to be around.
Okay,
Red was trying to tell us.
Listen, Red had left. I was going to go out to Red. So when you get back on topic, I got some questions to ask other people that's around. What they're saying, they want to be said and opposed. So now, these people are proposing that politicians should get graded yearly and be able to get taken out of office. And if they don't do what the people think should be done, they shouldn't be able to leave office with any benefit or covering from their service from office. Now that sounds like a great idea when you only think about us taking for white people. But I would want to ask the room, black people, please don't, I ain't said nothing about Trump. I haven't said nothing about Trump since I've been here. Remember what I just said. Bill Dog proposed something. They ain't proposing things. I'm going to say it slower. That every year the politicians are graded. And at the end of their term, or at the end of the year, we can either remove them, right? And we can have them leave office without pay, without benefits or anything. They won't leave with anything tied to their name. That sounds good when you're just speaking out of hatred towards white people. Now, smart black people know, doesn't that sound like a tool that could be used for white supremacy?
No,
they could go, hold on, let me link. I could go to Atlanta or any black city that got black leadership and get enough people to say, hey, I don't like how this mayor is running this town. I don't like how this governor is running this town. I'm going to make sure that when they leave, they don't have any benefit from their service. Let's say Erica is running the town and 100,000 white people just don't like Erica. Erica doing what she got to do. She ain't did nothing wrong. She ain't did nothing illegal. But just because, listen, when y'all impose this new law that we can just get you out of there, we don't like you. That means white people outnumber some black people in certain cities, certain states. That will be a horrible thing for politics when it comes to black people. Comprehension is a motherfucker. No one's saying anything about that.
Hold on, I got it. It's my turn.
I can't let my plane. Why is only you and Lip Dog's theories getting out? Why can't I talk about
Man, you finished. Are you finished?
I'm not finished.
I mean, because you said the same thing over and over again.
Lil Dog said the same thing 40 times. You had no problem.
Hurry up, bro.
Exactly. You have no problem with the people they agree with.
Why is it competition? Oh my God. Now, Pedro, are you finished, sir?
I'm not finished.
Okay, well, finish.
How can I be finished?
Okay, well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you to reset your question one more time. And if you do anything else, you finna take a flight with no turkey.
So Milton wants people to be able to get
no question. I'll every year. Okay, there you go with your ass on the stage. What do you mean? The question, bro. The question.
Does anybody see anything wrong with what Milton Dog said? How it can be used against black people? I think this would be a tool for white supremacy. That he said no.
No, I don't think it can, brother. It ain't got nothing to do with no white supremacy. If you come in and you're grading a politician,
I said, could it be used for?
I just said no. If you're grading a politician, it shouldn't be based on your feelings. It should be based on fucking measurable metrics. Okay, sir? Not your goddamn feelings.
Okay,
I can't.
I knew you was gonna agree. You would agree with it. Anybody want to answer the question? All right. Can I answer?
Dude, your ass ain't moderating the stage. Get your ass on mute.
Can I answer the topic? Should Americans support Donald Trump? His actions fucked up, right? I mean, right now we see that Americans are coming back home in body bags, right? And for Israel's war, so no, let Israel fight their own wars. They want to start these wars, let them fight it. There shouldn't be any American blood doing that. I think there's like 15.
What the fuck is he talking about?
The title.
Listen, why y'all won't read the room? That's fine. We can reset to the title.
Nigga, if I can't talk about the title, nobody can.
Hell no, not a real can't talk about the title.
Alright, so forget the title. So, Erica, what's the conversation? I've been respecting Eugene's and Flawless.
Give it a minute. Just hang in there. You'll get it in a second. It might go in your favor in a second. Just give it a second.
Yeah, just hold on.
Look, can I respond? Because I've been
minute. Let me back what we're talking about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know everybody jumping on Pedro, but I do kind of see a lead, like a way for them to use it, because they use gentrification on us as we speak. So it's not far that they can't use this type of thing, because you kind of hear talking to these white people, they slip on the
Use it in what way, Nate?
I think they can, because they come in here.
Give us an example. Shut up, Pedro.
Well, how they gentrify neighborhoods, what I know.
No, I'm talking about what you just said. How they can use that as white supremacy can use that against us by grading the politician every year, requiring the politician to meet requirements every year, like you do on a regular motherfucking job. Performance reviews. You know what I'm talking about? Measurable metrics.
Well, when that's
evaluation.
So when I have a personal evaluation of an employee, that's just me and him, or me and her having that conversation. When you generalize it and other elements comes into it, white people have more money than us, which they can use that money for influence and through the community. And like this, pay people at super penny, all kinds. It can be.
I cannot with y'all.
I'm not saying it's fair, they can blame on you. Yeah, they are very manipulative.
I get what Erica is saying though.
I'm saying it's a way for them.
Listen, some of y'all stop doing that. Look, brothers, y'all gotta check your other brothers that are doing this. Like this is a bad look.
You're not being a good
Be goddamn right. You wrong.
And I agree with Sister Erica. I definitely agree with Sister, like us as men, black men here in America. This is listen. Yes, it is. It's nothing but black men